could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now 2-0 after Sunday's 27-22 home win against the Carolina Panthers, a game where the Cardinals were in control from the start, and Josh Sweat made his presence felt early.
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zabin Collins recovers it and scores, and the Cardinals lead 6-0.
The Panthers would make things interesting in the fourth quarter, but it was veteran Calais Campbell who would shut the door with a fourth down sack, and the Cardinals are 2-0. Both ASU and U of A found wins this weekend. The Wildcats took care of Kansas State on Friday night, 23-17, and moved to 3-0, and Sam Leavitt and the Devils bounced back against Texas State in a 34-15 win, and the Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 games out of the final wild card spot after taking the series up in Minnesota this weekend, and they'll start a pivotal 3-game series with the Giants tonight at home. That'll start at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors, the Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. We begin a new week with a big question. Is this a football Monday or a baseball Monday? You pick.
Let's
Your
combine
call.
them. Let's make it a baseball Monday.
Oh, I like it. I like it. A base foot or a foot what? Yeah, right.
You're burying the lead, Bick.
Which is what?
You're back.
I'm back.
And you're looking way European.
That's the Speedo.
It's a Speedo?
Welcome
yeah,
back.
well, thank you very much.
How was the trip?
It was very, very interesting. So I went off to the south of France and back around Italy on this really cool cruise. My wife became friends with Paula Abdul. I became friends with Hercules. Kevin Sorbo. Do you remember him as an actor? What, Jared? Why are you shaking your head? You got something against Kevin Sorbo?
I don't know. I haven't heard his name since the 25 years ago.
Well, I didn't say these are A-plus list celebrities.
Well, Paula Abdul,
Paula Abdul's a pretty big deal,
that's a big
right?
deal.
Yeah. So, listen, I will say this, though. The one day that I spent in New York City before I headed out, I was reminded of a couple of things. Number one, people in New York City, the people who hustle on the streets, they get you anything you want. If you've got money, they'll get you anything you want. It turned out to be a really rainy day, and when these storms started to erupt over Manhattan, all of a sudden, on every street corner, there were people hawking umbrellas. I don't even know where they came from. But suddenly...
they're just in reserve somewhere.
Yes! Yeah, and I walked by an Irish sports bar, and the guy outside like, come on in, man. I'm like, no, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. I can't do that, but I'll come back if you put the Cardinals game on for me. He's like, who? I'm like, the Arizona Cardinals. You got it. And I went back, and they had a television dedicated for me. Wow. You get what you want. And here's the other thing about New York.
To get the local teams on a sports
That's what I'm saying. And the thing in New York, too, the amount of there is no road rage in New York because it's all road rage in New York.
Yeah, it doesn't. There's nothing elevates to the level of road rage
because it's already there.
That's the base level.
That's the base level. Yeah. It's just honking and screaming.
Crazy city where I really noticed that.
Yeah,
Boston.
Yeah,
a lot of horn honking.
Very much
Boston,
so.
Yeah,
zero tolerance on the road, and as a result, there's no road rage because it's all road rage.
Is that better or worse?
I don't know.
Isn't that interesting? In New York City, it's like the old joke, like nobody drives in New York City because there's too much traffic.
That's kind of what it is.
Why is there so much traffic?
Yeah.
When nobody.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Could you imagine if everybody drove? How bad it would be?
I know. It's fathom. But yes, I'm glad you finally pointed that out. New York City, of course, known for their friendliness, kindness, and convenience.
Yes.
So there you go.
Well, no, not the friendliness and not the kindness, but if you are going to tip people, they will get you what you want in a heartbeat. It's amazing how that city operates.
It is a different planet.
Oh, my goodness.
No doubt about it.
Oh, my goodness.
I was on the flip side of, I was in L.A. this weekend, and
another different planet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, different planet, too.
Trying to find the Cardinals game was impossible. I eventually had to resort to it being on my phone in the bar that I was trying to watch the game at.
That's
made me
brutal.
so mad.
That's
what were they showing?
The Emmys red carpet, of course. That's Hollywood's biggest night.
It was Chiefs Eagles on they had 6 TVs and it was all the same game.
Because there's only 3 games in that time slot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So did you guys miss me?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. It's always good.
It was a really weird week last week.
I got so sad I missed 2 days.
Vince missed the middle of the week last week.
I said I was sick, but I was just depressed.
You just missed me.
That's like the honking in New York City.
Yeah.
Right.
The honking in New York City.
That's what it is. That's what it is. All right, we've got a lot of ground to cover. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
It should have been a rout, but instead the Cardinals had to white knuckle it to the wire in a 27-22 win over the Carolina Panthers at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals led 27-9, driving deep in Carolina territory. Kyler Murray threw a bad pick, and that let the Panthers back into the game. They would score touchdowns on their next 3 possessions, then recovered an onside kick, giving them a chance to win it. A penalty-filled possession ended for Carolina when Calais Campbell sacked Bryce Young on 4th down with 26 seconds left to ice it for the Cardinals, who got their first win over Carolina in Glendale since 2013. Cardinals 2-0. Back on the road in Week 3 as they face the San Francisco 49ers at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara next Sunday. That game was, honestly, for about 3.5 quarters.
It was bipolar.
It was boring as hell. And then it went bonkers.
It did get bonkers at the end.
Yeah.
A lot to unpack there.
All the other teams in the division, the NFC West, won on Sunday as well. 49ers got 3 touchdown passes from Mac Jones in a 26-21 win over the Saints in New Orleans. Seattle beat the Steelers in Pittsburgh 31-17, and the Rams moved to 2-0 with a 33-19 road win over the Titans in Nashville. Matthew Stafford threw for 298 and 2 touchdowns for L.A. Around the league in Week 2, Super Bowl rematch in Kansas City, same result as the last Super Bowl. Eagles topped the Chiefs 20-17. Kansas City with already as many losses as it had in the regular season last year through 2 weeks.
Wow.
Buffalo moves to 2-0 with a 30-10 rout of the Jets. Bills held New York to 154 yards. The Jets went 0 for 11 on 3rd down. Bengals beat Jacksonville 31-27, but they lose Joe Burrow to a turf toe injury. If Burrow needs surgery, which
he
possible, that is official now?
Yes, he's going to be out at least 3 months.
Oh.
That is the Cardinals' Week 17 opponent, by the way.
Wow.
That's also my fantasy quarterback.
Oh, no.
Not like he's done anything in the first 2 weeks.
True.
We got a Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight to cap off Week 2. First, it's the Houston Texans hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a game that kicks off at 4. Then, the Raiders.
Raiders.
Entertaining the Chargers in a game that gets underway at 7. College football, ASU notches a 34-15 win over Texas State Saturday night. Sam Levitt threw 2 touchdown passes, ran for another one. Jordan Tyson had a big game, 6 catches for 105 yards and a touchdown, and several highlights. Devils moved to 2-1 on the season, but that was not enough to get ASU back in the top 25, which was released on Sunday. In fact, they lost ground. They essentially fell from 26th in last week's voting to 31st this week. Ohio State, Penn State, LSU remained in the top 3 spots. Miami moves up to 4, Georgia up to number 5. In the Big 12, Iowa State is ranked 12th. They are the top-ranked team from the conference. Utah 16th, Texas Tech 17th. ASU also fell out of the coaches poll. They were ranked 24th going into the week. The voters really don't like ASU so far this year. Arizona pushed its record to 3-0, 23-17 win over Kansas State. Friday night in Tucson, Wildcats are on a bye this week. They will start Big 12 play next week at Iowa State. NAU got a win, 50-49 over Southern Utah on a 2-point conversion with 29 seconds left. The Wild Big Sky. Elsewhere in college football, UCLA fires head coach Deshaun Foster after a 35-10 home loss to New Mexico that dropped the Bruins to 0-3 on the season. He was in his second year as head coach, posted a record of 5-10.
Oof.
What a mess in LA.
Yeah, how about it?
D-backs nailed down a series win in Minnesota, 6-4 over the Twins at Target Field on Sunday. James McCann's 3-run homer in the top of the 4th gave the Snakes a 4-2 lead. They would not relinquish it. Kyle Backus got out of a bases-loaded jam in the 9th somehow, got Matt Wallner to fly out to right to end the game. D-backs return home to Chase to start a 3-game series, which is enormous, against the Giants tonight. Zach Gallen on the hill for the home team. Kai-Wei Teng going for the Giants. 6:40 first pitch here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. Pregame coverage starts at 6. Big picture, Mets won on Sunday. They finally snapped their losing streak. Giants and Reds both lose, meaning going into this series, the 500 D-backs are 2 games behind the Mets for the final National League wildcard spot with 12 games to play.
Quite literally the wackiest baseball season I have ever witnessed.
It's unreal. San Francisco trails by a game and a half, so obviously you know the importance of this series in the wild card chase. Mercury dropped game 1 of their best-of-3 WNBA playoff series to the New York Liberty 76-69 in overtime at PHX Arena. Former Mercury guard Natasha Cloud led the way with 23 points, and the New York defense held Phoenix to 32.5% shooting from the floor. In other words, not good. Game 2 of that series Wednesday night in Brooklyn. Mercury already facing elimination in that series. There you go. There is your splash for a very busy Monday, September 15th, the day that I am no longer the parent of a teenager.
Wow.
Young Patrick turns 20 years old today.
Holy cow.
Yes. I need a drink. Coming up. Yesterday, the Cardinals tested the old saying, any win is a good win. We'll get into all the details here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios with Dan Bickley back in the saddle here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, guess who's 2-0?
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zaven Collins recovers it and scores.
It's always great to win. We're 2-0, and yeah, that was the goal, to go 1-0 this week, and we did that.
How do you feel about the home win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Vince Murata back to tell you about Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, where they've got great deals you need to know about, and they're going on all month long. General Manager John Nissen and his team will take care of you at Earnhardt Ford. You can roll out now with 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash toward your purchase. If you're looking for a truck, bulk up to a full-size F-150, low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model, which has got a 2.7-liter, 325-horsepower engine. If you want more, you got to check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs, starting at just $22,995. All offers do require approved credit, See dealer for full details. These offers end September 30th, 2025. Stop in, tell them I sent you. Go see the team at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, right off I-10 and Ray Road, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. You can also check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
The D-backs take on the Philadelphia Phillies for a 3-game weekend series starting September 19th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, they're happy about being 2-0, but they know we got a long way to go. So it starts tomorrow. That's everybody's mood in there,
Happy to be 2-0, but ... and there's a lot of words following the ...
Yeah.
For the Arizona Cardinals. That was Jonathan Gannon, the head coach. Cardinals hang on, and I do mean hang on, for a 27-22 win over the Carolina Panthers, a game that was 27-3 early in the second half. Cardinals got a touchdown right before halftime on a masterful throw from Kyler Murray to Michael Wilson. They get the ball to start the second half. They march down the field. They score again. And you thought, wow, this is going to be a big boy rout. Nope. 27-9, big turnover, kind of totally shifted momentum. And the Panthers fought their way back into their game, but way more difficult than it needed to be.
No doubt about it. So I think what I have noticed after the game is people are having a hard time reconciling this. Was this a success or was this a failure? The lesson in games like yesterday is the answer is both. Sometimes success and failure are as close as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That the success is the peanut butter and the failure is the jelly, and it's all smushed together. And it's both. And you can't pull one apart from the other. And in the case of yesterday, that's okay because they ended up with the victory. Very, very disconcerting to see that lead continue to diminish, and the way that the Panthers did it, it didn't feel like it was real. They kept converting third down opportunities, they kept converting fourth down opportunities, and then that onside kick that they successfully recovered. That was the peak absurdity of the game, in my opinion.
It was.
Because in today's NFL, you have to announce that it's coming. And then for Mack Wilson Sr., a captain on the team, to have the ball go off of him, of all people.
I mean, you could question the alignment.
The alignment?
I mean, why is a linebacker on the hands team?
He's looking to go and absorb people, but if the ball's coming right at you...
why is he charging forward? It was a strange play.
It was very... And then that last drive with the penalties, and look, I thought that Josh Sweat late hit was a garbage penalty, so a lot of it didn't even feel real until it hit you in the face that, my goodness, if they score a touchdown, the Cardinals are going to lose this game. And my thinking is that if they lose this game, there really is something to this jinx against the Panthers. It would have been an epic collapse. And fortunately, Calais Campbell and the defense stiffened when they had to, just like they did against the Saints. So you've got a couple of victories and a couple of mixed bags, if you will. It's interesting.
Here was Jonathan Gannon on what happened in his estimation that allowed the Cardinals to let the Panthers back into the game.
No, that's a good question. When you get up like that on defensively, you're trying to make them earn every yard. I think then they went on 2 long drives and scored touchdowns. So within those drives, we just got to do a better job of making sure that we can try to get off a little bit better and keep points off the board ultimately. Like if you get out of one of those stops or you convert, if you get off on a fourth down here or there, the game doesn't look like that. So that's what I mean. From my standpoint, I got to coach us better to understand what's going on in the game and what calls we need to execute to put games away. So the turning point to me is we just really never got that stop that we needed, or to keep points off the board, to let our offense go out there and really put the game away. So and like I said, it's not the players at all. They fought their butt off. It's completely on me.
Yeah, and Jonathan Gannon reiterated that point. I have to coach better. We have to close games better. This falls on me. Of course, the coach is going to say that, but it's not all on him.
No.
The players have to...
But I admire him for saying that.
Yes, but you also saw the difference in defensive mentality. Early in the game, the Cardinals come out, and they look like they were going to torture Bryce Young. I mean, turnovers on the first 2 possessions, a defensive touchdown 90 seconds into the game. It looked like it was going to be a long day for the Carolina offense. But you heard Jonathan Gannon also say, when you get up big like that, you make them earn every yard. Otherwise, what that means is we're going to peel back and we're going to keep everything in front of us. And that's what happens in the NFL when you do that, when you change your mentality. Now, to their credit, they were able to change the mentality back on that discombobulated last possession by Carolina after the onside kick. If they didn't, we'd be talking about a loss right now.
I know. And can you imagine, had they lost that game, all their credibility would have been out the window immediately. So fortunately, disaster has been averted, and hopefully 2 months down the road, you'll look back at this game and you won't even remember it. It will just be another anonymous win for a team that is going to the playoffs. And by the way, teams that start 2-0 in the NFL, you're in a fast lane to the playoffs, especially since with the expanded playoff field. I believe last year it was 7 of 8 teams that started 2-0 made the playoffs. The year before that, all 6 made the playoffs. So that's my hope. My hope is that these ugly early season victories will all be part of the learning curve for a very successful team.
That is definitely a positive way to look at it. You could also be looking back and saying, boy, the Saints and the Panthers wound up being 2 of the worst teams in the entire NFL. And it's a good thing the Cardinals got those wins because they struggled the rest of the year.
There's no doubt.
You had to make 2 defensive plays at the end of games to beat the Saints and the Panthers. We talked so much, and you cover all of these possibilities and what might happen at the beginning of a season. And last week, going into the Saints game, is there any way that you're unsatisfied about a win? No, a win's a win. It usually washes things away. But that's 2 of those now.
Yeah.
And this one was The Saints game never seemed as one-sided as this game did, but the result was the same.
Yeah.
It was a team with an opportunity to steal a win from you.
Yeah, there's for people who can't grasp nuance and layers, there's a lot of it coming out of this victory yesterday. For instance, broad-based strokes here. I look at the first half, and that first half was a testament to how dangerous the Cardinals' defense can be. As you pointed out, very early in the game, the Panthers went into scramble mode. They had no idea how to block the Cardinals.
Nope.
And every play they were running was a concession to that. Rolling out, they were getting into their deceptive trick bag early because they couldn't flat out block the Cardinals. And so you look at that and you're like, wow. And at the same time, on the other side of the ball, the Cardinals' offense looked just so vanilla and so boring, where everything is either a short pass to Trey McBride or a check down pass to Trey Benson. And then as the game got into the second half, the offense began to expand a little bit until Kyler Murray made a really bad mistake, which is once again part of the reason why they try to keep him in that narrow box, if you will, while the defense went vanilla. Mm-hmm. And as a result, I think that's how we pretty much ended up where we did at the end of the game. It's a complex one to try to get to the bottom of how you feel. I would just say, like I said at the start of this segment, sometimes success and failure are intertwined. They're not separate.
No, it's a great way to put it. Peanut butter and jelly, baby.
Yep, that's it.
Coming up, it is September 15th, and somehow, some way, snakes alive. We'll tell you more in D-Backs Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded for Wallner. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center. Carroll is there. He will make the catch, and the Diamondbacks hang on and win by a final score of 6-4. They win the series, and they remain 2 games out of the third and final wild card spot.
D-backs take the series in the Twin Cities. Now welcome the Giants to Chase Field for Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and give in everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In the midst of what was a wild Sunday in the NFL, the Arizona Cardinals beat the Carolina Panthers 27-22 and moved to 2-0 this season in a game that started with the Cardinals defense in the form of a Zaven Collins fumble recovery for a touchdown. It ended with defense as Calais Campbell sacked Bryce Young on a 4th down to seal the win for the Cards. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the win.
Well, I just told the team and I told the media, I got to do a better job coaching the team here, how to close out games, because I thought we had chances to close it out. Obviously happy for the win, 2-0, but we got a long way to go. We got a lot to learn, and I got to do a better job. Starts with me.
And don't look now, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 games out of the last wild card spot with 12 games to go. A 6-4 win on Sunday won them the series up in Minnesota, and they'll now be back at Chase Field for 9 straight games, starting tonight with a huge 3-game series against the Giants that starts at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And both ASU and U of A were in the win column this weekend. ASU bounced back and got a big 34-15 win over Texas State, and the Wildcats moved to 3-0 with a 23-17 win over Kansas State. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs looking for a series win and to stay in the thick of the National League wildcard chase Sunday in Minnesota. Twins going with right-hander Bailey Ober. Right-hander Nabil Chrismat going for the Snakes. D-backs would get on the board first, top of the second inning. 2 outs. Alec Thomas doubled to center. That brought up James McCann.
Ober's ready. Now he's 0-1. Swung on, hard hit, ground ball, left side, past the dive of Lewis into left field. Thomas rounding third. He's going to come home and score. And McCann's 2-out knock gives the D-backs a 1-0 lead.
Chris Garagiola on the call on the D-backs radio network. 1-0 after the McCann RBI. Minnesota would answer and hit its half of the second. Royce Lewis singled with 1 out, then stole second with 2 outs. Mickey Gasper then reached on an error by third baseman Jordan Lawler. That sent Lewis to third and kept the inning going. The Twins made it hurt. Edouard Julien, the hitter.
Here's the 0-1 swing, line drive, left field. That's a base hit. The Twins immediately cash in on that error. Throw goes into second as Gasper gets to third, and just like that, we are tied at 1.
Yeah, not for long, though. Byron Buxton, the hitter, and more shoddy defense at the Arizona hot corner.
Here's the first one. Buxton swings, grounds it towards third. Fair ball, glove by Lawler. Quick throw to first. It's off target. It gets past Tawa. Another run is in. Both runners move up an extra 90. And the Twins take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, second error and 3 batters on Lawler. Twins had their first lead of the day at 2-1. Things would stay that way until the fourth. Ober hit Blaze Alexander with a pitch, eventually knocked him out of the game. But then Lawler doubled to left with 2 outs. McCann, the hitter again.
McCann with a base hit his first time up. Swings, drills it high and deep left center field. Martin going back, looking up. It is gone. D-backs get the lead right back. It's McCann's fourth, a 3-run blast, and Arizona in front 4-2.
Yeah, McCann slugged a first pitch 4-seam fastball 407 feet to left center for a 3-run shot. D-backs back in front 4-2. Krismat would post zeros in the fourth and fifth. He would lead with the 4-2 lead, made way for Anthony DeSclafani. He would get touched up in the sixth with 1 out and the bases empty. DeSclafani facing Matt Wallner.
Here's the wind of the 3-1 pitch. Swung on. There's a ball driven deep. Center field. Thomas looking up and gone. It is a home run for Wallner. That is his 22nd of the year, and Minnesota back to within a run.
Did you say that he hit it right over the Wallner?
I see what you did there.
DeSclafani would get the next 2 hitters to keep it 4-3. D-backs would get that run back in the seventh. Lefty Yenesis Cabrera on the hill for the Twins. Alec Thomas led off with a single, then stole second. With 2 outs, Tim Tawa, the batter.
No balls, 2 strikes. This one swung on, hit to shallow right field. That is going to get down, and that's going to bring home Thomas. It's an RBI single for the D-back first baseman, and Arizona gets that run back. It's now a 5-3 lead.
Yep, 2-run lead at that point. Tawa would steal second. Geraldo Perdomo drew a walk, but Michael Tonkin would get Ketel Marte to ground out to end the inning. Minnesota would draw closer in the bottom of the seventh. Leadoff hitter Mickey Gasper facing DeSclafani.
There's a 3-1. There's a swing and a fly ball to fairly deep right. Carroll's going back. He's feeling for the wall, and that is gone. Mickey Gasper, a solo homer, and this back and forth continues as it's once again a 1-run game.
Yeah, another solo home run. 5-4. DeSclafani would rebound and get Julian, Buxton, and Martin in order to preserve the 1-run lead. D-backs had a chance to bust the game wide open against Tonkin in the eighth. Bases loaded, nobody out for Alec Thomas.
There's the 1-0. Swung on, that's a line shot to left. It's going to be caught by Martin. Carroll, he's going to tag from third. The throw is cut off. He's in standing. And for Thomas, a line drive sac fly gives the D-backs a 6-4 lead.
Yeah, 1 run in, but Tonkin would get McCann on strikes and Jorge Barrosa to ground out to short. In the bottom of the eighth, DeSclafani loaded the bases with 2 outs and was yanked for lefty Jalen Beeks to face Carson McCusker. These are all real Major League players, I assure you.
2-0. Ground ball to short. Perdomo has it, and a quick little feed over to second in time for the force out. The inning is over, and the Twins load them up, but do not score. We go to the ninth. D-backs 6, Minnesota 4.
Yeah, Beeks gets out of the jam. There was another one coming in the ninth. Ryan Thompson got the first 2 Minnesota hitters, then allowed a 2-out single to Austin Martin. Kyle Backus gets the call from the bullpen. He would walk Cody Clemens. Then he hit Luke Keyshaw with a pitch to load the bases. Wallner, the hitter, with a chance to be the hero for the Twins.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded for Wallner. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center. Carroll is there. He will make the catch, and the Diamondbacks hang on and win by a final score of 6-4. They win the series, and they remain 2 games out of the third and final wild card spot.
That is the reality of the situation, which is unfathomable to me.
It is insane. It is insane from the selling off of the trade deadline to how many times we thought, okay, that's it. No coming back from that.
There was
very Friday.
Friday night was the
latest.
That was the last gasp. The gut punch loss.
Right.
No way they should have lost that game. They bounce back and win 2, and they win 2 despite major bullpen problems in both of the games that they won.
Right.
It's unreal. But this is the scenario that is alive in Major League Baseball with the expanded playoff participants, and you take advantage of it if you can. But I did have a harrowing thought.
You did.
I thought, okay, maybe after what the Diamondbacks went through last year, they missed out by 1 game. That last week of the season was utterly painful. Maybe the baseball gods will smile on them and get them into the playoffs this year. Are they equipped to compete on a playoff against a playoff team?
Why not? Why not?
This bullpen is
just don't play close games.
Especially if Andrew Saalfrank, if the shoulder issues he has morphs into something very significant. But we've been saying this about this team and this bullpen for weeks.
For years,
it feels like years.
Yeah.
What's interesting here is the team that you're chasing, that's above the cut line. It's the New York Mets, who have a long history of this. They had lost 8 games in a row until Pete Alonso comes up with late game heroics yesterday. Yeah. So they are in full-on grip mode in New York. I know, I was just in that city, and I talked to some Mets fans. They can't believe the Diamondbacks are actually posing a threat to them. The Diamondbacks have by far the toughest schedule of any team hovering around that cut line. But as we've seen with the Diamondbacks, that generally doesn't matter. They've got to play the Dodgers 4 times, the Phillies 3 times, the Padres 3 times, and the Giants 3 times. That's a crazy hard schedule. But you know what? Zach Gallen, for all the hand-wringing early and for all the rough patches of his season, can you imagine if he goes out and just spins a masterpiece tonight?
Sign me up.
He's been pitching well.
Yep.
And look, it's not like the Giants have a world beater.
No.
The guy that they're throwing tonight has a 7.5 ERA so far. I can't believe we're talking about this as a possibility.
Either can I. And you're right. After Friday night, you live this here, but I'm just from the emails that I got. One guy said, Torey Lovullo and Kyler Murray are the bane of our existence. That was Friday night. And here we are after they scrap another series victory, and they are right there. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
12 games to go.
The last month of Mondays, I mentioned it last week, we kept coming back to the show, and the Diamondbacks kept getting 1 or 1.5 games closer. It started at 6.5, and every Monday it was 5.5, 4.5. Now it's 2.
Friday night, after Moreno hits the home run and they're up 2, and I was in transit, I was out, I got home and I turned the game on and I sat down and I said to myself, wow, what a comeback. It's a shame they're going to blow this.
No.
And the meltdown was epic on Friday night.
Absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal. And so, but that's what this team has been doing now for the better part of 6-7 weeks. Just go along for the ride, folks.
Yeah, that's all you can do. D-backs and Giants, first of a 3-game series at Chase tonight, 6:40 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. You can also take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, during yesterday's game, Cardinals fans were given the full Kyler Murray experience. All on one drive, as a matter of fact. We'll get into Murray's performance and the Cardinals' win over the Panthers next on this Big Red Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Chill guy. I don't know Will Johnson, and I mean this as a compliment. He doesn't seem like a chill guy ever since he dropped to the second round of the draft. But that's fine.
Yes.
That's what I want.
Base it on needs. I don't think Nick Rawlins is going to start traveling Will Johnson with McMillan. I don't.
You mean this week, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about this week. I don't see that happening. Game 2. Oh, yeah, we're going to start traveling.
But what about when they inevitably play Carolina somehow again next year? Will they do it then?
Maybe at that point in time.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert,
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
to where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
Where Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
At Precision Air and Plumbing, we believe clean water is essential for your home and for your health. Right now, get 25% off our advanced water filtration systems, including reverse osmosis, water softeners, and UV light treatment. Protect your family, your pipes, and your peace of mind with water that's safer, softer, and better tasting. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. Make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Decision with Precision Air. Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Again, I think that depends on who you are individually. But at the same time, it's always great to win. We're 2-0, and yeah, that was the goal, to go 1-0 this week, and we did that.
Kyler Murray, quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals. Yes, they are 2-0 after the 27-22 win over the Carolina Panthers last night. And it was a very telling stretch with the Cardinals driving up 27-9 in field goal range, and they were in field goal range after just vintage Kyler Murray. A play where he was rushed out of the pocket, retreated, went into scramble mode, and it was one of those plays where when it's over, you just say, wow. There's not many people that can make that play.
Yeah, that epic scramble from Kyler Murray, that was highlight reel Kyler Murray. It was a gain of 31 yards, but I believe he covered 67 and a half yards on the scramble. That's what
seemed like more.
Right. That's kind of the vintage Kyler Murray scramble. And yet, shortly thereafter, you get the play where he's rolling out and a defender's closing on him, and he's thinking, okay, I can't take the sack. I'm going to throw this ball away, but he made that decision too late. And the guy got his arm, and the ball went up for grabs, and there's an interception, and it turned out to be one of those bad decisions from Kyler Murray that sort of defined everything we're watching here. Because the point I made earlier in the program, it seems to me that either Drew Petzing is one of the most conservative offensive coordinators I have ever seen in my life, or they are just managing Kyler Murray because they can't deal with the mistakes. And it seemed like in the second half, they let him expand his game a little bit and get the ball to different receivers. Elijah Higgins, Marvin Harrison Jr., finally got involved
in the first half.
Who was not involved in the first half. And this is interesting, too, because, and I'm going to dovetail back to that. But on that play, there have been games in which Kyler Murray has taken a sack in those situations, and people are like, why didn't you throw the ball away? And then in that position, he's like, I got to get rid of this ball so I don't take the sack. But he made that decision too late because the guy was right on him. It just speaks to a quarterback. Again, that's the glitch that I think they're trying to manage.
Yeah, here's Kyler Murray on the interception.
I don't remember that.
Sorry, didn't catch the joke.
No, I'm just cackling. It didn't happen. What? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, were you trying to throw it away?
Trying to throw it away. Yeah, I was trying to throw it away. Yeah.
All right, so trying to throw it away, pretend it like it didn't happen. Kyler Murray now, and you include the preseason, has thrown 2 interceptions. I think they would both be labeled in the bad interception category. The first one in the preseason against the Chiefs was really brutal. It was preseason. Wash it away. Yesterday, it shouldn't have hurt the Cardinals as much as it ended up hurting the Cardinals. But quite honestly, it's not 100% on Kyler Murray. You're 3rd and 3 at the 12-yard line. You're in field goal range. You kick a field goal there. You're up 30-9. Pretty much all she wrote at that point. Why was that play called on 3rd down? I know the Cardinals couldn't run the ball, but don't you just take the 3 points?
That's what I'm getting at. So they had gotten to a lane where Kyler had started to string together really dynamic plays, and I think it kind of either affected their thinking or it affected his thinking.
It's ironic because in reality, in real time, he is trying to do the right thing as a quarterback. Like Vic mentioned, roll out. The play's not there. He's literally trying to throw the ball away.
Yes, but like Vic also said, there's more than one decision that goes into doing the right thing. The timing of it, it was too late.
That's it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
the
that's
play
the
call
glitch.
is to be blamed.
Yeah, that's
waiting too long to get rid of the ball.
Right.
Is the glitch.
Right. And that's exactly right. So I was fascinating watching this because, like I said, the offense I'm watching in the first half, and even though that lead kept expanding for the Cardinals, I'm sitting here going, I don't know if this offense, if they're going to find sustained success, if this is all, if the offense is this thin. I don't know where the sustained success is going to come from. Marvin Harrison Jr., pretty much a non-factor for most of the game. There was a pass in the end zone that wasn't high-pointed, that was broken up, a nice defensive play. Then there was a drop from him, a ball that hit him right in the hands, and there wasn't a whole ton of much else. And we're also now talking about 2 straight subpar games for James Conner. I believe we're talking 29 and 34 yards and
yeah, it was a touchdown, but
that's one of my big takeaways from the first 2 weeks of the season is, yes, you start with 2-0, but then you look at the ingredients, and the Cardinals have been able to win these 2 games without leaning on their identity. Maybe that's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing, but there's been very little in terms of running room.
Oh, yeah.
And if you take away Trey Benson's 52-yard run against the Saints, there's been almost nothing in the traditional run game. And yesterday was far more concerning than even last week's was.
It looks to me, Vinny, like teams are really stacking the box on the Cardinals, making the Cardinals have Kyler Murray try to beat them with his arm, which is something the Cardinals, that they don't want that to be their blueprint. So I think that that's what they're encountering here, and I think that they're going to have to make a slight adjustment here. They're going to have to get a little more dynamic offensively. The thing that is really missing from this offense are the explosive plays, the big chunky gains. Yeah, you're not going to get to the playoffs or win anything dinking and dunking your way through an NFL season.
True. But I will say this, too. Normally with that much time left, even after a bad pick, a quarterback will get more opportunity to atone for it than Kyler Murray got. The Cardinals' defense couldn't get off the field. I mean, it was a 14-play, 76-yard drive for Carolina, their first touchdown. 14 plays, 93 yards, 12 for 76, and then they ran another 8 plays. Basically, Kyler and the offense had 3 plays to quote-unquote atone for it, and they didn't. They went 3 and out after 4 yards, and they punted. They did not have the ball.
And that was an abomination because they got, 7 yards on the first play of that drive of the 3 and out? And then a miscommunication after that blew up the entire series. You can't have that happen.
Yep.
So, look, I think in a big picture, the fact that this was a victory that's kind of being treated borderline like a loss, you would think in terms of focus, it's going to help this football team grow. And to that end, the Cardinals and Cardinal fans should feel very fortunate that the Cardinals played 2 very, very, very bad football teams to start the season.
Yeah, this is why you want those teams
That's
at the
it.
beginning of your
That's
schedule.
it.
One more from Kyler Murray. What was going through his mind on the sideline at the end of the game?
Honestly, I was happy they got to stop. I don't know how many penalties that was in a row. It was kind of to be honest, but I'm just glad we got a win.
Wow.
Kind of a bleep show.
That was, yeah.
Perfect description.
And that's the strangest bleep I've ever heard from
like a game show buzzer.
It did. I thought we were about to have a National Weather Service warning or an emergency broadcasting system.
You have control of the board, Kyler.
that did sound like that.
Right.
This is only a test of the broadcast.
Had this been a real emergency?
There is a flash flood warning for the following counties.
That's it.
Coming up next, we'll relive the Cardinals' win through some Monday morning huddle highlights and Jonathan Gannon falling on the sword for a sloppy ending. All that straight ahead here on Big Red Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're hungry in the Valley, there are no shortage of options for food, but if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, you know where to go. Head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Now, you know I'm a huge fan of Sonic. I love the experience. I love their all-star lineup of burgers, whether it's the Smasher lineup or the delicious garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, but the entire Sonic menu is a testament to diversity where there's a guarantee to be something for everybody in your crew. I'm talking about iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dog shakes, tons of new favorites like the double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and with a drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations, your options are literally endless. And remember to order ahead with the Sonic app. You score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support the community, local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, where they have contributed over $30 million since 2009. Good stuff. Live free, eat Sonic.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits. Naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now 2-0 after Sunday's 27-22 win against the Carolina Panthers, a game where the Cardinals were in control from the start, and Josh Sweat made his presence felt early.
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zaven Collins recovers it and scores, and the Cardinals lead 6-0.
Of course, the Panthers would make things interesting in the fourth quarter, but it was veteran Calais Campbell who would shut the door with a sack on fourth down, and the Cardinals moved to 2-0. Both ASU and U of A found wins this weekend. The Wildcats took care of Kansas State on Friday night, 23-17, and moved to 3-0. And Sam Levitt and the Devils bounced back against Texas State, 34-15. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 games out of the final wild card spot after taking the series up in Minnesota this weekend, and they'll start a pivotal 3-game series with the Giants tonight at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Monday Morning Huddle. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet.
Yeah, a quick start for the Arizona Cardinals and a white-knuckle finish. We'll cover it all in the Monday Morning Huddle through highlights from the Cards Radio Network and Dave Pasch.
Snap to Young, blitz coming. Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out. And Zaven Collins recovers it and scores. And the Cardinals lead 6-0, 90 seconds into the game. 3 receivers to the right of Bryce Young, 1 to the near side left. The play clock down to 1. Snap to Young. Drops straight back. In trouble. Hit. Ball flutters over the middle, and it's picked off by Baron Browning in midfield. Browning gets up, and he's tackled at about the 48-yard line of the Cardinals. Mac Wilson hits Bryce Young, and the Cardinals with 2 takeaways in just over 6 minutes. Snap, spot, kick from Ryland is a bullet, and it splits the uprights. It's good to make it 10-0. So the Cardinals with 2 takeaways, and they turn both of their takeaways into points. Be a 27-yard attempt to get the Panthers some points with 53 seconds to go in the first quarter. Snap, spot, kick is up, and it splits the uprights to give Carolina some points here. Murray takes, play fake, deep set, steps up, and dumps it off short left. Great one-handed catch, Connor. Near side 30, 35, 40, and dragged out of bounds at the 40-yard line. It's an 18-yard gain. I don't think people still realize how athletic James Conner is. What a great play. 2nd and 10 from the 40. He's in an empty backfield. Takes the snap, straight drop, throws a deep ball, middle of the field. McBride's got it at the 30 of Carolina and tackled at the 29. That was a heck of a throw by Kyler Murray for 32 yards. 47-yard attempt. The Panthers had 10 men on the field. They run an 11th out there at the last second. Ryland's kick is on the way, and it is good. So it's 13-3 as Chad Ryland strikes again in an empty backfield. Panthers showing blitz. They rush 4, back to pass. Murray fires end zone, middle of the field, and Michael Wilson goes up high to make the catch, and it's a touchdown with 4 seconds left in the half. What a dart. On target, Murray to Wilson. 3rd and goal at the Panther 2. Murray takes the snap, hands it off, Connor running left, hit at the goal line, and into the end zone for the touchdown. The jumbo package for the Cardinals out there. They punch it in with James Conner, and they up their lead to 23 with the extra point coming. Snap to Young. Back to throw, flushed out, being chased far side, fires right side, caught in the end zone, and it's a touchdown for Hunter Renfrow. Good play by Bryce Young, being chased on the far side of the field, and he had some mustard on that ball. Zaven Collins was chasing him, but it's a touchdown. From midfield, back to throw. Murray in trouble, gets away from a defender, steps up to run, and he's loose. Near side of the 45 of the 40, at the 35 at the 30, 25-20, and out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. Some Murray magic. Houdini in the backfield. My goodness, how did he not get sacked? McBride now motions left to right. Snap to Murray. He'll throw. Looking left. In trouble. Chased left side by 2 Panthers. Backs up. His arms hit as he throws. And it is intercepted by Carolina at the 11-yard line as Murray's arm got hit and DJ Wanham picked him off. Now a 3rd with Renfrow in motion, leaving McMillan one-on-one on the left side against Will Johnson. Young takes the shotgun snap. He'll throw on 4th down. In trouble. Hit. Rolls right. Throws short right. Hubbard is wide open. Caught it at the 2 and walks in for the touchdown. Good job by Bryce Young to find Hubbard. Bad job by the Cardinals to lose Hubbard. Ball at the Panther 30-yard line. They got to get to the 46. Cardinals put 7 guys deep. They rush 4. Young from the pocket. Steps up. Throws over the middle. Caught for a first down by Tremaine. In Cardinal territory at the 45-yard line with 3:10 to go. Hubbard is in the backfield to the left of Young. Snap to Young, and he throws right side between 2 defenders, caught for a touchdown by Renfrow. And the 2 defenders for the Cardinals are hurt. Budda Baker and Garrett Williams collided. Great throw by Bryce Young, and now you've got 2 key players for the Cardinals both down. Martin will kick it to the left. It hops at the 45. It's touched by the Cardinals and recovered by the Panthers at midfield. Carolina recovers it. It was initially hit by Arizona. The Panthers have the ball at midfield. Coming up with the football is Damani Richardson. And with 1:55 to go and a timeout, the Panthers can maybe win the game with a touchdown. Bryce Young in shotgun. The Cardinals rush 4. Young back to pass. Pressure in Young's face. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
Yeah, a minute 55 to go. The great Dave Pasch on all the calls on the Cardinals radio network. When the Panthers recovered the onside kick, I thought, they're going to blow this game. This is going to be one of the worst giveaway games in the history of the Arizona Cardinals. Calais Campbell comes up with the big sack. A historic day for him. Became just the 4th player in NFL history to have 2 sacks or more in a game in his age 39 or older season.
It was fitting that he made the play to end all that nonsense and all that madness.
He joins James Harrison, Clay Matthews, and Bruce Smith. Bruce Smith had 3 multi-sack games with Washington in his age 39 season. I don't even remember Bruce Smith playing for Washington.
I do.
All right, so there's that. There was the heroics by Calais Campbell. Think of it this way from the Carolina side. You don't know how things are going to go. And look, nobody expected a comeback of that magnitude. But if Dave Canales had just opted to kick extra points after the first 2 touchdowns, the Panthers would have been in field goal range to tie the game.
Right.
After
that's frightening.
Had everything else remained
but
the same.
listen, here's what I'll say about that. We've all watched games when the opponent catches fire in the second half and they just seem unstoppable. What was weird about it was it just didn't feel real. Even when the Panthers kept moving the ball, I never felt that threatened by them. But they kept making these huge 3rd down and 4th down conversions, 3 of each.
The 4th and 16 to Tremaine was. You're like, they're destined to win. It seemed like.
And then that last drive, it was just one penalty flag after another. And I thought the roughing the passer call on Josh Sweat was complete and utter garbage.
That was garbage. What is a defender supposed to do there? By the absolute letter of the law. His weight came down on Bryce Young. Josh Sweat, he can't change his particles.
He can't evaporate himself.
No. And it's not his fault that Bryce Young weighs 175 pounds.
No. And listen, and I know the Panthers have a right to complain too because, listen, a big momentum turn in that game was the ability for the Cardinals to score right before halftime and right after halftime. That's that double whammy cheat code extra launch stuff that Kenny Dillingham always talks about. But that was made possible by overturning a catch that looked very much like a catch. And they overturned it and like, what?
Yeah.
What? So there was a lot of weird stuff altogether. I think Jonathan Gannon is right. I think the defense went into sort of a prevent shell. And I think they just didn't think that the Panthers were capable. I get it. It's very hard to reconcile the Cardinals' utter domination defensively for most of that first half with what you saw in the second half. 3 drives of 75 yards or more?
Yeah. Not acceptable. And Jonathan Gannon did take responsibility.
Well, I told the team and I told the media, I got to do a better job coaching the team here how to close out games because that I thought we had chances to close it out and not, come down to a gotta have it on defense there where that game was in about the middle of the 3rd quarter. So, obviously happy for the win, 2-0, but we got a long way to go. We got a lot to learn, and I got to do a better job. Starts with me.
Yeah, so falling on the sword, he said that several times during his press conference yesterday. That was with Paul Calvisi of the Cardinals Radio Network after the game. A lot more to cover on the Cardinals' win over the Panthers, including next. How big of a hit did the Cardinals just take to one of their deepest position rooms? We'll get into that and how it could affect things moving forward next on this Big Red Monday. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Number 93 sent him home with an L.
Pressure in Young's face. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Lots of people love hosting game day at their place during football season. If this is your role, don't fumble the food responsibilities. Make the right call with Spinato's. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Spinato's catering playbook is stacked. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. So there's something for everyone. Just hit the catering menu at SpinatosPizzeria.com, place your order, and boom, you are the MVP of game day. For September and October, Spinato's bringing back a fan favorite as well, the Wizard of Za Pizza. It is a spicy Chipotle peach pizza. Yep, brimming with sweet heat, and they're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold, it is different, and somehow it just works. It's just another one of the stars on Spinato's deep pizza roster. So whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just in the mood for something awesome, Spinato's always delivers with 6 Valley locations. You can check it out all online and order at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Bickley and Marotta.
Snap to Young. Cardinals rush 4. Young drops back, throws over the middle. Caught by McMillan, a first down at the 40 in Cardinal territory. Takes off at the 30. Finally tracked down by Melton at the 20, showing incredible speed that time. Is Teteroa McMillan for a 42-yard gain, and Max Melton is hurt. Remember, the Cardinals lost both their starting corners before the season even started due to injury, and now Melton is down holding his right leg at the 10-yard line. And he throws right side between 2 defenders, caught for a touchdown by Renfro. And the 2 defenders for the Cardinals are hurt. Budda Baker and Garrett Williams collided. Great throw by Bryce Young. And now you've got 2 key players for the Cardinals both down.
Yeah, that was one of the storylines coming out of the game yesterday. That play late where Baker and Williams collided. Baker came back. Williams did not, went straight to the locker room. Earlier in that game, it was a great play by Max Melton to track down Teteroa McMillan from behind. But
it was.
He fell very awkwardly, had a knee brace on. So at the end of the game, and not to mention Will Johnson was in and out of that game too. He's got a groin issue. Huge potential storyline coming out of that game is
no doubt
just how battered the cornerback room is. Not to forget that Sean Murphy Bunting and Starling Thomas already gone for the season before things got underway.
Yep.
This is going to be potentially if we're crossing our fingers that things are okay.
Yeah.
This could change the whole season trajectory.
Well, listen, this is the one element of yesterday's game that you can't just write off to learning experiences, and that is a secondary room that a couple of months ago we all thought, wow, they've got some real depth and some real promising young talent. Now, if these injuries are prohibitive and keep them out of action for a while, that room has become paper thin. They're going to have to go get some people. This is not nearly as bad as it being a Bengals fan and looking down the barrel of losing Joe Burrow for 3 months.
Yes.
But it's not nearly as bad as being a Bengals fan. Full
that
stop.
too. Full stop. That too. And the fact that you're playing Mac Jones next week is encouraging.
Looked pretty good yesterday.
Yeah, well, he did. But I do think this is obviously an issue. So you got to keep your fingers crossed that Garrett Williams is going to be okay, that Max Melton isn't going to miss a ton of time, and that Will Johnson, this groin thing, isn't going to be a lingering issue.
Yeah, but credit to Denzel Burke, Keitrell Clark, both came in. I thought there was another BS holding penalty on a defensive back that kept the drive.
Yeah.
It turned into a ref show late in the game, I thought.
Right, and I think that needs to be factored into the way everybody looks and perceives that it wasn't a full-on collapse from the Cardinals. There were a lot of things going on at the same time, in my opinion.
But here was Jonathan Gannon post-game talking about the performance of Burke and Keitrell Clark.
Yeah, I mean, it's high leverage snaps right there. You know, they came and played well. Denzel was in the game earlier. A lot of confidence in Denzel. I'm sure he was going to want some plays back. I thought he made some plays too. Keitrell, I got confidence in. He's played a lot of ball for us. He had to come in and made some plays, and I thought he lit it up on fourth down too. He made some plays on fourth down earlier in the game. They both stepped up to the plate and swung their bat, which was we needed it.
But again, credit to them for finishing the game, upholding things in the secondary for the most part to preserve that win. It's a lot different ending a game with a crew of Burke, Clark, and Elijah Jones than it is playing 60 minutes of football with those three guys. So. Again, that could be potentially season-changing for the Cardinals.
Well, listen, so I think is that in that first half, the Cardinals were generating significant pressure on Bryce Young, and that is obviously the only way you're going to be able to cover for a porous secondary. You're going to have to continue to generate very quick pressure and heat on the opposing quarterback. And Nick Rawlis was cooking for a while. In terms of some of the schematics and plays they were dialing up and where they were generating pressure, it was like a masterclass for a while.
It was, and it was quick. It was right at the beginning of the game. I mean, 2 plays in, 3 plays in. You thought, and I know you mentioned having the same feeling. It's like Carolina doesn't know what's coming.
No.
And even on that second turnover, the Baron Browning interception, the disguise of the blitz and the ferocity of that blitz, you're like, they keep this going all day. This could be record setting.
Right.
Things change.
Yeah. And then I think that's part of the anger that Jonathan Gannon is feeling towards himself and the coaching staff for getting out of that lane. But things are moving, things are changing, guys are getting hurt, and you've got to. The thing is too, though, you get up 27-3 in the third quarter, and you are thinking, oh, this is in the freezer, right?
That was going to be my question. Do you think the score, and again, the defensive coordinator is probably that's not necessarily on his mind, but was the score or the injuries in the secondary more of an impact to maybe down the stretch what Nick Rawlis
it looked to me like the team just kind of lost some of their focus. Like on one of those early touchdowns by the Panthers, Garrett Williams lost his footing on the goal line, and the receiver just popped wide open.
The first Renfro touchdown.
Exactly.
I think it was like a combination of they had such a big lead, and plus the Panthers had done nothing up to that point to show that they were capable of a comeback.
Yeah,
that's true too.
I think the answer to Sammy's question for me, it's also the score was the bigger factor.
Yeah, and
you're up by 24, but there's 24 minutes of football left, and that's a long time to try to milk a lead.
It is. And I think they just didn't have any fear for the Panthers based on what we had seen. So in the end, at least the Cardinals can say they kind of ended that streak of 7 losses in 8 games. As I pointed out in my column today, it's been the strangest nemesis you could ever imagine for a team based in Arizona. that a team in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
In Charlotte would be offering all these issues to you, and it almost happened again
Maybe
yesterday.
that's why they finally won, because Calais Campbell was back on the team.
Could be.
And he was on that Jake Delhomme game team 17 years ago.
Here's a fun fact for you. You guys might have seen this, that all 5 bird teams in the NFL won yesterday. It's the first time since 2020 that's happened.
Really?
Cardinals, Eagles, Seahawks, Falcons, and Ravens.
Who had the avian...
the avian parlay?
Yeah. Wonder what that would have paid off.
Mm-hmm.
Can you go back and check after the fact?
I can probably go look.
Just straight 5
Is
bird
that
money
actually
lines?
a bet?
Call your guy.
Yeah, call your guy.
I don't have a guy. It's my friend FanDuel.
I love how literal he takes some of the jokes on this show.
Mm-hmm.
Like what?
Well, you don't. We're not implying that you have any mafia ties.
Oh, no,
don't worry.
I know.
Here's more from Jonathan Gannon. Actually, no, on Kyler Murray, talking about the cornerback injuries that the Cardinals suffered yesterday.
You lose SMB before the season starts, and now it just kind of feels like it's the domino effect, But no, I got full faith in those guys. Rookies obviously got to step up, and if their name's called on, they got meaningful time, and it'll be good for them to grow up quick. But hopefully it's not too bad for whoever, the guys that got hurt.
And here was Jonathan Gannon with Paul Calvisi on the overall cornerback play.
No, I thought our corners just played good. You know what I mean? I thought matched up pretty good. He had the one explosive early in the game. That's the one that Max got hurt on. But yeah, I thought we did. He's a good player, man, and that's a good trigger guy back there. If you let him clean back there, he can dice you up. So I thought we did a good job. But like I said, the story of this one to me is we got all 3 phases. I got to coach him up better so we can close out games.
Yeah, every opportunity that Jonathan Gannon had to say, I've got to do a better job, he took it.
He did
yesterday.
it, yes. Yeah, and I don't think I think he actually means it. You could tell Jonathan Gannon looked more agitated on the sidelines yesterday than I think I've seen him. And that's for a lot of reasons. There's expectations on this team. It's a different world now for him and his coaching staff. It's the time to produce.
Yeah, we'll have a lot more on the Cardinals on this Big Red Monday. All the big stories on this Monday morning, though, coming up next in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy Sabalka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, and a reminder, make sure you get entered for a great giveaway. Waltz is offering a great opportunity for a lucky sports fan, one of our listeners. They are going to give away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar. That combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. And if you want to win this great prize, all you have to do is text the word Waltz, W-A-L-T-S, obviously, to 620-620 between now and September 22nd, so you've got about a week to get that done. The winner's going to be announced on September 23rd, and all you have to do to enter and possibly win this great prize, text Waltz to 620-620. Remember, Waltz has been around since 1957. They're a Valley institution. They've seen a lot of trends come and go in this market, but the one thing that's remained constant, their commitment to you, their customer in Arizona. They give you expertise and an incredibly knowledgeable staff, a great selection of big screen televisions, everything you are looking for, you will find out at Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In the midst of what was a wild Sunday in the NFL, the Arizona Cardinals beat the Carolina Panthers 27-22 to move to 2-0 this season in a game that started with the Cardinals defense in the form of a Zaven Collins fumble recovery for a touchdown. It ended with the Cardinals defense as Calais Campbell sacked Bryce Young on a 4th down to seal the win for the Cardinals. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the win.
Well, you know, I told the team and I told the media, I got to do a better job coaching the team here, how to close out games, because I thought we had chances to close it out. You know, obviously happy for the win, 2-0, but we got a long way to go and we got a lot to learn, and I got to do a better job. Starts with me.
Don't look now, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 games out of the last wild card spot with 12 games to go. A 6-4 win on Sunday won them the series up in Minnesota, and they'll now be back at Chase Field for 9 straight games and a huge 3-game series against the Giants that starts tonight at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And both ASU and U of A were in the win column this weekend. ASU bounced back and got a big 34-15 win over Texas State. And the Wildcats moved to 3-0 with a 23-17 win over Kansas State. And finally, the Phoenix Mercury dropped Game 1 of their playoff series with the Liberty in overtime last night, 76-69. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
There's a lot going on. Football in full swing, baseball coming down the stretch. Here to talk about all of it with us and the big stories, Sammy's going to take us through the reboot on this Monday.
Indeed. I texted my guy, so the bird parlay would have been $100 for right around $1,700.
Wow.
Or $10 for 174.
That was the first time in 5 years, though?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to wait on that one.
Gonna have to wait another 5.
Right.
Hopefully we don't have to wait we didn't have to wait another 5 years for the Cardinals to beat the Panthers. Their first win against the Panthers since 2013. It was a little sloppy. There we go. Here was quarterback Kyler Murray post-game on the win.
Could always be worse, right? We could be 0-2, but we're 2-0 with this issue. I don't want to make it a thing, but at the same time, we got to be better. When we got to finish games. That's bottom line. So, because like I said, it didn't bite us in the ass today, and didn't bite us in the ass last week. But you keep playing around, you get bit. So we got to be better.
So, are you more focused on the record moving from 1-0 to 2-0, or more focused on maybe the inability to put teams away like the Panthers and the Saints?
As I've been saying all morning, it's a little bit of both for me, but I also believe that let's not lose the plot that being 2-0 is really all that matters. When we talked about the path to the playoffs for the Cardinals, in my opinion, being 2-0 was non-negotiable because you were playing two bad teams going into a divisional game against the 49ers. So they've checked that box. And so to me, that trumps everything. They're 2-0. Now, do I have issues with what went down in the second half? Of course. There's a lot of things that need cleaning up, but I doubt you'd find more than 2 football teams in the NFL that feel really good about their level of play at this point in time.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's true. Bick said it perfectly. You'd rather be 2-0 and working on these issues than being 0-2 and working on these issues. But I can't wait for after the Monday night games, as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, the storyline is going to be, who's the worst 2-0 team in football?
Oh,
Because
I've already read a story.
There's 8, have you?
Yes.
There's 8 teams that are 2-0 right now. A 9th team will join either the Chargers or Raiders, and if the Buccaneers win tonight, they would be the 10th team. But yeah, right now, I'm guessing it's the Cardinals.
Yep. There was a
narrowly edging out Cincinnati.
That's it.
That
was it. There was a story about which 2-0 teams are pretenders and which ones are contenders, and the only pretender, according to the story, was the Cardinals.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, Cincinnati and people in Indianapolis are not apologizing for being 2-0
Oh, heck
as
no.
well.
Heck no.
You can't do it. Okay.
But at the same time, you've got to take solace in the fact that it was 27-3 at one point in time. You can't ignore that.
No, you can't. It was dominance until it wasn't. What wasn't really dominant was the Cardinals wide receiver room on Sunday. They had a total of 4 receptions for 49 yards. Tyquan Thornton, Jatavian Sanders, Alec Amian, and Parker Washington, all guys with more receiving yards themselves than the Cardinals wide receiver room.
Wow.
Lots of vowels and
consonants in that one. How do the Cardinals get their wide receivers maybe more active, and do they have a problem there?
Well, listen, this is something pretty much everybody focused on. Do they have the requisite over-the-top kind of guy that can free up parts of the field for Marvin Harrison Jr., or will Marvin Harrison Jr.'s added muscle allow him to be successful in those 50-50 balls? Yesterday, he was in jail, it felt like. But it's a little concerning to me that game, that guy has to be money, and that connection still isn't where it needs to be.
Yeah. Look, we could touch on it today. It's been brought up today. It'll be expanded on as the week goes on. There's concerns about the personnel, but it's getting hard to ignore the fact that the Cardinals' offense is boring.
I agree with that.
I agree, and I got to credit J.C. Horn too. He's one of the best
He's really good.
cornerbacks in all of football. All right, lastly on the Cardinals, aside from spiked heart rate down the stretch, what could you do without moving forward with this team?
Ooh, what could I do without? Bad turnovers.
Yeah,
top of the list.
Maybe giving up on 3rd and long situations. I don't like offenses that get one negative play and then just shut down the house. Just shut down the operations. Okay, we're just gonna
run it up the middle and punt it away.
Yeah.
All right, so ASU, the Devils on Saturday night, they beat Texas State 34-15. First and foremost, what was your biggest takeaway from what was a pretty lopsided affair on Saturday?
Go ahead, Benny. No, go ahead.
I want to go back and watch it again. it was somewhat better.
Yeah.
Made me feel a little bit better, but there's something
not right,
not connecting, not completely clicking with this team right now.
Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. So I had to tape it and watch it, and my reaction to seeing it was different than what I heard about it. I heard it was this really solid, relentless kind of performance. It's not how it struck me. It was better. I thought Sam Levitt was better. I liked the way he reacted and responded to a loss. I think the highlight reel play to Jordan Tyson was fantastic.
He's ridiculous.
Right? And the fact that they might have now a number one running back after Rayleigh Brown, his performance.
Yeah.
So I think there's some good stuff out of that, but they've yet to look like the team I think we all hoped they'd be.
And we'll talk about this as we go this week, but did it at all change your mind about who this team is as they approach Big 12 play?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I want to see them change my mind in Big 12 play.
I like that. All right, lastly, we at 9:45 we'll do some crosstalk, so we won't have time for the weekend checklist. But guys, we did pretty good this weekend.
Don't include me.
As a whole. So Jarrett,
I think we did pretty good.
Jarrett went 2-3.
Okay.
The Wildcats beat Kansas State, and Georgia beat Tennessee in what was an all-timer. Shohei Ohtani, however.
What a terrible loss for Tennessee, by the way.
Brutal.
Oh,
good
Absolutely
Lord. Their
brutal.
end-of-game
Oh, my
operation
I will
is
say
just
this.
brutal.
I say this. They never, ever
No,
win big
you
games.
said it on Friday. You're exactly right.
Later this season, Penn State will have a huge game against Ohio State or Oregon. They will lose. Okay, Texas A&M will have a huge game against someone. They will lose. Miami will have a huge. There's certain schools that are always really good, but they never win the big game.
It's fair.
You may not remember this, but I predicted that this was actually going to be a down year for Clemson and Notre Dame. So far, I'm really got on the money with those two.
That's all right. Notre Dame's still ranked. 2 great losses on the Fighting Irish.
Are they really
resume.
still ranked?
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Oh, my God.
But I do think this is the year Penn State changes that script.
Yeah, well, a lot of
We'll
people
see.
They sure hope so. Unfortunately, Jarrett couldn't go 3 for 3. Ohtani only hit 1 home run this
I always
weekend.
overstep with those home run
It was
predictions.
close.
You hit
It was
one,
close.
though.
I went 2 for 3. A&M did beat Notre Dame on what was another
Crazy
great game. And a non-quarterback did have 3 touchdowns in the NFL. Amon-Ra St. Brown had 3. And then the Cardinals beat the Panthers, but not 31-17 like I had predicted. Tim went 2 for 3. And then Vinny, I believe you went 1 for 3. Udo and Brown did not combine for 200-plus yards, did they?
Well, Brown had 175
Oh, then they must have.
by himself. Let me see.
His other
Udo did not have much. Let's see what he had here.
So
144 plus 14.
Dang.
Of course, because I played Udo on my fantasy team.
So close, but no one went over, and that's all we can.
But Sam Levitt did throw a touchdown
did.
pass to Shimon Mateer.
And Lawler did have an error, but not his first home run.
He had 2 errors and no home runs. I should have gone there.
Should have gone there.
Yeah.
So we're improving. So there's your updated weekend checklist. We'll have other updates on our other stuff tomorrow when NFL wraps. So there you guys
Sounds
go.
good.
Sammy.
Coming up next, injuries, trades, and one stomach punch loss after another, and yet the Arizona Diamondbacks start a huge series with the Giants tonight with a realistic chance at clinching a wild card spot. We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener W.
Never should have been that close, but this game ended exactly how it should have. Big Calais Campbell lined up over the guard, goes out, picks the offensive tackle to get the defensive end free up underneath, but he ricochets up through the B gap and makes the big sack to clinch the game for the Cardinals.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And I know that because they've helped me avoid knee surgery when I tore my meniscus, and I'm currently in treatment for a real bad case of tennis elbow, and after 3 treatments have made marked progress. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics, transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting lasting results, and the patient satisfaction reports are at 92%, and that includes Emmitt Smith, former NFL great, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage his joint pain after a long career in the NFL. What they do is they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself, to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and these are lasting results. So make this fall the time you reclaim your mobility, your independence, your ability to walk and run and play and do the things you want to do. Go get a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and sat me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text REDBIRD to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns, and the Diamondbacks find themselves playing September baseball that matters. 2 games out of a playoff spot and hosting one of the teams they're chasing, the San Francisco Giants, in town tonight. We're talking about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Saalfrank set, the 1-1. Breaking ball hit high and deep, left center field. Thomas racing back after it. He's camped underneath it, makes the catch. Buxton will tag. He'll race Tommy Watkins, his third base coach, home. And after a spectacular top of the 9th inning, the Diamondbacks completely fall apart in the bottom of the 9th.
Everybody feels terrible in that room. Everybody feels terrible in this room, the coach's room. It's a rough scene here right now.
That was the way the weekend started for the Arizona Diamondbacks in Minnesota. A tremendous late inning comeback, highlighted by a 3-run home run by Gabby Moreno, gives the Diamondbacks the lead. They can't hold it. They lose it in extras. They couldn't get Cody Clemens out, who had 1/6 of his career home runs in that game on Friday night. And you thought, at least I thought, going into Saturday and Sunday, okay, that's the straw that breaks the camel's back. This team has just been resilient, kind of like that horror movie villain that just won't die.
Yeah. This is one strong camel, right? Because there's been a lot of straws that should have broken this camel's back.
And it wasn't. Saturday night, they blow a late lead, 2-0. They win in extras, 5-2. Yesterday, you want to talk, while the Cardinals were white-knuckling things a couple of hours before, the Diamondbacks were white-knuckling that finish in Minnesota. And now with 12 games left, they come home. This series against the San Francisco Giants, nobody expected it to be as big as it is.
Okay,
but it's big.
Yes. So listen, we as a radio show, we as diehard sports fans, we have lived this from day one, and this is one of the wackiest roller coasters a baseball team and its fan base have ever been on, right? Because think about how dramatic they sold off at trade deadline. They couldn't have declared their intentions any clearer than what they did at the trade deadline.
They would have done more if other teams wanted their players.
That's right. If somebody would have given a decent offer for Zach Gallen, he'd be elsewhere right now, not pitching a hugely important game tonight. I'm wondering how many casuals in the Valley, and we have too many of them. We need to convert them into diehards. I wonder how many casuals this morning are going, wait a minute, what? The Diamondbacks are playing a huge series starting tonight? I thought they were done weeks ago, if not months ago.
Scrolling Twitter, finding the standing sheet, being like, this isn't right.
Yeah, exactly. They're how close?
I'll get a couple texts about it today. I guarantee it.
Yeah, but I think there's a large portion, again, using Twitter/X as your barometer, which might be my first mistake in this whole exercise. But using that, a large portion of the Diamondbacks quote-unquote fan base, and I'll say quote-unquote fan base, is so conflicted. Because this team continues to fight, but because they're continuing to fight, there's almost this pissed off nature. Now they won't be able to fire Torrey. Because that's the goal for everything, is to get rid of Torrey Lovullo.
Yeah.
Or it's also
and I was tweeting about the game on Friday night, and they're like, "What are you even worried about this?" I'm like, they were 3 games out of a wild card spot. How could I not have hope?
What you said earlier was that resonated with me. I hadn't thought about it. What if the baseball gods are just intent on rewarding us after the nightmare we endured last year?
It would be kind of cruel to do it with the condition of this bullpen, quite honestly.
Could you imagine that? And they end up, blowing every game of the postseason?
Like, if the Diamondbacks do somehow miraculously get into that last wild card spot, I believe it'll be a Dodgers.
That would be
5-game
unbelievable.
series.
That would be unbelievable. Could you imagine taking out that team after a season like this?
No,
I'm with you.
But it would be. Oh
but
my gosh.
I didn't expect them to sweep the Dodgers in embarrassing fashion in 2023 either.
Or jump the Brewers like they did the series before.
Since the trade deadline, they've essentially won 2 out of 3 games, the Diamondbacks across the way there. They still can't get those sweeps that really, really could get them in it. But winning 2 out of 3 has slowly got them right back with the, in addition to the teams ahead of them kind of collapsing.
There's 2 things that make this very real. It's that you've got these games with the Giants in front of you, and you're chasing a Mets team that are defined by collapses. It almost becomes self-fulfilling prophecies with the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
Their
all
fan
that being
base.
said, there's still the Reds, though, that are wedged in there also, that all could go according to plan with all those teams, and still the Reds could just take that spot from you.
They didn't exactly handle their business this weekend in
They're a half
Sacramento
game
either.
behind the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
And sort of the underrated big thing is consistent starting pitching, finally, for the Diamondbacks over the last month or so. That's really helped them get back in this game.
All it took was for them to identify Nabil Christmas.
That's it.
He has brought the whole thing together. He's like the rug that ties the whole room together,
That's it, man. That's what it is. A nice Persian rug.
He got me to the fantasy baseball championship yesterday.
Really?
I needed a quality start. I needed at least 15 points from him, and he got me to where I needed to go.
Wow. Nabil Christmas. Changing the season for the Diamondbacks.
Now, that being said, if they do somehow make the playoffs, Chris Matt goes into the bullpen, and that maybe solves a little bit of a problem there. Gives you something.
I mean, it's another arm.
I just still can't believe he's getting major league hitters out, to be honest with you.
The guy knows how to pitch.
Yes, he does.
Well, the start before this last one,
he's breathing right, Vinny.
He's living right.
He's
like
living
I said
right.
last time.
But it's really something. And you talked about the online outrage about, well, now we can't fire Torrey. It's also is also some about, well, where was this the first half of the season? If they would have played this hard and this consistent, then we wouldn't be in this position. There is a part of that because you look at like how much talent they still have on the team and how much talent they must, to start the year, they just were loaded with talent. And they just played mediocre.
But that idea of being loaded with talent led them to be very non-competitive at times, and the pluckiness wasn't there. Don't you remember the interview with Bob Brenly where he was talking about the competitive fire of this team and how it just kind of wanes and it comes and goes
But to consider that they're doing this now, and a couple weeks ago we were talking about doing this with rookie corner infielders. Now Locklear's out, so you're playing Tim Tawa or Ildemaro Vargas at first base. Jordan Lawler continues to struggle in the field. Yesterday, they overcame a 3-error game and mistakes on the base paths. That has not been the recipe for success for this team, and they overcame that.
Yeah.
Now, granted, they're playing a Twins team
they were lucky to be playing a Twins team.
Pretty devoid of talent.
Yeah. So we'll be real curious to see what Chase Field feels like tonight. Is it going to be 50-50 with Giants fans? I mean,
it's going to be 13,000 people there.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm joking.
But the fact that they're staging this level of a series at this point in time after what we've been through, it's just unfathomable.
But that's it. Maybe to go back to how we started this segment, maybe if on Saturday you were following the ASU game and yesterday you were all in on the Cardinals game and you didn't really see that the Diamondbacks won those 2 games and they're right back in it now. They're right back in it now. So go support them. We're in a playoff push, believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I started the show saying, is this a football Monday or a baseball Monday? And people are confused by it, but this is high-stakes baseball tonight, man. And if Zach Gallen delivers, think about all the teams that were thinking of trading for Zach Gallen and going, nah, he's washed. Nah.
And since the deadline, he's been
just nails.
One of the better pitchers in the National League.
Yeah. And if he spins a gem tonight and they beat the Giants tonight in a lockdown kind of game.
Think about the people that just crushed Mike Hazen and said, well, you couldn't get anything for him. Why don't we just trade him for something? We're going to lose him for nothing. Why would you keep him?
Yeah, this is why. Yeah.
The Mets have 3 games with the Padres starting tomorrow, who I know we're not trying to chase the Padres, so we have to be huge Padre fans.
Absolutely.
They'll only let you down. It's the
They
San
will.
Diego Padres after all.
And we're not chasing the Padres, but the Padres are chasing the Dodgers.
Yes, so
and
they
they're
need
only
to win.
2.5 games out, so they need to win those games.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the Monday edition of the show kicks off with the first Bickley blast in more than a week. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not a fire the coach either, but I am putting a lot of expectation on next year. That doesn't happen this year, the next year becomes the year. The next year becomes the year where now jobs might be on the line, and now there might be that next level of accountability. I agree with you. I mean, like, I have those expectations for this year. I believe they should be a playoff team. I believe 9 or 10 wins should be the minimum, really, frankly, closer to 10 than 9. If they don't get there, I'm not going to sit here and say fire everybody because of it, but boy, is it going to move everything into next year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey buddy, Dan Bickley here. Here's a real-life story of why you call Parker & Sons with all your heating, cooling, and plumbing and electrical needs. When I talk about real life, I'm talking about my real life. Not that long ago, in the middle of the night, son knocks on my door. Hey, Dad, the toilet downstairs is leaking. Sure enough, walked downstairs, had a small lake in my downstairs bathroom, but I had to get to work. I got out of the house. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, and a real person answered the phone. That blew my mind, but you know what? A real person answers the phone every time you call Parker & Sons, regardless of what time you call them. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my home fixing my issue. By the time I got home after the radio show, my issue was done and repaired. To me, it was beyond impressive, but that is what Parker & Sons does. They'll come to your rescue in your time of need. They'll be there in minutes, not days. Parker & Sons been serving the Valley for 50 years. They're reputable and highly decorated. They are fast and reliable. They are trustworthy and credible. And the last part I truly vibe on, all of their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed background checks and drug tests. You don't let anybody through the front doors of your home. That is your sacred space. At Parker & Sons, that is never a concern. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and with my Guaranteed Sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you, or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now 2-0 after Sunday's 27-22 home win against the Panthers, a game where the Cardinals were in control from the start. Josh Sweat made his presence felt early with a strip sack leading to a touchdown. The Panthers would, of course, make things interesting in the fourth quarter, but it was veteran Calais Campbell who would shut the door with a sack on fourth down.
Pressure in Young's face. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
And the Cardinals are now 2-0. Both ASU and U of A found wins this weekend. The Wildcats took care of Kansas State on Friday night, 23-17, and moved to 3-0. And Sam Leavitt and the Devils bounced back against Texas State, 34-15. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 games out of the final wild card spot after taking the series up in Minnesota this weekend, and they'll start a pivotal 3-game series with the Giants tonight at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, let's drive together. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Arizona Cardinals are winning dangerously. For consecutive weeks, they have nearly squandered must-win games against inferior opponents, and both times they needed dramatic defensive stops to secure what should have been easy victories. Now, I know these games are difficult to frame. Do you cheer the team that led 27-3 in the third quarter? Or do you scorn the group that allowed a bad team to nearly post an epic comeback that could have gutted the entire season? The answer, you do both. You keep success and failure very close, because when you fail, the nearby success will give you the resilience to fight through, and when you succeed, the adjacent failure will give you the humility you need to improve. Both are important traits, and the Cardinals should be learning some important lessons along the way. On Sunday, they flashed the dynamic team they might become, and the team fortunate to play 2 awful opponents to start the season, and installing a killer instinct is obviously very important. Now, they say success is a terrible teacher and that you can only really learn from the pain of failure. To that, I say this: the Cardinals weren't successful on Sunday, they were victorious, and at this point, 2-0 is all that matters. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Could always be worse, right? We could be 0-2, but we're 2-0 with this issue. I don't want to make it a thing, but at the same time, yeah, we got to be better. We got to finish games. It's bottom line. So, because like I said, it didn't bite us in the ass today, and didn't bite us in the ass last week. But you keep playing around, you get bit. So. We got to be better.
FAFO.
Yeah, that's kind of what it was. Yeah, that's but they didn't have to pay the consequence of it, which ultimately is important. And again, it was just such a weird sequence of drives by the Panthers, and me not feeling any fear watching it unfold in real time, I think gives you a window in what the defense was feeling. Like, this thing is so in the bag, and I think they lost their edge, and I think they lost their focus, and I think a lot of the plays and a lot of the penalties and a lot of that stuff kind of bore that whole thing out. But for the fact that the Panthers, on all of those late touchdown drives, they were just unstoppable on 3rd and 4th downs. And that has to stop.
That first touchdown drive, they faced a 4th down and 1 at their own 44-yard line. They got a 14-yard run from Chuba Hubbard. Later on, 3rd and 3 from the Arizona 11. Got a 7-yard pass. They went in. They scored the touchdown. The next drive, which was a very long drive in itself, they didn't face a 3rd or 4th down until late in the drive.
Wow.
3rd and 8, Young to Renfro for 7, and then 4th and 1. That's when they got the touchdown pass from Young to Hubbard,
who was wide open and just walked in.
Wide open.
Yeah.
And once Young got out of the pressure, He found him quite easily. And then that last drive, 4th and 16 at their own 30, Young to Tremaine for 26 yards. 3rd down and 10, Young to Renfro for 10 yards, first down. And then the last drive, which was just marred by penalties. There was a penalty on every single play.
It was disgusting.
But they did convert a 4th and 5. That was the Denzel Burke play where he got called for holding. 3rd and 20, incomplete. 3rd and 15, and then of course 4th and 15. The Cardinals finally stepped up.
Handy notebook number 2 over there. The handy dandy junior.
See, I didn't write that down. It's
No, it's off the top of
it's
your
all
head.
provided to
Yeah,
you.
yeah. That's the game summary, Jarrett.
And also, like,
ever seen one?
Until in the first 3 quarters, I cannot stress enough how inept the Panthers offense looked. So I think as the viewer, like you were saying, Dan, you almost like didn't feel worried even as the comeback was happening.
I didn't. That was what was so weird about it, and until that onside kick happened.
I didn't get worried until then.
That was the moment when I went, all right, WTF is happening here. Like, really, come on now. Hey, do you know how hard it is to convert an onside kick in 2025?
I can't remember the last one I've seen.
It's so hard that the onside kick happened, the Panthers recovered it, and then they went to another game that was also doing the onside kick, and they said it's already 0 for 5 this season. They hadn't updated the graphic.
And the Panthers hadn't converted one in 89 games. So and the look of that onside kick for Mack Wilson Sr., as Vinny pointed out, a linebacker not known for hands, rushing to block people, and the ball's coming right at him.
Yeah, and then you see the replay and you see Greg Dortch on the second line. I'm like, he's a receiver with good hands.
Yeah.
Jeff Rogers, the special teams coordinator, will meet with the media for his weekly visit tomorrow. I'm sure that's going to be a topic of discussion on what to do because they've made it almost an impossible play. When you have to... Carolina has announced its intention to attempt an onside kick.
Carolina has announced its intention to try to surprise the opponent and deceive the opponent, but we're letting the opponent know right now that deception is coming.
In 3, 2,
and 1.
Here we go.
Right, exactly.
It did come down to the last play by Calais Campbell, though, his second sack of the game. Here was Calais talking with Paul Calvisi after the game on his game-clinching sack.
You know, I don't know if that's why I came back, but it sure feels good. It feels good to get that kind of love. You know, you make a big play to end the game, and the crowd erupts like that, man. That's a good feeling. And, you know, this team, we got a lot of fight in this. You know, obviously, you know, we could have played a whole lot better. You know, I don't think it was our best ball. We had moments of very good ball and then moments where it was like, what are we doing? But I'll tell you like this, though, you know, it's hard to win in the NFL. And that team had it rolling, and everybody who plays football knows momentum is a big part of it. And we found a way to stop the bleeding and get a win, and that was a huge team win.
Yeah, Campbell also said, just got to find a way to keep this rolling.
In my 18 years, you know, it's hard to be angry after a win. You know, like I've been, you know, on teams where we're a better team, we're supposed to win, and we end up, you know, losing it late. And so anytime you win in this business, you know, I'm going to feel good about it. I'm going to celebrate the win, always. Now, we're going to grade the tape tomorrow and find out how to be better, of course, but it's always better grading the tape after a win than a loss, you know. Now, you know, I'm definitely going to try to light a fire under guys and just continue to, you know, control what we can control and work on the things we can get better at. And hopefully we can find a way to continue winning ball games.
Yeah, Campbell, obviously huge yesterday, 5 total tackles, the 2 sacks. It was good to see some guys that didn't have the biggest contributions last week against the Saints step up. Josh Sweat early with the strip sack. Dalvin Tomlinson didn't have big numbers, but also did have 2 tackles and a tackle for loss, so he showed up. Still not a whole lot from Darius Robinson and his time on the field, and we had talked about that in the aftermath of last week. But Calais Campbell, too, deserves credit because he spent some time in the blue tent during that game.
That's right, he did.
And came back when the game was on the line and made the biggest play defensively. So just got to cross your fingers, though, for the health of the Cardinals defense.
That's the thing.
You have to get some good news on the cornerback injury front.
The fact that by all reports that locker room was very subdued after the game, where it didn't feel like a victory should feel, I think that's going to help them preparing for the 49ers this week, because that's a monstrously big game this weekend. It's a chance to kind of make your declarations in the division known right out of the gate. And I think that getting on top of the 49ers and preventing them from kind of vibing on the worst to first narrative and capitalizing on a very easy schedule, I think it's tantamount. So hopefully this will all funnel into something good for the Cardinals.
Yeah, were you satisfied with the win, or are you concerned with the issues through 2 games? We're going to open up the phone lines on this Big Red Monday, 602-260-9870. Your thoughts. Cardinals beat the Panthers 27-22. Phone call straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. And reputation and trust matter. That's especially true in making a big purchase like buying a car. And these are 2 foundational reasons you should head on down to Chapman BMW. Great reputation for elite service and handling. I pointed a lot of people who I've sent to Chapman BMW have reached back raving about their experience, the red carpet treatment. One even said it took less time to buy a new suit on the weekend than it did to buy a new BMW from Chapman BMW. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, and by that I mean BMW vowed to never forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the next level. They have got something for everyone, something in the price range for everybody. And at Chapman BMW, you're talking about a family-owned, award-winning business that has been serving the Valley for 58 years. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, but also proof that Chapman BMW is different in all the best ways. Finally, remember, you got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Find what you like, get your hookup, ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers. Huh? With $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Cardinals victorious in week 2 over the Carolina Panthers 27-22. So they solve the Carolina bugaboo, at least for now. Move on to take on the San Francisco 49ers in week 3. And I was listening to the post-game show with Craig Grelu and Jody Jackson yesterday on my way home from the game, Bick. And it was a little different than Cardinals losses. There was some vitriol. There was a lot of criticism. There was frustration. It wasn't, hey, a win's a win. I think that was kind of the response after week 1. There was some real issues people had with the way the Cardinals played at stretches in this game. So I'm very curious to see what the phone lines sound like on our show this morning at 602-260-9870. Your thoughts on the Cardinals win and where they are through 2 weeks. Let's start in Tempe, and we will welcome George to the show. George, good morning. You're on Arizona Sports.
Yeah. Hey, welcome back, Vic. Apparently you were too busy hobnobbing in the south of France with quasi-D-list celebrities that tune into YouTube to hear the show last week. And I'm going to, for your sake, I'm going to repeat what I said last week. Kyler Murray's got to go. I mean, it's not too early. It's not too soon. This guy, against the 2 worst teams in the NFL, has looked pedestrian. He looked average. He cannot get rid of his horrible mistakes. And that's the reason why the wide receivers aren't involved. And I'm very concerned. I mean, yes, a win is a win, but that was probably the worst win I've ever seen in my life. So I'm going to the Diamondbacks game tomorrow night. I'm rooting for them. Unfortunately, I'm leaving town for a couple of weeks, so I'm not going to be able to see him again and support him in person. But that's where my energy is going to be, at least for the next couple of weeks. And we'll see what shakes out. But I'm looking forward to seeing Jacoby Brissett sometime this year.
Ooh.
Or a new draft pick next year, but one way or the other, Kyler Murray's last days in Arizona are coming.
Thank you, George.
George, you can just see the Diamondbacks in the playoffs when you get back to town.
That's right. Listen, I'd be lying if I said in the first half, even the touchdown pass to Michael Wilson.
Great throw.
Great throw, but it bothered me because he threw it off his back feet while peeling away from the pocket. That's not the way you do it. You step in the throw.
He does it.
I know, but exactly. So they've got to get this thing figured out. They have got to get explosives into that offense.
He's young, Beck.
Sorry, didn't mean to knock the mic, but that's funny.
602-260-9870. Tom in Phoenix is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What is going on, Tom?
Well, I'm going to have to disagree with George. I mean, I don't know if he's ever watched Brissett over the years. He's okay. He's not better than Kyler Murray. And
I would agree with you.
2-0 is great. 2-0 is great. And by the way, George is a Dodgers fan. That's why he's going to root for the D-backs. Anyway, ultimately, I feel like coaching has to have some blame. I mean, when you go into a prevent defense and offense and go 100% conservative, you're basically just putting shackles on the whole team. I mean, there's even such a thing as a prevent pass rush when you're just really trying to contain the quarterback from making a 20-yard run. I mean, they just sat there and gave him all those 10-yard passes. But, yeah, Kyler Murray really does need to do better. I mean, he's got to set his feet. I mean, that's why he when he tries to run and throw a 40-yard pass or longer, he always underthrows it. And then he got bailed out yesterday with that pass interference call because, Marvin had to come back to the ball. But,
yeah,
I mean, this team has a lot of flaws. But, you can't say get rid of Kyler Murray because ultimately – he is going to, bring us to the promised land, or we're just going to have to start from scratch. And we all know what starting from scratch is with the Cardinals. And again, Jacoby Brissett is not that good, but I'm looking forward to some more aggressive play calls against the Niners. Let's open up the playbook because even after the game, Coach Gannon's in the post-game interview with Paul Calvisi basically said, I just apologize to the team for I need to coach better. They need to coach better. So, anyway, go Cardinals.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. You brought up something very interesting earlier when you said, in considering the possibility that this Drew Petzing offense is just vanilla by nature, or is it a function of trying to rein in the Kyler Murray mistakes? I think that's a very, very pertinent, salient question to be asking 2 weeks into his 7th year as an NFL starter.
Yeah, because that bad interception came right on the heels of that remarkable scramble where he gained 31 yards while running 67.5 yards. And then everyone was like, and it's funny because as soon as that scramble happened on television, they flashed a graphic of how Kyler Murray ranks among these other three great quarterbacks in quarterbacks who have rushed for 500. It took one remarkable play for that graphic to get thrown up on the screen. And we've lived this with Kyler Murray. He'll have these great stretches of play. Then suddenly people are saying, that's a top 5 quarterback. Name somebody who's playing better than Kyler Murray. And then it just goes away. So, yeah. And look, Marvin Harrison Jr., 2 catches for 27 yards on 5 targets. I get J.C. Horn is really, really good, but you got to be better than that.
Well, there should have been at least 3 catches. There was the one off of his hands.
Right.
There's no excuse not to catch that ball. 602-260-9870, the phone number. Paul in Phoenix is up next here on Arizona Sports. What's going on, Paul?
Gentlemen, love the 4 of you guys. I still miss Sarah. Shout out to her. My Arizona teams, Vince, are 5-0 so far this year. Now, let's go on. Let's get into this, okay?
All right.
Kyler, we can fit him with a shot caller. Here's an idea. We fit him with a shot caller. When he's getting ready to do what we think is going to be a bonehead interception, somebody just sends him a little current. Kyler, rein it in again. Figure out what you're going to do, something different. I think there's a way to convince him that he can only help the team if he manages the team. Don't be a hero. And then I'll leave you with this. Marvin is not T-Mac, and T-Mac is not Marvin. So right now, Marvin, I need you to find an identity. Be something on this team that will help us get over this hump, because until we can find you and count on you for a simple 5-yard slant or maybe a 15-yard corner route, something, we need to be able to trust you. And right now, I, as a fan, I don't trust him. So we've got to get him involved and tell him, hey, this is your team. You can grab this by the reins and go with it.
Yeah.
So, guys, thanks as always.
Appreciate it, Paul. Look, you're not going to have, generally speaking, huge wide receiver numbers in a game that's 27-3 at any point. Now, they got there with working with the tight ends a little bit more. McBride, 78 yards, Higgins, 45 yards. So I don't think it's as glaring as it could have been. But when you look at the totality of the wide receivers, and Sammy brought this point up earlier, Harrison, 2 for 27, Wilson, 1 for 11, Dortch, 1 for 11. That's 4 catches for 67 yards over the course of an NFL football game. If that happened in a loss, you'd really have big concerns.
Absolutely.
But Harrison also did. You can't discount the fact that he was open enough to draw the pass interference call, whether it was legit or not, led directly to a touchdown. It's a huge play in this game. Turned out to be a huge play. Let's finish it off with John in Mesa, who's up next here on Arizona Sports. What's going on, John?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Happy Monday.
Same to you.
I'll be honest. There was a lot of things I wanted to touch on, but after hearing you guys kind of bring it up and a couple of the other callers, I guess my question really becomes, if Kyler's the issue, what quarterback do you plug into this offense and see a huge uptick in production? Because the answer is none. It really doesn't matter who's back there. This is a byproduct of the play calling, specifically our pass schemes. I think we're seeing a huge drop-off in our run schemes as well, with Coach Adams leaving over to Dallas. Man, I'm hoping that what it's been is, and, we've seen it last year, Petzing, first drive of a game was amazing. It's like he game planned each individual team to a T. I'm really hoping that we see with a divisional opponent coming up this week, maybe we have a better game plan. Maybe they just trusted the offense that much to go out there and be those guys and make the plays they needed to make instead of scheming a perfect game plan. And that doesn't work in the NFL. Obviously, we know. But man, I mean, it's hard to keep, defending this offense. I think Murray played great. If he didn't throw that pick, we wouldn't be talking about half this
you're right.
stuff. So
you're right about that. You take that pick out of the equation, and it's a much different game for Kyler Murray. But that's the story of Kyler Murray.
That was certainly the story in the second half of last year too.
Exactly.
He played good games, but crippling interceptions. It's a really, really good point by John too. On the running game doesn't look the same.
I think other teams are forcing the Cardinals to beat them with the pass, and that's going to continue.
Coming up next, we'll continue to talk about the Cardinals' victory over the Panthers, and we'll do it through the center of the Cardinals. Yeah, our weekly segment with A.Q. Shipley is up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals are where they need to be despite the highs and lows against the Panthers, writes Dan Bickley. Arizona's cornerback room was pushed past its limits with all 3 starters injured, and former ASU running back Cam Scadaboo earned his first NFL touchdown. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone, and if you've got a great credit score of 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. Why would that be fair with you? Fair to you? Fortunately, there's a much better way. In a Life Changer loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means you pay off your house in a matter of years, not decades. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, obviously getting rid of your debt. But now you've got decades to build personal wealth, while most everyone else, they're going to be chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which instantly gives you great liquidity, gives you the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back from yourself whenever you want, because you've earned it with that great credit score. Find out if you're a good fit by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or online at cbrothers.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey folks, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, you know car shopping can be confusing. But my friend and general manager Bull Earnhardt and his team at Earnhardt Lexus make it perfectly clear. Everything about the shopping experience at Earnhardt Lexus is transparent. Pick the Lexus you want from their massive inventory of luxury models, and in minutes they'll give you a price. You pick your payment, get the value of your current vehicle quickly and clearly with no hassles or hidden costs. Even their glass offices are transparent. To make driving a new Lexus even easier, they feature No Bull Express shopping at EarnhardtLexus.com. You can do it all online and get their same completely transparent pricing, payments, and financing, all from the comfort of your home. They even deliver your new Lexus to your home or office with few exceptions. At Earnhardt Lexus, you are in the driver's seat. See them online at earnhardtlexus.com or stop by and experience amazing. That's Earnhardt Lexus. Clearly different, and that ain't no bull.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In the midst of what was a wild Sunday in the NFL, the Cardinals beat the Carolina Panthers 27-22 and moved to 2-0 this season in a game that started with the Cardinals defense in the form of Zaven Collins having a fumble recovery for a touchdown. It ended with the Cardinals defense as Calais Campbell sacked Bryce Young on a 4th down to seal the win for the Cardinals. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the win.
Well, I just told the team and I told the media I got to do a better job coaching the team here how to close out games, because that I thought we had chances to close it out. Obviously happy for the win, 2-0, but we got a long way to go. We got a lot to learn, and I got to do a better job. Starts with me.
And don't look now, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 games out of the last wild card spot with 12 games to go. A 6-4 win on Sunday won them the series up in Minnesota, and they'll now be back at Chase Field for 9 straight games, starting tonight with a huge 3-game series against the Giants. That'll start at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. A.Q. Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. And that ain't no bull.
Yeah, every Monday we'll break it down with A.Q. Shipley, the Cardinals radio color commentator, and that happens right now. There's A.Q. via video. Good morning, A.Q. How are you today?
A.Q.
What's up, boys? Good to see that face again.
Good to see yours. Weird one. It's been a weird 2 weeks, and it's been a weird 2-0, but that's the bottom line. There was just a weird range of emotions in the second half of that game for Cardinals fans, wasn't there?
Super weird. I mean, listen, I think if you ask anybody in the Valley, if the Cardinals start this season 2-0, would you be happy? Absolutely,
yes.
Right? But the way that they have went about it has not been pretty. There's no doubt about that. I think everybody expected a little more when you go down and face a Spencer Rattler-led New Orleans Saints, and then you get Bryce Young, who has not been great. The Carolina Panthers gave up 200 yards rushing versus the Jacksonville Jaguars last week, and this week we could barely sniff a yard. You take Kyler Murray's 30-yard explosive run, which, by the way, was a pass, out of that thing, and they had 35 or 40 yards rushing or whatever it was, 50 yards rushing. And so I'd like to see a little bit more in the run game. I'd like to see a little bit more consistency. Marvin Harrison had that drop yesterday. You'd like to see a little bit more of what you saw in week 1 out of him. But, the positives, I think the defensive run game plan was really good. They did a good job stopping the run, and then they did a good job keeping everything in front of them. It's just, they let Bryce Young dink and dunk them the whole second half of the game. So for me, it's just a lot of sloppy play right now. They got to clean it up on all phases, and I think they'll hopefully try and get that figured out. But San Francisco looks pretty solid too.
No, you're right about the running game. James Conner has had 2 very kind of blah games so far, and there hasn't been a lot of room. What's holding him back? Are defenses stacking the box? What do you see as a former O-lineman?
For me, there's a lot of 2 guys on 1, right? And so what that means to me is, and again, in today's game, there's a lot of shifts. There's a lot of motions. And what happens when there's shifts and motions? Guys move in and out of the box. So your identification, whether it's from the center or whether it's getting communicated all the way down the line, all the way out to the receivers, is pivotal. And so having said that, if you got a shift going back this way, now all of a sudden a DB bumps into the box and he becomes the new identification guy that you're now working to, but the receiver thinks he's going to that guy. Now you got 2-on-1, then somebody's free, right? So I think the first 2 weeks of the season, you're seeing a little bit of that. I saw a lot of that last week. I saw a little bit of that this week. They're trying to get the gap schemes going, which they were great at last year. Last year, they were hammering the gap schemes. There was a lot of pulling plays and pulling the guard, pulling the tight end across. Tip Ryman being out yesterday, I think, probably played a little bit of a factor. But, there's just a lot of miscommunication, misidentification, and that's creating to a little bit of the sloppiness right now.
AQ Shipley, our guest, as he will be every Monday during football season, breaking down the Cardinals, their 5-point win over the Carolina Panthers. The Kyler Murray discussion today has to do, obviously, with the interception. They're driving to go up either 21 or 24 points or 25 points or whatever it would have been. Bad turnover. I've watched that play probably 12 to 15 times this morning over again, and I thought it was a interesting play call. I thought Kyler had Trey McBride at the first down sticks, didn't throw it there, rolled to the left. I'm not sure why he did that, but people are breaking it down. What did you see on that play from Kyler that kind of opened up the door for Carolina to walk through?
You sound like a glutton for punishment watching that thing 15 times.
Well, he is, AQ.
I am.
Jeez. I mean, when I watched that, if there was a camera on me up in the booth, which I'm sure there was at some point, I think it was something like this. It was like, you just, for me, listen, if you miss the first read, if you miss the second read, if you miss the third, whatever it may be, and you roll out to the left, there's nothing there, throw the ball away. You're in field goal range.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
I think that's what it comes down to. You are in field goal range. Throw the ball away. He is smart enough at this point. This isn't year 1 anymore. This is year 7. We know now we cannot turn the ball over. And when you have points in hand, in field goal range already with the big leg you have at kicker, who's been fantastic, by the way, you have to take care of the football. When you're up 27-3, no matter what, we got to get points at that point. And so, having said that, it was a lot of one step forward, 2 steps back all day yesterday. The big ball to Trey, then 2 straight penalties. The big ball here, then a couple penalty, right? Like, it just seemed like that all day yesterday. So they just have to be more consistent. And when it comes to Kyler, he knows better than anybody. It comes down to him taking care of the football.
Yeah. The value of the football, as Jonathan Gannon talked about it. All right, how could that defense yesterday be so dynamic that they had the Panthers on ice skates early and then give up all those drives in the second half? Did they lose their edge? Did they just kind of feel, all right, this thing's in the icebox?
It kind of seemed that way a little bit because you saw how aggressive they were early. If you look at that first third down play, I mean, he had 7 guys on the line of scrimmage. You would have thought that was Brian Flores calling one of his third down package. Nick Rawlis was aggressive, going after it. He ran a little pick stunt with Josh Sweat actually playing defensive tackle, looping around, making that first big play, right? And so the second third down,
Uh-oh.
There
we
Did
go.
I lose you there for a second?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, cool. The second third down, same thing. You had 2 linebackers up in the A gap, and he was aggressive. He was staying with all kinds of things, and then he backed off, and then he just rushed forward the rest of the day.
Yep.
And when you do that, you take a little bit out of the game plan, because when you stay aggressive like that on third down, Bryce Young does not like pressure. Anytime he sees pressure, it becomes happy feet. His eyes go down, and then he's not the same quarterback. But if you're just rushing 4 and he's back there playing 7-on-7 and you have no pressure in his face, as a 5'10" quarterback, he can make all the throws, right? Like, there's a reason he was the number 1 overall pick. So I think what happened was they just said, okay, hey, listen, we got this early lead. We got this big lead. And once they got up to 27-3, now it's just, hey, we'll just rush 4 and drop 7 in coverage all day long. And in this league, guys are too good. There's 10 minutes left. You got a chance in this ballgame. We watched it with Josh Allen.
Yep. AQ Shipley, our guest, talking about the we spent a lot of time earlier this morning talking about the defensive injuries yesterday. All the injuries at the cornerback spot. I will give credit, though. I thought Denzel Burke stepped up in a tough spot, Keitrell Clark. But if you're looking at a situation where it's Clark, Burke, and Elijah Jones, obviously that's not ideal. What did you make of the cornerbacks and the way they stepped up yesterday, AQ?
Yeah, I thought they played well within the scheme. But again, like, there was no man coverage called in the second half. It was all, 2 high safety, dropping 7 in coverage, playing some form of zone, rushing 4. So, at the end of the day, you're going to have to play man coverage in this league at some point. You can't just sit there and play too high. Our teams are going to hammer the run game. And then when they hammer the run game, now we have to play man. And that's when you get exposed, or you have to be good cover guys, right? And so when you've lost your top 4 corners, and I don't know how long the injuries are going to be for the guys that happened yesterday, but you lose, 2 guys before the season even starts, and then you get 2 or 3 injuries yesterday, and now you're sitting at your 5th corner and your third or fourth safety. Joey Blunt obviously would have probably been first guy in, but he's out as well, right?
Yeah.
And so when you start to look at those things and these injuries start to add up, now you got to have some guys step up, right? Like that's the old Bruce Arians, Wally Pipp, right? Like we expect number 2 to be just as good as number 1, and there should be no drop off. And so I'm sure Coach Gannon saying the same thing. That's what every coach says. But, I thought the guys yesterday played well within the scheme. But again, the second half, they give up almost 250 yards worth of passing, right? They did a good job not giving up the home run and not giving up the deep ball and keeping everything in front of you. But a couple good plays, right? Keachel Clark made the good play, on the last drive, and then Denzel Burke made a couple plays, right? So you got some good stuff out of those guys, and you can hopefully learn and build and coach upon that.
All right, finally, AQ, it was not a celebratory locker room. Tell me, as a former player, what is the value of learning painful lessons but still winning the game? Because I would think that this is going to be a group that will be maybe more focused because of being embarrassed in the second half the way they were.
Yeah, I think every veteran in that locker room echoes the same sentiment, and I've been in that same situation. I know how hard it is to win in the NFL. I've been on very good teams that went 8-8. I've also been on teams that maybe weren't the most talented and won 13, right? Luck comes into it a lot of times, and also how much you love your guys, how much that locker room's tight and bonded together. I think that plays a big key in things. So when you get a win, you value a win, you celebrate a win, but we got to get back to the drawing board. We got to understand that these wins have come not because of how great we've played, right? And I think when you look at that, you have to get back to work. We have to get back to the drawing board. And it's funny, like when I played for Coach Arians and we went 13-3 that year in 2015, every win felt like a loss. You come in and it was like sad on Mondays. It was like, man, we did nothing right. He's like, you guys won 41-2. You guys didn't do anything right, And then you get back to all the film and breakdown, because very rarely do you go into a film session and a coach says, "Good job."
Yeah.
Good job. I don't know if I could say that a coach said "good job" to me 5 times. It's constant corrections. It's constant. How can we be a little bit better? How can we, even when this is good, your angle of departure could have been a little better. Your first step could have been a little bit better, right? So it's constant picking, constant critique. So as long as guys are good, they can look themselves in the mirror. The coaching staff can look themselves in the mirror. The players can look themselves in the mirror and say, hey, everything's not good enough right now. We're fortunate we came away with wins, but we need to be a lot better moving forward.
AQ, great stuff, man. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, AQ Shipley. Center of the Cardinals, our new weekly segment with the color commentator for the Cardinals Radio Network. He's our guest on Mondays. Coming up next, it was a big weekend for the NFC West, and there was big injury news for a future Cardinals opponent. We'll go through all of it next in NFL Hashmarks, Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Monday as we broadcast live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The center of the Cardinals. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yeah, 2 more games in week 2 tonight, Monday night doubleheader, but the big story coming out of Sunday's action has to do with the Cincinnati Bengals, who are 2-0. They've isn't this the way it works? They finally conquer their early season struggles getting out of the gate, but now they lose their quarterback, Joe Burrow,
brutal.
for 3 months.
Absolutely brutal.
Turf toe injury. He needs surgery. Jake Browning came in, the former Washington quarterback. He actually led a long touchdown drive and scored a rushing touchdown to put Cincinnati over the top to beat Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. But, man, that is a huge loss for the Bengals.
Yeah, huge. If you were a Bengals fan, first of all, sorry if you are, but that has got to be absolutely gutting. Right, to lose him in a year when he seems so hell-bent on not repeating the same mistakes that the team has made in the past, that's brutal. Yeah, absolutely brutal.
Here's Jamar Chase, Bengals receiver, on having faith in the backup.
Yeah, man, I can always count on Jake. Jake's a great guy. He makes good reads. One of those picks on me today, so I always count on Jake. He's a good quarterback.
Yeah, look, he got enough. He did enough to win the game, but Jake Browning also had 3 picks in that game, and they overcame them. Very rare that you will overcome that in today's NFL, but they beat the Jaguars 31-27. I mean, all due respect to Jake Browning, but
yeah, no, they're done. They're toast.
They're not a contender.
No, they're toast without Joe Burrow. And as Jared pointed out, the fact that the Cardinals get that team in Week 17. Because if the Bengals are, if they win one game between now and then, I doubt Joe Burrow's coming back for,
Yeah, it all depends on what happens in the interim.
Right.
But, yeah, if they're not playing for anything, he's not coming back to play that game.
And how about the fact that Patrick Mahomes has a 3-game losing streak now?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. You weren't here on Friday, but in making picks and kind of forecasting things, I know it was a Super Bowl rematch, and I know the Eagles are on top of the world right now, but it was really hard for me to project the Chiefs being 0-2, and the Chiefs are 0-2. And how about Travis Kelce not coming up with that ball near the goal line, leading to a pick? They end up losing that game by 3.
And again, now, it really kind of speaks to the idea that when a football player mulls retirement, you probably should pull the plug. Because coming back after mulling retirement, I don't think it rarely works out well.
It kind of doesn't seem to.
No, and it kind of feels that that's the story of Travis Kelce this year.
Although don't tell that to Calais Campbell, okay?
Well, right. That is true.
He's the exception.
Yeah, so the Chiefs, I hadn't even thought of it. I focused on the 0-2, but going back to the Super Bowl, 3 straight losses.
Now, 2 of them are to the Eagles, but again, this is a team that prided itself on always finding a way to win games at the end, and now they're not doing that.
Now they lost 2 straight close games.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, it's all on the line. Sunday night
Yeah.
at the Meadowlands when the Chiefs take on the Giants in Week 3.
If they lose that game, then yes, you can be worried. Because the Chargers and the Eagles are both very good. But if they lose to the Giants, that might be the end of this dynasty.
Although, what a game the Giants put up yesterday.
Oh, my goodness. How about it, huh?
How about, we haven't even mentioned him yet, Cam Scadaboo getting into the end zone for the first time. And Russell Wilson throwing for like 900 yards and losing.
Yeah. I mean, again, that second half and that fourth quarter, you talk about a shootout, that got wild. And then they get to overtime, and one team had 3 shots at it in overtime.
Well, you said one of your bold predictions for the league this year was it's going to be the year of the kicker. And I thought of you yesterday as I was driving to the Cardinals game. I had the Sirius XM NFL wrap up. They just go around from game to game. And there was so many missed extra points in week 1, and it continued in the early games yesterday. And Bill Leckes, who's one of the hosts, said clearly, it hasn't been the year of the kicker so far in the NFL.
Fantastic.
But it has been the year of Brandon Aubrey. Can you imagine 64 yards to go to overtime?
But that's
it's insane.
50 is the new 40, essentially. Like 50-yard field goals now in the NFL are essentially automatic, it feels like. So 60 is now the new 50,
basically.
Where it's like,
kind of is.
It's not offline, but if you have the right kind of kicker, there's more and more attempts for 60 plus.
He's ridiculous. 64 is nothing.
You watch Brandon Aubrey, and you know that the guy is a great golfer. He's got those exploding hips. He's got that lag in the swing of his leg. He's got that powerful strike.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude is ridiculous.
Some other headlines. Detroit, they got their offense right. They beat up on the Bears. 52-31.
Might not be that Super Bowl year for the Bears after all.
Well, listen, for all the Ben Johnson noise, you kind of knew that was coming for him yesterday. Because he hasn't, as people have pointed out, he hasn't exactly been humble since taking over that job in Chicago.
No, but that division, there's a clear separation. It's Green Bay, then half a notch below is Detroit. Minnesota through 2 weeks has played 1 good quarter out of 8. They've looked like garbage in the other 7 quarters, and the Bears are the Bears. And then you have the NFC West. Cardinals are 2-0, but so San Francisco, so are the Rams, and the Seahawks at 1-1.
Yeah.
Look pretty formidable as well. This division might be tougher than we even thought.
Listen, I did not expect Mac Jones to step into that 49ers offense and do what he did yesterday, but that's kind of what Kyle Shanahan does. The offense he creates, the plays he calls, he makes average quarterbacks really, really good.
Yeah, and they still have a lot of weapons on that offense. And Christian McCaffrey and
McCaffrey's healthy, but they don't have a lot of health anywhere else. 3 touchdown passes for Mac Jones, though.
That's not going to last. This week, 2 interceptions. First the Cardinals.
Wow.
Early preview on my checklist.
Calling your shot? Wow, look at Jarrett.
Wow, exactly.
Getting ahead of things. Pre-planning 4 days ahead of time.
I'm 4 days and 59 minutes early for my... Usually it's as the music is playing.
Sammy, I guarantee Jarrett will forget that prediction when Friday comes around to fill out the
He'll be like, wait, I got my Mac Jones, 2 picks. I need it.
Somebody else take that before he takes it. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour with Sammy. Some social studies straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, guess who's 2-0?
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat the newcomer who knocked it out. And Zaven Collins recovers it and scores.
It's always great to win. We're 2-0. And yeah, that was the goal, to go 1-0 this week, and we did that.
How do you feel about the home win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Advanced Window Products. You know the sun in Arizona is scorching. It can do a number on your house and your windows. If you've lived in Arizona at least 15 years, chances are you need new windows. And my friends at Advanced Window Products, they're a great company that's offering a great promotion for our listeners. They are going to hook up one lucky household with up to 15 replacement windows for free. This is a value up to $25,000. And all you have to do, pull out your phone, text the letters AWP to 620-620, and you will be entered to win. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public without any middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated custom window company you're going to find in the state. They will build your windows. They will install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com. And remember, enter now for a chance to win a house full of new windows. Pull out your phone, text the letters AWP to 620-620. That's Advanced Window Products.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know if you're in the market for a luxury vehicle, you've got to see my friend and general manager, Bull Earnhardt at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback. Bull and his team invite you to experience amazing in a 2025 Lexus TX 350, a spacious 3-row SUV for only $589 per month, or their efficient 44 combined mile per gallon 2025 ES 300 hybrid sedan at only $449 per month. Both are 36-month leases with $4,999 due at signing and zero security deposit. Stop in and experience the no bull difference at 800 East Camelback in Phoenix, or shop fully online at EarnhardtLexus.com.
At Earnhardt Lexus, most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 9/30/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now 2-0 after Sunday's 27-22 home win against the Carolina Panthers, a game where the Cardinals were in control from the start. Josh Sweat made his presence felt early.
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zaven Collins recovers it and scores, and the Cardinals lead 6-0.
Of course, the Panthers would make things interesting in the fourth quarter, but it was veteran Calais Campbell who would shut the door with a sack on fourth down, and the Cardinals are 2-0. The Diamondbacks are just 2 games out of the final wild card spot after taking the series up in Minnesota this weekend, and they'll start a very pivotal 3-game series with the Giants tonight, and you can listen to it right here at Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And both ASU and U of A found wins this weekend. Sam Levitt and the Devils got a bounce-back win against Texas State, 34-15, and the Wildcats took care of Kansas State on Friday night, 23-17. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour on this Monday. Time for some social studies with Sebby.
There it is. Yes, indeed. We've got a lot of really good questions today, I think, and you know where to find us. At Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Shout out to the 230 now people watching. So shout out to you guys watching.
Monday push.
Big surge on the Mondays.
Big surge.
The Big Red Mondays.
Big Red Monday. And that's where we'll start with the Arizona Cardinals. And a 2-part question for you guys. What was the biggest positive from yesterday's 27-22 win over the Panthers, and why? And what was the biggest negative in your eyes?
Yeah, the biggest positive to me was just how dynamic the defense looked in the first half, and that is kind of the best case scenario, what we hope for this football team, that the biggest jump that any unit was going to make was that the defense was going to morph from being competitive and resilient and able to kind of junk up a game plan to something that could just could beat you bloody on the line of scrimmage. And it looked that way for a good portion of the first half. And on the flip side, just losing that edge or whatever it was that they lost and just letting a bad team keep inching closer and closer and closer to you.
Yeah. For me, the best part was, it's very generic, it's being 2-0. Something they haven't done very often in their history, something they haven't done since their last playoff season in 2021. The biggest negative right now for me is the condition of the cornerbacks. You got to hope that those guys are able to bounce back quickly. We don't know the severity of those injuries. Jonathan Gannon will speak today. I'm sure we'll get some sort of update, but if you're missing 2 or 3 of your top cornerbacks going into week 3, it could be a long rest of the season.
And we've talked about the weird sort of lucky stretch of bad quarterbacks they're going to be playing to start the year. That's not going to matter that much in the grand scheme of things. There's still NFL quarterbacks if you don't have NFL cornerbacks.
Yeah. And Mac Jones, quote-unquote, bad quarterback, threw 3 touchdowns yesterday in a win for his team. So with a less than 100% healthy offense.
Yep, a couple of the responses. Daylight Film says the positives, besides the captain obvious of winning, not a ton, but the negatives, penalties, turnovers, and injuries, the good old Cardinals trifecta. Let's see, Space A said the biggest positive is that the Cardinals still found a way to win that game. In past years, the Cardinals may have figured out a way to lose that game. The biggest negative, still not getting the production out of Marvin Harrison Jr. that we're expecting. Hopefully that'll change in the coming weeks. All right, let's move to the Diamondbacks. In honor of the Emmys yesterday, what TV show title or quote best describes the D-backs right now. There are some good responses, I gotta say.
Yeah, probably better than what I have because I have nothing.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to the responses. Let's sample those.
Yeah, so Stephen Ruiz said, just point blank, The Walking Dead. And we've talked about you can't kill this team. Similar, I haven't seen The Walking Dead, but in the clips, they just keep coming.
He also said nobody wants this, which is it was a very, very entertaining show, but also a great answer. Because do you really want this? Do you want this team to get into the postseason?
Also, the other teams ahead of them trying to make the playoffs seems like nobody wants it either.
The Mets.
And they're also The Walking Dead.
Exactly. Eddie V says, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, a line from Jim McKay, worldwide of sports. These two are good. Sandra Day O'Clobber said, I knew exactly what to do, but in a much more real sense, I had no idea what to do. That's a quote from The Office in Michael Scott. And then Daylight Films says, Jeopardy! I'll take who's going to pitch in the late innings to give me an upset stomach for 400, Alex. Thank you.
That is a great one.
And a couple people said MASH because of all the hurt players, and somehow they're still entertaining.
Yep.
I like Tony's answer, too. If the Diamondbacks make the playoffs, it's easily Cheers.
Cheers. And then J-Rod Card said, overachievers. Injuries, 500. 500 of the best, 50% of the best bats traded, best starting pitchers traded, brutal third base coach, and no bullpen at all. Yet here we are playing meaningful baseball with 2 weeks left. It's a good one. All right, our last question. This stems from Bix coming back from his cruise. He spent some time in New York City, was traveling all over the world. I was in LA this weekend, and we asked, what is the best city in the world? And no, not in Arizona, and why? Favorite city, best city in the world.
As the world traveler that I am, I couldn't say that.
You've still been to a lot of places.
I've been to a lot of places, but I feel totally unqualified to answer this.
What's your favorite city outside of Arizona?
I've always enjoyed San Diego a lot. You know, the actual name is German for
something.
For Wales.
Oh, slow down.
Yeah, something.
I've been to Nashville twice. Yeah. I really enjoyed Nashville. I can't say like L.A. or New York is the best city in the world. Those cities are ripe with their own problems. So I don't know. What do you've been a lot more places.
Oh
than I
man,
have.
I don't even know how I would begin to kind of to rank which ones I like best. Huge fan of. I mean, any place in Italy is fantastic.
Well, you un-American
Iceland,
son of a.
What's the?
I love Reykjavik.
Yeah,
Amsterdam was fantastic.
I can't contribute
Sydney is incredible.
Yeah. I haven't been very much. a little late. Goodness. I too, Vinny, have been. I love Nashville. It was a short stint. Chicago in the summer. There's not many better places. And I also love San Diego. Del Mar, more specifically, is probably my favorite place in this country. Some of the responses, Colby said Tokyo. I imagine because of everything is designed efficiently. I want to go there. Eddie V said he visited Paris a few years ago and was blown away. Unlike New York, Chicago, LA, or Washington, where I was almost blown away. I think to the
okay.
And then Rhett Reese said New York is the best. Perfect combination of skyscrapers and history and uniqueness, food and culture. And he said it's got moxie.
It definitely has that.
It's got moxie.
It definitely has that.
I haven't been to New York in quite some time, but I did really enjoy New York when I went. So
yeah,
New York is
insane.
It's an unbelievable city, but you have to be built for it.
Yes.
It's a great place to visit. It's a great place to live if you have a lot of money.
But that's their whole vibe. People who live in New York want outsiders who visit to realize I could never live here.
Well, we got a lot of responses. Alika, Greece, Dublin, Ireland, Dharavi, India, Pittsburgh.
I saw Seattle in summertime, which
I do love Seattle.
So do I. I'm gonna lean on a friend that I've got in London. I'm gonna get Vinny some tickets to Wimbledon next year, and he's gonna have to go. You're gonna just have to go.
It's not gonna be the old. You're not gonna pull the old switcheroo on him. He's gonna go, and then he's gonna find out.
Right.
You have to watch Wimbledon from outside.
Outside of the All England lawn tennis and croquet club.
Jeez.
You're gonna make me go?
I'm gonna make you go.
Hey, sometimes your arm has to be twisted, right?
That it does. But
all right,
there you go.
Social studies on this Monday. Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Coming up next, a win is a win for the Arizona Cardinals. They beat the Carolina Panthers, but still a lot of discussion about their quarterback in his 7th year. We'll get into some of that discussion next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Number 93 sent him home with an L.
Pressure in young space. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. Don't be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle rolling through your neighborhood, because Turf Monsters is everywhere. From Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City. Their landscapers ready to serve satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area, something they've been doing since 2018. They offer all sorts of great options for you. Traditional landscaping, outside pergolas. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful green, sparkling lawn without the mess. They're great at custom state-of-the-art putting greens. If you're a golfer, you should check that out. And they're also in the pickleball business. If you are an avid pickleball player, you know getting court time can be difficult. What would be better than having a court of your own in your backyard? They can make that happen for you as well. Customized fire pits, built-in barbecue grills. No matter what the project, they love helping customers create personalized outdoor retreats. Highly recommend. Go to their website. Check out some of their samples of their work. TurfMonstersAZ.com. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees. No fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst, it's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun two-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Never quite recovered that loss just a couple days before Christmas. On 3rd and 3, Murray again, the escape artist. Well, they get a hand on him, and was that picked? Yes, it was. As the Panthers with their first takeaway.
That was the way it sounded on CBS Sports. Kyler Murray's pick. 27-9 the score at that point, going in for either a field goal or a touchdown that obviously, would have gone a long way to ice the game. Carolina had different plans. They got back into the game. They had a chance to win the game after that interception. The Cardinals ran 3 offensive plays of note after that interception. That's how much Carolina possessed the ball. And look, you might say, and again, I've been right in the middle on Kyler Murray for the last several football seasons. I'm still right in the middle. I think he's a decent starting quarterback. And if you are upset that we're focusing in this segment and this discussion on the quality of that interception, it's year 7. Those things shouldn't happen.
And it represents the moments that have to get flushed out of his game, and yet they continue to not be. And when those moments happen, it seems to have a real sort of boomerang effect on everything.
And look, we saw yesterday was a perfect description or depiction that the Cardinals are not really yet equipped to deal with mistakes of that magnitude. And that's not on Kyler Murray. That was on everybody else, but it was a bad play. We talked to AQ Shipley about Kyler's interception earlier today. AQ, of course, the new color commentator on the radio network for the Arizona Cardinals, and he said similar things.
When I watched that, if there was a camera on me up in the booth, which I'm sure there was at some point, I think it was something like this. It was like, you just, for me, listen, if you miss the first read, if you miss the second read, if you miss the third, whatever it may be, and you roll out to the left, there's nothing there, throw the ball away. You're in field goal range.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
I think that's what it comes down to. You are in field goal range, throw the ball away. He is smart enough at this point. This isn't year 1 anymore. This is year 7. We know now we cannot turn the ball over. And when you have points in hand, in field goal range already with the big leg you have at kicker, who's been fantastic, by the way, you have to take care of the football.
Yeah, and look, this is, again, I don't believe this is unfair criticism because if this issue gets solved for Kyler Murray and the Cardinals, elevation is possible. They can become the team that they want to become.
Yeah, listen. So I think a couple things. I think that the Cardinals, if their defense reaches great level, if their defense reaches top 10 in the NFL level, maybe even higher than that, then Kyler Murray at pretty good can take this team a long way. But getting to pretty good consistently is clearly a challenge. I thought the first series of the game, Kyler Murray tries to go deep to Marvin Harrison Jr. He threw a wobbler. It was a croaking duck, right? And fortunately for the Cardinals, MHJ drew a flag on the play, and they got a gain out of it. He made a really nice pass to Michael Wilson for a touchdown. Got nullified by a Trey McBride dumb penalty. But then it was like I'm watching the offense, and I'm just like, there's so much dinking and dunking, and there's so much checking down to Trey Benson, and I'm like, this is not good. You can't build a season out of this kind of offense. And then I thought in the second half it started to get some range, and he started to find some receivers, and he started to find other tight ends that weren't Trey McBride. And then he scrambled and had that huge gain, and it was sort of like, oh, there's the great Kyler Murray. Then right after that, it all disappeared.
Well, that play, particularly the scramble, that's normal in that game situation. Again, you're up 27-9, and your opposing quarterback uncorks that play. consider your back broken. Like,
yeah,
those are the plays that demoralize teams, but then he let them back in.
Yeah.
I think one of the callers said, like, well, if he didn't have that interception, we'd all be talking about what an efficient game he played in. You can't say if he didn't have the interception because he had it. It's not like this was a one-time thing out of nowhere. It's a reoccurring problem that sort of prevents him from being that elite quarterback.
Yeah.
Let's do that exercise.
Okay.
Take away the interception, even though it's hard to do.
Yeah.
What adjective would you apply to Kyler Murray's performance?
I would
yesterday?
have said he was very good. But it's that interception, when you watch it, it's the dynamics of it that bother you because, like I said before, there's times when he has taken sacks and people say, throw the ball away, young man. What are you doing? And it seemed like after that great scramble, he just believed I can run away from everybody. And then he realized, oh, man, there's a linebacker shooting the gap on me here. And then it was just... Then he just threw the ball. You've got to think clearer, and that's the issue with Kyler Murray. In these big moments, you've got to see the field clearly and cleanly. You've got to spot your open receivers. You mentioned Trey McBride running a quick little baby curl on that route, just past the first down marker where he sat down. If Kyler Murray had that, he could have just knocked that out real quick. So it was just... There was something very ominously familiar about that mistake, even though I totally get what Kyler Murray was trying to do with the football.
You're in the Cardinals situation. You're leading by 18. You have the ball third down and short on the 12-yard line of your opponent. You're thinking worst-case scenario is 3 points. You're getting a field goal attempt out of it.
Yep.
So that even in that situation, there was another option for Kyler Murray. And I know he's taking criticism for taking sacks when he doesn't need. If he takes a sack there and loses 12 yards, they're back at the 24-yard line. It's still a very makeable field goal. You can't put the ball in jeopardy there. And does a sack put the ball in jeopardy? Yeah, if you're taking a big-time hit. But Kyler Murray, at that point, if he gave himself up, you're saving the 3 points.
Yeah, but I don't even think you should get to that point. I think at that point in time, you get rid of the ball quicker. You've got to have the wherewithal in your head. Okay, listen, we're already on the 12-yard line. Nothing good is going to come out of this. Let me just fling this into the cheap seats.
The positive, we've talked a lot, and probably last year when he makes mistakes, turns the ball over, it's normally a Cardinals loss. And we're talking Monday about Kyler, if he doesn't turn the ball over, maybe it's a win.
That's the fact of the matter. If you're going to make a horrible decision that leads to a turnover, make sure you're up 18 points.
Well, there is that.
I'm not sitting here trying to defend Kyler and the interception, but you're up 18 points. The interception, it's not good. It shouldn't have been that close.
That's where the responsibility and the onus falls on the defense, which didn't get it done over the next 3 drives. A.Q. Shipley also in his visit with us kind of highlighted what felt like a theme, and that was 2 steps forward, 1 step back all day long.
When you're up 27-3, no matter what, we got to get points at that point. And so, having said that, it was a lot of 1 step forward, 2 steps back all day yesterday. The big ball to Trey, then 2 straight penalties. The big ball here, then a couple penalties, right? Like, it just seemed like that all day yesterday. So they just have to be more consistent. And when it comes to Kyler, he knows better than anybody. It comes down to him taking care of the football.
Yeah. And I thought it was pretty cool of AQ to pay tribute to your wife's new buddy, Paula Abdul.
I was just going to say that 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Right.
I saw your other buddy, Reba McEntire, was at the Emmys. I guess she couldn't have been on the cruise again this year.
She's
huh?
getting married too.
Yeah.
That broke just. Man, Bick's inner circle just brimming with information and news, breaking news. Coming up next on this Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, we will hand out some weekend hardware as we continue live from the Casino, Arizona, and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
You've seen his face on billboards, Valley buses, television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but the work they do is very serious. And know this, when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, and they've got a full in-house trial team, which is really important because all the trial experience at Sweet James gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies who do not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. That means Sweet James not only wins 98% of the time, big cases and small, but they win big. You can expect maximum compensation with Sweet James because having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you are ever hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. In the midst of what was a wild Sunday in the NFL, the Arizona Cardinals beat the Carolina Panthers 27-22 to move to 2-0 this season in a game that started with the Cardinals defense in the form of a Zaven Collins fumble recovery for a touchdown. It ended with the Cardinals defense as Calais Campbell sacked Bryce Young on a 4th down to seal the win for the Cards. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the win.
Well, you know, I just told the team and I told the media I got to do a better job coaching the team here how to close out games, because that I thought we had chances to close it out. You know, obviously happy for the win, 2-0, but we got a long way to go. We got a lot to learn, and I got to do a better job. Starts with me.
Don't look now, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are just 2 games out of the last wild card spot with 12 games to go. A 6-4 win on Sunday won them the series up in Minnesota, and they'll now be back at Chase Field for 9 straight, including a huge 3-game series against the Giants that starts tonight at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury dropped Game 1 of their playoff series with the Liberty in overtime last night, 76-69. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: how would you describe your emotions after the Cardinals' Week 2 win? Are you A, thrilled to be 2-0? Are you B, cautiously optimistic? Or are you C, worried by another scary finish?
I'm kind of in the middle.
I'm voting B.
Cautiously optimistic.
That's where I'm at.
Okay, give it 59% of the vote is worried by another scary finish. 26% of the vote is cautiously optimistic, and only 15% of the vote is thrilled to be 2-0. I'm in that boat. That's just me.
Only 15%?
Only 15% are stoked to be 2-0.
City demands more. This fan base demands more. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage of ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. They're going to go to the hardware store. Handing out the hardware. All this hardware.
Hardware. It's how we do the award show. It does not have the glitz nor the glamour of last night's Emmys. But
were the Emmys any good?
The
I know
show
you guys.
Adolescence is going to win a lot of awards on hardware today.
I was not familiar with that show, but that cleaned up.
It was very good.
I wasn't either.
It was.
The Pit also did really well.
That's the Noah Wiley show?
Yeah.
I would recommend Adolescence. I thought it was amazing.
Okay. I got to add that then. I'm looking for a new one. There we go.
All right. Back from his European vacation.
Yeah.
What do you
to
got
answer your
for us,
question,
Dick?
it was the opening sketch that Nate Bargatze did, which was essentially a play on the George Washington Saturday Night Live sketch that he did, was great. After that, they had one reoccurring bit that they did throughout the entire show, which was funny at first and became increasingly annoying.
Wow.
Which was that bit?
So he started off the show by saying, I'm going to donate $100,000 to the Boys and Girls Club of America. Every person who comes up has 45 seconds to give their speech after they win. Every second they go over, we're going to take away $1,000 from the Boys and Girls Club. So it was very funny the first few times, but then like people were giving emotional speeches about like their dead family and stuff.
They worked their
and
whole
then they'd
careers
put
for.
up, then they'd put the counter up and they'd start taking away money, and the person would be like, "So
wow."
Hey, but the evening did net $27 for the Boys and
No,
Girls.
There you go.
They were below. They were minus like $70,000 or something.
Really?
They had to at the end. They had to just come on. We're going to donate $300,000 anyway.
Wow. Well, that was probably the bit the whole time.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got, Vic?
First award is the Not So Swift Award, and I'm giving it to Travis Kelce, who has had a really rough beginning. Dropped a sure touchdown pass in Brazil, was late on a route and injured. Xavier Worthy collided with him, and then yesterday had a touchdown pass right in his hands, and he tipped it to a defender who intercepted it, and he just stood there watching the play. Hung his head, didn't even run after the guy. Not that he could have caught him, but it's clear to me that Travis Kelce, when he was thinking of retirement in the offseason, probably should have pushed that button.
It's a tough situation when a respected veteran, gets forced to come back because he needs the money. My first award is sometimes the first impression will tell you everything you need to know award, and I'm giving it to Deshaun Foster, the now former head coach of the UCLA Bruins. They got manhandled by New Mexico 35-10 at the Rose Bowl, 3 games into his second season. He gets fired by UCLA, and I have to play this again because it's so painful. His introductory act, really, as the head coach of UCLA. His first ever Big Ten media day last summer.
Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. We
This is unaltered.
I'm
by
just
the way.
basically excited, really. That's it.
That's unbelievable.
Talk about just not being prepared for the task in front of you. And it bore out throughout his... Now the UCLA players and Virginia Tech players, by the way, because they fired their head coach, now they can enter the transfer portal in the middle of the season. College football has no rules anymore. Just do what you want.
Wow. A lot of people online were saying UCLA destroyed the Pac-12 for this.
Yeah.
So, all right,
Way to go, Bruins.
My first award is Pat McAfee is not walking through that door and doesn't need to award. And it goes to the Indianapolis Colts, who became the first team in the Super Bowl era of the NFL to go through their first 2 games and not punt once.
That's amazing.
They have 0 punts through 2 games. The Colts probably the surprise of the NFL so far this season with Daniel Jones. But that's like a video game thing. That's like NFL Blitz, where you just never punt.
But the one prediction I might be trending well on is Daniel Jones, comeback player of the year, baby.
So if they gave that award after 2 weeks, you'd be the... You would have nailed it.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yep.
As a Broncos backer yesterday, I was a winner until I literally was not. I thought I did win, and then I went.
I'm not losing that on a leverage call.
Anyway, my weirdest touchdown you'll see award, and I actually have a tie. The Caleb Johnson Seattle Seahawks special teams touchdown is tied with Ryan Brown, the quarterback for the Purdue Boilermakers. They were running a double pass on their 25-yard line. He threw it to his receiver, and normally, you throw it back to your quarterback, right? Or you look downfield. He threw it to his quarterback, who was defended by a defensive end. The ball went through the defensive end's hands onto the ground. It's then a backwards pass. The quarterback for Purdue, Ryan Brown, picked it up, scampered 25 yards for a touchdown. It is the weirdest touchdown you'll see.
I have to go seek that out. I haven't seen that highlight yet.
It's so good. And just when you thought it could get weirder on Sundays, people just didn't know the rules.
My last award is the Who Needs Micah award, and I'm giving it to Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey. Now, we've talked about him a little bit, but to me, a 64-yard field goal to force overtime, the most remarkable thing about it was the Cowboys actually ran the ball on the previous play. You would think conventional wisdom is you try to get a chunk gain to make it shorter for your kicker, but when you don't need it. So he became the first player in NFL history to convert a game-tying field goal with no time remaining in the fourth quarter and then doing the same thing in overtime. Amazing. That dude is money.
I think he's going to win Special Teams Player of the Week.
I'm guessing it's his award.
Jared hates to see it coming. He was on my fantasy team.
My last award is the Wow, That Was a Short Bandwagon Ride award. And I'm giving it to Paul Feinbaum from ESPN and SEC Network, who was waving the flag and waving the pom-poms for Arch Manning big time, more than anybody in the national media. And now...
No, I'm just kidding. They're 3-0, though. And they like to play the role of disruptor. All right, Paul, you were Paul in on Arch Manning 2 weeks ago. Are you still Paul in on him after yesterday's win? Albeit an underwhelming, he's throwing in the white flag.
Waving the flag.
He's throwing in the towel, waving the flag.
Listen, I mean, I'm not bright, but I'm not the stupidest person on the face of the earth. I'm out. Okay, count me out. I gave it a shot.
Wow, 3 weeks. Arch Manning, 11 of 25, 114 yards, a touchdown, a pick. Did run for 2 touchdowns in a very unimpressive Texas win over UTEP.
Mm-hmm.
My
I
last
guess the hype was not not worth it.
My last award is the let's get a new receiver award, and it goes to Xavier Legette of the Carolina Panthers. I don't know if you saw this stat, but he became just the second receiver in history to have at least 8 targets and have negative receiving yards.
That is true.
Wow.
Yeah.
He had 8 targets. He only had 1 catch for -2 yards. And he is not having a good season at all for a guy they were counting on.
My last award is It Took You How Long to Get Home award, and I'm giving it to myself over the weekend.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, I accept this award, and it took me an hour and 45 minutes in Los Angeles to get from SoFi Stadium to West Hollywood, where we were staying after a concert. And I guess there was another event or concert going on right around SoFi Stadium. There was 2 lanes. It took, I don't know what was going on.
Do you know how many miles between?
Yes, it took an hour and 45 minutes to get 6.8 miles.
That's welcome to LA.
Yep.
So you're saying that LA is not the greatest city in the world?
I'm going to go on record saying I love Southern California. LA is a fine place, but not the greatest city.
I could not deal with that traffic. There's no way. What concert was
what
it?
yodeling bumpkin were you seeing?
No. My girlfriend is he's a controversial man, but she's a Chris Brown fan, so we saw Chris Brown.
Ah.
It was an interesting concert. Talk about a man that can perform. He can. I didn't know many of his songs, but it was
just
you were a little out of your league there.
It was just a Chase Field this past week.
I know. I was out of my comfort zone.
There we go. There's our Monday hardware. Coming up next, we'll put the wraps on the Monday show with a little crosstalk, Cardinals crosstalk with Wolf and Luke here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The fact that Ralik and Kanye are roommates. Oh, that is really, really cool. Just think how many things they can remind each other of, how many things they can share with each other.
It feels like those two really play off each other, and then Kyson Brown is almost like in the middle, like he can do a little bit of both. So I am interested to see what this running game looks like if they have all 3 healthy. I don't know that there's enough snaps for all 3 of them to have a big game at the same time, but it does give you options if you're Kenny Dillingham.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st.
Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books.
Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there.
So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5.
For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke. Big Red Monday crosstalk.
Never should have been that close, but this game ended exactly how it should have. Big Calais Campbell lined up over the guard, goes out, picks the offensive tackle to get the defensive end free up underneath, but he ricochets up through the B gap and makes the big sack to clinch the game for the Cardinals.
At AQ Shipley's response, we had AQ on earlier today to the Calais Campbell game-saving sack. Yeah. In case you left the stadium early and just shut off all notifications to the outside world, Cardinals had to hang on to win that game despite being up 27-3. Time for some Big Red Monday crosstalk. Wolf and Luke are up next from 10 to 2. They join us now to chop it up about the Cardinals being 2-0. But is there a but after the 2-0?
No, they're 2-0, Vin.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're 2-0, man. How many other teams are 2-0 in the National Football League? I believe there are seven other teams.
Seven others,
correct?
right now.
Yes.
Could be 9 or 10 total by the end of tonight.
Yes, absolutely. Do they have work to do? Absolutely. I think there's no denying that. And what I liked, I heard that coming from Kyler Murray and other guys as well after the game, saying, you know what, that was a blank show. You know what I mean? In other words, acknowledging the fact we didn't play as well as we wanted to play and we need to play. And you know what? We still won the game. To me, that is the best case scenario in the National Football League. You win the game because wins matter, and maybe you can actually teach off of the tape and get better the next week. We'll see.
Yeah, I looked at yesterday's game, and I was surprised because the Panthers, I believe, had given up 7 consecutive games of 200 or more rushing yards, and yet the Cardinals couldn't get anything going.
So disappointed in that.
What's holding them back?
You know, honestly, I think the offensive line needs to be a little bit more physical. The fact that Tip Ryman wasn't in the game as well, I think you know the way I feel about Tip Ryman. I think Will Hernandez, if given the opportunity, is going to make them a much more physical fronts than what we see right now.
Yeah, I'm still working through that. It doesn't feel like a win, honestly. I'm always the guy when we have to do those reaction pieces where I'm like, hey, who cares? They won. You deal with it. You teach from a win. There's truth to all that, right? But that just the fourth quarter of that game, like, I don't know. You 34 of the last 37 plays the Cardinals run defense. Somewhere in there, Garrett Williams gets hurt because 34 of the last 37 plays you're playing defense. That was, I don't know. I did not enjoy that win at all. I told him in the email before the show when we were putting the notes together, that's the worst I felt about a Cardinals win in like 4 years. I don't remember feeling that bad after a win.
Yeah, I mean, driving up 27-9 in field goal range. We've spent a lot of time talking about the interception. how it affected the rest of the game. But let's get into the interception. What did you see on that play from Kyler, and what needs to be corrected at this point?
Yeah,
or is it correctable?
For me, once again, all interceptions are not created equal, Vin. Never forget that. There are bad interceptions. There are interceptions where guys on the sideline go, oh my goodness, what was he looking at? What are you kidding me? That was all. There are bad interceptions, and then there are interceptions you understand. That is one of those that you understand. His arm got hit as he was trying to throw the ball. The ball went up into the air, and suddenly it's fluttering down, and they picked it off. That to me, I don't put on Kyler Murray. That happened, okay? It happened. His arm got hit when he was throwing it. I put other plays on Kyler Murray.
Okay.
When you go back and look at the tape, Kyler's got to play a lot better than what we're seeing. But having said that, he still was able to orchestrate enough plays and put it together with his legs and with his arm where they were able to score points. I mean, they were up 27-3 in this game. You can say early on the defense gave them 10 points, and they did.
Yeah.
They gave them 10 points immediately, but I don't put it all on Kyler. There's a lot of people out there that will put it at Kyler's feet, and that's okay if you're one of them. I got no problem with that. But when the Arizona Cardinals can't run the ball against the Carolina Panthers, that is my biggest disappointment by far and away.
Luke, are you one of those people that's pinning that pick on Kyler?
It's more just you get the ball back after that and you go 3 and out and we never see the offense again. Yeah. After last week when there was such an emphasis put by Kyler in the postgame of we had the ball and we can't run out the clock to win a game. We get the ball, chance to put it away.
Which had been a strength of this team when they were winning and running the ball more effectively.
Yeah.
They'd go on those big boy drives, run it down their throat and melt the clock. We haven't seen that.
No, and so I'm sort of with Wolf in that it's just the entire offense at this point, but I heard you guys talking about it when I was driving in, and I think it's so spot on. Anytime you say anything about Kyler, if you say something good, people freak out. Oh, he's the worst. Why are you defending this guy? If you say anything bad, like, hey, maybe can't throw a pick there, people are like, oh, it's only this market that would run a guy like this out of town. That is the Kyler Murray experience.
It is.
The play he made a couple plays before where he should have lost 11 yards and he runs for 31 or whatever it ended up being, but he can't close out the game. And it's not just him, it's the offense, but you got to close these games out. You've almost had a historic loss to Carolina at home.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Luke. Yet at the same time, once again, I'll give you an example. Marvin Harrison Jr. letting the ball come down to him on the fade.
Right.
Yeah. I honestly.
Go get the ball.
I came out off the couch. You got to go get that. This is exactly the kind of thing. You've heard me talking about this. You got to high point the ball. You have to be able to judge where the ball is being thrown. I need to slow a little bit and go up and elevate and get that ball. Do not let it come down to you. This is the National Football League. That one right there really bothered me, and the drop that he had as well.
That was terrible.
It was bad.
Yep.
So, again, everybody has got to do their job to help Kyler.
I'm kind of with Wolf that I thought that if the Cardinals are going to get to the postseason, it was imperative that they start the season 2-0, setting up this game against the 49ers. And that last drive, at least the defense stood up strong, and there was some garbage penalties. That penalty on Josh Sweat was garbage. I think getting to 2-0, even though it doesn't feel the way you think it would, this was step one in getting this team to the postseason. So what do you think going forward against the 49ers?
Well, the other thing I'd say on what you just said, they finally beat Carolina.
That's it.
If you want to feel like this team is different than years past, they actually beat Carolina.
Yeah.
And what you get to that point, 9 out of 10 times the game never gets to that point. But when it does, you tend to lose those games. They didn't. San Francisco is probably going to be low scoring and close. I mean, it's Mac Jones, but they have that defense.
This offense, they're not going to go to the postseason if this offense is given the opportunity to finish games and they don't come through. They must get better at that.
Yeah, and I guess bottom line, you'd rather be the worst 2-0 team than the best 0-2 team.
How about it, Vinny?
At least they have their quarterback.
Well,
so you're saying you'd rather be the Cardinals than the Chiefs, is what you're saying?
Exactly. for now.
Well, wait a minute now. Can we think about that?
For now. That's going to do it, guys. Thanks. Have a great show. Wolf and Luke are up next. Thanks to AQ Shipley for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener W.
Never should have been that close, but this game ended exactly how it should have. Big Calais Campbell lined up over the guard, goes out, picks the offensive tackle to get the defensive end free up underneath, but he ricochets up through the B gap and makes the big sack to clinch the game for the Cardinals.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now 2-0 after Sunday's 27-22 home win against the Carolina Panthers, a game where the Cardinals were in control from the start. Josh Sweat made his presence felt early with a strip sack, leading to a touchdown, but the Panthers, of course, would make things interesting in the fourth quarter, but it was veteran Calais Campbell who would shut the door with a sack on fourth down late in the fourth.
Pressure in Young's face. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
And the Cardinals are, yes, 2-0. The Diamondbacks, yes, just 2 games out of the final wild card spot after taking the series up in Minnesota this weekend. They'll start a pivotal 3-game series with the Giants tonight at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And both ASU and U of A found wins this weekend. Sam Levitt and the Devils bounced back against Kansas State 34-15, and the Wildcats took care of Kansas State on Friday night 23-17 and moved to 3-0. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. If you're looking to get a pool and add value to your home, now is a great time with in-house financing and a 5-year warranty. Go with Arizona's best pool builder at presidentialpools.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, man? 2-0. 2-0, that's all I know right now. The Arizona Cardinals are 2-0. There's only 7 other teams in the NFL that are 2-0. And yes, I know they played the Saints and the Panthers, but they are 2-0. Is there an awful lot to clean up? You better believe it. Do they need to clean this stuff up if they want to actually beat teams that are going to be contenders this year? You better believe it. But right now, you'll take the tape and you'll take the 2-0 and you'll try to clean it up and be happy that you are 2-0 at this point.
I was so ready for this show to start at 4:30 yesterday afternoon, honestly. And I would say I've calmed down a little bit, but that was everything you just said is true. They needed to start the season 2-0. They never seemed to beat Carolina. Well, they are 2-0 and they just beat Carolina.
Yeah.
They have set themselves up for the sort of successful season that a lot of people were expecting, or at least hoping for from this team.
They just didn't look that way.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Well, okay, but you and I have done a lot of shows together, and typically I'm not that, but it didn't look great guy. Like,
you are.
When they beat New Orleans in week 1 and people were like, boy, barely, I didn't care. They went on the road and they beat an NFL team, and we don't know how good New Orleans is. Like, that was a win. I was so frustrated in the fourth quarter of that game yesterday. It was just like, there was so much that was frustrating, and I told you before the show, Wolf and I sat there in the pre-show meeting and basically wouldn't say anything to each other about the game because we wanted to save all for on the air, but it's all we wanted to talk about, right? So I know the play that frustrated you. I can tell you now the exact moment where I was like done. I almost just walked away from watching it, is when the defense was on the field for 34 of the last 37 plays because the offense just stopped. And in that, Garrett Williams got hurt.
Yes.
The moment Garrett Williams got hurt, I was like, well, this is what happens when you don't just put a team away when you have the chance to do it.
Yeah.
And now, and I know the two things aren't directly related, but you had your secondary, you hung them out to dry for the entire fourth quarter. And the poor defensive line, I loved the ending because Calais Campbell had this look on his face like, dude, it's my 18th year. This game should have been over an hour ago. I'll just end it so we can go home.
Thank you, Calais. Thank you so much for doing that, as a matter of fact. Yeah, honestly, it did. It felt like a Pyrrhic victory. It did. A victory that, you're 2-0, you'll take the victory. At what cost did you get that victory? It felt like a Pyrrhic victory to me. There's no doubt about that. And the reason being is because of all the injuries that happened. Max Melton, of course, L.J. Collier, but in particular, it's the corner room that I'm worried about for the Cardinals going forward. Yeah. Will Johnson left the game with a groin. Garrett Williams, oh my goodness, you mentioned Garrett Williams already. Okay, now you never want to go on the radio, Basinonians, and be a trainer or be a doctor or be a surgeon and start talking about this stuff like you know. But again, it did not look good for Garrett Williams, did it?
That's the one we're all worried about.
Exactly.
Let's just boil it down to that. Is the other injuries looked like football injuries that happen, and hey, so-and-so might miss a week or two, and that's terrible, but that happens. Max Melton, I mean, you don't want to lose any of these guys. I'm worried about
Max Melton, though, too.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, I'm not going to.
The way his knee hit, that was weird, man. That looked weird. And again, you're talking about a corner. Would you say that the corners, they really need their legs to be good, ready to go? Yeah, it's critical, of course, but
they're already down Star Thomas and Sean Murphy Bunting. I mean, if you want to go big picture, they're already down a couple corners coming into that game.
Yeah, listen, going forward, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here. But the Arizona Cardinals are 2-0. Has it been impressive? It has not. It has not been impressive for me. Here's the positive. I'm always looking for the positive, as you well know. I'm a positive guy. I had to be, Basinonians, growing up on a dead-end street that emptied into a gravel pit. This is the way I choose to live my life is to be positive. And looking at the defense going out and shutting down, ending the game, not once but twice in 2 games. I know it was against the Saints. I know it was against the Panthers, but the defense did its job and ended the assault, ended the game. Yet at the same time, on the negative hand, the offense had the opportunity twice to actually say, we're going to take the ball. They had 5 minutes, over 5 minutes on the clock when they took the ball. All they had to do to me was possess the ball in order to win the game. Take it down inside the 2-minute, and they were going to win the game. They could not do that. It was a 3-and-out. And that, to me, twice now, the offense has been given the opportunity to hold on to the ball and make it all but impossible for their opponent to win the game. And both times, they've failed. That's the negative. And you got to be able to speak the truth. And this is the other thing. You know this, brothers. This is the way that I feel about it. You always have to tell the truth. Always have to say what is true. And I love the fact that Kyler Murray said it was a blank shell after the game because you have to tell the truth if you want to get better.
As you're talking and as we've now had, 17 hours since the end of that game, I can really boil it down to a couple things because I'm conflicted over this. I don't usually feel like they got real problems after a win. They are 2-0. There are 8 teams in the NFL that are 2-0. Yeah. To me, it really, the two things that are truly bothering me, if we got an update today that Garrett Williams is going to be fine or he's going to miss a game or two, A, I'd be surprised, but B, I think I'd feel a lot better because I do think the defense is doing a great job. I know it's frustrating in the fourth quarter when you're like, man, the defense has given up all these yards. They played the entire fourth quarter. It's the same defense that, A, closed out the game for you because the offense just can't, and closed out the first game for you because the offense just can't, and scored your first touchdown yesterday because the offense isn't moving the ball. So I feel good about the defense, except they're all hurt in the cornerback room.
Yeah.
So I need some sort of positive update there. And, yeah, I'm one of those. I mean, the 3-and-out yesterday, it's just run, nothing. I guess it was run for 7 yards.
Yeah.
Run for nothing. And then, I don't know. I mean, Trey McBride gets open and catches the ball all game, every game. But we can't throw to him in the end zone or when you're trying to end the game with the drive. He's just like not an option all of a sudden. So I don't get that. I really don't. But I keep coming back to the fact that they're 2-0. There's a lot of teams that would love to be 2-0 right now.
Yeah, for the most part, watching the game and going back and looking at it, the offense played poorly in the first half. and a little bit better in the second half. And yet they scored how many points? 20 points in the first half, was it? I don't have the number in front of me right now.
As a team, they scored 20, but the defense scored 7.
Of course. To me, again, it was a situation where I wanted to see them come out and run the ball and own the line of scrimmage. Did they do that? No, they didn't. That is the most disappointing part of it.
I think that's at the root of it for me, too,
it's not Kyler. It isn't. It's not even Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr., which, once again, go back and look at it. In the first half, man, I've got an awful lot to say about this, and I have no time to do that, so I'm not going to bring it up right now.
But you will have plenty of time.
It is still about not owning the line of scrimmage. Let's go. Let's go. This is who the Arizona Cardinals are. And in 2 games against front sevens that were questionable, they did not play well and run the ball with the kind of authority that I think this team is capable of doing. And it makes me immediately long for a dog named Will Hernandez.
I think you're right. That's at the center of a lot of it for me, too, because when you get to the ends of these games, a 3-and-out against a 3-and-out yesterday that all of a sudden opens the door, a 3-and-out against the Saints that almost opened the door, I don't expect them to come out firing passes in those situations because they are trying to kill the clock. But it's like nothing on first, nothing on second. It's third and obvious. And the third and obvious, they're just not converting. And so you're right. If they could just run the ball like they could last year, there would be no third and obvious. Even if they had to punt, they would eat some time. It wouldn't be 3 plays of nothing. It would be 8 or 9 plays. And, man, the defense just needed any help in the fourth quarter yesterday. And it wouldn't have even been that close. So either way, though, again, 2-0 is 2-0, and it's not like San Francisco's unbeatable next week with a chance for the Cardinals to go 3-0. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the key moments of yesterday's win over Carolina with our Monday Audible. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Man, take a look at yourself right now. Unless you're driving, of course. Don't do that, okay? Smile real nice. How do you feel about that smile? Well, you know what? You can actually get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, courtesy, of course, of Aria Dental Implant Center. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant center that is out there. They're locally owned. They pass the savings on to the patients. I love that, Basinonians. That's what they do. Dr. Joe, of course, owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center and has for over 20 years. He trains and lectures all over the world all about dental implants, and he just happens to live right here. You can have the all-on-4. I've had the all-on-4, and it is a game changer. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company that is offering a great promotion for our listeners. Advanced Window Products going to hook up one lucky household with up to 15 replacement windows for free. That's a value of up to $25,000, and all you have to do is pull out your phone and text AWP to 620-620. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com, and remember, enter now for a chance to win a house full of free windows by texting AWP to 620-620. That's AWP to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. This is Wolf and Luke on a Big Red Monday. Let's run through that game yesterday because it was a win, and it was a win over Carolina, which I really thought I would enjoy a lot more. Wolf beat Carolina finally. I think as this week goes on, I'm going to enjoy it more. I just had to get the fourth quarter off my chest at some point, and I did finally. So here we go.
Okay.
This though, it is it's time right now with the Monday Audible to get you everything that happened in that game yesterday. Even though it felt like two different games, here's everything.
Arizona Sports.
Blue 80! Blue 80! Blue 80! 180! 180! Green 87!
Monday Audible with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Precision Air and Plumbing. Precision Air and Plumbing, the state's #1 ranked AC company for over a decade.
Snap to Young, blitz coming. Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zaven Collins recovers it and scores, and the Cardinals lead 6-0, 90 seconds into the game. 3 receivers to the right of Bryce Young, 1 to the near side left. The play clock down to 1. Snap to Young. Drops straight back. In trouble. Hit. Ball flutters over the middle, and it's picked off by Baron Browning at midfield. Browning gets up, and he's tackled at about the 48-yard line of the Cardinals. Mac Wilson hits Bryce Young, and the Cardinals with 2 takeaways in just over 6 minutes. Snap, spot, kick from Ryland is a bullet, and it splits the uprights. It's good to make it 10-0 for the Cardinals with 2 takeaways, and they turn both of their takeaways into points. Be a 27-yard attempt to get the Panthers some points with 53 seconds to go in the first quarter. Snap, spot, kick is up, and it splits the uprights to give Carolina some points here. 47-yard attempt. The Panthers had 10 men on the field. They run an 11th out there at the last second. Ryland's kick is on the way, and it is good. So it's 13-3 as Chad Ryland strikes again in an empty backfield. Panthers showing blitz. They rush 4, back to pass. Murray fires end zone, middle of the field, and Michael Wilson goes up high to make the catch, and it's a touchdown with 4 seconds left in the half. What a dart. On target, Murray to Wilson. 3rd and goal at the Panther 2. Murray takes the snap, hands it off. Connor running left, hit at the goal line and into the end zone for the touchdown. The jumbo package for the Cardinals out there. They punch it in with James Conner. and they up their lead to 23 with the extra point coming. Snap to Young, back to throw, flushed out, being chased far side, fires right side, caught in the end zone, and it's a touchdown for Hunter Renfrow. Good play by Bryce Young, being chased on the far side of the field, and he had some mustard on that ball. Zaven Collins was chasing him, but it's a touchdown. From midfield, back to throw. Murray in trouble, gets away from the defender, steps up to run, and he's loose. Near side of the 45 of the 40, and the 35 of the 30. 25-20, and out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. Some Murray magic. Houdini in the backfield. My goodness, how did he not get sacked? McBride now motions left to right. Snap to Murray. He'll throw. Looking left. In trouble. Chased left side by two Panthers. Backs up. His arms hit as he throws. And it is intercepted by Carolina at the 11-yard line as Murray's arm got hit and DJ Wanham picked him off. Now a third with Renfrow in motion, leaving McMillan one-on-one on the left side against Will Johnson. Young takes the shotgun snap. He'll throw on fourth down. In trouble. Hit. Rolls right. Throws short right. Hubbard is wide open. Caught it at the 2 and walks in for the touchdown. Good job by Bryce Young to find Hubbard. Bad job by the Cardinals to lose Hubbard. Snap to Young. And he throws right side between two defenders, caught for a touchdown by Renfrow. And the two defenders for the Cardinals are hurt. Budda Baker and Garrett Williams collided. Great throw by Bryce Young. And now you've got two key players for the Cardinals, both down. Martin will kick it to the left. It hops at the 45. It's touched by the Cardinals and recovered by the Panthers at midfield. Carolina recovers it. It was initially hit by Arizona. The Panthers have the ball at midfield. Coming up with the football is Damani Richardson. And with 1:55 to go and a timeout, the Panthers can maybe win the game with a touchdown. Bryce Young in shotgun. The Cardinals rush 4. Young back to pass. Pressure in Young's face. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
Do love the ending, though.
The abrupt ending.
The abrupt ending with the music was very fitting that game yesterday. This is going to go on forever, and then the abrupt Calais being like, "I'm done with this. We're going home."
Yeah, where do you begin on this, Masononians? For me, for the most part, it was how the defense started and how the defense finished. Those two things. I love the fact that the defense has been given the opportunity to finish 2 games in 2 weeks. The defense has been given that opportunity to finish their opponent. And guess what? They have done it both times.
Yeah.
I love that. Unfortunately, the offense has also been given the opportunity to win the game and finish their opponent twice. And both times they failed. That's the downside.
They've gone 3 and out both times. It's not even like they put together this drive. Oh, we want to kill 4.5 minutes. We could only kill 3:45. Sorry, defense, you're going to have to finish this. Both times it was like, we got the ball. We're just going to punt. See you, defense.
It was 5:05, man. It was 5:05 when they took the ball. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes ago in this game. And all they had to do to me is move the chains. And all of a sudden, you're going to be able to get that thing down to the 2-minute warning for the most part.
It was such a crazy fourth quarter because you're watching it, and even as Carolina scores the first touchdown, I don't know if you felt the same way, Wolf, but you could see with Carolina like they're not totally there yet. Bryce Young did some good things, but I mean they're running the play clock down to 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, and they're the team down 3 scores. Like they're just not there yet. If that was Green Bay or if that was Philadelphia, I don't know how this game would have gone yesterday. But at the same time, like 95% of the time when you're up 27-3 as late as the Cardinals, it never even gets to this point, right? All the things that had to go wrong, including an onside kick, them recovering an onside kick, which doesn't happen anymore. But the flip side to that is 95% of the time when it does all go wrong, you lose. Maybe it's like 99%. When all of that goes wrong, you almost always lose. And they didn't.
I did it. I wrote my notes down. The first half I thought was horrible offensively for the Arizona Cardinals. And Then Kyler Murray hit Michael Wilson on that skinny post in the end zone. It was a great throw.
Michael Wilson almost had 2 touchdowns.
It was a great throw, and they need that from Michael Wilson. They need that from him. That skinny post was so nice that he came down with it. And that touchdown, of course, made it a 20-3 lead for Big Red. But before that, it was Kyler. He wasn't great, I didn't think. Before that throw, Marvin Harrison Jr. was not good. He didn't have a reception, as a matter of fact, in the first half on 3 targets, and we're going to get into it more as the show unfolds. But Jonah Williams got hit with holding. Evan Brown.
The holding penalties.
Oh, my goodness. Evan Brown should have got hit again. Trey McBride got hit with the holding. The point of attack was a huge disappointment to me in this game for the Arizona Cardinals offensively. 8 first downs. 8 first downs in the first half. 145 yards of total offense in the first half. That's bad.
At halftime of this game, so that would have been 6 quarters of football, the Cardinals defense had allowed 1 touchdown this season and scored a touchdown. 6 quarters into the season, the defense had scored as many touchdowns as they had allowed. It's hard to look at these first 2 games and say it's not like 85% defense why they've won these first 2 games. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back. We'll stick with football. And don't worry, we're going to get to baseball, too, because there's a playoff series basically starting at Chase Field tonight. We're going to stick with football, though. Over to college football. Was the win over Texas State the exact bounce-back game that ASU needed? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded for Wallner. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center. Carroll is there. He will make the catch, and the Diamondbacks hang on and win by a final score of 6-4. They win the series, and they remain 2 games out of the 3rd and final wild card spot.
D-backs take the series in the Twin Cities. Now welcome the Giants to Chase Field for Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available here in Arizona. Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. Number 1, Basinonians. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google as well. Listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors for All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts. They've installed thousands of shades here in the basin. They're going to work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial grade and industrial strength. Go to allproshadeconcepts.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Ogden Nation.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside of V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals survived a late comeback by the Carolina Panthers to improve to 2-0 on the season. Calais Campbell had 2 sacks in the 27-22 win, including the game-sealing sack late in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins over the weekend and are now just 2 games back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The Snakes start a crucial series tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football handled Texas State 34-15 on Saturday, but received less votes in this week's AP poll than it did last week coming off a loss. Arizona football took care of Kansas State 23-17 on Friday, and despite being 3-0, the Wildcats failed to receive any votes in the AP poll. And the Phoenix Mercury are on the brink of elimination after losing their opening playoff game 76-69 to the New York Liberty in overtime yesterday. That series resumes Wednesday in the Big Apple. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll have more fallout from the Cardinals win and the Sun Devils win over Texas State. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
It starts with one thing. I don't know why.
It always does, Space Indians. It starts with 1. Thank you, Lord God.
There is so much to get into today, Wolf. Paulie is going to join us in a little bit. Jody Jackson's going to join us next segment because, yes, the Diamondbacks are 2 games out of a playoff spot, and they're playing one of the teams right in front of them starting tonight at Chase Field. So
these guys, incredible, man.
Pretty good promo going on at Chase Field too, where they're offering $15 tickets for this series against the Giants. So
I just want to say this. I know we're not talking about it here. Just want to say this, man. They're in this thing.
Yeah,
it's there. They're 2 games out.
They're absolutely.
Just knock it off.
If you go out there and win this series against the Giants, you're in it. We're going to get to that.
Yeah, okay.
But that's it. I mean, there's so much stuff to talk about right now because the Cardinals won. The Diamondbacks are 2 games out of a playoff spot. ASU also won on Saturday night. This was actually a pretty good weekend for Valley Sports. So, Wolf, where do you begin on the ASU game? I would say, to be honest, a little more lopsided than I expected. I felt a lot better about this game. I think a lot of people did. But I I am encouraged by the fact that Texas State couldn't score against ASU because Texas State does score.
Yes. Yeah. Where do I start on this? I honestly, I was telling you this before, Luke, but I honestly believe, Basinonians, this was a signature game for Sam Levitt and for Jordan Tyson. Those two because of the play. Now, there were some other plays as well. There were a couple plays, but we know the play.
Yeah.
The toe-tapping play, Sam Levitt, the throw, and the catch, Basinonians. Unbelievable. We know that. That's where I start for
first and 10 from the Texas State 30-yard line. Off play action, Levitt dodges an oncoming rusher, throws downfield to a wide-open receiver, Tyson, and Tyson dives forward into the end zone for a spectacular touchdown of 30 yards.
All plays are not created equal. And that is exactly what I'm talking about. Sam Levitt and the jump throw that Sam Levitt makes on his off foot. Mm-hmm. That was so wildly athletic and bizarre. And yet Jordan Tyson and the toe-tapping catch of Jordan Tyson in the touchdown, jumping over that would-be tackler was incredible. What incredible play. But for me, if you're going to ask me why did I feel so good about the Sun Devils winning this game? It was how well their defense played.
It's just going back to that play for a second. The play that Levitt makes is a highlight reel play.
Incredible.
And go back or whatever, watch any college football highlight show. Most of them have cut Levitt's part of the play out. They're just showing because Tyson's catch is really nice, and then I don't know, he like jumped in the air, went out of bounds in the air, and then somehow came back and landed in bounds without ever touching out of bounds to get into the end zone. As much as it was brought up the first 2 weeks, man, Levitt's not throwing to anybody else. What are they going to do? The comfort level that he and Tyson have with each other on the field, I don't see it anywhere else in college football. I'm not saying there's not other, potentially great quarterbacks or potentially great receivers or even some of them, getting on the same page. Man, been watching a lot of college football this year for other stuff I'm doing, and I don't see that connection anywhere else right now in college football.
Yeah, you know me. I'm a huge literature fan, of course. I love literature, Basinonians. I have for the longest time, especially the classics. For me, that throw is always going to be known as of throws and jumps. Of throws and jumps. That's what that play is always going to go down in the Wolf League compound, of throws and jumps. You've got to be kidding me. But the defense, for the most part, they balled out. Nobody's talking about the defense, and I get it. Because Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson and what they did, and that play specifically, that went boom. That burst all over the nation. Are you kidding me? This is the way, okay, you've got a team, and maybe this team could be good, maybe not. We know what ASU did last year, getting into the college football playoff. We know what a tough game they gave Texas. We understand all of this, but this is the play that brings them back to prominence once again, even though it happened against Texas State.
Yeah, but it's still such a highlight reel play.
It is.
To the point where they're not even really nationally weren't even showing Tyson's other catch where he was like falling back and catch, which Incredible. I think was actually a better catch. It's just the play wasn't as crazy. I do want to go to what you were saying about the defense though, Wolf, because so much was made of Texas State's ability to deliver explosive plays. And Kenny Dillingham so many times last week was like, we have to limit explosive plays. When we did Sparky's Den, he said it probably 4 times to me. Keith Abney was one of the players that came up. Keith Abney was like, we're limiting explosive plays this week. We have to do it. The longest play from scrimmage that Texas State had was a Brad Jackson 24-yard run, which, that's a nice run for him and everything, but that's a team that just rips off 55-yard touchdowns. That's what they have done so far this season. And no, they have not played a defense the caliber of ASU. But you got to remember, ASU's coming into that game on Saturday off of a game where they gave up 3 huge explosive plays that basically lost them the game. So the bounce back effort by ASU's defense, especially playing without Alford too, really, I think showed something in that game.
Yeah, for me, I love the fact the Bobcats trying to run the ball, they shut that down.
Yeah, that wasn't
really
even like a
shut
thing.
that down. They ran the ball. Think about this. Texas State ran the ball 42 times. 42 times for 119 yards. That is 2.8 yards per carry. Would
exactly.
you take that?
Yeah, it's exactly what ASU wanted. Keep this game low. You don't want to play a 45-42 game against a team that's how they win.
I thought their tackling base on Orleans was as good as I've seen it. Now, once again, I understand. I don't want to build up Texas State to be the, there's the end all be all. Yet at the same time, their offense, I think, is really, really capable. It is explosive, and they pretty much shut that down, which was awesome to see. Not a lot of big plays being given up by ASU, and that's one of the reasons why they won this game so impressively.
Here's Kenny Dillingham after the win.
Obviously, establishing the run was huge. And, a couple first early drives, we were trying to figure it out. Running the ball is one of those things that you got to be dedicated to it because the move in the game, everybody moves a little different on the D-lines. You got to figure it out. So once we kind of figured it out, our guys did a good job. And then we did simplify the plan. We probably cut our play sheet down by about 25-30%, if not a little more. And we really made sure that our guys were all dialed on and all on the same page. And I think it showed up. I think we played pretty clean football, and we still missed some opportunities, some big opportunities. We had a penalty on one of the drives, and or a couple of drives, and one of them that brought us back. So, I thought we played pretty good.
Yeah, I thought they played pretty well as well. It's interesting when you hear a head coach saying we trimmed down our play call. We trimmed down the number of plays that we were going to run. That's because you felt like you physically were superior to your opponent. You didn't need the extraordinary. You needed the chung. You needed the ordinary. And that's what they did. They lined up and they pounded the football really well.
Also on the running note, Raleek Brown over the last 2 games, 30 carries for 254 yards, which is an average of almost 8.5 yards per carry. And you spread that over 30 carries, that's pretty impactful. And he got a talking to from Dillingham on the sidelines after that. He ripped off that 75-yard run. Did you see that? But he did the thing, and I hate this. I would hate this as a coach, where he didn't, I would say in defense of Raleek Brown, he dropped the ball right as he crossed the goal line. But he dropped it, he was like a yard or 2 in. There's no reason to cut it that close. But you see guys just drop the ball at the goal line, and then the touchdown doesn't count. So he looked like he got a talking to.
Yeah, I love
Kenny
that too. That's Kenny.
Yeah.
Always coach.
When we come back, what do the Diamondbacks have to do to make the playoffs in the next 2 weeks? It is very much in play now.
Are you ready for this?
If you haven't been paying attention, you need to look at the standings. We're going to ask their broadcaster, Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, guess who's 2-0?
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zaven Collins recovers it and scores.
It's always great to win. We're 2-0, and yeah, that was the goal, to go 1-0 this week, and we did that.
How do you feel about the home win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If you're looking for a great happy hour, you just found one. You can stop looking. You're not going to beat Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday with an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. Great atmosphere, great scenery. Really, what more could you possibly want? Well, how about a bunch of TVs to watch all this football that's going on right now? There's 2 more games tonight. You can go watch those at Twin Peaks. Lots of expectations around the Valley this year for the pro and college teams, and so far, so good in that regard. Plus, you can follow along with your fantasy football teams at Twin Peaks as well, because you can watch all the games at once. While you're there, try some incredible food off their entire menu that's made for MVPs. My suggestion, start with the loaded fries or the chips and queso. Great burgers. They got steak, ribs, fire-roasted salsa and chips, wings with a bunch of different sauces to choose from. You really cannot go wrong. Twin Peaks has it all, and their wall-to-wall TVs make it where you won't miss 1 second of the action. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, I do want to throw this out for everybody before we talk to Jody Jackson. D-backs put out this press release this morning that Pennant Chase Fever, they have $15 tickets, okay? All in, includes fees for lower-level bleacher and bullpen tickets as well as upper-level tickets for this series against the Giants that starts tonight. So go to dbacks.com/tickets because if you want to go to the game and you're like, yeah, okay, I'm maybe taking the family. I don't know if I can afford it. Well, if you $15 tickets.
Yeah.
And this is essentially a playoff series. There's really no other way. That's not hyperbole. There's no other way to say this. Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Jody, the Diamondbacks are 2 games out of a playoff spot with 12 games to go, and they are playing one of the teams that they need to beat starting tonight at home. How was your weekend?
Well, my weekend was really, I'm not going to lie, since Thursday, it has been extremely busy, but you know what? I am locking in now on the task at hand, which is, do you guys believe? Let me just get a vibe from you guys. Are you guys believing here? Let's go.
No, honestly, Jody, this was one of the things that Luke and I were talking about, the possibility. On Friday, we were talking about, we could come back. We could come back on Monday, and for all we know, the Diamondbacks are right there, tied for the wild card. 2 games back, I think, with 12 to go.
Yeah.
That is for real. They are in it right now.
It's a little crazy, and yet, the way they've been playing has been pretty solid in so many ways that you kind of could see this potentially happening. And yes, the Mets in their free fall, we'll see where they, that's helped everyone. That's helped the Reds and the Giants have hope also. But when you have the Giants right now at 1.5 back, so you're a half game back of the Giants.
Yeah.
You can come out and you can take care of your own business against the Giants. It's also going to determine the tiebreaker because they're 5-5 in the 10 games against them so far. So it's gigantic. It's a gigantic series. It's a gigantic homestand. And it all starts tonight. And I love that the D-backs are, enticing people to come on out, see this team, have the team feel the energy. This team feeds off that energy. They've talked about it. They've loved it going back to, what we saw in 2023. Some of them have said it feels a little bit like that because no one's expecting this now. After the trade deadline, the pressure's been off to some extent. The performances have evened out. And, look, let's bring that energy out there. It's going to be, Zach Gallen starts it off tonight with a chance to kind of, he's been so good, gave up some homers in that game against the Giants last time out. So he's got a chance to come out and redeem himself. And then, the Dodgers had their two best guys going against the Dodgers over the weekend, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray. They got roughed up by the Dodgers. So, they're going to be starting Tang tonight. He's struggled. I like the matchup on paper. We know it doesn't play out on paper. But, look, it's a huge – and I think it's a huge game one, really, because you want to feed the energy that we're building, right? You don't want to come out and fall flat tonight. So I think this is – they're all huge. The other thing I'll say about just the playoff chase, we were looking back, my producer Dan Lonke, he came back from Minnesota last night, and we were, I hate to bring up the heartbreak of last year, but, the D-backs playoff chances were something like 80% at this time last year. And look what happened. So it's these other teams, you just never know. Like the Mets are still in that spot, but for how long? Yeah. And when you've got the momentum going in your direction, how can that feed into? So for those people that are thinking out there like, oh, it can't really happen, it absolutely can really happen. Absolutely. We've seen it. We've lived it on the other side.
Well, yeah, they kind of owe the Mets after what happened last year. And, to be fair, you look at the schedule, the Diamondbacks have 12 games left. It's not easy. San Francisco for 3.
It's a hard schedule, yep.
Philly for 3, the Dodgers for 3, and the Padres for 3. But, Jody, you've been around this game. I think anybody that really watches baseball closely would agree with this. We're at the point of the season now where baseball magic can almost carry a team. I know it can carry you for 162 games, but it doesn't seem to be on the Mets side, and it might very well be on the D-back side. It also might be on the Giants side, which is why this series is so big here tonight. I think you have to win this series to really have a chance. What do you expect from Gallen tonight? Because he's been so good, except his last start, since the trade deadline. But now there's a school of thought that he was struggling with all the pressure in the first part of the season. The pressure's been off. He's been great. I mean, the pressure is firmly back on his shoulders tonight.
Yeah, and I think he gets the chance to, right some of the wrongs. It wasn't horrible. We gave up the homer to Adames and then Bailey. Patrick Bailey's kind of been a thorn in the side. And another guy he's probably going to have to worry about is Bryce Eldridge. They're calling up their top prospect, and he's a big left-handed hitter, 6'7". Granted, drafted out of high school, so it's been a quick ascension, but he's got 25 homers in the minors this year. So, I don't really know what the plan is for him. But as far as Zach Gallen, I think he'll be locked in. I think he's been in big spots, big games. He knows right now that everything is and they've known for a while that every game is huge. And so they're kind of vibing off of this no expectation thing, and they've really thrived with it. And so I think he's going to go out there and, he's a veteran. He's been in this game long enough to know how intense you have to be, but also you can't let that get to you. So, I think he'll have a good game plan tonight, and I expect him to go out and execute.
So the Diamondbacks have blown 27 saves so far this season. That's tied with the Rangers, as a matter of fact, only behind the Angels, who have 31 blown saves on the season, if you can imagine that. Who do you think Torrey's going to go to late?
Well, it's a really interesting question, Wolf, because, Andrew Saalfrank has been – dealing with a little bit of soreness. I think it is. I'm going to get out there obviously today and get the scoop, but they, I don't think they're trying to manage his workload. They don't want to overwork him. because we all know guys are not effective in that situation anyway. But I think hopefully he'll be ready to go tonight. And I think that's if I had to guess, that would be the expectation. But it's not all on him. I mean, there are other options back there. There are guys that they've been missed. We've been seeing this for the last month and a half. It's been mixing and matching. It was Backus getting a save yesterday. I think anyone at any time can be called on to get a save.
You know what, Jody? You can always win by 8, too.
I'm not even exaggerating, right? Like, it could be anybody. So, I think that, and that's been hard. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. That is really difficult.
Yes.
And that's not a slight to any of those guys, because I think they all can be effective in certain spots, but they've had to be ready for any spot, because you just don't know how the game is going to go. And you don't know. The good news is the offense has been very consistent. So, they're going to need that support again tonight. But, who Torrey could go to late, it could be really anyone. But hopefully Sal Frank is feeling good today and, hopefully ready to go in a big spot. Ryan Thompson being back has been huge too. Yeah. And a number of these young guys, I think have been earning their – they're getting experience, they're gaining confidence, they're learning every day on the job. So let's hope they're ready for this.
Tang has struggled, as you well know, and you can always win by 8 too, so you don't have to worry about it.
That would be ideal. Just do that.
That would be, I think, great. I think that's what everyone was hoping for, to take some of the pressure off the backside of that bullpen. Because you're going to have the nights when it's going to be that kind of battle, but if you can jump on a starter, that's a perfect recipe. And then keep the hammer down. Of course, we learned from the football game yesterday. Got to keep the hammer down as long as possible.
I was going to say, just bring in Calais to close it out, because he's the big closer in this city right now.
He's got the baseball swing to begin with.
There you go. Jody, this was great. We're going to talk to you in a couple days, and who knows where they're going to be in a couple days. They could be in a playoff spot next time we talk to you. So thanks for this.
Yeah, love it. Hopefully they are when I talk to you guys on Friday.
Sounds good.
All right, Jody.
Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. It is a cool story, Wolf, because no matter how you believe it's going to play out, with 12 games to go, this is essentially a playoff series. If they win this series, for context, the Mets are starting a series with the Padres. Okay. So it's not like the Mets have an easy one here.
Yeah.
But if you could win a series against the Giants, you will pass the Giants. And you might even pass the Mets. Just the fact, and then you would be in a playoff. Just the fact that we are there right now with the way this season was going is incredible.
This is what we were talking about, September, and being in it in September. Meaningful games in September. Here we are.
All right, we come back to football and back to the Cardinals. Boy, here we go. This is the most polarizing segment of the show every week. What did you make of Kyler Murray's performance against Carolina yesterday? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Paul Calvese here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals survived a late comeback by the Carolina Panthers to improve to 2-0 on the season. Calais Campbell had 2 sacks in the 27-22 win, including the game-sealing sack late in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins over the weekend and are now just 2 games back of the New York Mets for the final wild-card spot in the National League. The Snakes start a crucial series tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs with the first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football handled Texas State 34-15 on Saturday, but received less votes in this week's AP poll than it did last week, coming off a loss. Arizona football took care of Kansas State 23-17 on Friday, and despite being 3-0, the Wildcats failed to receive any votes in the AP poll. And the Phoenix Mercury are on the brink of elimination after losing their opening playoff game 76-69 to the New York Liberty in overtime yesterday. That series resumes Wednesday in the Big Apple. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Thanks to Jody Jackson for joining us last hour. It's a crazy D-back story that continues to evolve. More on this as the season unfolds, Wolf.
It's the reality of the Arizona Diamondbacks being 2 games back with 12 to go. That is here. That's the reality. That means they're in it, Luke. They are in it with 12 games to go.
I think we're really going to get a lot of an answer in this series against San Francisco, because if they if they lose it, it's going to be tough. If they get swept, they're probably done. But if they win it, they're really in this. And if they swept the Giants, at a certain point you have to believe in what's happening. I mean, it's baseball. I'll keep saying this. I've been saying it now for 2 weeks. Baseball is weird.
And here's
Sometimes
the thing.
you just get rolling at the right
Zach
time.
Gallen has taken the ball for him today.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Game 1 of this critical 3-game series. Game 1, Zach Gallen's taking the ball. Come on, Zach. It's time.
All right, let's get into this topic that is a topic every week, obviously, and it's the one topic in this city, in this market. I feel like whatever you say, somebody's going to be upset. We're going to do a listeners-only meeting, but we're jammed up today for good reason, so we're going to probably do it tomorrow instead, and this will probably be at the center of the topic. But I'll just ask it simply to start the conversation. How do you feel Kyler Murray played yesterday?
Yeah, Kyler Murray to me was both good and bad. And that's the way that it's always going to be with Kyler Murray for the most part. You know me. Kyler needs to be in an offense where you can run the ball. And that has not been the case when you think about this. This really has not been the case in the first 2 weeks of the season. The Cardinals have not dominated the line of scrimmage the way that I thought they were going to be capable of dominating the line of scrimmage. And because of that, Kyler Murray is not in the balanced offense he needs to be in.
Yeah, you've said that a couple times, and it really is at the basis of a lot of what's frustrating me. This team's identity was supposed to be able to run the football really well. It was their identity last year. In some ways, it's almost like the Diamondbacks earlier in the season, where their identity was supposed to be starting pitching and defense, and those things were letting them down. The Cardinals' leading rusher yesterday was James Conner with 34 yards. Kyler had 32.
Brutal.
And even Kyler's 32, they weren't those of the game-breaking variety, except that one play. I mean, that one play was ridiculous. That one play, which kind of got overshadowed because it was right before the interception. I mean, that was that play where you're like, man, when he does that, what are you supposed to, Lamar's the other guy that can do that. What are you supposed to do when Kyler, when the other team has him for a 10-yard sack and instead he gains 30 yards on the play? So you're right. The run game is not helping right now. Trey Benson had 14 yards, only had 3 carries. It's something's off there. But I think where you really nailed it is Kyler Murray was both really good, but there was also bad. And I don't know. I'm starting to.
He's not getting a lot of help,
He's
not.
He's not getting a lot of help.
Can I tell you that? He's not getting a lot of help. He needs guys to make plays. He needs that.
He does.
Like you're on a fade route in the end zone. You don't let it come down to hit your chest. Marvin Harrison Jr., you elevate, use all of that great verticality that you have, and you go attack the ball and take the ball out of the air. You go get it. Because this is the NFL, man. You're not going to get a ton of separation. There's going to be a ton of contested catches. You need to go up and high point that ball. Marv knows this. Marv, this is why this is a great tape.
This is why he put all the weight on in the offseason was for plays like that.
Except for plays like that. Be strong, go back up, stop, and high point the ball and go attack it. And this is why it's great to be 2-0, and you can teach off this. And I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is a guy that knows enough about the game and knows enough about himself and will be critical of himself in regard to where do I need to get better. I think Marv wants to get better. I think he understands that. And I think this is going to be one of those moments, one of those still point moments where he's going to understand this is what you need to do. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Watch this on tape. You need to high point this ball instead of letting it come down. I think this will be a launching point for Marvin Harrison Jr. going forward.
It's always better. I mean, how many times have we said this early this season with ASU and the Cardinals? It's always better to be able to point to very specific things and be able to teach while you still won the game.
While you won the game.
You're not going to Marvin saying, hey, man, you got to do all this, and that's why we lost. You didn't lose. You won the game. Going back to Kyler for a second he's obviously on the other end of those throws. I think what it is for me is I wanted this team to be a defense-first team, and that's what they've been so far. So I can't complain about that. And again, I'd feel a lot better if we got updates in the next 24 hours that they still had cornerbacks left on the roster. That would really help. But it hasn't. I think it would help a lot of people, and probably myself included at this point, to feel like, man, they won that game because of Kyler. You know what I mean? Just a couple of those, because he is your starting quarterback. Man, did you see them just go through that? Kyler just won them that game. Kyler took over, and he was nobody was stopping Kyler Murray yesterday. We haven't had that for the first couple games. And that's fine, because they are 2-0, but it's still something that's missing, because you can feel the expectations rising with this team. They were rising in the offseason. They are now 2-0. When you start 2-0, you're thinking, how can this team make the playoffs, win the division, win a playoff game? And I think what we're getting from the offense right now, and Kyler's the face of it. That's just the way it is. He's a quarterback. That's why he gets paid so much, because he's the face of it. What we're seeing from the offense would not win a playoff game.
Yeah. No, it's early. I think you're right. In regard to running the ball, again, that is my biggest disappointment. It's not Kyler Murray, Basinonians. It isn't. The biggest disappointment for me is the lack of a rushing attack by the Arizona Cardinals in terms of attacking the line of scrimmage and running over somebody. This is what they did so well. And that has not been the case against two suspect fronts in the first 2 weeks of the season. And that is why I'm down more than anything else. That's why I'm a little bummed out. But I will tell you, ultimately, I'm reminded of the locker room and what it felt like to be 2-0 in a locker room. Believe it or not, I was at one point in my career, Basinonians. Don't at me. I was.
I'm going to at Wolf.
Yeah, right. But, again, I have to take myself back to being a player and how difficult it is to win in the NFL. And the fact that you will take being 2-0 when you haven't played well. You'll be 2-0 in the first 2 games of the season. You'd take that every time. And because of that, I have to remind myself of getting better and where you need to get better and how you can get better in losses, in wins, and especially games where you win and you can look at it and say, we didn't play well. That's the best way to get better.
No, I mean, I know it sounds cliched, but it's so much better than the alternative, because think right now, if the Cardinals, if you feel like they kind of hit their ceiling in terms of what they were capable of, and they were 0-2.
Correct.
You'd be like, okay, so they're just not good enough. They're 2-0. The wins are more important than anything else. It's just, I was thinking about this yesterday because we did the rapid reaction piece. The win is the most important thing. But it's not the only important thing. And so that there is stuff that obviously needs to get fixed up here. And the best thing is they can do it from first place in the division.
And by the way, the best thing that happened to the Arizona Cardinals was Kyler Murray came out after the game and pretty much characterized the game the way that it was.
Yeah, I'm going to play some of the Kyler cuts when we come back from the break here. And when we come back, how long can the Cardinals keep leaning on their defense to win these games? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Number 93 sent him home with an L.
Pressure in young space. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. As a former professional football player, listen, I've suffered a ton of damage to my back, to my spine, of course, and the surgeons at DISC, they've helped me before in the past, and I give them my recommendation to you because of that help, Basinonians. DISC, they treat all patients from the professional athlete and the weekend warrior to those just trying to get their life back once again. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. Listen, Basinonians, people from all over the world, man, professional athletes from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC. It's time for you maybe to get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're going to talk Cardinals defense here, Wolf, but I do want to play these 2 Kyler cuts that we have from postgame. I think one of them is the one you were talking about there going to break. First of all, Kyler talking about his interception.
I don't remember that.
Sorry, didn't catch the joke.
No, I'm just cackling. Didn't have it. What? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, were you trying to throw it away?
Trying to throw it away. Yeah, I was trying to throw it away. Yeah.
So, you and I were talking about this at Big Lane Murata this morning. My bigger issue with the interception is not the interception. It's that when they got the ball back, they went 3 and out. It was just interceptions happen. You know, I mean, we don't want to make a habit of it, and I think everybody's sensitive because of how the second half of last season played out. Every quarterback's going to throw the occasional interception. It sucks when it happens, but do we expect him to finish the season with 0 interceptions?
Yeah. You know, and I say this all the time, but it is the truth, based on the inside. There are good interceptions and there are bad interceptions, believe it or not. There are interceptions where the entire sideline, including your teammates, would just say that's important what they think. Your entire sideline, your teammates. It's important what they think about you. If you can throw a pick where your arm gets hit and the ball goes into the air the way that Kyler's did yesterday, and all of a sudden it comes down in their arms, of course, that's a pick. Is it bad? Of course it's bad that it happens, but it's a good pick. And when I say that, I mean because the rest of your teammates don't look at it and go, what was he looking at?
Your teammates
what was he
suddenly
doing?
losing confidence.
They all understand what you did. And because of that, I call that a good pick, even though there probably is no such thing.
Frustrating in the moment, and I do understand the argument of, was there maybe a guy open on that play? Maybe, yeah, they look like there was.
Yeah.
That's a different conversation.
That
Sometimes I wonder. That's a different conversation. But in terms of it being a good pick, well, I mean, it got thrown at their 12, and you were up 27-9 at that point.
Yes.
Talk about an interception that really shouldn't come back to bite you.
And that was 3rd and 3 as well. You take the Marvin Harrison Jr. fade that should have been a touchdown in the end zone to me, and you take that pick right there, and you've just taken 7 points off the board.
Yeah, and again, the Kyler conversation from my perspective is just, I want to see him start being the reason they win, because when he's not, it's not like he was the reason they almost lost yesterday, but you're the face of the offense, and you want to feel like this team is capable of doing more than beating New Orleans and Carolina, especially with the way the defense has been playing. It's just like, I keep coming back to, is there a ceiling on what this team is capable of? And if there is, that typically falls on the quarterback, who is definitely better than at least half the starting quarterbacks around the NFL. Watch some of these other games, but at the same time, it's like he's just kind of stuck right there in the higher middle class of the NFL starting quarterbacks.
Yeah, so what did Kyler have to say about that?
This is what was going through his mind at the end of the game.
Honestly, I was happy they got a stop. I don't know how many penalties that was in a row. It was kind of to be honest, but I'm just glad we got a win.
Yeah, I guess that pretty much sums it up for everybody.
Yeah, I think it was for everybody that was out there. It was a blank show for the most part, and they just are glad they got the win. You have to tell the truth. You have to tell the truth about your play. You have to be the first guy to step up and hold yourself to a standard that's going to be higher than anybody else. And you have to tell the truth. You've heard me say this all the time. Tell the truth if you want to get better. Hey, listen, you're 2-0. You're 2-0 right now, and that is the positive. But you have to get better in terms of how you're playing, and hopefully that will be the case going forward.
2-0, and the next 4 games are all certainly winnable. When you look at the quarterbacks they're facing. Now, Indianapolis is the 6th one, and all of a sudden the Colts are, amazing. So
I know.
Things change, certainly. And
Daniel Jones!
What? I guess a match made in heaven, Daniel Jones and the Colts. But you realize the opportunity that could be there for the Cardinals this season, so you just want to see them take advantage of it. Here's more from Kyler talking about the defense.
Same as last week, not looking at it as a fan, just looking at it, for what it was, really. Okay, what are we in defensively? What are they doing? Analyzing the game, deeper than, like I said, just the emotions of, they could win the game, I trusted the defense, full faith in the defense. Like I said last week, obviously we got to stop putting them in that position, but it's also great to see them win the game for us.
Yeah, once again, the defense is 2 for 2 in terms of winning the game for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, again, in a gross simplification of the truth, okay? Win the game. It came down to Calais Campbell making that sack to make sure that the game was over.
Yeah.
And win the game, quote unquote, win the game for the Arizona Cardinals. In the same thing, Buda Baker on Jawan Johnson and that hit, and the ball comes out. And because of that, we're not going to tie this thing up, or maybe they were going to tie it up and go for 2. Who knows what would have happened?
Feels like the Saints would have, right? I mean, in that situation, why
I'm just
wouldn't you go
saying,
for 2?
Of course, but again, the defense ended all hope for the opposing team. The defense has been the unit that went out and ended it.
Yeah.
The offense has got to get better going forward, and it starts in terms of running the ball on the line of scrimmage. And if that doesn't happen, if that does not happen, I think the Cardinals are in trouble.
How did you feel about the pass rush yesterday? Which feels like a weird question to ask because the game started with them getting to Bryce Young and forcing a strip sack, fumble recovery, touchdown.
Yes.
So you feel great about that. And then for like 50 minutes, it didn't feel like they had any pass rush. And then Calais ends up closing it out with that sack at the end, and he had another sack too. So you can't look at that game and be like, well, yeah, but where's the pass rush? But at the same time, for a good chunk of it, I was telling this to you before the show, Wolf, and I want to get your thoughts on it on the air. It almost felt like they just wanted Bryce Young to throw, the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Because they brought 4 so much, and for so much of the game, it wasn't working.
Yes, I would agree with that. There were corners that were going down in the game as well. I would say that the pass rush, to me, has got to get more of an interior push. It's the reason why it was so cool to see Calais get 2 sacks in this game, because of that.
And the strip sack was up the middle, too.
Yes. And, again, that was a little bit because of a game that they were running, the Cardinals. Josh Sweat came underneath.
Yeah, he's not usually playing in the middle.
He's not typically lining up there, but it was an AT or a TE. The tackle came up, and the end went underneath, and suddenly there he was making the play. That was great, but it's got to get better, Luke. There's no doubt. It has to get better. The defense has got to be able to get interior push, because I think Josh Sweat and I think Baron Browning, those 2 guys in particular, Jordan Birch as well, they're really, really good at getting the edge. If you can keep that pocket firm in the middle and not allow a quarterback to step up in the pocket, that's going to help those guys produce and get sacks.
What did you make of the 4-man rush, though, for so much of the game when it wasn't? Because how I feel about Nick Rawlis. It honestly felt like they wanted Bryce Young throwing into 7 defensive backs.
That's exactly what they wanted. They wanted that to be the case. Get a 4-man rush, drop 7, and maybe this young developing quarterback will actually throw you the ball. That didn't happen to the degree in which they wanted it to.
History shows that it does, though, with him.
Yes.
It just didn't yesterday.
Yes, it didn't yesterday. And again, there are areas to improve. The pass rush has got to improve. And I do love the way that it started, because think about it, how quickly they got in the face, how quickly they started producing in terms of getting to the opposing quarterback and the turnovers it created.
It was such a tone setter early in that game, too.
That's why they won.
I
mean, ultimately, it's not why, because, again, they would have called the game differently, whatever the score was at that point in time. But if you want to look at one play and say that was the reason why they ultimately built the lead that the Carolina Panthers could not overcome, it was because of what Josh Sweat did.
Well, and then the next drive, Baron Browning has the interception.
Yes.
I mean, you talk about winning the turnover battle definitively within the first 5 minutes of the game. That's a pretty good start. All right, when we come back, we got to get to baseball now. How is this Diamondbacks team right back in the center of the playoff race with 2 weeks to go? Because they absolutely are. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Still think Mike did the right thing by making the trades. It's fair to say, where would they be if they had Suarez, Naylor, Merrill, Kelly? It would be fair to say it right now if he would have just held the line. But you could have never predicted a collapse like the Mets have had. The Mets have had an epic collapse.
Yes.
Like, they're like...
you know what? I agree with you. In the moment, you got to live in the moment. In the moment, you were done.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. The autumn wind is blowing. Okay, all right. Let's knock that off, John Facenda. And that means football is here, Basinonians, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th. That's right, September 30th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. In store at one of their 12 Basin locations or online, 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Monsoons, wild winds,
Roof destruction. Driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
Where Arizona's pride.
Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company that is offering a great promotion for our listeners. Advanced Window Products going to hook up one lucky household with up to 15 replacement windows for free. That's a value of up to $25,000, and all you have to do is pull out your phone and text AWP to 620-620. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com, and remember, enter now for a chance to win a house full of free windows by texting AWP to 620-620. That's AWP to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals survived a late comeback by the Carolina Panthers to improve to 2-0 on the season. Calais Campbell had 2 sacks in the 27-22 win, including the game-sealing sack late in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins over the weekend and are now just 2 games back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The Snakes start a crucial series tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football handled Texas State 34-15 on Saturday, but received less votes in this week's AP poll than it did last week coming off a loss. Arizona football took care of Kansas State 23-17 on Friday, and despite being 3-0, the Wildcats failed to receive any votes in the AP poll. And the Phoenix Mercury are on the brink of elimination after losing their opening playoff game 76-69 to the New York Liberty in overtime yesterday. That series resumes Wednesday in the Big Apple. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals are where they need to be despite the highs and lows against the Panthers, writes Dan Bickley. Arizona's cornerback room was pushed past its limits with all 3 starters injured, and former ASU running back Cam Scadaboo earned his first NFL touchdown. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YRefi.
So Rick said this was totally unintentional. He
the
said,
rejoin?
Yeah. He said during the break, he's like, it's going to come back with I Feel So Alive. It's gonna be Alive by POD, and it's not intentional. But it really fits for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Wolf, honestly, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting tomorrow on football.
Yeah.
If the Diamondbacks win tonight, we may have to do one on baseball, too, at some point. Because I want to know how bought in or how bought back in people are on this baseball team.
Yeah, for me right now, what is it with this team, Basinonians? What is it with our D-backs, man? Another series won by the Diamondbacks. They have 12 games left in the season and remain 2 games back of the New York Mets, even as we speak. 2 games back with 12 to go.
They will not go away.
Man!
Which is truly my favorite characteristic any team can have in the world of sports. The resiliency and we're not going away.
Yeah.
But, man, this is the extreme this year. I don't remember a time, I know it's happened, but I don't remember a time when a team had such high expectations and just could not live up to them. And then they would have injuries. And for whatever reason, the bullpen, the starting pitching, whatever, the defense, they were not living up to the expectations. And they finally, at the trade deadline, did the right thing. Because it wasn't like we're trading these guys because we feel sorry for ourselves. It was if we don't trade these guys, we're going to get nothing back for them. We have to. And then since then, what are they, 9-3-1 in series since the trade deadline? They were 10 games out of a playoff spot at the trade deadline. They are 2 out right now.
Okay, so I want to get this from command and control right now. So think about this. 2 games back with 12 to go. When I say that to you right now in regard to the Arizona Diamondbacks, what is the first thing you think of?
Snakes alive.
Snakes alive. Okay, that's great, Rick. Thank you very much. Jamal, what is the first thing you think of?
Resiliency.
Resiliency. Okay, how about you, Lou? What is the first thing you think of?
I don't know what to believe anymore.
They're in this situation where they are 2 back with 12 to go. I think, you gotta be kidding me. How many times have you given up on this team already, Ron? How many times have you given up on them? I'm embarrassed to say it. I did it at the trade deadline, and I did it again when they lost to San Francisco. Yep. I thought it was over when they lost that series. I thought it was done, put to bed. And yet, here they are. This is, you know what? I love it, Jamal. You said resiliency. Because you know what? That's also known as toughness. Toughness. Your ability to be able to individually walk through things, Basinonians, and be okay. And yet, collectively, there's a collective toughness that also happens in sports. And I love that. To be able to endure a lot of people saying, they're done. Okay, I think it's over. You're asking my opinion. I think it's all but over for the Diamondbacks. And what have they done? They have hung around because of their toughness collectively. And here they sit, 2 games back with 12.
Throw this out there again. I know I mentioned it earlier, but I'll say it again. Those Pennant Chase Fever $15 tickets that you can get for this series against the Giants, because this series that starts tonight is a playoff series, and it's at home. You can get lower-level bleacher and bullpen tickets or upper-level tickets for this series against the Giants. Just go to dbacks.com/tickets to get all the information there, or call 602-462-4600. This team it's flawed. I mean, even as they're winning these games, the bullpen's coming in and blowing the games, and they have to win them in extra innings. The bullpen is
27 blown saves.
It's not even to the point where I don't trust the bullpen. If they have a 2-0 lead or a 3-1 lead, whatever, if it's a lead that's not like 6 runs in the 7th inning, 8th inning, 9th inning, you're like, okay, can they withstand giving up the lead? Because they will. And then can they just come back and win? And they do. I mean, that was Friday night, right? When they're down 6-4 in the 9th inning and they get guys on base and Corbin Carroll rips a single and drives in a run, and Gabby comes up and you're like, dude, this is when Gabby Moreno hits home runs in these moments. Sure enough, puts it in the seats, and then the bullpen trots out there like, okay, we're going to lose anyway. And they still come back and win the next 2 games. And the bullpen struggled in those games, and they still win. So it's so weird to have that huge issue and to have the injuries and to have traded away some of your key players at the deadline and to have underachieved and to still be winning and getting back in this anyway. It's great. Yeah. It's great. Honestly, it's great.
No, it is great. And it reminds me of what it's like to be a professional athlete. You have to have some toughness about you. The reason being is there's going to be bad games. You're going to play bad games. I don't care if it's football, hockey, basketball, baseball. I don't care what it is. If you're competing at the highest level our species can generate, you're going to have some bad games. And because of those bad games, there's going to be people that are going to notice that you had bad games, and they're going to start talking about you. Sometimes they actually have microphones in front of you, in front of them, I should say, and they start talking about you specifically, that you're not playing well, or you made a bad play, or you had a bad game. You've got to be tough. You've got to be resilient. You have to walk through that. You have to walk through a lot of scrutiny to get to this point. If you're an Arizona Diamondback and you were inside that clubhouse at the trade deadline, you had to walk through a lot of stuff, including the way you were playing the last 10 games before the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And then after it, you had to have a competitiveness that is uncommon. And now here they sit, 2 games back with 12 to go. I am blown away that exists, that reality exists for them, and the fact they've blown 27 saves. That is the most in baseball, save for one. The Angels, who have 31.
That many blown saves, and even other games where the bullpen couldn't get it done, but it wasn't quite officially a blown save, even if they had been healthy all year and the starting pitching had been really good at the start of the year. It's been great since the trade deadline. But even if everything else had been in place, that could be enough to sink a team. It should sink most teams. It's why, Wolf, when I look at the schedule and they have these 12 games left, and it's, like I said, it's a tough schedule. San Francisco,
That'd be
Philly.
perfect, though, for this team.
Right? That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
It almost doesn't – they go Giants, Phillies, Dodgers, Padres. That's brutal. The Phillies have been the best team in baseball since the trade deadline, and the Giants are right up there too. But it almost doesn't matter who they play. Either their bullpen's going to sink them, and it doesn't matter who they're playing, or the rest of the team is so resilient and just doesn't care that they're supposed to be done that they're going to win anyway, and it doesn't matter who they're playing.
How incredible would it be if the Diamondbacks get into the postseason with the conditions as they are and the schedule being what it is? They will have walked through the fire to actually get in. And if they get in, look out.
That's a whole different thing. It would be one of the cooler Valley sports stories I can remember,
man.
if they just got in with everything.
Without a doubt, Lou.
The fact that it was done. It's like you turn the movie off, and then you realize, oh, wait, the main part of the movie came after the credits, actually. When we come back, how can the Cardinals start securing more convincing victories? We're going to ask their sideline reporter, Paul Calvisi, joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home and you are able to just move in right away. None of that monotonous waiting around to sell your old place first. You don't even have to deal with that. It sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, buy it now. Sell the old one later. You figure this out. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on everybody else's schedule. It is the most inconvenient thing in the world, living your life on other people's schedules, especially when they're just total strangers that are just coming to see if they even like your house. You don't have to do that. The Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. They're going to make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth right now, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's simple, it's quick, it's easy. It's Orchard.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Fuel up like a champ at Doghouse downtown Phoenix. Whether you're catching the game or hosting the crew, we've got the flavor lineup to win the day. All beef house dogs, juicy burgers, crispy chicken, and craveable sausages. All served on King's Hawaiian rolls. Don't forget the loaded tots and ice-cold craft brews. Open 24/7 at Central and Washington. We've got your flavor fix. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and bring the heat to your next game day.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, we know great teams win with a solid playbook, right? But what about our retirement plans? Paul Calvisi here, and that's why I'm with Matt Dagus from the Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
Thanks, Paul. At Bright Wealth Management, we help you create a custom retirement strategy, so you're not guessing when it counts. Call now 844-726-9116 and schedule your one-on-one appointment. Let's design your winning plan together. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona sports.
Paul talks to football players and tries to stay out of the way. It's the Paulie Pigskin Report.
Yeah, Paulie Pigs kind of like Paulie.
Brought to you by Bright Wealth Management. Bright futures start here at brightwm.com.
All right, Cardinals win yesterday. They finally beat the Carolina Panthers, and they are 2-0. One of 8 teams in the NFL to sit at 2-0 right now. Paul Calvisi joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Paulie?
Gentlemen, did the Cardinals play a doubleheader yesterday?
Feels like it, actually.
Felt like 2 different games, did it not?
It really did.
Yeah.
It did, and I want to start with the very end of it. Calais Campbell I was telling Wolf before the show, Paulie, it felt like Calais looked around and was like, all right, this is year 18. Like, I'm not doing this. This game's over. I'm just going to get a sack and we're going home.
I mean, that game, right, which felt like forever, and the defense was on the field forever at the very end. And then for Calais, the 39-year-old, but you know what? It sort of made sense and was fitting. I'll just give a quick promotion. He was mic'd up. So Budda Baker was wired for sound, and that was an epic episode in Week 1 against New Orleans. It was funny. We were talking about Budda never stopped talking. It was sort of the football equivalent of Chris Paul. CP3 on the floor, right? Never stops talking. That was Budda Baker in Week 1. So Calais Campbell, he needed a big finish to the mic'd up since, so there he was. And then he walked over to the front row. And you realize Calais 2.0, guys, when he has 3 young kids in the front row over by the casitas, and he's lifting them out of the crowd, and he's celebrating after the game on his way off the field. And then he comes in to do the post-game radio interview. I mean, it was total cold tub time machine. I had a complete flashback, the whole thing.
Paulie, so when you think of yesterday, where do you begin, my brother?
Well, to start the game, you pretty much, especially defensively, executed everything that was at the top of your list.
Yeah.
You shut down the run game. They had 12 yards rushing at halftime. They killed you in Week 16 a year ago. Wolf, you were there.
Yep.
You know it. We were despondent after that game. And they came out in Week 16 a year ago, and they scored touchdowns in their first 3 drives. Well, Cardinals remembered that. And they're like, that ain't happening. So they stopped Chuba Hubbard. 1B was stopping Bryce Young and that run game. I mean, if they wouldn't have stopped Bryce Young running yesterday, I was going to go to the other side of the sideline because, Jonathan Gannon, I mean, he would have been really hot about that. And then they got takeaways. That was an emphasis on practice all week. Even the amount of practice we were able to watch, they were doing a lot of ball disruption drills. Boom, it all came to fruition. So it was all there. Now, was the offense completely in sync? You had the ball at the 5-yard line and you went backwards. I get it, but you still had a 10-0 lead. And then that drive right before halftime where you go 6 plays, 45 yards in 47 seconds. And someone other than Trey McBride or Marvin Harrison Jr. caught a money ball, and it was Michael Wilson. So all is good. And then you come out, and there you go down the field for a 27-3 lead. Love the look with the extra offensive lineman, Kelvin Beachum. And there's John Gaines in the fullback walk.
I loved it.
Fullback. So
23, Paulie.
Yep. And so, boom, 27-3. Now, the question is, what is the formula to finish?
Yes.
And that's something that Jonathan Gannon made known in the locker room afterwards. He put it on the coaching staff, but we all know it goes well beyond that.
Yep.
Players have to maintain that same intensity. And for Carolina to put together a 14-play touchdown drive, followed by a 14-play touchdown drive, followed by a 12-play touchdown drive, it wasn't just on the offense. The defense had to get off the field. And by the way, Craig Grialou just looked it up. Buda Baker, Jalen Thompson, and Mac Wilson Sr. all played 85 snaps.
That's Travis Hunter numbers.
There were 77 plays, but because of all the penalties, 85 snaps. Denzel Burke, who I wasn't even sure was going to dress, played 67 snaps.
Whoa.
So, yeah, you got to figure that out.
We're talking to Paul Calvisi. So, Paulie, you said you guys had Buda mic'd up for game 1 and Calais mic'd up for game 2? Is that okay? So, can you mic up an offensive player for game 3 so that the offense can end the game?
You know what? That is true. Now you can walk in there after those first 2 weeks, say, all right, line forms to the left. Who wants to get mic'd up for week 3? Who wants a big game? Look, if you're asking me, thanks for asking, Luke. What I would do on offense, I would start featuring James Conner and then some more James Conner. And when you're done with that, give it to James Conner again, especially with the 49ers week. Nobody gets more amped to play the 49ers than number 6. The man is more than a player. He is a mindset. He is a mentality. And if you want to establish that between the tackles, pound game, this is the week to do it. And he is the player to bring that sort of intensity. When he was running the ball, and he got his carries early in the second half on that touchdown drive, he was turning to the sideline and, flexing and emoting and reacting. And, the whole sideline is buying it and it's elevating the intensity. And so, to me, when in doubt, give it to James Conner.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Paulie. Right now, that is what has got to happen, I think, going forward for the Cardinals. They got to be able to run the ball. You need to put Kyler Murray in a nice, balanced offense. You need to be able to run the ball. I want to see them get better right there. Speaking about getting better, Paulie, Max Melton, of course, Will Johnson, Garrett Williams, they're starting 3 corners left the game with injuries. What can you tell us, if anything, about these corners?
It was surreal. I'm on the sideline, and to my left is Sean Murphy Bunting and Starling Thomas in sweats.
Wow.
And then one by one, they keep losing starting caliber corners. This is not happening. And so all I know is when it's Garrett Williams and Max Melton, both guys were in a lot of pain.
Yeah,
that's all I know. And as for Will Johnson, we think it happened on the same play where Buda and Garrett Williams ran into each other, believe it or not. So what's his status? I have no idea. But if indeed you were without all 3 of those guys for at least the near future, then you got to make a move. You got to figure out who's out there, what's out there, who can you trade for, if anyone. Because now all of a sudden, two guys weren't even sure we're going to make the final 53. They're going to be your starting corners at this point when you have a collection of Keitrell Clark, Denzel Burke, and Elijah Jones.
Talking to Paul Calvisi. Paulie, what was the Cardinals sideline, I should say, like when Carolina started to come back? Because for a while there, it didn't even seem like Carolina was moving with a ton of urgency because even as they were moving the ball, it just didn't seem like there was enough time for them to pull it off. But once they got the onside kick, the Cardinals did dig in defensively and win the game. But once things go that wrong that often, typically you lose.
Yeah, there were two moments for me where the Boxers started to bunge. It was the 4th and 16 conversion to 87. Who the heck is 87? And then there was the onside kick. Just going to say.
Oh, my goodness, Mac.
Just going to say there was a little bit of a pash factor because Dave went into great detail about how it's almost impossible. The odds are infinitesimal of recovering an onside kick in 2025. And then what happens? Oh, my goodness. So at that moment, I know I was gripping a little bit. There wasn't panic on the sideline, but the urgency ramped up, guys, at that point. It definitely – and then you saw it. You saw it the way they finished the game. The urgency you saw, especially in the defensive front, in the beginning of the game that got you to the 10-0 lead and the 2 takeaways. You saw it at the very end of the game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Billy. So go ahead and evaluate Kyler Murray for us. How did you feel he played?
In year 7, you can't have the interception. You just can't. That's more of a decision than anything. At the very least, the ball has to be out of his hands earlier so you don't risk getting the arm hit. Otherwise, I still love the down the middle, deep middle stuff that you saw in New Orleans, especially when he stepped up on that one play in New Orleans and then sucked the defense up and found Trey McBride. Yeah. You saw the other big play, deep middle to Trey McBride. Loved him going to Michael Wilson. There is so much attention being paid to 85 and 18 that guess what? 14 and 4 and 17. You can't tell me there aren't plays to be made. So when he does have the time to go through his reads and his progressions, the Cardinals have enough weapons. And so with that in mind, now they got to the 5-yard line, could have easily made it 14-0, and they went backwards. Yes, there were flags. And yes, I think they need to elevate the offensive line, especially the run game. Is there a process right now losing Clayton Adams to Dallas, and what does that mean? Is there still a bit of a learning curve? Are they still adapting a little bit? I honestly don't know, but you'd love to see a return to that identity the last couple of years where they were number 2 in yards per carry in the NFL, and we all know how much that helps out a quarterback.
Paulie, always great to talk to you, man.
Thank you, Paulie.
All right, guys, Victory Monday, not a mail-it-in Monday, okay? Keep it in mind. I'm talking about the two of you right
Darn
there.
it.
Too late for that.
Yeah.
That's Paul Calvisi joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Wolf, his answer when you said, how would you evaluate Kyler Murray's game?
Yeah.
Just the first 1 second where he goes, that sums it up, doesn't it? It wasn't bad, but come on. Put the just like where everybody is right now. That answer, the start to that answer, sums up how I think a lot of people feel right now. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana morning.
That onside kick happened.
I didn't get worried until then.
That was the moment when I went, all right, WTF is happening here. Really, come on now. Do you know how hard it is to convert an onside kick in 2025?
I can't remember the last one I've seen. They've made it almost an impossible play. When you have to, Carolina has announced its intention to attempt an onside kick.
Carolina has announced its intention to try to surprise the opponent and deceive the opponent, but we're letting the opponent know right now that deception is coming.
In 3, 2,
and 1.
Here we go.
Right.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You've heard about the thousands of patients finally getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to QC Kinetics non-invasive treatments. And here's one who was determined to avoid surgery. Meet Vicky.
The orthopedic surgeon said, well, you're going to need knee replacement sooner rather than later. I kept hearing commercials about QC Kinetics and thought, well, I'm going to check them out first.
QC Kinetics has treated over 20,000 patients like Vicky around the country. People who were told they needed surgery but chose a more natural, less invasive approach that uses regenerative treatments to help heal and restore painful joints with no downtime.
If QC Kinetics had not been what I expected, I would have gone through with the surgery, but I got so much relief, am now pretty much pain-free that I don't have to have the surgery.
Before going under the knife, you need to check out QC Kinetics. The consultation is free. Call today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals survived a late comeback by the Carolina Panthers to improve to 2-0 on the season. Calais Campbell had 2 sacks in the 27-22 win, including the game-sealing sack late in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins over the weekend and are now just 2 games back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The Snakes start a crucial series tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Monday. It is time for Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Rick is back from Green Bay. He's here.
Yep.
Rick?
I bought a cheese head, by the way.
Lambo.
You're not
How was
wearing
it? It was
No, it was great, but I should wear the cheese head at some point.
You're supposed to be wearing the Cardinals fan hat after every win. And the only one that actually followed up is I'm wearing these red headphones after every win. And
Yeah,
now I have to do it.
You know what? I'll wear it tomorrow. The
I'm not
Arizona
into
Cardinals
groupthink.
improved to 2-0 with an uninspiring 27-22 victory over the Carolina Panthers yesterday at State Farm Stadium. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, how would you describe your emotions after the Cardinals' Week 2 win? Thrilled to be 2-0, cautiously optimistic, worried by another scary finish.
Boy, I mean, do we not have wildly conflicted on there? Because that would be my answer.
Yeah.
I will say cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, I think you have to. You have to finish right there, especially with the mindset that I have as a former professional athlete. Based on needs, I can tell you just got to win. You have to win. That's what you have to do. You have to do it individually, and you have to do it collectively. Just win. That's what it matters inside that locker room. That's all that matters inside that locker room. You got to win. I know for fans, they don't want to see that. It's how you win as well. That matters.
I also think what's sort of baked into this is a fan base in this city that's been burned by other teams. But I can tell you, for me specifically, Wolf, I'd feel a lot better if I could just have a positive injury update on Garrett Williams and Max Melton and or Will Johnson. Like, just give me some positive. I'd feel a lot better because ultimately you are 2-0, and I don't want to not enjoy the wins when they happen. It's the injuries that are more of an issue to me than anything from yesterday.
All right, I went with cautiously optimistic. This is Arizona sports, so we have people panicking, worried by another scary finish is top 60%. Second is cautiously optimistic, 25%, and then thrilled to be 2-0, 15%. ASU football handled Texas State 34-15 on Saturday to improve to 2-1 on the season. Did the Sun Devils look like the team we expected going into the season against the Bobcats?
Yeah, I don't know. How much can you read into a game over a Sun Belt, although future Pac-12 team? But I think you can read some stuff into it. And ASU looked more like the ASU team we were expecting this season. And I don't know, you just look around the Big 12 and so many people were on Kansas State and how amazing they're going to be. And they should probably be 0-4. They should have a loss to North Dakota in there too. So it's real easy in college football to have expectations and completely melt down. And then you see other teams that weren't really supposed to be anything that are looking pretty good. Look at Clemson. Clemson was supposed to be amazing. They look terrible. So I'm not just going to minimize a big bounce back win like that from ASU because it doesn't always happen for college teams.
No, for me, I thought ASU was the better team than Texas State, and they went out and they proved they were the better team than Texas State. They ran over the Bobcats' face, metaphorically speaking. 245 yards
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Raleek Brown went off, Ron Wolfley reporting. Just
my sources
exploded for 144 yards and a touchdown. Sold.
The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins over the weekend. The Snakes are now just 2 games back of the New York Mets, believe it or not, for the final wild card spot. Wolf put this in his show prep email this morning. He wanted us to guess if the D-backs will make the playoffs. So will the D-backs make the playoffs?
Okay, so the odds are still stacked against them. I get that. They're 2 back with 12 games to go. And their schedule is brutal. And their bullpen is more brutal than their schedule. But there's just something. If this were any other sport, I would say, yeah, that's a cool story, but maybe not. But it's baseball, Wolf. Something that isn't expected to happen happens in baseball. I think they can do it. I don't know that I'm going to pick them to do it.
Right.
partially because me writing them off worked pretty well, and now they're on a run. So I'm not going to pick them to do it.
You sound exactly like me. That's exactly where I am on this. Guess time. Do they get into the postseason, Basinonians? I want to say no, because I've given up on them not once, but twice. To my shame, Basinonians, I have given up on the Diamondbacks. You know what, guys? That's why you don't listen to anybody else. That's why you just go out and you keep plugging away. You keep your eyes on the prize, which is today. Today is the opportunity. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to play my best today. And then we'll focus on the results when the process is satisfied. That's what you do as a professional athlete. That's the kind of toughness you want from a professional athlete, and you want your team collectively to feel. And that's exactly what we are seeing right now. Hey, the Mets, 10 of 15 in their last 25 games. Think about that. 2 of 8 in their last 10. They are folding. The Diamondbacks, 2 games behind with 12 to go.
I'll just say
they
this
got a
too,
shot, man.
Because this has been brought up quite a bit. It's like, man, did you do that? Did you give up and trade those guys away too prematurely? Was that a mistake? I don't believe it was a mistake at all. First of all, you had to get something for those guys. Second of all, how much better would you really expect them to be right now record-wise with those guys? They are winning at one of the best clips in the National League. Yes. I wouldn't change anything that they've done since the trade deadline.
No. But do I think they're going to get in? No. And the reason why I say that is because I don't think you can make the postseason with the back end of the bullpen being what it is.
I agree. All right, I only have time for one more. So do you guys want Zach Gallen or a surprise?
Surprise!
Surprise.
Okay. All right.
You sold out. Zach Gallen didn't have a chance. You guys want door number 1 or door number 2 that could be anything in the world.
All right.
You understand,
Then
Zach.
let's check on Cam Scattaboo.
Let's go!
And now it's time for a Cam Scattaboo update. It's Cam It Vertical on the Wolf and Luke Show.
I love that. Cam It
All right.
Vertical.
So this happened yesterday in the Giants-Cowboys game.
Scattaboo still at running back. He's got it straight ahead for the New York touchdown and his first in the NFL. Giants back in front. Cam Scattaboo back in the building where he starred in the Big 12 championship.
How cool is it to see Cam Scattaboo score his first NFL touchdown at the same stadium where ASU won the Big 12 championship?
It was really cool, and if anybody that was watching it, if you saw it here, Wolf, I have the picture. I don't know if you've seen this, but like how fitting was that? Like just his face right in the camera as they put up his first touchdown. It was such a fitting Cam Scattaboo type play. And Rick, you're right. For it to happen at that stadium in Dallas was very fitting as well.
And so it begins for Cam It Vertical.
How about the Giants almost beating Dallas and Russell Wilson throwing for 450 yards?
Yeah.
Where did that come from? All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, the Cardinals are 2-0, but the fourth quarter was concerning. But they're 2-0, but the fourth quarter was concerning. But they're 2-0. Very conflicting. How do you feel about that win over the Panthers? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener W.
Never should have been that close, but this game ended exactly how it should have. Big Calais Campbell lined up over the guard, goes out, picks the offensive tackle to get the defensive end free up underneath, but he ricochets up through the B gap and makes the big sack to clinch the game for the Cardinals.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools, they first started as a little company building little pools all the way back in 1991, and they reshaped the pool industry here in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. That's right, brothers. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with their process, their products, and their people, of course. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention. Most of their sellers, Basin O'Neens, have been there for decades, and James Frabasilio is a really good friend of mine and someone you can trust. His 2 sons are there as well, their family. And you know what? They get my highest recommendation because when it comes to building a pool in your backyard, you're going to love it. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 48 months on the new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5. Or get a great deal on your favorite Toyota. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner today by visiting your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Tacoma offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, I will say this as just a quick update as we get into this Cardinals conversation, Wolf.
Yo.
Have you seen what's going on around the NFL today? The number of quarterbacks that are hurt? So
I really haven't noticed.
I don't expect you to because it's all happened probably within like the last half hour while we've been doing the show. Now, you know about Joe Burrow, obviously. Everybody knows about Joe Burrow, probably out for months. J.J. McCarthy is now out. Sounds like 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
High ankle sprain.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So what Vikings and Bengals play each other this week, so it's going to be Carson Wentz versus Jake Browning, the quarterback matchup we were all waiting for. Sounds like Jaden Daniels is hurt now, too. So,
really?
Yeah, I don't know, Rick, if they haven't ruled him out for this week, but it sounds like
he's questionable.
Yeah. So, Marcus Mariota, backup?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it begins. I mean, this is the way that it goes so much of the time. Can you actually get your starting quarterback through an NFL season, at some point in time, you're going to need your backup to play more times than not.
We're only 2 weeks in. I mean, McCarthy is an unknown, but Jaden Daniels is not an unknown, and Joe Burrow is not an unknown, and those are Jaden's injury doesn't sound, it's not anywhere nearly as, as impactful as Joe Burrow's, because Jaden Daniels might not even miss a game, but it's just something to keep an eye on. All right, to that game yesterday, let's just kind of reset where we were at the end of the game. Wolf, I thought Calais, his post-game interview with Paul Calvisi was great. Heard Paulie talking to Jonathan Gannon too right after the game. I thought JG was really good about it because he just immediately took all the blame on himself for them not being able to finish the last 2 weeks. I think that's what you do when you're a leader. I don't think it's Jonathan Gannon's fault that they've struggled to finish, but also they did ultimately finish. They haven't lost a game yet this year. And in light of that news I was just reading off to you, they have their starting quarterback. There's a lot of teams around this league that aren't undefeated, and their starting quarterback's hurt.
Yeah, for me, again, being a former professional athlete, I'm sorry, base earnings, but this is the perspective that I have. I'm sitting here at 62 years old. I'm going to be 63, and Savage, of course, next month. Yet at the same time, can I tell you right now, I still feel like a player and think like a player. Now, what is that? Well, you know what? Once a Marine, always a Marine. That's what they say. Once an NFL player, always an NFL player. I have that mindset, and I always will. If you won a game and you knew you didn't play well, you counted that, you put that in a positive category. I think a lot of NFL fans, for us, and I consider myself to be a fan at this point in time, we're going to put that in the negative category because we need to see you play well and win. Players don't care. They're just like, well, of course they care if it's them that's not playing well. They care about going out and winning a game collectively. Yes, they need to play well individually, and they want to play well individually because they get paid. And if they play well enough individually, they're going to get paid a lot more going forward. So you always think about that. But, man, it's about the collective and winning a game where I think from my perspective now and from others, it's about how you look in doing it.
I think something that you've said quite a bit today is maybe the most concerning part is their inability to run the ball when
Without
they need to.
Doubt for me.
And for me, the reasoning is maybe a little more broad than even specific to football. It's just we just went through. I shouldn't say went through because the Diamondbacks could still make the playoffs, but we went through the first part of the season when they were supposed to be built around starting pitching and defense, and those things were letting them down. And it was it's so disconcerting when what's supposed to be a strength is not a strength. It's just you look at that and you're like, okay, well, how are you supposed to sustain winning if what you constructed your team to be good at, you haven't been good at? Like, it's going to come back to bite you at some point. I mean, even with the Suns, you're supposed to have these three great scorers, and one of them could never play, and it never worked there too. Like, just because something is supposed to happen, you need to see it actually happen. I still lean more towards the school of they're 2-0 and they just beat a team that they always seem to lose to, but I can't just write off people that are like, yeah, but look how they're 2-0. Do you really think that's going to hold up against some of these teams? Because to be honest, the New Orleans game, I was like, yeah, they won on the road. That could hold up. Yesterday, the way that game ended, it was like, that's not going to hold up against Green Bay or Philly or Detroit, any of these teams that you're trying to beat.
San Francisco.
Yeah, that might not hold up this week. That's a good point.
Yeah, again, I think of the Saints game, and I think of the numbers and how it looks pretty good, them in terms of rushing the ball. But you got to remember that you had a guy in Trey Benson rip off a 52-yard run.
That helps.
Which really kind of skewed a lot of what really was going on at the line of scrimmage in that Saints game. And yesterday, the same thing happened as well. Kyler Murray had a 30-yard scramble. Without that 30-yard scramble, the Arizona Cardinals ran the ball 21 times for 52 yards. 21 for 52. Man, that's got to be so much better. This is the strength of the Arizona Cardinals, to be a physical, blow your face off, rushing the football team Those two runs, Kyler Murray's 30-yard scramble, of course, and then the 52-yard run by Trey Benson, they're skewing the numbers right now for the Cardinals. They are. And it doesn't look so bad. But if you remove those two runs, now you start getting a real feel for what is going on with the Cardinals' rush offense. And this has got to improve. Biggest disappointment for me is the line of scrimmage on the offensive side of the ball. That is number one. And in terms of yesterday's game, the second biggest disappointment is Marvin Harrison Jr. not high-pointing the ball. And then coming up with a drop that was right in his hands.
I did the math right there while you were talking on the running game. If you take Kyler's long run where he should have probably been sacked for an 11-yard loss and instead he got a 30-yard gain, and you take the 52-yard run by Trey Benson in week 1 out, and I understand it's like, well, hey, those things happen. You can't. That's the same thing. You can't take Kyler's interception away. It did happen, and it shouldn't have led to what it almost led to, but it did. But let's just take them aside, the two running plays, just for a second to get a sense of how they are running the ball 98% of the time. If you take those out as a team, they have 146 rushing yards this season on 47 carries. Basically 3 yards a carry.
Yes.
That's not what the Arizona Cardinals are built to do.
No, that's not what they have done the last 2 years. Again, the physicality has got to improve. And when I think of the physicality improving, for me, I think of Will Hernandez. And you know what? Honestly, right now, I'm wondering, how close is Will Hernandez? And is it time? Will they go and start Will Hernandez in Game 3 against the San Francisco 49ers? And Tip Ryman, is he going to be healthy as well? Those two guys, they need them to be back and ready to ball.
Remember when we had Monty Austinfort on the show before week 1? And when you bring up Will Hernandez, I keep remembering him saying we didn't put him on IR for a reason. So, stuff changes. I get it. It's a medical thing. It's not like a strategic thing. But for them to not put him on IR, that is strategy in the sense that they must have believed he'd be ready within 4 weeks, and 2 of those weeks are now gone. So they could use him.
Yes.
Not to sound like Wolf, but man, this team could use Will Hernandez right now.
And again, I think it would be perfect against the 49ers. Here, all of a sudden, you've got a division game against the 49ers. I know the first 2 games are important as well. It's certainly NFC teams. I understand that. But for me, week 3 would be, okay, I guess we're playing for keeps right now. And this would be a huge game for the Cardinals going forward. So maybe this is going to be the week that they were targeting the whole time.
Take us with you wherever you go, and if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, ASU football won pretty convincingly on Saturday. So why did they actually drop in the AP poll? And are they the only team in the state that's just getting totally overlooked now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded for Wallner. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center. Carroll is there. He will make the catch. And the Diamondbacks hang on and win by a final score of 6-4. They win the series, and they remain 2 games out of the 3rd and final wild card spot.
D-backs take the series in the Twin Cities. Now welcome the Giants to Chase Field for Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina. Or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals survived a late comeback by the Carolina Panthers to improve to 2-0 on the season. Calais Campbell had 2 sacks in the 27-22 win, including the game-sealing sack late in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins over the weekend and are now just 2 games back of the New York Mets for the final wild-card spot in the National League. The Snakes start a crucial series tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen gets to start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns, and the Diamondbacks find themselves playing September baseball that matters. 2 games out of a playoff spot and hosting one of the teams they're chasing, the San Francisco Giants, in town tonight. We're talking about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
As time ticks by, still I try. No rest for cross chops in my mind. On my own, here we go.
All right, ASU won. You figure, okay, they were number 26 in the AP poll. Won. Bunch of teams in front of you lost. So you're going to, wow, maybe be 21, 20, I don't know.
Yeah.
They actually dropped. They got less votes. I don't really know how that works. I don't hate it. I feel like that plays right into their hands. They go out there and win. You have other teams that Notre Dame hasn't even won a game, and they're still ranked in the top 25.
For me, Luke, today, I don't know why, but today, Base Learnings, I think Luke and I are on the same wavelength on a lot of this stuff, the stories that we have. Totally agree. I don't know why they would drop when they played so well, especially defensively against a team that knows how to score points.
It's, to a certain extent, I understand the whole rankings thing can be silly, but you have to look at this for what it is saying about college football as a whole. You may look and say, well, okay, but Notre Dame would beat ASU. Well, first of all, who are you to know that?
They said the same thing about Texas, and Texas should have lost.
Yeah, they were. Both of these teams we're talking about were.
Don't at me on that.
We're both in the college football playoff last year, Notre Dame and ASU.
Targeting.
And don't say that.
I know.
That word.
Just awful.
So Notre Dame, I'm just using as an example. They haven't won a game yet this year. They're 0-2. Now, they've played good teams, but they're 0-2, and they're 24th in the nation, whereas ASU started the year as number 11 or 12, depending what poll you're looking at. And yes, they lost a game, and it's not like they've beaten some amazing team yet, but they're 2-1. Whatever. It's not even that they aren't ranked; it's that they got less votes after a win. But I don't think that's the worst thing in the world for ASU. It's not great in that we're just seeing it in the polls again, where the Big 12 is being treated like a different conference than even the ACC, which I don't get now. It's it really pays to be on the East Coast, I guess.
Yes,
but
that was my takeaway from this, is that ASU played at 10:30 p.m. on Saturday against a non-SEC school. They played at 7:30 Eastern last week against an SEC school and, almost won. So people probably still voted pretty high for them because they actually watched the game.
Yeah.
And I just think these voters aren't watching the game. That's just a theory that I have, or aren't paying attention to the late night games. They're asleep. And then
there's a bias that's there, Rick.
Yeah,
it's always going to be there. The Sun Devils opened the door for all of that bias to come through.
Yeah, and I
when
think
they lost to Mississippi State.
That's true. And I also think it's affecting U of A too, because U of A is 3-0.
Yeah.
Did not get a single vote. They played late on Friday, but you look at Navy, who has a vote. They've beaten VMI, UAB, and Tulsa.
It's just a bunch of letters. They've just beaten up the alphabet.
My goodness.
Yeah,
that is bad.
Since you brought up U of A, and let me just say this too real quick. Of the top 15 teams in the college football rankings, one of them plays west of Texas. So, and it's Oregon at number 6. It's just at least a brand that people seem to know. Like I'm not going to sit here and pretend I've watched USC closely, but they're 3-0. Why are they behind 0-2 Notre Dame? Like, really? I mean, but whatever. I mean, that stuff you hope would play out over the course of the year. We'll see, because you know that there is a strong bias towards certain teams and against other. I wouldn't say teams. I would say towards certain conferences and against others. But to Rick's point, U of A is now 3-0. They beat Hawaii. Okay. They beat Weber State. Big deal. Beat Kansas State, who does look like an absolute mess, but they still beat them. They're still 3-0.
Yeah, but once again, it's a Big 12 school.
Yeah.
So nobody's going to give them respect for beating a
why?
Big 12 school. Well, I know why. It's not on the East Coast. Is there a certain bias that goes with that? I think there's no doubt about it. It's been kind of a wink-wink joke for the last 20 years.
And it is a joke. But I feel like at least when you won Pac-12 games, they carried a little more weight than winning Big 12 games, seemed to feel right.
Yes, I agree with that. And yet the Pac-12 folded.
It's gone, yeah. You couldn't even watch those games if you wanted to. But the Pac-12 seemed to carry more weight a couple years ago. The Big 12 seemed to carry more weight a couple years ago. And now, I don't know. The thing I would say about U of A, okay, it's really hard to be like, oh, they're going to be amazing. I do like the running back they got from Texas State, Ishmael Mahdi, who won Offensive player of the week in the Big 12, and Jordan Crook just won defensive player of the week. So ASU and U of A taking those. I don't know how much to read in their first 3 games. They've all been home games. But if you look at U of A's schedule, they don't play any of the top teams in the Big 12 this year, just the way it worked out, other than ASU, obviously. And they play Iowa State in 2 weeks. They don't play Texas Tech. They don't play Utah. They don't play TCU. They dodge all those teams. So they are a team to keep an eye on.
Yeah, one of the good things that I think came of this Texas State game in particular is just the fact that defense. I thought the defense went out and balled out. I thought they played really, really well. And I also thought, too, that to our discussion, what we're talking about, Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson had a signature play in that game. Yeah. And I think, honestly, right now is one of the best plays I have seen. The incredible jump throw by Sam Levitt, and then the run after that by Jordan Tyson, the leaping bound of throws and jumps, as it's been called in the Wolfley compound. It was an incredible play. And to me, I think this is exactly what needs to happen for ASU, once again, to get a little bit of respect from people that are voting nationally.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be. Here's Kenny Dillingham talking about that play you're referring to.
Well, he was the primary read, so I was going through. He's open. Oh, crap. How are you going to get it to him? Oh, you got it to him. Amazing. Did he really just do that? Is he actually in bounds? Wow. That's probably what's going through my head.
That's awesome. That is a
pretty
great
accurate
clip.
Here's Levitt after the game.
Yeah, it was big. I kind of said it a couple times. I thought, I was really grateful for what happened against Mississippi State. Because if we would have came out of there with a dub, we kind of wouldn't have attacked the week the way that we did. Little issues would have got blown over. So that really came to show, and we kind of honed in on those things, and we were able to really band together as a team. And we saw it second half of Mississippi State carried over into this game. So we got to figure out how we're going to continue to build upon this and just kind of keep the same mojo as a team overall.
By the way, didn't it look like ASU came out of the tunnel ready to play? Did you notice that?
Yes.
And ready to run the football.
And ready to run the football. It looked like to me they came out and they were ready to play. And it's not like, once again, you think of Texas State. You better play or you're going to, right? Listen, I know that they were good, but it wasn't about Texas State to me. This game was about ASU coming out and playing up to their standard. That's what they did. And I thought they did it in all 3 phases. And I thought that's why they won the game going away.
We're going to know a lot about what Sam Levitt just said over the next month or so, I would say, because I think there's a lot of truth to what he just said about them. He almost thankful the Mississippi State game was there to wake them up. Their schedule coming up, here we go. Baylor, TCU, Utah, Texas Tech.
Oh, boy.
I mean, this is the part of the schedule everybody circled when the schedule first came out, and rightfully so, because Utah looks really good, and Texas Tech has scored 174 points in their first 3 games. I know they haven't played anybody amazing, but they've scored 174 points in their first 3 games. This is going to be a real stretch right here, and if they could somehow run through this and win all 4 of those games, if they somehow go 4-0, don't you almost have to point to the Mississippi State game as a catalyst?
Yes.
Because if they had just kind of won that game but kept going down that path, they weren't going to win these games coming up. At least not 3 or 4 of them. So, I mean, obviously you got to play them and win them now, but potentially you can turn that real bad negative into a positive. When we come back, what are the Cardinals overreactions after week 2? Oh, this will be fun. We did this last week. I feel like they're going to be much more overreacty this week. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, guess who's 2-0?
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zaven Collins recovers it and scores.
It's always great to win. We're 2-0, and yeah, that was the goal, to go 1-0 this week, and we did that.
How do you feel about the home win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, you don't want to move yourself, right? You want the pros to move you, and that's exactly what you're going to get with Moving Team 6. They are incredible. They believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. They have to earn it, and they know it. That's why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees for you. What I also love about Moving Team 6, this is a family-owned and operated business. That's right. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. They run it together, the business together, right here in Phoenix, of course. They're built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I know that because the Lee family is built on the exact same thing. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Purchase a Stranger Things special event ticket pack for Friday, September 19th and receive an exclusive hat and D-backs versus Phillies game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/strangerthings.
No matter what happens this coming Sunday, it's going to be Overreaction Monday.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Cardinals Overreactions. Overreacting to the Cardinals game with Wolf and Luke.
All right. It's time to overreact, Wolf. We overreacted in week 1. I don't think we got too out of line with any of the overreactions, but we are doing this. This is the segment where you don't hold back. You can go ahead and lean into your enthusiasms or your fears, whatever they are. You don't have to. You don't have to. Let's just cut logic from this segment, okay?
Yes.
Just go ahead and overreact to what you saw yesterday.
Okay,
You're
by
going
way of
first, by the way.
example, when you stop and think about this, Mason Onions, the Arizona Cardinals can't run the ball. Okay, now again, this is overreaction.
big.
This is the overreaction that I'm talking about. Do I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to continue to not be able to run the ball the way that we have seen through the first 2 games? And again, don't at me and talk to me about Trey Benson going 52 yards. That really skewed the numbers. Or Kyler Murray pulling the ball down and running for 30 yards. That really skewed the numbers. The Cardinals are not imposing their will on their opponent the way that they have done in the past. And if there were ever 2 fronts that might be suspect in terms of stopping the run, it would be the New Orleans Saints and the Carolina Panthers. And because of that, I'm a little concerned with the Cardinals' inability to impose their will on their opponent. They need to be able to run the ball and do it in rundown situation when everyone expects them to run the ball and be successful doing it. And that is one of my concerns where I'm overreacting right now.
All right, I'll go sort of along those lines. Mine is more just big picture with the offense. I can't even tell you how many texts or comments I got yesterday during the game of, dude, stop trying to talk up Marvin Harrison Jr. He's just, here he goes, disappearing again. I don't even know how many people it was. It's not just Marv. It's not Kyler. It's not. It is partially the running game. It's a little bit of everything, Wolf. But this is really testing the conversation of, well, would you rather your quarterback wins games or puts up numbers? Would you rather your offense wins games or puts up numbers? They're 2-0, so I can't be that upset about it. But nobody's really putting up numbers. Trey McBride's not an option near the goal line for whatever reason. He's put up some numbers. He's at 139 receiving yards. Nobody else in the team even has 100 receiving yards yet. Nobody has 100 rushing yards yet. Kyler Murray through 2 games has accounted for 3 touchdowns, so not anything amazing. And, he hasn't been bad, but it's not like he's putting up amazing numbers. And so when you're not putting up amazing numbers, the second you turn the ball over even one time, you really feel the impact of it. So it's hard to watch this offense right now and feel like if it doesn't improve, which you expect it will over the course of the season, but if it doesn't improve, how are they going to win any really, truly significant games? It feels like there's a cap on the offense right now.
Okay, I would agree on that.
These are overreactions, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are we calling this again?
Overreaction Monday.
Oh, I see. Overreaction Monday. Okay, so we're overreacting here. Marvin Harrison Jr. was not ready to play this game. How about that for an overreaction? I believe that, and I'm firing for effect here because he was targeted 3 times in that first half. And on 2 of them, one was just a drop on an out route, a drop that would have been a first down. It was right in his hands, and he flat out dropped it. And then there was the fade. There was the fade into the end zone, 1-on-1 on the outside, and Kyler Murray threw the fade up, and Marvin Harrison Jr. did not elevate, waited for the ball to come down into his chest, and it hit his chest, and the DB actually knocked the ball away because he did not high point the ball on a fade, even though he had verticality. And when I say that, I'm talking about a size advantage on the corner that was on him. Not only that, but going up and knowing where the ball is on a fade and high pointing the ball like he needed to do. To me, Marvin Harrison Jr. knows he's got to attack the ball and catch it and extend his arms away from his body. That's where he's got to get better with these contested catches. That was disappointing to me. It's an overreaction, though, but one that I have to speak of. He wasn't ready to play the game.
This music, by the way, very conducive to an overreaction because it doesn't it's repetitive. It wants you to say something. It wants you to get bored and say something shocking and overreacting. I'll go down this path with the defense, Wolf, and I really hope this isn't true. they're going to depend a lot on their safeties, specifically Budda Baker, Jalen Thompson, and Rabbit, because they weren't getting a whole lot of pressure with the four-man rush yesterday. Now, we've seen Nick Rollis can draw up creative blitzes. We saw him do it last year. They got a ton of sacks when they didn't have the defensive linemen that they have this year. And, you know, maybe that gets better over the course of the year, too. It got better over the course of the game yesterday, which felt like a year. And Calais finished the game with a couple sacks. I'm not even basing it on that, though. I'm basing it on the fact that right now they might be down 5 cornerbacks from where they were in the offseason. You got a great safety room. You may have the best safety room in football, honestly. But you're going to really test them if you have to start going out and adding corners to play significant snaps, or if Denzel Burke and some of these other guys are going to be counted on to play, Keitrell Clark to play significant snaps. If Will Johnson's going to miss any time, if Max Melton's going to miss any time, if Garrett Williams is going to miss time, you're going to put a lot of pressure on these safeties. That's my second overreaction.
Yeah, okay. As we continue to overreact to what happened with the Arizona Cardinals, let me just say that Bryce Young threw for well over 300 yards in this game, and that cannot be going forward. The Arizona Cardinals cannot allow a quarterback to line up, a developing quarterback in particular, and throw for over 300 yards and be the reason why a team almost beat you. And yet that's exactly what happened. They played an awful lot of soft zone and rushed 4. They were hoping, of course, that Bryce Young was going to throw them the ball. It's one of the reasons why they elected to do that. And when you have a 27-3 lead, that's going to force you to actually play an awful lot of zone cover and rush 4, drop 7. That's something that I do not think is in question at all. What was disturbing was to see the success Bryce Young had in terms of throwing the ball.
Since when is Hunter Renfrow Jerry Rice?
He wasn't even on Carolina for a while there, was he? I'll throw one more. I'm going to go really broad with this one. This isn't just the Cardinals. This is my overreaction through 2 weeks. The NFC West it's definitely one of the, 2 or 3 best divisions in football? I think that's where we're going to go with this season. I still think the NFC North is the division to beat. And the AFC West should be pretty good, too. I'm not writing off the Chiefs at 0-2. But San Francisco's 2-0. The Cardinals are 2-0. The Rams are 2-0. The Seahawks are 1-1. Man, did they score the most Seahawks touchdown ever yesterday when Caleb Johnson apparently didn't know the rules of a kickoff return and just kind of watched the ball and Seattle jumped on it. So as a division right now, they are a combined 7-1. So much was made about how it was going to be a wide open division, and it is, but it's going to be one of the best divisions, or at least the most competitive divisions in football this year, because all these teams are decent.
I think Luke is overreacting to 2 weeks of the season.
That's the name of the game.
And that's exactly
I had no more overreactions.
I love that. There it is. Let's end on that overreaction, shall we?
All right, when we come back, we'll get a little bit deeper onto one side of the football for the Cardinals. What did we make of their offensive performance yesterday against Carolina? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Something has to change. I agree. Their way of handling this, him, them, he, whatever. Something has to change this offseason. There's 15 games to go, and the Diamondbacks are 3 games out. But Kittel makes it. He did this last year when he took a game off the last week of the season, the game before the trade deadline.
We could sit there.
Or the All-Star break, the 2 before the All-Star break.
We could sit there and say you got to trade the guy, but you are trading a guy that's one of the better.
I'm not saying they have to. I'm just saying they have to.
You got to think about it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You know, I sat down recently with Trajan Wealth, and when I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. I'm not into that, Basinonians. I'm sure you're not as well. I left that meeting feeling empowered. They are fiduciaries, after all, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I'm a client because I saw the difference with Trajan Wealth. 480 990-3300. Maybe you'd like a little peace of mind in your investment portfolio. I sure did, and that's why I started with a call to the good people at Trajan Wealth for a second opinion as well. Give them a call today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting and learn a little bit more. 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth Advisory Services, offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Seller must agree on price and possession.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises. Across the green desert, Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
We're Arizona's pride.
Sanderson Ford. This is Sanderson Ford country.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company that is offering a great promotion for our listeners. Advanced Window Products going to hook up one lucky household with up to 15 replacement windows for free. That's a value of up to $25,000, and all you have to do is pull out your phone and text AWP to 620-620. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public with no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They're the highest rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high quality custom windows you are going to find. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. You can find them online at advancedwindows.com, and remember, enter now for a chance to win a house full of free windows by texting AWP to 620-620. That's AWP to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals survived a late comeback by the Carolina Panthers to improve to 2-0 on the season. Calais Campbell had 2 sacks in the 27-22 win, including the game-sealing sack late in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins over the weekend and are now just 2 games back of the New York Mets for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The Snakes start a crucial series tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. That is what is trending now.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is Wolf and Luke on a Big Red Monday. It is a Victory Monday. Wolf, we're going to do game balls here in a little bit. Somebody signed this ball. I don't know who. Who signed the ball? Do you know?
No.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out during the break.
Somebody who is number 20.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
Okay, yeah.
Somebody in the history of the Cardinals who is number 20. We'll do game balls in a little bit, but the Cardinals are 2-0. There are 8 teams in the NFL right now that are 2-0. There's a couple others that could be 2-0 after tonight. Chargers are playing the Raiders. Tampa's playing Houston. But also, Wolf, today looking around the NFL and seeing Minnesota isn't going to have J.J. McCarthy for a while. They're not even going to have Aaron Jones for their game against Cincinnati. But Cincinnati's not going to have Joe Burrow for at least 3 months. Jaden Daniels is hurt. I don't know how hurt with Washington. It's kind of a reminder of how much the NFL season is almost like a war of attrition, where it's just win the game and try to get out as relatively healthy as possible. We don't know how healthy the Cardinals secondary is after yesterday.
Yeah.
I was telling you before, that was the moment where I started to get real frustrated in the game, is when the Cardinals defense had been out there for the entire fourth quarter. And on one play, Budda Baker and Garrett Williams are on the ground. And as Paul Calvisi said when he joined us earlier, they're thinking maybe that's the play Will Johnson got hurt on too. But either way,
yeah,
the Cardinals won. The question I think most people have is more about their offense than anything else right now.
Yeah, I thought the offense played poorly in the first half and a little bit better in the second half. I know they scored more points in the first half, but that was because the defense basically gifted the Cardinals 10 points at the beginning, of course, of the game. The offense is 0 for 2 in drives that could have ended the game, and that sucks buttermilk to me. They got to do better. They have to be better. I wrote down, man, in the first half, I thought their offense left a lot out on the field. And then all of a sudden, Kyler Murray hit Michael Wilson on a skinny post, that skinny post in the back of the end zone to take a 20-3 lead for Big Red. I thought that was a big throw. That was a good read, a great throw, and a good job by Michael Wilson with that skinny post where you keep that straight against that kind of zone cover. And it was excellently executed, and because of that, the Cardinals were up 20-3. But before that, I thought they were really struggling. Kyler wasn't great. Marvin Harrison Jr. was not good based on earnings. He didn't have a reception in the first half, and he was targeted 3 times. And he had a drop, a flat-out drop, and also didn't high-point a ball. Misplayed a fade route that should have been a touchdown, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Should have been.
Yeah.
But he misplayed it.
They had a Michael Wilson touchdown that got called back too because of a penalty on Trey McBride, so he really could have had 2 touchdowns in that game. The Cardinals right now, yards per game through 2 games, are averaging 284.5 yards per game, which is 23rd in the NFL. And when you look at some of the teams that are actually worse than them, it is a reminder that it's very early in the season. So stats, I don't think, tell the whole story, because like Philadelphia is averaging way less than the Cardinals. They're 2-0. Minnesota's averaging less than almost everybody. They're 1-1. Tennessee's averaging 192 yards a game. Cincinnati's averaging 245. Like, there are teams that are averaging less yards per game than the Cardinals that are also 2-0. But I think it's more the eye test with the Cardinals offense. It just doesn't. There were some explosive plays last week, but I don't even totally know how to describe it, honestly. It's kind of frustrating. But when you watch them, where is the sustained drives at the end of the game? Where's running the ball when you need to run it the most? It's not even the numbers. It's the like, hey, we need a play here. Well, the offense isn't going to give you one. They're not going to run the ball. They're not going to get the yards. Kyler's going to throw the ball behind Trey McBride, or he's going to miss somebody down the field. He's not going to see them, or nobody's getting open, or they're not blocking for Kyler. And it's just like, it's kind of remarkable they're 2-0 right now with what the offense has looked like.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. You know, the offense, 8 first downs in the first half. Okay, now that's not horrific, but it's not great either. 26 plays. 26 plays for 145 yards. 36 yards rushing on 10 carries.
That's the one.
That's
the one.
Once again, that we're not used to that. And yet they had a 20-3 lead at the half, largely because of what their defense did in gifting them 10 points based on the 2 turnovers they created, including scoring a touchdown. I just thought the offense, it was better in the second half, but I didn't think the offense was great in that first half. And they got better, like I said, but not being able to run the ball was just brutal to me. And their third down offense was disappointing as well.
Yeah, there are moments. We didn't really have them yesterday, but I think we had them in the New Orleans game where you can see it all fitting the way it should. Of like, okay, you now have to cover Marv because he's making catches, so that's going to leave Trey McBride. Okay, now you got to figure out a way to stop Trey McBride, and now James Conner can run. There's still a way this works. Like I don't want to oversell it the other way. It's just the offense is behind the defense right now. Is that fair? Through 2 games, the offense is pretty significantly behind the defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I also say, too, in regard to that, you can't start a game better than the Cardinals started.
That was great.
You cannot do it. There is nothing better than actually losing the toss and deferring, or winning the toss, I should say, and deferring until the second half. And then you kick the ball off, and suddenly you get a strip sack. On the first third down, the ball comes out and you score a touchdown off of that. You couldn't start any better. I thought that was awesome, too, the way they did that. They put 7 guys on the line and brought 5. Nick Rawless, once again, doing Nick Rawless things in regard to actually putting 7 guys on the line of scrimmage and then dropping 2 and bringing 5. And Davis Gaither attacked the A-gap. And Josh Sweat came clean underneath him, attacking the backside A-gap. What a great way to actually start that game, especially when it was Josh Sweat getting the strip sack and the ball is out. This is a good point for the Arizona Cardinals. One's a point. Let's see it again. Let's see if they can get a trend going this week against the 49ers and have Josh Sweat show up and make plays.
That is the other part of this now. We'll obviously talk more about the San Francisco game as the week goes on, but just the fact that they are playing San Francisco this upcoming week, I think that's more of a game for people that if they win that game, you beat San Francisco. People aren't going to be nitpicking, how they won. When you're playing Carolina and New Orleans, it's conducive to like, okay, those might be 2 of the worst teams in the NFL. They really could be. So, you win, but you're still looking like, man, is that going to hold up against other teams? You beat San Francisco, and I know Brock Purdy is hurt, and I know George Kittle is hurt, but at a certain point, wins are wins. If you beat San Francisco and you're 3-0, it's going to be really hard to nitpick a win at that point.
Especially on the road.
Catch every headline. Visit the watch page on ArizonaSports.com for the latest on the Cardinals' hot start and D-backs wildcard push, or join us live and watch along. When we come back, which players, which specific individuals stood out for the Cardinals in their win yesterday? We're going to hand out some game balls next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. I got to give them a huge shout out because they have transformed our backyard into an oasis with artificial grass. Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal, man. I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. And trust me on this, the reviews say it all. Man, if I could give Legacy Green Solutions 10 stars, I would. They're family owned and operated. They have been for over 25 years Voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels super natural, and it's cost-effective as well. And right now, Legacy is offering a limited-time deal. Mention Wolf, Basinonians. That's me. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Well, man, that's the way to fight. That's the way you prepare during the week, and that's the way you play at the end of the week. Great job. We got to get a game ball.
We're giving out game balls on the Doug and Wolf Show.
Game ball, game ball. Where's the ball?
Oh, that was a little bit. That was a while ago, Basinonians.
Should I give this game ball to...
What up, Douglas? Love you, brother.
Steve Preston? Like, what year are we?
Right.
All right. Well, if we're going to give out game balls, and command and control are going to be involved here as well. Okay,
cool.
So Rick and Jamal are going to do this. Also, we're going to go offense. We're going to do defense. We're going to do special teams. And you can double up.
Okay.
Like, just because I give the game ball to somebody on defense, you want to give it to. This is not a draft.
Of course.
So, who's going first?
I think you should.
Okay, I got the ball right here.
Okay,
we're going offense first?
Yeah, sure.
You guys want me to
if
play
that's
the
what you would
correct
like.
intro real quick?
No, we're fine. We got the ball. We have to run through this. Offense was tough this week, I'll be honest.
Okay.
I have somebody I'm going to give it to, but his numbers would not necessarily indicate it. At
Well,
first
then
glance.
why give it to him?
Because if I'm giving a game ball to somebody on offense,
Oh.
I'm actually giving it to Michael Wilson.
Ah.
Had a touchdown and did actually score a second touchdown. They got called in a game where touchdowns were kind of at a premium for the offense.
Yeah.
If I'm giving a game ball to somebody on offense, there's one other candidate, but I'm going to give it to Michael Wilson.
Okay, you're going to give it. There it is.
Because they need what he provided. I mean, he had one catch for 11 yards, but what he provided around the goal line, they need right now.
Yeah. I'm going to put the ball down because there can only be one game ball for me this week, and nobody on the offensive side of the ball was worthy of that.
I didn't have to give one out.
Nobody, as a matter of fact.
Can I ask Michael Wilson for
So
the ball
I'm not going to
back?
worry about that because, Michael, nice job. But honestly, we just don't hand out game balls here at the Wolfley compound. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put that down and say nobody on offense deserved a game ball.
This is a plot twist from Wolf, and you guys know the plot twist now, so you can adjust accordingly. Jamal, where are you going?
Yeah.
Jamal's like, how am I supposed to give anybody a game ball after that?
Yeah, especially with my answer, because this is definitely going to be of unpopular opinion. But I'm going to give my game ball to. Oh, this is heavier than I thought it was. I'm going to give mine to Kyler Murray.
Okay.
He didn't have a great game, but football, I like to think, is a game of moments. And he had two very, very big moments offensively in the big run that he had and the very, very nice throw that he made to Michael Wilson for the touchdown. And I think without those two plays, they don't win this game. So I'm going to give it to Kyler Murray.
Do you want to go ahead and give out your social media information, too, so people can at you, as Wolf says?
Well, it's Jamal Kumon.
You know what, though?
It's okay.
Jamal, I love that. I love the fact you have the circumference to actually say, yeah, I'm going to give it to Kyler Murray. It's not like Kyler Murray was awful in this game. He was not.
You got to have reasoning, and Jamal had reasoning.
I'm 10 toes. I'm standing 10 toes.
Yeah, you've done it now. You can't take the ball back.
I got to break the wall. My back's against the wall.
Rick?
All right. I am going to go with Michael Wilson. That was quite the touchdown reception. It was at the end. I was there yesterday. Jamal was actually next to me. We didn't plan to go together, but we ended up going together.
I thought you were going to say we didn't speak to each other all game.
No, it was right. The catch was right in front of us, and it was pretty amazing that he got both feet down. So, yes, one catch for 11 yards, but it was a very nice touchdown reception. So, Michael Wilson, one of my favorite Cardinals, gets a game ball.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm definitely going first on defense, so can I have the ball back? Because I know everybody's going to copy my answer. And so I'm going to give this ball squarely to Calais Campbell, playing his first defensive home game as a member of the Arizona Cardinals since 2016. Had 2 of their 3 sacks. Finally, at the end, thankfully, looked around and said, no more of this, okay? I didn't sign up for 34 defensive snaps out of 37 plays. This is not what I came here to do in year 18. I'm just going to end this so we can go home up 2-0 to start the season. So Calais gets the ball.
Okay, there it is. Basinonians, when I said there can only be one, it is Calais Campbell. It is Calais Campbell who is getting the game ball from the Wolfley compound right now. Are you kidding me? What he did, the 2 sacks, both of them coming at very important times
Step up
in the game. And yet, to finish the game by getting a sack, yeah, that is the definition of getting a game ball. Calais Campbell has one that he's going to have to put on his shelf, because he's the only guy worthy of a game ball in the Wolfley compound.
Jamal?
Yeah, that's the correct answer. It's Calais Campbell. He made the biggest play of the game, at least defensively. The 2 sacks coming back in his first home game as an Arizona Cardinal. Calais Campbell.
Rick?
I'm also going to have to go Calais Campbell. It was awesome to see him get 2 sacks. That big one at the end of the game for sure was the best one. And it was really cool to see him get introduced. They did the defensive starters yesterday, and he was second to last being introduced, and just before Buddha, and the crowd went absolutely crazy for him. So it was a great day for Calais, and he played extremely well. So I'm going to give it to Calais.
If I was smart and organized, I would keep a tally of who gets the most game balls on this show.
Ooh,
but I'm going to.
Do you have last week's?
Yep.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, because I don't know if I still have last week's. So that really went out the window quickly. All right, so now I don't know what to do with this one, Wolf, because you've introduced the option where I don't have to give the game ball to anybody.
You have to realize game balls are special. They are. You just don't hand them out to somebody that, may have the best numbers. You hand it out to a guy that won the game for you.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be that, I don't know that I'm going to give one out on special teams. Now, Chad Ryland was great. He did everything they asked him to do. Hit a couple of field goals, was 3 for 3 on extra points. Blake Gillikin's punt average was over 61 yards a punt.
Pretty good, Blake.
But I didn't look at that game yesterday and be like, oh, the Cardinals won this game with special teams.
There you go.
I was going to give it to Ryland because of those numbers, and more importantly, because he wasn't one of the guys on the field for the onside kick. All of those guys are ineligible for a game ball yesterday, but I'm just, I'll just leave it blank. I'll leave it blank because I do like that it makes Calais' game that much more impactful. You, Wolf, do you have one?
No, as a matter of fact, I don't. I have one game ball, and that was Calais Campbell, period.
Wow. Definitive. Jamal?
I am going to give out a game ball for special teams.
Okay.
It's going to Greg Dortch.
Dortch.
For the big punt return he had, putting the Cardinals in, pretty good field position to go and score. So I'm Greg Dortch.
He had 73 yards of returns yesterday, Greg Dortch. Wolf, unimpressed when it comes to game balls,
it's okay.
Right?
No, he did a good job, no doubt. But game balls again are fulcrum points.
I might want to go back and take one back from last week now too.
Hey, the Cardinals won 27-22. If they had not scored those 6 points that Chad Ryland had on the field goals, they would have lost the game. So I've got to give it to Chad Ryland. He was nails yesterday. I think we're slighting Chad a little bit here.
Right, Chad Ryland.
Got to
go.
Hey,
with
you
Chad
know what,
Ryland.
kicker? I expect you to make those kicks.
Yeah, for sure. But they wouldn't have won without
No,
him,
you
so.
don't get a game ball for expecting to make the kick, Rick.
We really hung Rick out to dry.
It wasn't like he hit a 60-yarder.
No, he did not.
To win the game.
The reason I didn't give one to Chad Ryland is because once I realized we don't have to give one out each week, I feel like Chad Ryland's going to get like 12 of these this year because there's not a whole lot of opportunities on special teams right now. All right, so a unanimous Calais, though. And I think last week, actually, Blake Gillikin got a unanimous vote from us as well.
Yeah, that's right. But he killed the ball.
He did.
Critical punts as well.
In key moments. And so I guess this already answers my question. I was going to say, if you could only give one out for the whole game, who would it be? We'd all go Calais.
Yes.
And that was cool. That was as brutal as the fourth quarter was, and just as like agonizing and frustrating as it was. For it to end with him getting the sack, it's like this didn't make the last hour all worthwhile, but it was pretty cool. At least. All right.
No doubt.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back to ASU football, are you any better as far as how you feel about Sam Leavitt after his performance against Texas State? And where are you on Jordan Tyson just overall at this point? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not a fire the coach either, but I am putting a lot of expectation on next year then. It doesn't happen this year, the next year becomes the year. The next year becomes the year where now jobs might be on the line, and now there might be that next level of accountability. I agree with you. I mean, like, I have those expectations for this year. I believe they should be a playoff team. I believe 9 or 10 wins should be the minimum, really, frankly, closer to 10 than 9. If they don't get there, I'm not going to sit here and say fire everybody because of it, but boy, is it going to move everything into next year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals survived a late comeback by the Carolina Panthers to improve to 2-0 on the season. Calais Campbell had 2 sacks in the 27-22 win, including the game-sealing sack late in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins over the weekend and are now just 2 games back of the New York Mets for the final wild-card spot in the National League. The Snakes start a crucial series tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen gets to start for the D-backs with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll have more fallout from the Cardinals win and the Sun Devils win over Texas State. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Just talking during the break how much we're looking forward to this baseball game tonight. We got 2 Monday Night Football games, but we also now have a baseball game here in the Valley that's basically it's like a play-in game to the playoffs in a way.
Thank goodness for DVR, right? Based on audience. Yeah. Thank goodness for that. Even though I like to go back and forth because I love the live. I love it live. We'll do it live and I'll watch it live. Back and forth, I flip all the time.
You get the full emotional impact of it watching it live, obviously, especially if you flip over to a little social media during these
taste
games.
it? That's what I want to know.
I would argue one of the best things, I know people always bash social media, but one of the best things about it is live sporting events. When you could see everybody else is watching it too, and it's almost
We'll do
like
it
a
live.
community thing.
That's right.
Back to college football. Mentioned this earlier, and I saw a few people in the YouTube live chat bring this up as well. And so I'll readdress it. I mean, ASU not being ranked, I don't necessarily have a problem with. Maybe I didn't say this right before. I think it's a good thing for ASU. I think if I'm Baylor, I don't love it because it's just another way that ASU can have some bulletin board material. Hey, we were 26. Because how many teams win, teams in front of them lose, and they drop? Now, I'm not saying Texas State. That's not like beating Texas, but it's a little odd. And as I said earlier, it's a little odd to me that U of A isn't getting any votes when they're 3-0.
Speaking of odd, it just felt weird where ASU was coming into this season and, they were looked at to be a team that was going to be reckoned with once again and could be the Big 12 champion once again. I like it when they're underdogs.
I do too. It's actually kind of worked out.
And I think it's working for Kenny Dillingham, and it has worked for Kenny Dillingham in the past, that they have an underdog mentality. In the NFL, I really don't care. Whether you're the underdog or not, I really don't care. Because hopefully in the NFL, you realize this is my job, this is what I get paid for, and win, lose, or draw, it doesn't matter. I'm going to go out and give you everything I have because this is my job, and I get paid to do it. And I'm going to approach it the same way. Isn't that right, Buda Baker? Game after game after game. That's the kind of guy you want. That's the kind of mentality you want. But at the college level, you're still talking about developing minds for the most part. 18 and 19-year-old kids. And the underdog mentality. We better play well or, we're going to get embarrassed in front of everybody out here. That still exists. And because of that, I think Kenny taps into that and does it very well.
The other part of this, and this is where we're kind of all in this together, whether you're an ASU fan or a U of A fan or you're a Utah fan driving around right now or Texas Tech or whatever. Like I said, ASU's played 3 games this season, okay? They came in and it was supposed to be like, hey, we respect this team nationally. Look what they did last year. Okay, we have number 11. ASU has dropped in the polls every week. They have not lost 3 games. They've won 2 of the 3 games. They dropped after both losses after the loss, and they dropped after both wins, obviously, too. But the issue, do I think U of A is that great? No, but they're 3-0, and as I detailed earlier, they don't really play the tough teams in the Big 12 this year, just kind of the way the schedule works out, other than ASU and Iowa State. I do think Baylor could be decent, but they avoid Texas Tech, and they avoid Utah, and they avoid TCU, so you got to keep an eye on them, certainly. But it's bigger than that. It's the conference. Iowa State is the only Big 12 team ranked in the top 15. And I would say the way Iowa State plays, they're probably the most susceptible to a loss because all their games are kind of lower scoring and close. Like Utah's outside the top 15. Texas Tech's outside the top 15. ASU drops after winning games. That's the bigger issue with that, is just the way the Big 12 is being perceived. But let's get to Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson. Here's Jordan Tyson after the game on Saturday on that touchdown. This was his description of the play where Leavitt ends up rolling out, jumping to get him the ball. Tyson makes the ridiculous catch. Then after he catches it, jumps around the defender in the air and lands inbounds and scores.
It was kind of like just reaction. There was nowhere else to go but up. So Shaman was kind of blocking him, kind of shielding him off. So he was kind of low, off balance already. So I just jumped, took flight. Put the ball in the end zone.
It was so great. Do you remember this play, Basinonians?
On 1st and 10 from the Texas State 30-yard line, off play action, Leavitt dodges an oncoming rusher, throws downfield to a wide-open receiver, Tyson, and Tyson dives forward into the end zone for a spectacular touchdown of 30 yards.
Oh, Tim Healy right there on the call. Ladies and gentlemen, it was incredible to see that. I love how Sam Leavitt got out of trouble, got out of the pocket and was running to his right, and suddenly off leg, jumped up and threw the ball threw the ball moving to his left. An incredible play by Sam Levitt to get the ball off. And then Jordan Tyson from that point forward put the capital F into freak from that point forward.
Yeah.
What he did, jumping over the defender, and it caught his leg as well, and he still 1, 2, 3 got the feet in bounds and scored an incredible touchdown. That right there is a rallying cry play that can change a lot going forward. All plays are not created equal, and that touchdown was not something that you can just dismiss. If you're a defensive coordinator and you're watching that play, you're thinking to yourself, we have to do everything we can to make sure this kid, Jordan Tyson, does not get the ball, period. And that can work to your favor offensively if you're trying to get other people involved.
Tyson has, he was a great player last year for ASU. But this year, doesn't he just look different?
Oh, man.
He looks like say this the right way. He looks like one of the top NFL prospects. He looks like a borderline NFL player already playing college football in these games. Yeah, I get it. They're playing Texas State and NAU, and he looked great against Mississippi State too. But I understand that they haven't played Georgia or Alabama. I understand, but you play the teams that are in front of you.
Yeah.
And Tyson, even from last year, he was so productive. But this year, he is bigger. He looks bigger. He's playing bigger. He's making plays that you don't see college wide receivers make. I mean, you'd have to talk to somebody. It'd be great to have somebody on. Maybe we'll do this. So, when we do listeners only meetings this week, hopefully somebody calls in that's been watching ASU football for 50 years. Where does he rank among ASU receivers all time?
No, that's great.
Because when you're watching him, it's no wonder Levitt throws him the ball all the time. He's an NFL wide receiver to throw the football to.
Yes, and he's getting open, by the way. That 30-yard touchdown catch, that gave ASU a 10-3 lead in the second quarter. And for me, at least, it looked like it sparked something with the Sun Devils. That play sparked something. Of course it would. Emotion is so important in the game of football. It is. For me, the emotion, the raw emotion, where does it come from, that raw emotion? It comes from the soul. It comes from the heart. That raw, yes! And that can make a kid better than he is. That's the great thing about college. You can make a player better than he truly is just based on that motivation. And that motivation, so much of the time, it comes from the soul. It comes from the emotion of the game. And I thought that sparked something in this team. And you could see it from that point forward. They went out and won the game.
It was pretty impactful now that you bring it up, because you go through the first quarter after everything that happened last week, it's 3-3. You're early in the second quarter, and it's okay. I mean, the defense is playing well. You look okay, but it's 3-3. You'd like to kind of pull away. He scores, and then less than 2.5 minutes later, ASU has the ball back, and Levitt's running one in. And then from that point, it was kind of not over, but they were in control the rest of the way.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's a good point by you. Look at that, right? Got it in right before the end of the show.
Keep listening, Basin Onions. You might get another one.
We come back. All right, final segment of the show. How concerning are these injuries to the Cardinals secondary? We'll dive into that next. We've been trying to avoid it for 3 hours and 41 minutes. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Man, affordability and selection, they are back at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. They are loaded. That's right. They've got over 1,300 vehicles ready for your inspection over at Santan Ford. The inventory is always there, whether you're into a Ford Expedition. That's what the Warrior Queen drives. Maybe you love that because of all the room that you have for the kids' stuff. Maybe you're into a Ford F-150, a work truck. That's what I drive, Basinonians. Or maybe you're into the Ford Escape. Whatever it may be, Santan Ford, they have over 1,300 vehicles, and they're ready for you right now. They have leases still going from $319 a month, 0 down, 0 APR, 0 payments for 90 days on select new Fords. It's all going on at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
Game day at your place? Feed the whole squad with catering from Spinato's. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. And this September and October, don't miss the return of the Wizard of Za, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza paired perfectly with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. Yeah, you heard that right. Spicy Chipotle peach pizza. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. Whether it's game day or pizza night, make it Spinato's. Order now at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, final segment of the show. Wolf and Luke on a Victory Monday.
Yeah. 2-0.
2-0, and I think we're all just kind of waiting for some injury updates, to be honest.
Man.
It'd be nice to get those. Well, you guys said JG's talking today at 2:45, is that right? So,
yep.
You know, you got to.
I'm really concerned in regard to what we saw in the three corners. Think about this, Space and Orleans. 3 starting corners. And you have to count a 3 in today's NFL. Mm-hmm. You have to.
Yeah.
Because of nickel. Nickel is what you see the vast majority of time. When you have 11 personnel being as predominant as it is, one back, one tight end, 3 wide receivers, and rundown situation. You see that a lot. That means you need nickel. You need 3 corners in today's NFL. The Arizona Cardinals lost at one point in this game, all 3 corners.
You know, as we talk this out, and it's almost like a football therapy Monday, even though they won yesterday, I'm sort of realizing something here, Wolf. I think part of the reason that a lot of us are so critical of the offense right now is because you look at those injuries and you're like, if they're not gonna have Max Melton and or Will Johnson and or Garrett Williams for any significant amount of time, and remember they already don't have Star Thomas and even Sean Murphy Bunting from before the season.
And L.J. Collier got hurt too. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah,
that in there.
I'm just mentioning corners. If
Right.
you want to talk about other players, they still
Right.
don't have B.J. Ojolari back, then Walter Nolan. But if you're just looking at corners, if they're missing any of those guys for any significant amount of time, you're going to have to lean on the offense more. I think that's why the offense keeps coming up today. If JG comes out this afternoon, he's like, hey, you know what? Garrett gave us a scare, but he's fine. Will Johnson, he's back in there. He's fine. Max Melton, he's fine. I'll be honest, I don't expect to hear him say that today.
No,
Wolf.
I don't either.
But if he does, I feel a lot better about 2-0. But if any of those guys are going to miss significant time, and I'm specifically worried about Garrett Williams, to be honest, it's just like you are going to need more from your offense because part of your defense is missing.
Yeah, no, you're right, Luke. This is real trouble. As a matter of fact, it was my first thought that I had. I wrote down, they got the win. They're 2-0, but at what cost? Yeah. It's called a Pyrrhic victory for the most part. You went out and got the win, but you could suffer a loss that eventually is going to come back and bite you to a point in which you might lose multiple games because of this. Garrett Williams going down, man. I don't want to speculate on the air, but it looked bad. Garrett Williams looked bad. The Max Melton thing also looked bad to me. Will Johnson, hopefully that's just going to be a groin and he's going to be okay and he's going to come back. But they struggled from that point too. Denzel Burke came out and he got thrown into a situation he probably did not expect. And I'm sure he didn't have a ton of reps all week long in practice. So
and everywhere he went was where Tedero was.
Exactly right. They targeted him and went after him, and he got worked a little bit. So this could be a real concern going forward, the health of that corner room.
Yeah. This would be the sort of like, I don't want to speculate on it, but like if they're playing without some of those guys for a while, that's the sort of really frustrating thing if you're an Arizona sports fan too, because that will cost you games if you're missing those guys.
Oh, yeah.
But it won't cost you games in the blatant way that like Cincinnati doesn't have Joe Burrow. Well, if Cincinnati doesn't start, if they start losing games, people are going to be like, well, yeah, they don't have Joe Burrow. If Minnesota starts losing games, they're going to be like, well, they don't have J.J. McCarthy. But if the Cardinals start losing games because a couple of these guys have to miss the next game or the next few games or, who knows how long, the refrain nationally is going to be like, same old Cardinals. I mean, sure, they could beat Carolina and New Orleans, but they've even got Kyler Murray and they can't beat these other teams. Like, okay, well, all of the corners have to be hurt. It can't just be one or two. So, yeah, hopefully some good updates. I mean, I'm optimistic on Will Johnson, which is huge. I don't know about Max Melton, and I'm not a doctor, but when Garrett Williams goes down, this is 100% what my reaction was, Wolf, because he and Buddha went down at the same time, right?
Yeah.
My reaction was Buddha will pop back up because he's Buddha, and it doesn't, he's Buddha. But with Garrett Williams, all I could think was he had that injury in college, and I just remember talking to him before last season where he was telling us how happy he was to go into last season without rehabbing any sort of injury. He could just play football and see what he could do at the NFL level, and he was great. So you just like on a human level don't want to see that guy have to go through this again if that's what it ends up being.
Yeah, can I just go ahead and peek at the San Francisco 49ers right now? Can we go ahead and
not going
to
get any sympathy from the Niners. I'm
not going to sit there and I honestly, Mac Jones played so well against the Saints. Did a really nice job, and yet at the same time, guess what? The 49ers had a hard time running the ball as well against the Saints. Maybe that front is a little bit better under Brandon Staley than what we imagined. Maybe it is.
Could be.
You know, because I know the 49ers, the one thing they can do is run the ball. And if I'm correct, I believe Christian McCaffrey got the ball 13 times for 55 yards. So 4.2 yards per carry. Not bad, of course, but not great either.
I am going to poke a hole in where you're going with this, though, because Travis Etienne ran all over Carolina in week 1.
Okay.
But I hear what you're saying. Like, there's a lot of unknowns here. New Orleans isn't, and I mean all across the league, not just in these Cardinals games.
Sure.
Yeah, no, in San Francisco.
I meant more about the Saints.
Yeah.
In their front seven.
But I'm just,
than the Carolina Panthers.
But I can write off the Cardinals struggling to run against the Saints. I can't write it off against Carolina. You brought up the Niners. I know we're not going to talk about them much until Wednesday, but they are also very beat up. I mean, everybody's beat up. It's the NFL. It's just you'd like to not have all the injuries in one position if at all possible.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting to me that, Mac Jones, how about that with Kyle Shanahan in that offense? Mac Jones went out and lit it.
Here's JG after the game yesterday on the Cardinals radio network. You know, not a ton of updates right after the game, obviously, but this is what he said about Max Melton and Will Johnson and Garrett Williams.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I thought Denzel came in, he played early. He played pretty well, and then Keitrell came in and it's, got to have it time and makes a couple plays. So that was a positive to see. We'll see where we're at. I know Garrett and Max both had knees. We'll see what that looks like. And I think Will ended up having a groin. So played a lot of snaps, but that's life in the NFL. So hopefully we'll get them back healthy. And if they're not, other guys will step up and play their roles.
Yeah, they're going to have to play their roles as well. I'm really concerned about the cornerback room. Coming into this season, we were optimistic. We were like, I wonder how this Will Johnson's going to be. Is he going to be okay? And then he goes out and has an incredible game in week 1 against the Saints. And then this happens to him in game number 2, of course. And Max Melton as well. We're so high on Max Melton, and he gets hurt. And Garrett Williams is the guy that was the highest-rated corner, second highest-rated corner in the league, according to Pro Football Focus. And then he gets hurt. Man, I'm worried about that room big time.
By the way, we only have a couple seconds. Tedero and McMillan looks like the real deal, the NFL level.
Yeah,
that
he was
good.
good.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
Happy to be 2-0, but ... and there's a lot of words following the ...
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals.
People are having a hard time reconciling this. Was this a success or was this a failure? The answer is both. Sometimes success and failure are as close as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That the success is the peanut butter and the failure is the jelly, and it's all smushed together. And you can't pull one apart from the other. And in the case of yesterday, that's okay, because they ended up with the victory.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. is at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals snuck away with the win on Sunday, 27-22 over the Carolina Panthers. They are now one of 8 teams that are 2-0 going into their matchup against division rival San Francisco 49ers this weekend. ASU came away with a dominant win on Saturday against Texas State, 34-15. ASU linebacker Jordan Crook was named Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their series this weekend against the Minnesota Twins. The D-backs are now just 2 games back of the final wildcard spot. They start a series tonight with the team directly in front of them, the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on the this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
So, Gambo, in a moment of total honesty, 30 seconds before we went on the air.
Yeah. Oh, what did I say? I don't even know.
You said to me, the Diamondbacks are 2 games out of a playoff.
The Diamondbacks are 2 games out of a playoff.
I know, right? Like, we were in the press box yesterday at State Farm Stadium, and it was Vinny was there, and Tyler Drake was there. Kellen Olson was there, and Kellen's got the D-backs game on his laptop, so I'm looking at the Cardinals game, watching the end of it, and of course it's the Diamondbacks. Everything, every pitch in the 9th inning is magnified, and it's coming down to the end. But when they won that game, I thought exactly the same thing. Like, how did we get to the middle of September and they're playing meaningful baseball games? I mean, it's almost impossible to contemplate that this team would be in a position to play mid-September relevant baseball games with everything that's gone on.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it really has to do with the Mets collapse, because let's be honest, last year, the Arizona Diamondbacks finished 16 games above 500.
And still missed out.
Still missed out. They won 89 baseball games last year. They were 16 games above. They were 89 and 73.
Yeah.
And they did not make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So this is an odd year in which there's just not a lot of good baseball teams in the National League, and it's allowed the Diamondbacks to be in contention.
That's why our friends over at the Diamondbacks have asked us to remind you that Pennant Chase Fever tickets, $15 tickets, all in for either lower-level bleacher or bullpen tickets, as well as upper-level tickets for the entire series against the Giants. So you can get in for $15. $15, you're either in the lower level in the bleachers or in the upper deck if you want. $15, all in, all the fees, everything. $15 you can go. dbacks.com/tickets is where you can go for that, because they are trying to. This series against the Giants is enormous, and they're trying to pack the house.
Yeah, I'm either going to go tonight or tomorrow, so I haven't decided which one yet, but I'm going to go to one of these games, go support the D-backs, watch some baseball, love baseball. And we're going to talk a little bit about their, them being in the race today, and we're going to have Corbin Carroll.
Carroll's going to be on the show at 2:30
as
well.
2:30.
But our top story of the day beckons, and our top story of the day has to do with the Arizona Cardinals being 2-0.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Bryce Young in shotgun. The Cardinals rush 4. Young back to pass. Pressure in Young's face. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
Woo! All together now.
What a relief. What a relief.
It was really, we're going to have Jonathan Gannon on the show at 3 o'clock. You could tell after the game, it's hard to enjoy. There's not, he's like, you're going to celebrate it. I don't want to completely steal their joy. But at the same time, that game was way more relief than it was celebration.
They avoided what would have been an absolutely epic collapse. I mean, they were on the verge of completely blowing out Carolina, up 27-3 in the second half after a touchdown drive. 27-3. And somehow, some way, the Carolina Panthers have the ball in Cardinal territory with under 2 minutes to go and a chance to win the game. And you're like, what the hell? What just happened? There's no way that should have happened. To me, it would have been like the Diamondbacks blowing a 5-run lead in the 9th inning, which we've seen enough of.
Wait.
What?
I was going to say, wait. We've seen that all the time with this.
But that's what it would have been like. I mean, it's just a punch in the gut, And so, I'm a little worried, right? They scored 3 points last week in the second half versus the Saints. They stopped scoring. Then they stopped scoring again here.
Yep.
I mean, the Panthers ran 77 offensive plays. The Cardinals only ran 48. But yet, 2-0. You're 2-0. We'll talk later about what 2-0 means. But in a nutshell, San Francisco won, Seattle won, and the Rams won. So it was important to get that win. But, man, you just wonder what the hell happened in the second half of that football game. I can't wait to have Jonathan Gannon on at 3 o'clock.
What do you think happened? Because where was the pivot point? When did it go wrong? What happened? Was it the defense's inability to get off the field?
Yes.
In the second half?
Yes.
I mean, 3 of those drives that Carolina had in the second half, I think there was a 4th down play on 2 of the 3 where the Cardinals could have gotten off the field but didn't, could have changed the momentum, and they didn't.
Yeah, and I know that we're going to talk a lot about the defense and the second half and the penalties and everything, but...
Was it the Kyler interception? I mean, that was kind of a pivot point, too,
That
didn't
kind
it?
of started it, right? Because you're in the red zone, you're going to get points. You don't come away with points and they end up scoring. So you feel like, okay, you're up 27-3. They score, but then you get the ball back and you're about to go, really put this game away. You've got a big drive going. I mean, it's a big drive. It's a 3rd and 3, and there's some pressure there. I think Jones put the pressure on, and then was it Wanam got the interception because Kyler just threw it up, and it's one of those plays that that we've always talked about. Those type of plays haunt Kyler. They haunt him.
Mm-hmm.
Big mistake right there. You start the ball at your 28-yard line. That was the drive in which he had the incredible 31-yard run.
3 plays earlier. In which he covered like 67 yards of ground, right?
Yeah.
Like just running around. It was vintage.
They had a
Kyler
3rd and
Murray.
12 pass to Dortch. They went for it on 4th and 1 with Jacoby Brissett. You had that run by Kyler, which was incredible. You got a 15-yard pass to MHJ on 2nd and 18 to give you a chance. And on 3rd down, Kyler throws the interception. And I don't want to say it opened up the floodgates, but you have a chance there to basically kind of put the game away. You don't do it, they score, and then you're fighting for your lives. But yeah, long drives by Carolina, not being able to get off the field, inability to score on offense is the second week in a row where they kind of shut down in the second half offensively and didn't really do anything. Yep. Even when they had the ball, it was like 3 and out, interception. So they didn't have the ball a whole lot in the second half, but when they had it, they weren't able to do much with it outside of the very first drive.
It was really a toxic combination. The first drive you mentioned was maybe the best drive of the season all year for the Cardinals. I mean, it was just a beautiful blend of everything, and they moved it right down the field, and they got the 27-3 lead. And then after that, it was the interception. You mentioned that, a 3 and out punt, and that was it. That was literally, other than the one kneel down they had at the end of the game, that was literally all they had the ball for in the second half was the touchdown drive, the long drive with the interception, a 3 and out. That was it. Where Carolina in the second half, 14 plays, 76 yards, touchdown. 14 plays, 93 yards, touchdown. 12 yards, 76 touchdown. Like, it was just, they were out there forever. And the defense, God bless them, man, that last series after that onside kick, they dug deep. They found that gear that I think they had kind of lost. That had been missing for most of the second half. Oh, they were down. The defense was, it was like chef's kiss.
Josh
beautiful.
Sweat with the strip sack.
Bravo, by the way.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Do you have a premonition? Did it come to you in a dream?
Lauren, do we have that cut? Did we find it?
Did you ask her to go look for that cut?
I thought we just would have had it. No?
Is it not good enough that we're all acknowledging your brilliance? We have to go relive it on the air?
I don't know.
I
don't remember what I said. I wanted to hear it.
You said
we don't have it?
No, I do not have it cut. I do not cut all of your premonitions. If so, the Arizona Cardinals would have won 11 games last year, and I would have had that cut ready to go.
I actually called the strip sack by Josh.
You
Sweat
did. You did.
Right,
yeah, yes, you did. Bravo.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you.
But no, we didn't.
We got a text about it.
We did?
Yeah, I'm a genius.
Oh, from him.
Yes.
From him. Gambo texted you and I and said, I'm a genius.
I'm a genius. Mm-hmm. I predicted the strip sack fumble.
To which
not an interception. I predicted the strip sack fumble.
A little strong, but good call on your part. I mean, genius might be a little much.
Yeah, well, nobody's ever called me a genius before. I thought I'd call myself one.
Jonathan Gannon after the game on the Cardinals radio network.
Well, I just told the team and I told the media I got to do a better job coaching the team here how to close out games because that I thought we had chances to close it out and not come down to a gotta have it on defense there where that game was in about the middle of the third quarter. So obviously happy for the win, 2-0, but we got a long way to go and we got a lot to learn, and I got to do a better job. Starts with me.
I'm caught in between two worlds of wanting to celebrate 2-0 and being scared to death that the only reason they're 2-0 is because they were playing inferior opponents who are two of the
worst teams,
five worst teams in the NFL.
Yes,
and if you had tried that against just about anybody else, you would have gotten burned. you would have gotten burned in yesterday's game. You would have gotten burned last week. And the only reason you didn't was because you were playing an inferior football team. But at the same time, 2-0 is 2-0. You know, like I'm torn here.
I had a thought yesterday that this might be the type of team that just plays down to the competition. Carolina and New Orleans, they're better than them. They're better than Carolina. They're better than New Orleans. And yet somehow they just, did not play a complete football game. We'll see when they play San Francisco. We've got to worry about these injuries now because there's a whole bunch of them that are a concern. But I had the thought that, boy, I wonder if they're just playing down to the competition, which, you see often in sports, and you hate it. But that's something that crossed my mind yesterday, watching them struggle to close out the game.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll dive a little deeper into why it came down to the wire for the Arizona Cardinals yesterday. That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Number 93 sent him home with an L.
Pressure in Young space. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, happy to be back here and tell you about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, right off the 101 or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com, with a brand new service at Liberty GMC, one you're going to love if you love convenience and if you hate wasting your time. Concierge service for getting your vehicle served. They will come to you. They will pick up your vehicle. They will perform the service your vehicle needs, and they will return it to you. You're a small business owner and you don't want to waste time? Great. You crave convenience of this service? Great. Either way, Liberty GMC, they'll come get your car, they'll service it, and they'll bring it back to you, and you'll never know it's gone. They're also offering a service right now where if your check engine light is on and you've been, kind of neglecting it, at Liberty GMC, they'll offer a complimentary engine code diagnosis. They'll tell you what's going on. They'll explain it in plain English. They'll get you your car back on the road as soon as possible. That's going on at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop them by online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty. The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, they're happy about being 2-0, but they know we got a long way to go. So it starts tomorrow. That's everybody's mood in there,
Jonathan Gannon, after yesterday's win by the Cardinals over the Carolina Panthers to improve to 2-0 on the season. First time since the 2021 season they're 2-0 to start the year. In fact, only the third time in the last decade they've started a season 2-0. The other time was 2020. They started that year 2-0 as well. They got it done. But it was like last week.
It don't come easy, Ringo.
Oh, Ringo says it don't come easy. No, it was. In fact, this one, honestly, well, I don't know. I was trying to compare which one felt harder last week against the Saints or this week against Carolina.
I think I was more scared because of the Carolina
onside
history.
Kick. Oh, that
against the Cardinals and. Yeah, let's talk about that. The onside kick. Just recover the onside kick, and the game's over, and you don't have to worry about anything. So there were a lot of things that went wrong for the Arizona Cardinals. You mentioned it in the last segment. The long drives by Carolina, right? The Cardinals could not get off the field. They had big drives and big fourth downs. Like the first drive, 14 plays, 76 yards. They converted a 4th and 1 from their own 44, and then a big 3rd and 3. Cardinals get the ball back. Kyler throws an interception. Panthers then go 14 plays, 88 yards to make it 27-15. They also convert a 4th and 1, that one for a touchdown. Cardinals go 3 and out. Carolina goes 12 plays, 76 yards. Burnsy, I thought this one hurt bad. A 4th and 16 for 26 yards.
That was the one. Oh, that's
4th and 16 for 26 yards.
Get your butt off the field kind of play, right? 4th and 16, and you're giving, that's the one that stings.
And then it was a 3rd and 10 for 10 yards to Renfro. Couldn't get off the field. You had the onside kick, which was absolute, like, oh my God, your heart dropped, like they're going to lose this game. And then let's talk about it. The penalties.
Yeah.
What was it? 4 penalties on the final drive, including a very questionable, very, very questionable roughing the passer.
I don't know what he said on the air this morning because I wasn't listening during but Vinny Murata was sitting behind me. Oh, my God. I thought he was going to get kicked out of the press box. I really did. He was just... Good Lord, that's the worst call I've ever seen about it. He was like shouting in the press box. I'm like, Vinny, shh, keep your voice down. Screaming about it.
No cheering in the press box, Vince.
Yeah, Vinny was very upset about that.
Chris Melvin will kick you right out.
He was very upset about that roughing the passer penalty.
It was a terrible call.
Terrible call.
Now, there were other calls that hurt them too. The offsides on the defense, the holding penalty. It wasn't the only one, but on the final drive, the sweat one is like, come on, man. That's ridiculous. But there was the penalty by Baron Browning. There was the defensive holding by Denzel Burke. That would have been a turnover. There was offsides by Dante Stills. So they shot themselves in the foot with all the penalties that kind of kept Carolina. But Carolina wasn't able to do anything. I mean, the defense did kind of settle down. But I think it was... For 3 straight series, Carolina scored, and Arizona Cardinals defense just couldn't do a damn thing about it.
Yeah.
They couldn't get a stop to save their lives.
And I think another factor in this, too, was the injuries. And we'll find out more from Jonathan Gannon about this. We think we'll find out more from about this when he meets with the media about 2:45, and then he comes on with us at 3 o'clock. I don't know for sure that we're going to get an update on Max Milton. I don't know for sure we're going to get an update on Will Johnson or Garrett Williams, but you're literally talking about their 3 mainstays at the cornerback position. Johnson left, came back, left again. Melton had to be carted off. Williams had to be helped off.
Hey, he didn't look
good. You know, and no, the two carted off guys, well, one was carted off, one was held up. Neither one of those looked good at all.
Right.
To his credit, I thought Denzel Burke at times got worked a little bit and at times rebounded and played well. I thought Keitrell Clark had a huge pass breakup.
He did.
On third
the
down.
goal line?
Yeah, at the goal line. That was a huge moment for him to kind of step in and do that. But I think the injuries were certainly a factor. Here's Jonathan Gannon after the game on what happened from his perspective.
No, that's a good question. When you get up like that on defensively, you're trying to make them earn every yard. I think then they went on 2 long drives and scored touchdowns. So within those drives, we just got to do a better job of making sure that we can try to get off a little bit better and keep points off the board ultimately. Like if you get out of one of those stops or you convert, if you get off on a 4th down here or there, the game doesn't look like that. So that's what I mean. From my standpoint, I got to coach us better to understand what's going on in the game and what calls we need to execute to put games away. So the turning point to me is we just really never got that stop that we needed, or to keep points off the board, to let our offense go out there and really put the game away. So and like I said, it's not the players at all. They fought their butt off. It's completely on me.
And I'll give him credit for this, at least. The way the defense, and we talked about this a little bit in the last segment, the way the defense stepped up on that last drive, albeit with all the penalties and everything, I think they were, the crowd urged them on. I think they got a little lift from the crowd. They were suddenly very re-engaged back in that game. That pass rush that had kind of vanished was back again, and they were getting in Bryce Young's face a little bit and making things
incomplete. Every single pass was an incomplete pass.
I mean, he was just really rushed back there, and it was good to see that kind of the pendulum kind of swung back that direction. Right. Then there was the Kyler interception, and he kind of talked about it after the game.
I don't remember that.
Sorry. Didn't catch the joke.
No, I'm just gonna act like it didn't happen. What? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, were you trying to throw it away?
Trying to throw it away. Yeah, I was trying to throw it away. Yeah.
He was just what interception? And everybody at first was like confused, and it was like, no, he's just trying to be clever and coy here. I'm just acting like it didn't happen. I'm going to pretend like it didn't happen. I thought that was an essential part of what happened yesterday too.
It was 3rd and 3. There was 10:32 left in the 4th quarter. You got the pressure from Jones, and he tried to throw it away, and he didn't get anything on it. The arm kind of went up, and it was a bad interception. And these are the things. Listen, let's call it like it is. These are the things that really have prevented Kyler from taking that jump into being more of a top-tier quarterback. These are the mistakes you can't have, because that allowed them to get back in a game. Now, thank God, we haven't even talked about this yet, for the 2 stops on the 2-point conversions. Because if they get one of them, just one of them, they just need a field goal to force overtime. They don't have to play for the touchdown, right? So we didn't even talk about that. But I thought that those were 2 great defensive stands to shut them down on the 2-point conversions. Like, they weren't even close. Like, one of them was a run, they stuffed it. Like, they did a great job of stuffing those things, because if they get even one of them, now we're talking about a 3-point game. Carolina gets the onside kick, and they could tie it with a field goal.
Yep. And then you're really gripping.
Then you're really gripping, because who knows what happens, right? They don't have to go for the they don't have to go for the touchdown.
To your point about Kyler, I was thinking about that when I was driving home. This time a week ago, we were having a lot of conversations about Kyler and whether that was a great game or not that he had last week against New Orleans, or whether it was a good game. And I think the argument that it was a good game was based on the idea he didn't have any turnovers. He played a clean game, right? That's usually where that argument would start. That is Kyler's kind of, like, if he doesn't turn the ball over, that's where you can start to make the argument. Okay, he had a really good game,
because he's not going to throw for a lot of yards.
No, he's not going to throw. His offense is clearly not wired for that.
No, he's not throwing for 300 yards. He's not throwing for, it may be in one game, but that's not the way this offense is wired. That's not the way he's wired. So if you're not going to have those big, gigantic passing days, you got to definitely limit the amount of turnovers.
Yeah, and Gannon said as much after the game too.
Yeah, I love the interception. He makes that electric play there. You know what I mean? I think he's, I got to talk to him about that. It's just the value of the ball there. That happens. It does happen. I don't know if he's trying to make a play or throw it away there, but we're in field goal range. You'd like to put another 3 on the board there, but I thought, after the first drive or so, I think we got a field goal and then we had to punt. But then I thought he operated really well and kind of were doing what we wanted there. We just didn't have the ball in the second half, So we got to make sure that we get them the ball.
End of the first half, they were doing what they wanted. Beginning of the second half, they were doing what they wanted. There were even a couple drives before that where they were moving the ball well, but the penalties just kept setting them back. The McBride hold, the Froholt face mask, the Williams hold, right, that just kept kind of stymieing these drives. I thought they were actually playing pretty well offensively until that interception, and it just derailed everything.
I'm going to bring this up to Gannon when we have him on. Through 2 games, the Arizona Cardinals have 21 penalties.
Yeah, that's also a problem.
21 penalties after 2 games. You know how many they had last year after 2 games?
How many?
10.
That's it? 10?
Mm-hmm. 10.
Okay,
They've gone from 10 to 21.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, the resurgent Diamondbacks are fighting for a playoff spot, and this guy just got nominated for the Roberto Clemente Award. Corbin Carroll, their star outfielder, will join us next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded for Wallner. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center. Carroll is there. He will make the catch, and the Diamondbacks hang on and win by a final score of 6-4. They win the series, and they remain 2 games out of the 3rd and final wild card spot.
D-backs take the series in the Twin Cities. Now welcome the Giants to Chase Field for Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
A living trust can cost a lot of money, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 or more to have yourself a living trust, because they include a lot: durable powers of attorney, health care, living wills, pour-over wills. Well, Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax is willing to do your living trust for $999 if you do a portfolio review and have at least $250,000 of investable assets. That's right, just a review. As long as they review it for you, they will set up a trust for you with one of their attorneys for just $999 if you call them and you mention me or the radio station. Again, if you've got a portfolio of at least $250,000 and you get a review from Asset Preservation, 5 locations in the Valley, they will set up a trust for you with one of their attorneys for just $999. That will save you a lot of money. And trusts are very important because you want to protect your family and you don't want to have to go through probate. So call them at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So bring your MRI and your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free, so don't wait. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can call them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals snuck away with a Week 2 victory over the Carolina Panthers 27-22. They are now one of 8 teams that are 2-0. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their series against the Minnesota Twins over the weekend. The D-backs are now just 2 games back of the final wildcard spot. They start a series against the Giants tonight. Game 1 of that series is at 6:40. First pitch is right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And stay tuned, Arizona Diamondbacks outfielder Corbin Carroll will be joining Burns and Gamble right now. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll have more fallout from the Cardinals win and the Sun Devils win over Texas State. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
A huge 3-game series and 9-game homestand starts tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 2 back of the final playoff spot in the National League wildcard chase with 12 to play. Pennant Chase Fever tickets on sale, $15. That's all in. It includes all the fees for $15 for lower level bleacher and bullpen tickets, as well as upper level tickets for this series against the Giants. You can go to dbacks.com/tickets to get in on that, because it is a big series. And it's also a big day for our next guest, because the Arizona Diamondbacks today named him their 2025 Roberto Clemente Award nominee, building a legacy rooted in humility, integrity, and compassion. He is the one and only Corbin Carroll, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Congratulations on that, Corbin. I'm sure you're very excited about it.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you. And yeah, definitely, a huge honor.
Yeah, I often judge people on how I see them interact with fans, and you are great. You're great with the kids. You're great with the adults. You're just great with your time. So what does that mean to you, to be a star player in this league, to be a face of the organization, and to be able to spend that type of time with fans?
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's important to me personally, both that kind of stuff and away from the game as well. Just making sure that I'm doing my part to make a contribution to this community that does so much for us.
All right, now you got one, Bergie?
No, go ahead.
All right, let's 24-17 since the deadline. Could you have imagined after the deadline, when you had traded away so many good players, that this team would be coming down to the final 2 weeks and still be in contention for a playoff spot? Could you have thought that true?
No, but of course that's why it happened, because it's baseball, and just these things happen. It's a crazy game, and I'm really proud of our guys. I feel like we've done a good job of fighting this whole year, regardless of what the results have been, and that's what's allowed us to still be playing meaningful baseball at this point.
Yeah, what's it? I mean, we always ask when we have athletes on, what's it like? What's the mood of the room? Things like that. But it's not like any of this has come easy for you guys the last few weeks. Your series against the Twins is perfect evidence of that as well. So I'll kind of ask you the stupid question. What has the mood been like as you guys have been riding all the highs and all the lows of just the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think I think that the mood has been just everyone's counted us out, and why not us? Why not just keep stacking these days and make something incredible happen?
Has it been kind of that us against the world kind of mentality? Has that been part of what's fueled this a little bit?
I think maybe a little bit, but I think more just we know what's in that room. We know we've got good quality Major League Baseball players, and that we can go out there and compete with anyone. I think too, adding to that, having some of the younger players that we have right now who don't really know any better or know any different. They just, it's, hey, let's go out there and put on the boxing gloves and brawl.
Yeah. When you look at, like, Blaze is going to give it a go tonight. He got, obviously, the elbow, and he's hurting. I know you've been playing hurt for a while, too. I know with the hand. So, what's your mindset playing injured? What's your feeling like, hey, I'm hurt, but I've got to go because I've got to help my team?
Yeah, I think just knowing the difference between being hurt and being injured, there's just no one feels perfect. I guarantee you that, and I think just it's part of the job. You got to go out there and give it what you got when you're able to, and I think all of our guys do that. No,
you've been sensational, and I know the issues with the hand and everything, but 30 homers right now for you and 76 RBIs. You've been able to put together a good season. When you see a guy like Blaze get hurt like that, and then he's going to tough it up and go out there and play tonight, what kind of message does that send to everybody else?
Yeah, well, when I saw him after the game yesterday, it looked like he had a baseball sticking out of his elbow. So I think it says a lot. I mean, it's that time of the year. All these games obviously matter, and so I think just really props to him.
To Gambo's point, and we're chatting here with Corbin Carroll. He's joining us on the Burns and Gambo show. Blaze Alexander is in tonight. You said he was going to give it a go. He's at third base tonight. He's batting fifth in the lineup, which, like Corbin said a second ago, given the fact that it looked like he had an elbow, baseball growing out of his elbow, is a minor miracle. What sort of charge has he? You mentioned the young guys in general, and if there are others, please by all means mention them. But what sort of a charge has Blaze put into this team over the last month with this infectious energy that he plays with?
Yeah, I'd speak for myself personally. I feel like I've benefited from having his energy around. There's just sort of a brashness, and I mean that in the best possible of ways, that he carries himself with and exudes, and I do feel like it rubs off on the younger players. Gives them confidence, and it's a lot of fun to be around. Meet guys like that.
Was he always like that, or is this I mean, he's been in the organization obviously for a few years. Has he always been like this, or is this a new thing for him?
Yeah, I think he popped out the exact same way he is today. I mean, he is just he's truly a beauty.
When I look at the Mets, they don't play today. Is it possible to lose a game when you don't even play that day? Because I think if somebody could do it, it would probably be the Mets, Corbin.
No.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Baseball gods are like, we don't want him commenting on it. Hey, we don't want you commenting on that.
The phone cut out on us, Corbin,
Your phone
for a
cut
second.
out, so I'm going to switch that up. What's it been like? What was it like during that, you listen, you needed the Mets to collapse in order to get back in this thing. If they had played better baseball, you wouldn't be in it. What was it like to watch them go through a 9-game losing streak and just open the door wide open for you guys?
Yeah, honestly, I'd say I don't think it was even really on anyone's radar for the first little while because we were focused on what we were doing. But yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it. Realistically, we didn't control our own destiny at that point, and for them to lose those games was really important for us and gave us a fighting chance.
Corbin Carroll is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. I'll give you an opportunity to plug the game tonight and to get, because I saw Geraldo Perdomo with the video on social media. I saw Blaze Alexander with the video on social media. I mentioned it at the outset. Tickets are real cheap for this series. What would it mean for you guys to have that kind of atmosphere at Chase Field tonight, given the importance of this series?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what we do it for all year. Starts early in the off season with the work being put in there. Spring training, we all get together for the first time. We grind through, we grind through the first 5 months of the season to get to the point to be in a position like this. And so, I think just any support that we can be shown we'd be incredibly grateful for. And we're going to do our best to go out there and get the job done for everyone.
Give me a thought on your manager, because when this team had the sell-off and the trade-up, I looked at the Twins who, they sold off at the same time and they played terrible baseball. You guys have played really good baseball since then. What do you think Torrey has done to kind of keep the team together and keep the team focused on this goal?
Yeah, I would just say that job is kind of a thankless job. When things are going poorly, it's because of you, and when things are going well, it's because the players are playing well. And I commend him on the job that he's done. Stayed super even keel and been a huge reason why we are at the point we are now.
Yeah. Well, Corbin, once again, congratulations on the nominee for the Roberto Clemente Award. Definitely well earned and certainly deserved. Best of luck this homestand, and congratulations on what's been a great season up until this point. We can't wait to see how it ends. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thank you, guys.
Nice, Corbin.
Corbin Carroll, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You can get tickets for $15, Burnsy.
$15.
dbacks.com/tickets, dbacks.com/tickets. $15 for the Giants series. I'll be out there tomorrow to go support the D-backs and go cover the game. But you can get tickets for $15 by going to dbacks.com/tickets.
D-backs are at the day 2 games back behind the New York Mets with 12 to play for the final wild card spot. Only the Giants are in front of them. The Giants are just a half game ahead of the Diamondbacks.
Still picking the Mets?
To say that this is a big series.
You still picking the Mets?
You know what?
Are you still
I was wondering when you were going to ask that. It's 2:41 in the afternoon.
Are you still picking the Mets?
Yeah, I'm still picking the Mets.
Okay.
I'm still picking the Mets, but not because I want to. You just asked me last week who I thought was going to win it.
They finally won a game yesterday.
I know. Pete Alonso, walk-off 3-run homer in the 10th inning was the difference maker.
Feels like
on
it's
that
the first
one.
game they've won in 2 months.
I tell you what, ask me again 3 games from now, and I might have a different answer for you.
I'm locking you in. You're locked in.
Yeah.
We've given you too many opportunities to change your mind. You're locked in on that pick.
Catch every headline. Visit the watch page at arizonasports.com for the latest on the Cardinals' hot start and the D-backs' wild card push, or join us live and watch along. We can also talk about ASU getting back on the right track against Texas State as they prepare for a big Big 12 opener coming up on Saturday. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Cardinals home opener W.
Never should have been that close, but this game ended exactly how it should have. Big Calais Campbell lined up over the guard, goes out, picks the offensive tackle to get the defensive end free up underneath, but he ricochets up through the B gap and makes the big sack to clinch the game for the Cardinals.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Jonathan Gannon's scheduled to join us in about 13 minutes. Real quick, Diamondbacks just made a roster move. Gambo had suggested on Twitter this was coming, and it did. Juan Murillo has been recalled from AAA Reno. Anthony DeSclafani has been designated for assignment. So, Murillo is back. Got a little velocity in that bullpen. DeSclafani, It's been hard to watch. The last
Very, very
games.
hard to watch.
Hard to watch.
But we'll bring in Lauren, and we'll just say, welcome to the 0-2 club, Lauren. My Giants, your Bears.
Will the
0-2.
first win that either of these teams get when they play each other in 3 weeks?
Oh, the Giants had the game won. They took the lead on incredible touchdown to Malik Neighbors. And there was only like 30 seconds left in the game. And somehow they gave up like a 85-yard field goal to tie it.
Well, I know the Giants have the Chiefs this week. So, and they're 0-2. So you're probably 0-3 this week.
Why?
Well,
Chiefs aren't any good.
They're better than the Giants.
Chiefs aren't any good.
Who do the Bears have this week?
We have the team that let's just say you're rooting for the Bears. We got Dallas.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the Bears.
And it's not Caleb Williams. Your defense sucks.
Our defense sucks. Our
Sucks.
offensive line sucks.
Your secondary's trashed with injuries right now.
Caleb's actually playing a
way
lot better
worse.
than he did last year through 2 games.
Yeah, Caleb, I got
Look at the
no
numbers.
problem with Caleb.
It's the defense is terrible.
I think it's sweet that you two have formed like a little support group.
Well, it's
with
we're
each other.
the 0-2 club.
It's more
Anybody
like a
else?
commiseration circle.
Anybody else out there have an 0-2 club? You can join us.
It's like
anybody got anybody else fan of a team that's 0-2?
We're not accepting Chiefs fans.
Yeah, no. Chiefs fans are not allowed to be in your little club.
Yes, if you are a fan of a football team that is 0-2,
Sweet.
you can join us right now.
Sweet that you two are bonding over this. What's our poll question today?
Our poll question today has to do with the Arizona Cardinals, which is, which of these concerns you the most about the Arizona Cardinals 2 weeks into the season?
Okay.
Is it the penalties, Kyler Murray, the wide receivers room, or the lack of an established run game?
The lack of an established run game.
The lack of an established run game. We're 50 minutes into the show. That is the thing so far about the 2025 season that is just like a giant neon arrow pointing to this is a problem. This is a real big problem. Right? Don't you? You're nodding your head.
I didn't hesitate.
Big neon arrow like that is not good.
I didn't hesitate.
Yeah, lack of a run game.
That should be a runaway.
Should be a runaway. Bet it's not.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Nope. 42% of our audience going with Kyler Murray.
Oh,
33% of our audience going with a lack of run game. 16% of our audience going with the penalties, and 8% going with the wide receivers.
42% say Kyler?
I love our audience. I really do. I love them.
Yeah.
I love them.
They are a stubborn bunch. They don't change their
Fire
mind.
the
a lot.
manager, blame Kyler. Fire the manager, blame Kyler.
Your 0-2 club, by the way. Jets fans, Dolphins fans, Browns fans, Titans fans. No Chiefs fans allowed.
Saints, Carolina.
Giants fans, Bears fans, Panthers fans, Saints fans.
Yes.
Y'all get together and have a little
That's
Exactly.
one big
group meeting.
suffering bunch.
Hug it out. In the meantime, ASU, they're not in that club.
Jeff Sims just took a second knee, and now he's taking one for the third time. And that may do it as Kenny Dillingham ready to head across the field and meet his counterpart, 2 of the youngest and best young coaches in all of college football. Kenny Dillingham and G.J. Kinney embracing at midfield after the Sun Devils for the second consecutive year defeat the Texas State Bobcats.
Good get-right win for
It
ASU.
was. It's exactly what it was. They had 433 yards of offense. They ran for 245 yards. Sam Levitt was very good. Only 180 yards, 88 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, but he ran for 59 and a score. You had Jordan Tyson with 6 catches for 105 yards and a terrific TD on this crazy like Sam play where he kind of like off of one leg, he kind of hopped and threw the ball to him. It was nice to see Matea get involved with 6 receptions. Raleigh Brown had an incredible touchdown run, just an incredible touchdown run. He had 144 yards. So there was a lot to me that kind of stood out in that game. It was never in doubt. They took care of business the way they were supposed to. They beat Texas State easily, and they had a get-right game in front of a packed house. I was at the game, and I was impressed with the way they played.
Yeah, and it was nice to see them take a takeaway and turn that into points to kind of change the game. Not that they needed it necessarily, but I thought that was kind of an early pivot point in that game, the fumble and then the recovery and the touchdown after that for the 17-3 lead.
I like their running back depth. I was able to report while I was at the game that Kyson Brown was going to be out and was not going to play. But I like the depth that they have at running back. You know, we've all talked about how much they lose Cam Skadda, but Raleigh Brown, I mean, wow, that 75-yard touchdown round with about 2 minutes left, that made it 34-9 in that third quarter. That was a big-time run, just a big-time run. That tied Kalen Ballage for the longest run since 2016. I kind of like what he brings to the table. Udo got held in check a little bit, but, you know, Jordan Tyson had some incredible plays. I like Sam had a Kyler Murray-type moment where he kind of avoided a bunch of rushers and
throwing the
reverse
jump throw?
field. No, the other one.
The other one.
Where he reversed field and he ran for 18 yards. He just avoided like 3 rushers and then he reversed the field and he ran for 18 yards. It set up a touchdown. It was like, that looks like Kyler right there.
Yeah. Kenny, after the game, talked about getting back to basics and simplifying things.
Obviously, establishing the run was huge. And, you know, a couple first early drives, we were trying to figure it out. You know, running the ball is one of those things that you got to be dedicated to it because the move in the game. Everybody moves a little different on the D-lines. You got to figure it out. So once we kind of figured it out, our guys did a good job. And then we did simplify the plan. We probably cut our play sheet down by about 25, 30%, if not a little more. And we really made sure that our guys were all dialed on and all on the same page. And I think it showed up. I think we played pretty clean football, and we still missed some opportunities, some big opportunities. We had a penalty on one of the drives, and or a couple of drives, and one of them that brought us back. So, I thought we played pretty good.
Yeah, Sam Levitt, after the game, basically expressed almost gratitude that the Mississippi State game happened the way that it did.
Yes.
As sort of a wake-up call for them. Just in the nick of time. Conference play starts this week. Well, huge game against Baylor on Saturday right out of the chutes.
As long as we could go the entire week without saying anything about how difficult it is to get to Waco and how there aren't any hotels and the food sucks. They don't have good barbecue in Waco. Other parts they do, but not there. Let's just avoid all of that stuff right there.
Yeah, everything's great in Waco. We have no problems at all.
Great hotels, great food, great transportation.
People.
Love it.
Love
it there.
As long as we can get through the week without that.
I might buy a second home here, a vacation home. It's just a beautiful area.
This is the 4-game stretch that will tell us everything we need to know about ASU's readiness to defend their Big 12 title. This is it. It starts this week. It's Baylor.
Yep.
It's TCU. It's Utah, and it's Texas Tech. That 4-game, 2 of them are on the road, 2 of them are at home. That 4-game stretch, Gambo, will tell us everything we need to know about their ability to defend their Big 12 title. We're going to find out real quick.
And this Baylor game right off the bat, you win this one, then you've won 3 out of 4, and you start to have a little momentum going.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, our weekly visit with the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon, will join us. You want to stick around for that? Next, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, well, he is the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. That's right. In the entire Valley, over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed, including mine. I had mine done about 15 years ago. One of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz offers 2 years of interest-free financing. How about that? 2 years of interest-free financing for the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's a great time for you to get that vision correction procedure that you've always wanted from Dr. Jay Schwartz, the Team Eye doctor for your sons and D-backs. He's got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. You can call him at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or for more information, go online at teamidoc.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. With Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Selenos to grand price and possession.
Every day, teachers in Arizona open their playbooks to help their students succeed and cross the goal line to their dreams.
Thank you for making our dreams come true.
To show our support for their dedication, SRP will give 2 teachers $500 each for their classrooms every time the Cardinals get in the end zone. SRP Touchdowns for Teachers. When the Cardinals score, teachers win. Learn more at srp.net/teacher.
Check it out, the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and camera control for easy access. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. New and existing customers can trade in any phone from one of our top brands in any condition for the new iPhone 16 Pro with Unlimited Ultimate. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals snuck away with a 27-22 win on Sunday over the Carolina Panthers. They are now one of 8 teams that are 2-0 going into their matchup against division rival San Francisco 49ers this weekend. ASU came away with a dominant win on Saturday against Texas State, 34-15. ASU linebacker Jordan Crook was named Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their series in Minnesota over the Twins this weekend. The D-backs are now just 2 games back of the final wildcard spot. They start a series tonight with the team directly in front of them, the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks really continue their improbable surge to the playoffs? We'll discuss Game 1 against the Giants. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
The moment the phone rings, and it should ring any second here, it'll be Jonathan Gannon on the other line, and then we'll play the Jonathan Gannon Show Open, and then we'll chat with the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. 2-0 for the first time in his Cardinals head coaching career. 2-0 for the first time since 2021 as they beat the Panthers yesterday 27-22.
Yeah, and you can sit there and say that's all that matters. And right now, honestly, like they got a lot of stuff they got to work on, a lot of stuff to clean up. All that matters is they're 2-0. You may not like the way they're 2-0. You may have questions about it. It may put some doubts in your mind about their ability to go 3-0, but they're 2-0.
Yeah.
And they're 2-0 in one-score games, and they're 2-0 in the conference. And, you know, they got a home win, they got a road win, and it's like, yeah, I'm sure everybody would like them to play a little bit better, but they're 2-0.
It's crazy. I was thinking about you towards the end of that game because when it was 27-3, I thought, well, at least we won't have the one-score conversation here. Like for most of the second half, I'm thinking, okay, we don't have to worry about this being a one-score game.
Yeah.
And then when it turned out to be a one-score game, I thought, how does this happen every time? Look, it was imperative, especially this year, for them to start 2-0. We all know the schedule. We all know it's backloaded. We all know, although it got a little less backloaded with the Joe Burrow injury, and who knows whether he's available for Week 17 or not. So suddenly that takes on a totally different shift, of tone perhaps at the end of the season. It's a long way from now. But given the start to this schedule and how it gets a little tougher in the middle, a good start was imperative. We all knew it. So
Had
yes,
to have it.
There are a lot of complaints or concerns about how they got to 2-0. I'm sure Jonathan Gannon has them himself. But 2-0 is still, at the end of the day, the necessity that needed to be filled yesterday, and it got filled.
Wasn't as many one-score games this week as there were last week.
I
but
can tell you were doing something over there.
Yeah, Eagles beat the Chiefs by 3. Colts beat the Broncos by 1. Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Daniel Jones.
49ers beat the Saints by 5. Patriots beat the Dolphins by 6. Cowboys beat the Giants by 3. Bengals beat the Jaguars by 4. So there's still a lot of one-score games. Wasn't as many as last week, but there's still a lot of games that ended up being one-score games. There were a few that weren't, like the Lions blowing out the Bears. And
Did you watch any of the Sunday night game last night? Oh man, JJ McCarthy had
I did watch some of it. He did not look good.
Lunch served to him yesterday.
I did watch some of that game. I didn't watch all of it, but I did watch some of it, and I think there's some concerns there.
Well, there's some concerns, and some concerns he might be out for a while with an injury, right? 2 to 4 weeks is what they're saying. He might miss some time, and that this week's matchup between the Vikings and the Bengals is now going to be Jake Browning versus Carson Wentz.
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah,
I mean, they didn't have any offensive touchdowns last night. He had a good week last week, but he came back and did not play very well this week. He struggled, and we'll see. I think, what I'm starting to think, and it's just very, very early, very, very early, I think the NFC is a little bit more wide open than we thought it would have been. I think the Packers look good.
The Eagles look good.
The Eagles they don't look great, though.
No, the Packers have looked great. The Eagles just look good.
Great. They look good, but they don't look great.
Their offense looks kind of funky, to be honest with you. It doesn't look like they've really figured it out offensively, what they're trying to be or what they're all about. But I think the Packers, I think the Packers look great so far this year. They're the one NFC team where if you were to say after 2 weeks, I'll give you this team or the field, the Packers would be the team that you would say it's going to be them or the field. Who do you take?
Right.
And I would still take the field, but the Packers have looked fantastic so far.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot to talk about with the NFL, and obviously with some of the teams that some of the teams the Cardinals have coming up, like Seattle down the road with how good their defense has been, and San Francisco now, who you'll get next week, Daniel Jones. Everybody's talking about the renaissance of Daniel Jones, and so there is a lot of stuff to talk about. But I think when you look at yesterday's game, you come away with the win, and you say, all right, you got the win. You didn't play great. There's a lot of room for improvement. But there are some major question marks. Like after the first game against New Orleans, I wasn't that concerned about it, but I'm a little bit more concerned this week.
All right, Lauren is on the phone, which means it's time to talk to the head coach, Jonathan Gannon.
Your home for everything Cardinals. Everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No Bull.
The Arizona Cardinals are 2-0 to start the season, a 27-22 win against the Carolina Panthers yesterday to improve to 2-0. And joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line, the head coach of the Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon, for his weekly visit with us here on Burns and Gambo.
You think he fines guys for being late to like a team meeting? I'm just curious.
He had his meeting with the media earlier. We're not going to fine you, JG. It's all good.
Well, no, actually, I wasn't late to that meeting. I thought I was, but I wasn't. The clock. Come to find out, the clock's 5 minutes fast in there. So I walked in. I said, I'm sorry, I'm late, but I wasn't late.
You weren't late for that one. Just this one.
I'm late to you guys right now? 3 o'clock.
7 minutes, yeah.
Well, you got to tell our local media to stop asking so many questions.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be late.
Yeah, really. Say, hey, guys, look, I got a meeting with Burns and
That's
Gambo.
right.
I got to go,
That's
right?
right.
Yeah, I'm
Exactly.
sure.
Burns and Gambo, baby.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to go over real well with the local media.
I'm going to say this because I don't take it too
I'm
lightly,
going
man.
to tell them you guys said to stop asking so many questions.
You can tell them I did.
This ain't coming from me, guys. It's coming from Burns and Gambo.
Real well. That's going to go real well.
You can tell them from me. I think it'll sound a little bit better. Burnsy's just too
There
nice.
you go, Gambo.
Burnsy's too nice of a guy.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that reputation staining me. Gambo's got no problem with that. Okay, let's go.
You guys want to know something funny? Burnsy, you asked the question yesterday, like, is there one play where the game turned? And it completely stumped me. Because I was kind of, like, still in, like, what? Like, kind of in awe how that game went, you know?
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, I was trying to answer the question. I was literally thinking in my head, like, of one, and I'm like,
Tyler's interception.
No. Yeah, but not really.
Why?
There.
They
like,
scored right away.
Here's what we showed the team today. There's 15 to 18 plays on all 3 phases that if you make any of those, the game doesn't look like that. So that's why I think I was trying to grasp for like one play. There's so many plays.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Well,
So we got to do a lot better because we can't have it look like that after dominating for however long, and then that to how that game went. Like, we got to do a better job.
All right, I'll start with this for my first one. Can we get an update on the injured players? You got Max got hurt, Will got hurt,
Yeah,
Garrett
you know
got
how
hurt.
that goes, guys. It's still Monday in the afternoon. I'm not going to have a bunch of updates on those guys right now. I think later in the week the picture will clear up a little bit. So we'll see how it goes here the next couple days.
How about this? This is fair. Are you more concerned about any one of those guys over the others as far as their availability for next week is?
No, because they're all getting the same test. So there's not more level of concern for any of them. There's level, I would say anytime guys are getting tests done, I always have my eye on it, obviously. But no, I got my eye on all of them right now.
As a matter of clarification, when you were with the local media, and I'm seeing this on Twitter right now, you did say that Will Johnson's groin injury that kept him out of that final drive was different from the issue that forced him to leave the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he got the wind knocked out of him.
Okay.
There. He got knocked out by us. We call that friendly fire. Got his own teammate hit him, knocked the wind out of him. And then, so he came back in the game, obviously, and then his groin tightened up on him a little bit. So
you had mentioned yesterday post game that your job is solutions, is finding solutions, and will find solutions. Does your brain go there immediately after a game like that, even without knowing the status of those guys? Does your brain go there?
Yeah, it does. And what's cool is I got about a 40-minute drive home after I get done with everything that I got to do. And those 40 minutes are allotted right to all three coordinators. And it's like, hey, guys, like, okay, here's what happened. Here's what, and it's just kind of a recap on the game, and then moving forward, that kind of jump starts it before I even watch the tape. And then you watch the tape a couple times with everybody. And I feel honestly, I feel better today than I did last night. Because the solutions are it's not easy, but they're correctable. And we just got to correct them and do a better job. They just asked me about that, like who's not fault, but it's like it's everybody. It's coaching it better, it's playing better, it's making sure that we're on point with these things, it's making sure I cover these things in the team meeting. You know what I mean? It's really everybody. So everybody was positive, find solutions, because they don't want the game to look like that. Nobody does.
No, you've got that game clearly in hand.
But I also said I felt like I was a little bit of a Debbie Downer yesterday after the game because I wasn't super positive, truthfully. And you're 2-0, and it's like it's hard to be 2-0 it's hard to win a game. It's hard to be 2-0 in the NFL. But I just feel like we're a better team than what we put out there. But feel better about the solutions moving forward to get better.
One of the things that I think you're going to say it's correctable, and it probably is, but it has to be concerning, 21 penalties through 2 games.
Yeah, that it is, and that is correctable, and they happen in all different, ways, and I always say this, like penalties, it falls into kind of like 3 categories, like education, which means like, are they educated on what's a foul and what's not a foul? Technique, because technique can cause penalties, so they understand what techniques they can play with when they're having their one-on-one and what techniques they can't. And then decision-making. They have to, and that's a tough one, but I put a lot of stress on those guys during, practice and OTAs and training camp to make the correct decisions. And those penalties, like there's a lot of those that are hurting the ball club right now. And as I said, like, we've been kind of a low flag team. Like it's not a winning stat, but like it can hurt you in a game. Like it can kill drives. It can obviously sustain drives. It changes field position, all things like that, which you're just making it really hard on yourself. So we pointed some of those out today, talked about how do we fix them, how to correct those mistakes. And we do have to, there's no doubt, we got to play a little cleaner, man. We do.
One of the other things I'm looking at is you guys had 48 plays ran. They had 77. I mean, you couldn't get on the field. The offense couldn't get on the field in the second half because the defense couldn't get off the field. But when I look at the running game and some of the struggles in that running game, first thing I'll ask is how close is Will Hernandez, and do you anticipate any changes on the offensive line to try to kickstart this running game?
No, I don't right now. Will's doing a good job. He's keeps improving every week, so he's doing a good job. I think that we do have to be more efficient in the run game, and whether that be, changing some of the things that we do with the people that we have right now, or by what defenses are doing to us through the first 2 weeks. Being able to adapt and do some things that, here's what I say, like, your bread and butter is your bread and butter, right? Well, when they take away your bread and butter, do you want to stick with it, or do you want to get to some different things? So those were some conversations today. And then also making sure that all 11 are doing the right thing, because it takes all 11 guys to have a productive run play. I know that sounds asinine, but it's the 100% truth. And then, looking at, we just played a couple good interior defensive linemen, you know what I mean? And that's going to continue to show up week to week, and we got to do a good job of handling those guys.
Is the pressure that you're getting up front in this game, for the most part, is that what you envisioned? Is there more? Is that what you're thinking can be counted on from a game-to-game basis, or is there another level?
What are you saying, on defense or offense?
On defense, on the defense, of the pressure you're putting on their offense defensively.
In the past game,
yes.
Yeah, I think we got to continue. When you're rushing 4, you're saying?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think when you're rushing 4, I think so many guys, certain guys have one-on-ones, okay, and we just played 2 really mobile quarterbacks. And the deal with playing mobile quarterbacks is 2 out of your 4, maybe 3 out of your 4, or 1 out of 4 have a true one-on-one. The other guys have to rush collectively. And then, oh, by the way, you got, 2 open gaps, because there's 6 open gaps when you're rushing 4, and you have 2 mobile quarterbacks that you're playing. You can't cut your ears back and rush the way you want to rush. That's one thing. So that's not an excuse, but we got to have awareness of when we rush, how we got to rush, and that might downtick your pressure on the quarterback in a 4-man rush because of how you're rushing the guy, how you have to rush the guy. Because I thought we did a better job for this week than we did last week of keeping them in the well. With saying that, too, I think we do need to make sure that we're doing the right things up front to affect the quarterback a little bit more. I do think that.
Leave me with this. I want to get one in for next week. You go on the road, you play the 49ers. Mac Jones is their quarterback, not Brock Purdy. You got a lot of tape on him from his time in New England, maybe last year with Jacksonville. How different is it preparing for a guy like Mac Jones compared to, say, Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I just told the media that Kyle Shanahan's Kyle Shanahan, so he knows how to coach the quarterback. Mac Jones was a first-round draft pick that played at a really high level. I haven't watched the last game enough to give you the most educated answer. It didn't change much. It really didn't to me. So, I don't know who's going to play quarterback for them right now. But we got to be ready to go. But I do think, like, Kyle knows how to get it done. So who's ever playing quarterback, we're going to have our challenge cut out for us, and we got to play good ball.
Coach, we appreciate the time as always. Again, congrats on 2-0, and we will talk to you next week after the San Francisco game.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good week.
Jonathan Gannon, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, joining us as he does every single week. This one off of the Cardinals win. When we come back, one thing missing from the Cardinals win yesterday, a solid performance from the wide receivers room. Here we go with this again. Why is this still an issue? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports.
You've been listening to In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No Bull, your home for everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here to tell you about the law firm of Berg Simpson, where you are going to want somebody on your side. Trust me when I tell you you're going to want somebody on your side, because we did it alone. We didn't have anybody on our side, and it was a big mistake. Call 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com if you've been involved in an accident, especially if you've been involved in a truck crash. They are different. Those injuries can be devastating, lifelong injuries. They often require millions of dollars in care over a lifetime. And the trucking companies oftentimes have some really big insurance companies that are on their side. Berg Simpson has real-world experience, 45 years of results, experience, and reputation. They've recovered over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone when going up against those insurance companies. You want them on your side. 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Listen to what folks are saying about Noble.com.
Noble.com. Search and even start buying your car online.
And every deal has a personal touch, like working with a friend or neighbor.
Noble.com. With new and used vehicles for every budget.
Specials, low payments, and this is huge, quick financing. Just go to Noble.com.
Shop local. Shop Earnhardt. Shop Noble.com. Simple as that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait,
what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
Join the Bird Gang in Dallas for Monday Night Football this season through Cardinals Premier Travel. Cardinals Premier Travel will be hosted by Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson.
Let's rock. It's time to fly today.
Travel packages to the November 3rd game will include destination transportation, 4-star hotel accommodations, pre-game tailgate experience, lower-level game tickets, and more. For details, visit azcardstravel.com. That's azcardstravel.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. James Conner and the run game must help the Cardinals find their DNA, writes Dan Bickley. Playoffs before October? The Diamondbacks open a potential do-or-die series with the Giants. And ASU safety Xavier Alford played at 70% at Mississippi State before missing the Texas State game. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Back on the Burns and Gambo show. Again, our thanks to Jonathan Gannon and the Arizona Cardinals for his weekly visit with us every single Monday at 3 o'clock-ish. A little late today, but that's okay. We certainly have no problems with that. To look at the box score yesterday, to watch that game live yesterday, the box score kind of backs up what I think we all saw and we all experienced when it comes to this specific conversation.
Sure.
Targets yesterday. Trey McBride had 7. Trey Benson, had 6. Marvin Harrison had 5. Elijah Higgins had 3. James Conner 1. Michael Wilson 2. Greg Dortch 1. But catches, it was Trey McBride with 6. Trey Benson with 4. Elijah Higgins with 2. Marvin Harrison Jr. with 2. 5 targets, 2 catches for 27 yards for Marvin Harrison Jr. yesterday.
So let's just break this down. 8. So Kyler Murray completed 17 passes. 8 went to tight ends. 5 went to running backs. That's 13 right there. 2 went to Marvin Harrison Jr. That's 15. So only 2 more went to anybody else. Like we continue to talk about, is there room for any wide receiver on this team other than Marvin Harrison Jr. to make an impact? And I'm kind of doubting that right now. 1 catch for Michael Wilson. It was a touchdown, but that's 1 catch in each game. He's on pace for a whopping 17 catches this year. But Marvin Harrison Jr., 2 catches on 5 targets. It's just, it's got to be better. It just has to be better. It has to be more. Now, you did get a pass interference penalty down the field.
Which was very important.
Very important. I always say take those shots because you can end up with a pass interference, and they did.
Only set up a field goal, right, though, if I
did.
remember right?
Okay,
It set up a field goal.
Yes. Because I think I got down to the 5. They kicked the field goal. But I do like the fact that they went downfield and they got that call with Marvin Harrison Jr. Look, I think we're all waiting for this to be dynamic. We're waiting for this to be, a sensational combination of quarterback and wide receiver. The reality is I don't believe that Marvin Harrison Jr. has ever had more than 6 catches in a football game. I don't think he has. So I don't think we've seen like any.
Are you looking at his game log?
I'm going to look at it now, unless you have it up.
I don't, but I can get it in 30 seconds. So keep talking.
I think the most catches he's ever had is like 6, but a lot of it's 5 or less. So we keep waiting for this connection to be dynamic, and it's good, but it's not great yet. I mean, right now he has 7 catches for 98 yards and a touchdown in 2 games.
He's never had more than 6 catches in a game.
Never had more than 6 catches in a game. Like, if this combination is that great, you want to go early, you want to go often, you want to see these guys dominate, out there. You see the top receivers in the league and what they're able to do week in and week out, and it's not catching two footballs. It's a lot more than that.
No, and at this point, I to me, and this is just me talking here, the conversation about all the other wide receivers is about as back burner gets for me right now when it comes to the Cardinals. I mean, Michael, no offense to Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, or Zay Jones, or anybody else. That to me is it's honestly barely on my radar screen right now with this team. Certainly the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing is very much on my radar. I will tell you, yesterday there was a ball that went right through Marvin Harrison Jr.'s hands. I mean, literally right through his hands. And that was one where we're not going to sit here and debate, hey, did Kyler make a bad throw? Did Marv make a bad read? We're not going to have Kurt Warner on Twitter telling us who was right and who was wrong. Right? He just went right through Marvin Harrison Jr.'s hands.
Yeah.
And not that means that it's all his fault, but I mean, I saw that, and it's hard to jumpstart a conversation about Marvin Harrison when he's doing things like that. Gambo, I don't know the answer to this problem, because I also think, and this is foreshadowing for our next segment, I also think it's not even the biggest problem on offense for the Cardinals this year.
You think it's more the running game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
It's not even the thing I'm the most worried about. Kyler's not the thing I'm the most worried about. The Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't the thing I'm most worried about. A rushing game that has been a no-show so far this year. Right. That's what I'm worried about.
And we thought it would be great because it was great last year. Like, the running game was great. But James Conner, that impact hasn't been felt yet. I still look at the Marvin Harrison Jr. week in and week out. I'm like, I'm ready to. I mean, this guy was he was the top player taken that wasn't a quarterback in that draft. Yeah. He was the number 1 wide receiver taken. We thought that, from Ohio State, we thought we were getting an absolute stud. Now, I'm not saying he's been bad, but he has not had any, he hasn't had a lot of breakout games where you're like, wow, he doesn't wow you with anything he does as of right now.
And I'm not trying to minimize the value of Harrison Jr. in this offense and how it hasn't been what we thought. It's a deal. They've got to figure it out. I just don't know what that looks like right now until they get the run game figured out. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Speaking of that run game, Will Hernandez, Kelvin Beachum, are we going to be seeing them sooner than we thought? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
that onside kick happen.
I didn't get worried until then.
That was the moment when I went, all right, WTF is happening here. Like, really, come on now. Do you know how hard it is to convert an onside kick in 2025?
I can't remember the last one I've seen.
They've made it almost an impossible play. When you have to... Carolina has announced its intention to attempt an onside kick.
Carolina has announced its intention to try to surprise the opponent and deceive the opponent, but we're letting the opponent know right now that deception is coming.
In 3, 2,
and 1.
Here we go.
Right.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barbershop. Their locations all across the valley. Their new one out in the East Valley. V's Barbershop, Cadence Eastmark, right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth. What you will find for every single V's Barbershop that's in the valley right now, you will find that same attention to detail. You will find that same loving care to the throwback vibe that the original had in Arcadia. You will find absolutely hands down the best barbers. And you'll also find a place where you can just be comfortable. I go to the one in Gilbert every 3 or 4 weeks. I walk in and, there's Omar and I give him grief about the Cowboys or the Lakers. We're always talking. We're always laughing. I always know it's going to be a great time and I always know it's going to be a great haircut. And those are things I can always count on when I go to V's. And they're waiting for you too. The next time you need a haircut or a hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your next service today at V's Barbershop.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey folks, Vince Murata here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
The Arizona Cardinals snuck away with a 27-22 win on Sunday over the Carolina Panthers. They are now one of 8 teams that are 2-0. They are going into their matchup this weekend against division rival the San Francisco 49ers. ASU came away with a dominant win on Saturday against Texas State, 34-15. ASU linebacker Jordan Crook was named Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their series this weekend over the Minnesota Twins. The D-backs are now just 2 games back of the final wildcard spot. They start a series tonight with the team directly in front of them, the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Burns and Gambo.
So we've got a poll question out right now, our daily poll question here on Burns and Gambo. What was the thing that concerned you the most about yesterday's win? And while we all acknowledge it's great to be 2-0, and it's certainly better this way than it is any other way, Gambo and I very quickly and in almost perfect synchronicity answered the question at exactly the same way, the same time. The run game. The run game is the thing that right now today, if you're going to ask me why is this offense not functioning in a way, especially in the second halves of these games, that would allow them to be a little more comfortable with these wins, it's the first thing I would point to. They're just not running the ball the way they did last year.
I would even say the running game was non-existent. I mean, Connor was held to less than 40 yards rushing. Back-to-back games, first time since he came over here with Gannon. First time he's ever done that. He had 11 carries for 34 yards, Bernsey. That's an average of 3.1 yards per carry. He did have the touchdown when they had all the tight ends in the game. When they went, what was it, 17 personnel in that one?
That's illegal.
I know.
That's illegal.
It's illegal. Can't do that.
It's illegal.
But they had Beecham as a tight end in that one. They had McBride.
They went jumbo. Let's say that was just a very jumbo package they went with that.
John Gaines was your fullback. So that was Trey Benson, 3 carries for 14 yards. Now, when you're only running 48 plays, because your defense can't get off the field in the second half. I mean, it's almost just like one half of football, or a little bit more. Like the offense was barely on the field in the second half at all. They had a drive, they had an interception, then they had a 3 and out, and then basically it. But only 3 carries for Trey Benson. And James Conner, like 40 yards, 34 yards rushing on 11 carries. So, yes, you want to dig more into that. You want to get that going. Because let's for all intent and purposes, you could survive Marvin Harrison Jr. having 4 catches a game or Michael Wilson not being a gigantic impact. As long as Trey McBride and the running game get going, you're fine. You can win.
Mm-hmm.
You can win. If the running game never gets going, you're not going far in this league.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going very far.
Not this team, not the way they're built. They're not going to go very far at all.
They have to be more successful in a running game. So it's very disappointing to watch them struggle the way they did yesterday.
I don't mean to take out the number stick and beat everybody over the head with it, so I'll try to keep it nice and simple. Take out Trey Benson's 52-yard run against the Saints. Just pretend it didn't happen for a second.
Okay.
Yards per carry without that 52-yard run is 3.6 yards per carry for the Cardinals so far this year. Just so you know, last year, yards per carry, the Arizona Cardinals were second in the NFL at 5.3 yards per carry for the season. I'm telling you, this is everything. And I'm not, in the last segment, we were a little rushed. I don't want to minimize the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing. It's important to get him involved. He's a supposedly a generational talent. We haven't seen it yet, but the talent certainly is there. The physical ability is there. But you got to start with this. This is your base. This is your
bread and butter.
This is your bread and butter. And to the point where I'm glad you asked Coach Gannon, because if you didn't, I was gonna.
Are there any changes coming on the offensive line?
And he said right now, no.
Right now, no.
But I'm telling you, that is something I think, and I think you think the same thing, that is something to keep an eye on at right tackle. And that is something to keep an eye on right guard.
Sure.
When it comes to those 2 spots, and if they can't get this run game going.
Yeah, there's the penalty issues at all. The offensive line has 6 holding penalties in 2 games. I want to thank our friend Howard Bolzer for that little note that he sent us. O-line has 6 holding penalties in 2 games. So that's something you want to clean up. You want to get that taken care of. You want to be better. But the inability to run the football, you do. I start to think about that. Like, okay, if Will Hernandez is ready, does he play? What can you do to shake that up a little bit? You cannot survive without a ground game in this league. You have to be able to run the ball and run it effectively. And, when you run the ball for 1 yard, you run the ball for 2 yards, now you're in second and long and third and long. It leads to a miserable offense. It leads to an offense that you're not very excited about. I mean, let's remember the first points they scored in that game yesterday were the defense. The defense got the points for them. So, the offense did not do a very good job yesterday, and a lot of that goes with the fact that they weren't able to run the ball effectively.
Yeah, the Will Hernandez thing especially is the one that stands out to me. And again, anybody who's listened to our show for a measure of time knows that we will reference PFF, but we also don't make it sound like it's the only thing that matters. So I'm just going to bring this up as kind of a reference point. Pro Football Focus's offensive rankings for the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
Isaiah Adams was the lowest ranked offensive players in week 1 and week 2 for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, again, that is not the end all be all. That's not the only arbiter here. And it's certainly, when they're watching tape, it's up to them to make the decisions themselves. But using that as sort of a guide or a little bit of a guide, it just makes you wonder what the timeline and specifically why Will Hernandez was not put on the PUP list to start the season to make sure he'd be available in these first 4 weeks. He's available. Now, when he gets healthy, I don't know, but I can't help but looking at that and wondering how closely we should be paying attention to that.
I know I asked about if Will was close. I don't remember what Gannon said on that, but then I asked.
Said he's doing well. He just kind of gave a generic he's doing well sort of answer. Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if he's close to being ready. We'll try to find out more later. But I don't think it's going to be that long, for him to get ready and play. Maybe I'm wrong there, but that's an option, right? You want to give yourself options with the running game because every time you hand the ball off, you get negative plays or no yards at the line of scrimmage. You gain for 0 yard, a gain for 1 yard. Just putting yourself in a hole. You want to be able to run the ball a little bit stronger, a little bit better, and haven't been able to do that. Now, Benson only getting 3 carries yesterday. I know he caught some balls out of the backfield, but I want to get those guys touches. I want to get those guys as many touches as possible. They throw the ball to the running backs, but I do think that their touches have to go up.
Well, again, to your point, too, they ran, 44 plays yesterday? I mean, that's just not a lot to work with.
No.
In terms
Carolina ran 78, I think.
77, I think 77, 78. Yeah. I mean, it's if we're going to sit here and say this guy needs the ball more, yep. That guy needs the ball more, yep. You just go right on down the board and say yep to almost all of them because you have to run more than 48 plays,
Trey McBride's got to get the most. I mean, as far as targets in the passing game. But as far as touches, it should be your running back. It should be James Conner. James Conner should have the most touches every single week because it's the combination of running and then catching the ball. So he should have the most touches. That shouldn't be that close, to be honest with you. And then you get the ball to McBride, and then you figure out how to get Benson more involved. And I'm okay with the secondary receivers, Wilson, Dortch, Zay Jones, not having an impact. I'm okay with that as long as everything else is working properly.
Arizona State's defense shined against Texas State on Saturday, which is good news because they're going to have to keep it up for Big 12 play starting on Saturday. That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded for Wallner. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center. Carroll is there. He will make the catch. And the Diamondbacks hang on and win by a final score of 6-4. They win the series, and they remain 2 games out of the 3rd and final wild card spot.
D-backs take the series in the Twin Cities. Now welcome the Giants to Chase Field for Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Global Credit Union, 10 branches throughout the valley, a very easy-to-use mobile app that always puts you in control of all of your banking and all of your finances. Consider Global Credit Union instead of your bank because Global Credit Union offers you just a better way of doing it, an easier way of doing it, a more beneficial way of banking. Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, they have it all at Global Credit Union. What they also have is a commitment for their members to pay low to no fees on their accounts. What they also have are better interest rates than you can get at a bank. When I say it's a better way of banking, here's what I mean by that. Global members collectively saved about $195 million last year compared to people who weren't with Global Credit Union. It's a better way of banking, and you need to find out how it can benefit you. Explore all of the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to remind you that nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. They've got great deals. They've got an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. Plus, the great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for, and football on a lot of TVs. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
It's O Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Up to $100 in bonus rewards available at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How will Zach Gallen handle the pressure of the Diamondbacks being back in the pennant race? We'll react to his start tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, back on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Monday to everybody. A weekend where Diamondbacks took 2 or 3 from the Twins and are 2 games back with 12 to play.
It's
remarkably.
a good sports weekend.
It was. Cardinals won.
Sports weekend.
The Mercury lost. That was a shame.
That was a shame, yeah.
That was a shame. Melissa Thomas had a chance to win. U of A won on Friday night. It was, other than the Mercury yesterday afternoon, it was a really good sports weekend around here. And again, I do want to remind everybody, since I mentioned the Diamondbacks, I'll bring this up briefly, and then we're going to talk ASU football. They are running an incredible deal for this series against the San Francisco Giants.
It's like stealing.
It's like stealing. It's like you're stealing tickets in the Chase Field. It's $15 all in. That includes fees. And that'll get you either lower level bleacher seats, which honestly are still some of my favorite places to watch a game at Chase Field, bullpen tickets, or upper level tickets. $15 all in for the Pennant Chase Fever tickets that are available for this series against the San Francisco Giants. And look, they're not even trying to hide it. They want to get as many people out there as they possibly can, because
nobody, 2 games out.
Nobody in a million years thought this series was going to matter like this, and it does. And so if you get a chance, get there, because they could use you. They absolutely could.
Absolutely. 2 games out of being a playoff team. I don't know how the tiebreakers would work if it's three-way or stuff like that. They haven't figured it out yet. Nobody has. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But obviously, the tiebreaker is in this series.
In this series, it's whoever wins the series.
Whoever wins this series gets the tiebreaker
between these two teams, at least.
Zach Allen tonight.
Mets tiebreaker yet to be determined. Cardinals tiebreaker yet to be determined.
And three ways.
And three ways yet to be determined. The Reds, it would be the Reds if it's the Reds and the Diamondbacks.
But you could win the tiebreaker over the Giants by winning this series.
Let's talk ASU for a minute, because I think going into that game on Saturday night, if there was one thing you were going to say about that game, it was that ASU's offense should be able to have their way against Texas State. They were all new. They were young. They lost most of their significant players. You could argue, you could say the same thing about ASU on defense against Texas State's offense. But the one thing about Texas State so far this year, they had moved the ball a ton. They had scored a ton of points, albeit against lesser quality, talent and competition. ASU's defense was in some ways the star of the show on Saturday night with what they did to that Bobcats
No doubt.
offense.
There's no doubt about it. 5 sacks, 2 turnovers forced, 10 tackles for a loss that led to minus 54 yards. They had 5 pass breakups. There were a lot of guys that stood out. No one more than Jordan Cook to me. He had a great game with 12 tackles, a sack, 3.5 tackles for a loss. Although Clayton Smith was really good. Albert Smith had a big play. Keith Abney forced a fumble. Keyshawn Elliott had a good game. CJ5, Miles Rouser recovering it. There was a lot of players that stood out that were really quick to the ball. I like them getting in the backfield and making those plays, but no doubt about it. I thought that, that limiting the explosive plays was a key because they had given up a bunch of them. Remember the 3 big plays on the touchdowns last week to Mississippi State? So they cleaned that up. They limited the explosive plays, and a whole bunch of guys went out there and had a good game.
Yeah, Jordan Crook was named Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week for his work today, or for his work on Saturday. 3.5 tackles for loss, a sack, 12 tackles. That was a career high. Kenny Dillingham, after the game, talked about the defense executing the game plan brilliantly.
Yeah, I thought we had a plan going into the week. We went on Monday, and we said, this is what we want to do to get accomplished. We accomplished those things, right? And I think good football teams, right, they just play football, and you just play another team. Great football teams take the plan and can apply it. And I think what our defense did best in the entire game was they took the plan and they applied it. The goal of football is not about first downs. It's not about yards. It's about points. And I think they did a really, really good job in the first half, not worrying about the stuff that didn't matter, and they worried about the points. And that's what we talked going into the week.
Here's something else they did, too, in that game, and I'll credit Michelle Gardner from over at AZ Central for pointing this out. Last year, ASU was 6th in the nation and 1st in the Big 12 in turnover margin last season. So far this year, they had managed only 1 in the first 2 games in terms of a takeaway, right? It's been a really slow start in that regard for them. So the turnover they got when it was a 10-3 game, that they were able to flip into a touchdown and make it a 17-3 game.
Yes.
Kenny Dillingham called that turnover game-changing.
Game-changing. Takeaways win games. We talk about it all the time. I'll ask him. I chase him every day in practice saying, get the ball up. That's the most exercise I get all week, is just running around chasing him saying ball up, ball up, ball up, and chasing saying knock the ball out on defense, and for it to show up all the time that we punch at the ball at practice and punch at the ball at practice, they convert a 3rd down, and we punch at the ball and create a takeaway. Absolutely game-changing.
It was also the most sacks they had in a game since 2023, which I wasn't aware of either.
There were a few that I really liked. There was one that was a strip sack and a fumble, a 17-yard loss. Jacob, I can't pronounce his name, Kangaika. Huge play in the game, huge play because that was early.
I'm giving you the blank look because I'm not quite sure either. I'd like to sit here and say I know for sure.
17-yard loss gives ASU good field position. They end up getting 3 points out of it. Okay, you're right there. But yeah, I thought the defense balled out. It was good to see them playing the way they did. Again, there's so many guys that stood out. But more importantly than the sacks and the turnovers and the tackles for a loss, it was, stop giving up big plays. Stop giving up big plays down the field like they did against Mississippi State. That was a backbreaker, those plays, and they did that in this game. So, they also didn't have Xavier Alford in this game. He was out. So for them to come back, play the type of football they did, That's good leading into this Baylor game.
Yeah, now, I think I saw today where they're expecting wide receiver Jalen Moss back this week against Baylor. I know we're talking about the defense
sick,
here,
yeah.
but I think they're expecting to have him back. I haven't heard about Kyson Brown or Alford or anybody else in that regard in terms of guys that are going to get back. But now you hope that the Sun Devils got what they needed to out of these non-conference games to get themselves ready. Because as we said about an hour, like that's at the end of the day, like you said after the Mississippi State loss. Hey, everything you still want is still in front of you.
They only lost that clout.
The Big 12 title, it's still there if you want to go get it. And if you look at the 3 non-conferences as basically a warm-up act, an opening act for the stuff that really matters the most, I hope they got everything they needed out of those games because the Big 12, they're jumping right into the deep end. At Baylor, home against TCU, at Utah, home against Texas Tech. Bang, 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 bang. Maybe not the very best teams the Big 12 have to offer, but some of the best teams the Big 12 have to offer right in a row.
This was a good week for the conference. They went undefeated on Saturday. They didn't lose any games. They didn't play anybody big. The only losses were Friday when the conference played each other. U of A beat Kansas State and Houston took down Colorado on Friday. But outside of that, everybody else won. West Virginia had a win over Pittsburgh, and Iowa State won, and TCU won in a romp, and Utah won, and Utah looks really good. They look really good. Cincinnati had a big win, 70-0. Texas Tech won. Baylor won. So it was a good week. They didn't play anybody. There wasn't any big-time games. But on Saturday, after they played each other Friday in the 2 games, they went undefeated and didn't lose a game. So it was good for the conference to kind of get back on track a little bit.
Again, a reminder for you as the Arizona Diamondbacks push for the playoffs, you can get in the door tonight for $15 and sit in the bleachers against the San Francisco Giants. A huge homestand, huge series against San Francisco. It starts this evening. For those tickets, you can go to dbacks.com/tickets. With that, we're halfway home on this Monday, and the 4 o'clock reset is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals snuck away with a 27-22 win on Sunday over the Carolina Panthers. They are now one of 8 teams that are 2-0. They are going into their matchup this weekend against division rival the San Francisco 49ers. ASU came away with a dominant win on Saturday against Texas State, 34-15. ASU linebacker Jordan Crook was named Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their series this weekend over the Minnesota Twins. The D-backs are now just 2 games back of the final wildcard spot. They start a series tonight with the team directly in front of them, the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock on this Monday. A lot going on, a lot of football going on, a lot of stuff going on. And Lauren is here to give us a guided tour of everything we think you should know about on this Monday in the world of sports.
I can't just go, there's a lot of sports going on.
No, you can't. That's really not the, no.
That's not the 4
we
o'clock
demand
reset.
a little more of you than that. That'd be like 5 targets, 2 catches for 20-something yards for Marvin Harrison Jr. We expect more than that out of you. So what do you got? What do you got for us today?
All right, well, let's lead off with the D-backs because as the D-backs push for the playoffs, you can get $15 tickets to their homestand against the Giants. These are $15 all-in tickets, lower-level bleachers, bullpen, or upper-level tickets. And tonight, you'd be able to see Zach Gallen on the mound for the D-backs.
For $15.
$15.
$15 you got a seat at the game.
It's a huge series for them. It's a huge homestand for them. 2 games back of the New York Mets for the last wild card spot with 12 to play. They're only a half game back of the San Francisco Giants, the team that they're playing for. As you mentioned in the last segment, the tiebreaker is still up for grabs.
Big.
And if there's one thing that is the takeaway from this series against the Twins is that even in the wins, man, this bullpen there is nobody that you can count on.
Nobody.
in
It's
the
a
bull. There's
disaster.
nobody you can trust.
No, like-
everything you get is like a roulette spin of the wheel and the white ball, and you just don't know. Is it going to land on a good thing or a bad thing tonight? You just don't know with this team.
Like the other day, right? The other day, Woodford comes in the ninth, and he just blows the whole game, right?
Yes.
Gives up a home run, bases loaded, they go to Saul Frank. Everybody in the world is tweeting, why didn't Saul Frank just start? People don't know, right? They're not going to say that. Saul Frank's hurt. He's hurt. He's got shoulder soreness.
Yeah.
He was emergency only. They decided to put him in because Woodford couldn't get anybody out. He shouldn't have even been pitching because he's hurt. He's had shoulder soreness. Everybody's like, put Saul Frank in. Why is he not in the game? These guys are all idiots.
Okay, that's Friday night.
That was Friday night.
Then Saturday night.
Wow.
Then Saturday night, it's Taylor Rashi who gives up the 2 runs to tie it up. But then it's John Curtis who pitches amazing in the 9th and the 10th that allows them
He
to
was
win that
really
game.
good for them.
And then yesterday, I mean, it was Kyle Backus dancing with the devil. It was
Bases loaded twice.
It was the since released Anthony DeSclafani who was just getting him into all sorts of trouble. I mean, you talk about a white knuckle, hold on for dear life kind of win yesterday.
Yeah.
They've made changes in the bullpen. You reported that Juan Murillo was called up. Called up. DeSclafani was designated for assignment. It's still just like for as good as it is, like tonight, who the hell knows what's going to happen in the latter third of that game? You can't know what's going to happen.
If this team does make the playoffs, it's almost going to be like so unexpected. Like I can't even fathom going down there for a playoff game and to host me and Burnsy out on the the patio or whatever it is. You know, out there. It'd almost be like 2 friends of yours who you didn't know were going to get married just now. Hey, we're getting married tomorrow. Can you be there? Tomorrow? Married?
Is that what it's?
I don't even know if I have a suit.
Is that what it's going to be like?
I haven't even put in for a press pass for the playoff games yet.
On Friday, that was the 44th time this year the Diamondbacks coughed up a lead in a game that they went on to lose. And yes, that is the most in Major League Baseball.
What do you got, like 30 blown saves? Got to be close to 30.
I don't know that number. I just know 44 times they've had a lead in a game that they went on to lose. That's a crazy number. And there's still 2 games out. Sorry, Lori.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Pre-game for tonight's game starts at 6. You can hear that right here on 98.7. And you guys had the Diamondbacks Roberto Clemente nominee on, Corbin Carroll. You can listen to that right now on ArizonaSports.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Such a good guy. I'm happy for Corbin Carroll. Such a good guy.
Me too.
Very nice interview every time. Also nice in person every time we have him on during spring training. And some NFL news. Let's start with the good, because the Arizona Cardinals are 2-0 after another close one, a 27-22 win over the Carolina Panthers. Here's Jonathan Gannon today on with you guys, clarifying Will Johnson's injury.
Yeah, he got the wind knocked out of him there. He got knocked out by us. We call that friendly fire. Got his own teammate hit him, knocked the wind out of him. And then, so he came back in the game, obviously, and then his groin tightened up on him a little bit, so.
Didn't have any more updates to share.
Said he would know more on Wednesday. I mean, I think you got to be prepared for at least some measure of bad news on at least one of them, right? I mean, just watching Melton and Williams be helped off the field the way they did. I know that's speculative and that's probably not fair, but I think immediately your mind just kind of goes to those dark places and trying to figure out, because it looked bad.
Yeah, I mean, we asked Gannon, and it's just too early for him to be able to comment because they're all going to get looked at, and then I'll have more information later on. But in the meantime, I would expect a very busy Monty Ossenfort trying to figure out who do I elevate from the practice squad, who's out there and available. Listen, I mean, he's a good GM. He's got a list of guys at every position that he could take off of other guys' practice squads and elevate, or guys that might be street free agents. So I expect he's going to be very busy trying to figure out what would happen if they're going to lose those guys.
Rams, Niners, Packers, Eagles, Colts, Bengals, and Bills are the 2-0 teams. There's a bunch of 1-0 teams that are playing tonight on Monday Night Football, but those are all the 2-0 teams.
And it only took 2 weeks in the NFL for this.
Scadaboo still at running back. He's got it straight ahead for the New York touchdown, and his first in the NFL. Giants back in front. Cam Scadaboo back in the building where he started in the Big 12 championship.
The run before that, I was watching the game live, Giants-Cowboys.
The 24-yarder?
He just ran through everybody, and he spun his body, and he turns around. He doesn't let you tackle him, and legs keep churning and churning and churning.
Yeah.
And he reaches back and he got to the 1. He got to the 1 yard line. And like, we got to reward this guy. They're going to love him. They're going to absolutely love him in there in New York.
It was so Cam Scadaboo. It really was. Everything about that performance was so Cam's. Congratulations to him, and super cool that it happened in the same building that the Big 12 title game was in. I thought that was a nice little touch.
In a losing effort, because somehow the Cowboys won that game.
A losing effort.
In overtime, losing effort.
What did Aubrey hit? Like a 64-yard field goal?
63-yarder? I think it was a 63-yarder to tie.
It's the soccer background.
Right,
and
yeah.
they said they would have tried it from 70. Like, he would have gone from 70 if we had to.
At least it wasn't as heartbreaking of a field goal as the Colts and Broncos game thought it was going to be.
Oh, my God, with the
that
penalty?
ending, nuts.
With the penalty?
Yeah, you can't jump over a guy.
I don't think he jumped over him, right? I think he just kind of leaned on him.
You can't
grab his back.
Use him as leverage. You can't leverage him to jump
because
like
he missed that field goal by a mile. They get the penalty and he nails it.
Drills it right down the middle.
Yeah.
Oof. All right, and we'll move on to the NFL injuries because there is a boatload of them.
Yeah.
Vikings QB J.J. McCarthy's been ruled out for Sunday's game versus the Bengals with a high ankle sprain. He's week to week currently, but could miss up to 4 weeks for the Vikings. Jaden Daniels suffered a knee sprain against the Packers on Thursday night that he got an MRI on. He's questionable heading into this week. Joe Burrow has a grade 3 turf toe injury that will require surgery. He'll be out at least the next 3 months. The Cards play the Bengals on December 27th. For what that's worth.
So that's 3 months and a week, 3 months and a couple of weeks, depending on how you want to do the math, okay?
And Justin Fields is also in concussion protocol after sustaining a hit to his head in the game versus the Bills.
I'll tell you, for me, one of the takeaways of week 2, and I know it's not over, the Commanders just don't look like the Commanders so far. They struggled to beat the Giants in week 1.
Season.
Yeah, they
Packers beat them handily.
Packers easily beat them. That score was not even closely to indicative of what that game was. Commanders haven't looked right so far to start the season. That's one of my big takeaways.
That's what I was saying. The NFC, I mean, outside of the Packers, I mean, Detroit had a get-right game against Chicago, but Chicago's having a lot of problems defensively right now. And they had a get-right game after they played so poorly in week 1. I'm really interested in what happens with the Bengals now. I like Jake Browning as a backup quarterback. I think he won 4 games for them last year when he had to play in 7. So I wonder if he can keep them afloat. If I'm a Bengals fan, I'm starting to worry about Joe Burrow, man. This guy's always hurt.
Always hurt.
Always hurt.
Well, add to your offensive line that he's been sacked the second most in the league since his rookie year. Add to your offensive line. That's simple. And 2 games tonight in Monday Night Football. The Bucs are taking on the Texans. That one just started a few minutes ago. And at 7 p.m., you can watch the Chargers take on the Raiders.
What channel's it on?
They're both on ESPN, ABC, right? And they're trying for no overlap. I know in the past they've had a Monday Night Football.
4 and 7.
Yeah, they've had like that overlap where they're both going on at the same time. I hated that too. I'm glad they did away with it.
Did anybody watch the fight Saturday night?
Yes.
No.
Crawford beat Canelo. He did a good job. I watched it. It was on Netflix. It was free. So I was at the ASU game, and I had my iPad up, and I put the game on because I have Netflix on there. I know how to do that. So I was able to watch the fight. Crawford did a good job. His jab was tremendous. Such a good fighter. Canelo couldn't get in. Couldn't put his punches together. He was throwing one punch at a time. Crawford just kept him at bay with the jab the entire time. Popped him a couple times with the left hand because he's a southpaw. Won it convincingly won the fight over Canelo Alvarez. So good job by Crawford. 37 years old, he beat Canelo.
Undefeated,
never lost.
No.
Jab was incredible. I just couldn't, Canelo just couldn't get. I kept thinking, man, go over the top of the jab. You got to go over the top, knock it down and go. But he didn't do it. He just kept trying to go to the body. But Crawford's jab was just very dominant in that fight.
I was asleep halfway through the third quarter of the ASU game, so I'm like, that's all I got to say about that.
Not relatable content here on the boxing front. Well, let's jump over to some football news because 2 coaches were fired this weekend in college football. Virginia Tech fired their head coach. They will pay him more than $6 million in the buyout.
The Hokies.
And UCLA, they fired their head coach, Deshaun Foster. He started his 2nd season there, 0-3.
UCLA is so irrelevant when it comes to football. You know, they went 5-10 last year, and then this year they lose 43-10 to Utah at home, and then they lose to a Mountain West team, and it's like, we got to get rid of this guy. So the drubbing at Utah, and then this game, it's, again, UCLA is completely irrelevant in football.
They are.
They're losing commits left and right. Everybody keeps announcing that they're leaving.
Well, moving to the Big Ten was the best thing for them.
Not for them.
Not football-wise.
Yeah, football-wise.
Basketball, yes.
Yeah, it might have worked real well for the other schools football-wise, and it might work for UCLA basketball-wise, but football-wise, that has not been a good move for them.
And we'll wrap this up with a little bit of WNBA news because the Phoenix Mercury lost Game 1 of their playoff series versus the New York Liberty, 76-69 in overtime. The Mercury will now head to New York for Game 2 on Wednesday. New York has only lost 5 home games the entire season.
Breanna Stewart had 18 before hurting her knee in overtime of that game. I haven't heard about her status for Game 2.
She didn't look great on the bench.
So, no, she did not. So that could be a pivot point for that game and that series, perhaps, but the Mercury have some work to do to at least force a Game 3.
Got to win to bring it back, yeah.
And the Houston Texans are now up 7-0 on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. I got to put that. The game is on. I was going to say I got to put it on. It is on right there.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. Catch every headline. Visit the watch page on ArizonaSports.com for the latest on the Cardinals' hot start and the D-backs wildcard push, or you can join us live and watch along. The story of Kyler Murray's time in the NFL, just like yesterday, it's complicated. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded for Wallner. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center. Carroll is there. He will make the catch, and the Diamondbacks hang on and win by a final score of 6-4. They win the series, and they remain 2 games out of the 3rd and final wild card spot.
D-backs take the series in the Twin Cities. Now welcome the Giants to Chase Field for Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on September 20th and 21st. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, September 20th and 21st, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory. only at the Window Depot.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Again, I think that depends on who you are individually. But at the same time, it's always great to win. We're 2-0. And yeah, that was the goal, to go 1-0 this week, and we did that.
The question to Kyler after the game yesterday was, did the way you guys won that game and everything that went wrong, was it the thief of joy? Did it steal your joy in winning that game a little bit? Because, when Jonathan Gannon was on with us earlier, he apologized a little bit for being such a grump about it yesterday after the game. He's like, I wasn't in a great spot about it. And after I kind of watched back the tape, I felt better about being 2-0 and some of the things we did right. And there's Kyler saying, hey, look, it's always great to win. It's always great to be 2-0. But everybody is acknowledging there are many things the Arizona Cardinals need to do a lot better. Let's talk about Kyler and the game that he played yesterday, because as usual, Gambo, it's a very complicated affair when it comes to Kyler Murray, isn't it?
I think he was good, but not great.
How many times? Right.
But it's not bad.
I'm not laughing at bad. I'm not laughing at you, but the good but not great, right? Isn't that?
But that's who he is.
It feels like you could write that in a black Sharpie.
He's not doing anything. Like you looked at some game. Russell Wilson threw for like 400 yards yesterday.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson.
Mac Jones threw for nearly 300 yards, I think, yesterday.
And how many touchdowns?
Matthew Stafford had nearly 300 yards yesterday.
Yeah.
If that's what we're going by.
But you won. Listen, if the Cardinals lose this game, I think you look at it a little differently. Look, Kyler did lead scoring drives on 5 of his first 6 possessions. The interception was bad. It helped them get back into the game. He had his typical Kyler Murray highlight reel run, which wowed everybody.
Yep.
Because there was like 4 guys that had a chance to get him and nobody did. So that was pretty unbelievable. I always say, does he elevate the players around him? I didn't see that yesterday. Did you take any deep shots down the field? There were a few. You had the pass interference penalty going down the field to Marvin Harrison Jr. You had a big play to McBride for 31 yards. I think you had another big play to Higgins. So I think they went down the field a little bit. His average per throw was a lot higher than it was last week. I don't think he wowed me with anything he did. He had the one bad interception, which, probably made it more of a good game than it might have been better if he didn't have the turnover. But I think he's fine. You're 2-0 with Kyler as your quarterback. It's, the tests will come later on in the season where you'll really be able to judge him a lot more.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to laugh at you when you say good, not great. I just think about 90% of the time, 80% of the time, you could probably use those exact words to describe a Kyler Murray game. How was Kyler Murray yesterday? It was good, not great.
Yeah.
He was fine. There are going to be times where he's not fine. There are going to be times where he's great and spectacular, but it feels like he just kind of lives in that very moderate sort of good but not great, he was fine zone. I thought when they went up 27-3 that I thought the drive that they had ended the first half with and the drive that they had started the second half with. Now, granted, the drive that they ended the first half with was aided greatly by Greg Dortch's punt return that put him in good position.
Yeah, good punt return.
But I thought the offense moved the ball as well as they had all season, and Kyler's role within the offense looked about as clearly defined as you would want it to be on those two drives. Like, I thought when they scored that second touchdown and went up 27-3 at the beginning of the second half, I thought to myself, that's about as good as I think this offense is supposed to look. And I think that's as good as Kyler is going to look in this offense. He was like 9 of 11 for 109 yards on those two drives with a touchdown. There were a bunch of crossing routes that he was hitting, just throwing them on a dime. I thought they moved the ball extremely well, extremely efficiently.
Is it the first drive of the second half and the last drive of the first half?
Yes, those two drives.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought.
Can I expand it?
Sure, please.
The second drive of the second half.
Right before the interception.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
12 yards to McBride.
100%.
An 11-yard pass to Dortch on 3rd and 12. Brissett comes in and gets the first down run. Then Kyler has the 31-yard run that wows everybody.
Yep.
Then on 2nd and 18, after an Adams holding penalty, he goes to Marvin Harrison Jr. for 15 yards to make it a very third and manageable. And then he throws the interception. Like, that drive was going very well, too.
Yeah, even in the early part of the game, when they were getting just field goals and not touchdowns. Man, that was a Froholt face mask, and that was a McBride holding, and that was Jonah Williams holding. Those are the things that kind of short-circuited. His decision to throw the ball deep to Marvin Harrison Jr. to draw that DPI, great.
Yeah.
Was a great decision.
But you wouldn't say it's a great game.
No, I wouldn't say it was a great game because the interception is the thing that...
It was the catalyst to help Carolina come back.
I thought so.
Me too.
You know, I was the one... I did ask Jonathan Gannon yesterday after the game what the pivot point was in that game in the second half. I thought he was going to say the interception. He said it was the defense and their inability to get off the field. But I thought the interception kind of opened the door because I think if they score there, even if they just kick a field goal there, I don't think any of it really matters. And maybe the pivot point truly was the onside kick. You know, what the guy said this morning is absolutely correct. Man, did that game really make you feel like anything was in doubt until the onside kick? No, probably not.
Because they got the 2 stops on the 2-point conversions, so you kind of felt like you're in control. You want to close those games out.
I know.
You want to close them out. You don't want to make them.
You
don't want to make them a hard game.
And that's why I point to the interception, because I think even if they just kick a field goal there, that's probably okay, this game's over. Right? It probably should have been over before then. But I think
you're up 30-9.
Yeah.
You're up by 20. You're up by 3 touchdowns.
Yes.
30-9. They don't get it, and all of a sudden they score. It's 27-15. But even then, 20, you're up by 12. It's 2 scores. It's not a touchdown, a field goal. It's still 2 touchdowns. But then Arizona goes 3 and out. That was the one that hurt Kyler the most, I think. 5 minutes left in the game. You're up 2 scores. 5 minutes left. You're up 2 scores. You go 3 and out. You punt the ball. They didn't take any time off the clock. They took 15 seconds off the clock, and they had to punt the ball.
Maybe when it's all said and done, given the importance of the run game and how it's been a struggle to start the season, the Marvin Harrison Jr. conversation, which is not going away anytime soon. I wonder if the most important thing for Kyler, look at last week. A lot of people thought Kyler Murray had a really good game last week. Why? Because he didn't turn the ball over. Is ball security the number one thing we should be judging Kyler Murray by? Just, hey, don't throw the ball to the other team. Don't put the ball on the ground. Is that the most important function for Kyler to perform in this offense? I'm asking. I'm not declaring. I'm just asking.
I don't think so.
Okay.
There's been a lot of successful quarterbacks that throw a lot of interceptions.
They have been.
I wouldn't say that's the number one thing. I still think it's can you elevate everybody else around you?
Okay.
Can you make it to where it's not just one-dimensional or two-dimensional? Can you make it to where more guys are involved? I thought yesterday with Higgins a little bit, getting him involved, I thought was good.
The only reason
I want to see more of it.
The only reason I asked that is because I think the interception was really the only true knock on Kyler yesterday. It was the only thing where hey, why did Kyler Murray not have a great game yesterday? It's probably the interception was the one thing that kept him from that. And then I don't think we'd really have any complaints about Kyler.
No.
I think we'd have hardly any at all.
No.
If he doesn't throw the
That's
pick.
why I say he was good. How did Kyler Murray play? He was good.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can go any further than that. I thought he was good.
The Monday tradition continues here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We call it the Monday Blitz. We're taking your phone calls at 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870 with this simple question. 2-0 is awesome. What is the thing you're most worried about right now? Is it Marvin Harrison Jr.? Is it the run game? Is it their inability to finish? Or are you just happy they're 2-0 and you're not worried about a thing? 602-260-9870 is the number. 602-260-9870. It's the Monday Blitz taking your phone calls on this Big Red Monday here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey, guess who's 2-0?
Young in trouble, and he's sacked. The ball comes out at the 10-yard line. It's loose at the 5 and recovered at the 2 by Collins, and he rolls into the end zone for a touchdown. It was Josh Sweat, the newcomer, who knocked it out, and Zaven Collins recovers it and scores.
It's always great to win. You know, we're 2-0, and yeah, that was the goal to go 1-0 this week, and we did that.
How do you feel about the home win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. I was actually there today to pick up my car, my Mustang, from the collision shop. Yes, my wife was driving the car, and some girl came out and hit her, tried to cross traffic and hit my vehicle. And so I went to the Sanderson Ford collision shop, and they fixed it all up, and it looks like it's brand new. So I'm very happy with the great job that the Sanderson Ford collision shop did. So if your car ever gets in an accident, don't forget about that collision shop at Sanderson Ford. They do a great job. Right now, there's also some great prices at Sanderson Ford. Like, how about this? A brand new 2024 Ford Bronco Sport for only $31,889. Or a brand new 2025 Ford Escape Active. You can purchase it for $23,900. This includes some big Sanderson discounts and bonus cash. I mean, where else are you going to get a car for under $24,000? You could do it. Brand new 2025 at Sanderson Ford. And don't forget the Ford Bronco Outer Banks for just $56,899. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals snuck away with a 27-22 win on Sunday over the Carolina Panthers. They are now one of 8 teams that are 2-0. They are going into their matchup this weekend against division rival the San Francisco 49ers. ASU came away with a dominant win on Saturday against Texas State, 34-15. ASU linebacker Jordan Crook was named Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their series this weekend over the Minnesota Twins. The D-backs are now just 2 games back of the final wildcard spot. They start a series tonight with the team directly in front of them, the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona Sports. Monday Blitz. With Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
The Monday Blitz, our caller segment every single Monday after a Cardinals game, which we talk about what happened. On the one hand, there's you're 2-0. You're one of a handful of teams that's 2-0 to start the season. Cardinals haven't been 2-0 to start a season since 2021. Fundamentally, that's all that matters. And yet there are things to be either concerned about or things that need to be improved upon, depending on however you want to phrase it. And that's what we're asking you right now. What needs fixing is not that everything's fine, but is 2-0 good enough to not worry about the things that need to be fixed? We're taking your phone calls at 602-260-9870. Let's start with Simon in Mesa, who is first up here on this Monday. Hello, Simon.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Very well. Thank you.
Awesome. Long-time listener, long enough that, Gambo, I've seen your, in person, your old handy-dandy notebook you used to use back in the day.
I got a whole bunch of them that I might auction off at some point within the next 12 months.
Please do. It's a national treasure. But, yeah, my biggest concern is just how average the Cardinals are and just how competitive this NFC West division is. I mean, the other teams keep winning. They're doing it despite their injuries. And I'm concerned that the Cardinals just don't have that it factor to get them over that edge, give them that edge that's needed, and separate themselves from the pack. And the way it's shaping up, we're in for a nerve-wracking season. I just want to be at ease. So I'll be biting my nails every week, and I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Kansas City, got to the Super Bowl last year. They played so many close games, and I think a lot of their fans are like, well, maybe this is the year. Maybe this is the year. They can't blow anybody out. And I understand. I would like them to play better against bad football teams, too. I thought maybe they were playing down to the competition a little bit in these games. And it might be also, you still got a lot to iron out, to first couple of weeks of the season. Next week will be a big test. You'll be on the road against the division foes, giving you problems. That'll be a big test for them.
602-260-9870 is the number. 602-260-9870. Let's go to Greg. He's in Phoenix. I do have one line open, by the way, here on the Burns and Gambo show. Look forward to somebody filling that up. Greg, welcome to the show. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I would say my biggest concern at this point is just, like you were talking about earlier, the inability to finish these games. I mean, I'm not confident that if that game went on another quarter that we would have won. Thank goodness it's only 4 quarters. But the minute Carolina lined up for that onside kick, I turned to my wife and I said, they're going to recover this kick. And the onside kick recovery per se, it's probably less than 10%. So I don't know if that's just the curse of being a Arizona sports fan or what it is, but I just had this gut feeling that they were going to get the ball back. And, I mean, that game should have been over 4 or 5 times. There was all the penalties, and I don't know. I'm just concerned that that's not going to jive with some of the better teams in this league. I'm glad we're 2-0. It's a lot better than being 0-2, but those are my thoughts. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, no problem. And thank you for listening. And fundamentally, that is the takeaway. I mean, you'd rather have all these problems to fix when you're 2-0 than being 1-1 or even 0-2. I think their inability to finish has really been highlighted by the fact that the two teams they struggled to finish against are two of the 5 worst teams in the NFL. And so obviously there's an urgency that they know and they understand what they're doing right now is not enough. It's not good enough, and it's going to have to get better. Now, this week against San Francisco, they're all beat to hell. They suffered more injuries yesterday against the New Orleans Saints, so they're even going to be lesser than what they were. How much of it? We'll see how they do against the division opponent. Let's go to Brad in Phoenix, who is next up here on Burns and Gambo. Hi, Brad.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, Brad.
All right, well, I'm gonna throw this out there. I mean, everybody's like, "Is Tyler?
Should we be sitting down
Kyler
for
Murray,
this?
Is he the guy?" Well, a couple things about quarterbacks that I look for when I look at like the top quarterbacks that ever played: Tom Brady, Drew Brees. Guys like that, you know what they do? They can read defenses. And guess what? Drew Brees was small too. He could read defenses. He could plan it before, and he would step up in the pocket, and then he would throw the ball. I'll tell you what Kyler Murray does. I don't know if he can read defense. We're 6 or 7 years in now, but he doesn't step up in the pocket, and he doesn't throw. What he does is he runs around the defensive end because he can, and this has been going on and on and on. He has to learn to read defenses better, and he has to step up in the pocket.
You're 7-8 years in. I don't know that the reading of the defense is going to get much better, after 7 or 8 years. Kyler is who he is, and that was always an issue, being able to go through the reads and the progressions, 1, 2, 3, 4, come back. I think he's gotten better at it. I don't know if he'll ever be Kurt Warner. Okay, I don't know if he'll ever be some of the greats that were able to read. Warren Moon, so great at reading defenses. So, I don't know if he'll ever be one of those guys. So it is what it is. He's capable of making plays without being able to process the information as fast as some of those other quarterbacks could.
I was having that same thought. I'm just thinking to myself, Kyler Murray is a finished product. This is what he's going to be, and you just got to learn to play to his strengths and try to avoid his weaknesses.
He's got a lot of games under his belt.
Bruce in Phoenix next up on Burns and Gambo. Hi, Bruce. Welcome.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great. Good. Thank you.
Good. So I'm less worried about Kyler Murray only because we're not going to – he's that. You know what? Everybody always wants to replace him, but Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, those guys don't grow on trees, right? I mean, it's just like you either have one of those guys or you don't. To me, watching the first 2 games, I'm more concerned about, number one, is they're not playing clean football, right? There's too many penalties.
Yep.
So they got to get that done. Then number 2 is the running game is usually like their strength, and I just think that if they want to make a deep run this year, they've been kind of building this physical brand of football, and they have to get the running game back to where it was to take the pressure. I mean, we're not going to win with Kyler, doing the Cliff Kingsbury offense, slinging it all over the place. We're going to win if, James Conner's dominating, the game, and then Kyler's making those special throws that he makes because the defense is, sucked up to stop the run game. And of course, we clean up the penalties. To me, that's how we're going to – if we really want to make a statement, if we really want to win this division, that's how we're going to do it. Thank you.
Bruce, I got nothing to add to that because I agree with just about every single word you said on that one. Chris and Chandler is next up here on Burns and Gambo. Hello, Chris. What's on your mind?
Hey, gentlemen. I hope you had a great day. Happy Victory Monday.
Thank you. You too.
Hey, I was at the game yesterday. It was fun, and then it wasn't fun, and then it was fun again. And I gotta tell you, this team, the Panthers. I don't know what it is about the Cardinals and teams that wear blue that aren't named the Dallas Cowboys, but we just do not do well against them. Hey, we beat them yesterday. As far as penalties goes, that's a mess. I don't know. That whole last stretch just could have been so avoided if a lot of it could have been avoided. Realistically, too many penalties. I think there were 12 for 96 yards. Not enough sacks. What happened? I thought we had one of the best offensive lines and defensive lines in the league coming into the season. I'm not hearing Josh Sweat's name enough. I feel like not enough sacks. Why is Calais, one of the oldest people on the team, getting sacks and not our young guys? I don't really know what's kind of going on there. As far as Kyler goes, at this point, he is who he is. We know who he is. He's the devil we know, and there's the devil we don't. I'd take Kyler over a lot of quarterbacks. Kyler can make plays that other quarterbacks can't make. I saw some scrambles yesterday that only Kyler and maybe Lamar Jackson can make. And so we just need to clean it up. We need to maybe get healthy. We got some injuries on the D-line. Maybe that's why we're not getting sacks. Maybe that's not why we're getting pressure. But go Cardinals 2-0. Let's make it 3-0. Take advantage of the 49ers who have more injuries than us. So thank you for taking my call. Have a great day.
Thank you. Good call. And he mentioned a bunch of times that they're 2-0. But as I listened to every single one of those callers, if I had just flown in from another state and I turned on sports radio, I would think they were talking about an 0-2 football team. What? I mean, I would. I just got off the plane. I got my rental car. I turned on the show. I'm listening to the callers call in. Like, whatever football team that is, they must be 0-2.
But I think the concerns are fair, though.
Sure,
I do. Even though it sounds like we're not being appreciative of a football team that's off to a 2-0 start. I don't think anyone. At least I'm not, and I don't think you are either. I don't think anyone's sitting going, yeah, 2-0, but the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, it's all terrible. I think we're appreciative of the fact that they're 2-0.
Yeah.
But also acknowledging that there is stuff that they just have to get better at if they want to keep this up, right? And of
course. I mean, I agree. And I think the offensive line and the running game are legit. And I think defensively, I mean, Sweat had the big play yesterday.
Yes, he did.
But I understand. But Calais did come up with 2 sacks. Like, so they got pressure. Like, I got a note here on the pressure. I was really impressed with it because I thought that they did a pretty good job with the pressure. And here's the number. The Cardinals defense recorded 21 pressures on Bryce Young's 59 dropbacks. That's 35.6%. That's tied for the third most pressures in a game since Gannon took over. They had a pressure rate of 35.6. I can't really do much better. Like, there were sacks, there were strip sacks, there were sacks. I thought one of the things that I'm not nitpicking or complaining about is the defensive pressure, because I thought it was there.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, here's something else not to complain about. ASU fans showing out for the team on Saturday versus Texas State because they showed out. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyson, he was a great player last year for ASU. But this year, doesn't he just look different?
Oh, man.
He looks like one of the top NFL prospects. He looks like a borderline NFL player already playing college football in these games.
Yeah.
And Tyson, even from last year, he was so productive. But this year, he is bigger. He looks bigger. He's playing bigger. He's making plays that you don't see college wide receivers make.
All plays are not created equal. And that touchdown was not something that you can just dismiss.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage team ready to help you right now with all of your mortgage needs. Refinance, new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. Nobody does it better than the Lund Mortgage team. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130 and let them go to work for you. Only in Arizona, making sure you get the right mortgage. A lot of people taking advantage of home equity lines of credit these days. You got a good interest rate, you don't want to refinance, but you want to remodel your home, or you want to buy a new car, or you want to go on a crazy vacation, whatever it is. The home equity line of credit, it comes at a much, much lower interest rate than what the banks are giving for regular loans right now, and you could do it with the equity in your home. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
It's football season. While our teams battle on the field, America Roofing is battling leaky roofs across the state. Hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi. First a roof repair, then years later we bought a brand new roof from America Roofing. In Arizona, your roof better perform in the heat, wind, and rain. Trust my friends at America Roofing and their more than 25 years of experience, more than 400 employees, locally owned. Make sure get a free inspection and save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lawrence, here's got an update on our social media poll question of the day. Let's see if Gambo and I are grade A influencers here. Because we took the poll question, we're like, oh, there's an obvious answer to this, and it was not winning. Let's see if we've influenced the masses with our opinion. I'm betting we haven't.
All right, let's see if you two are good teachers or not. Which of these concerns you the most about the Arizona Cardinals 2 weeks into the season? The penalties, Kyler Murray, the wide receivers room, or the lack of a run game?
Lack of a run game. Lack of a run game. Should be number one.
You guys are good teachers.
Has it moved to the top of the list?
It has moved to the top of the list.
Wow.
36% going with lack of run game, 29% going with Kyler Murray, 24% going with the penalties, and 8% going with the wide receivers room.
Okay. All right. I feel better about that. I mean, I think that's the one thing that hasn't got going through 2 weeks. It hasn't, you got James Conner and Trey Benson. You wanted that 1-2 punch, and we haven't seen it really dominate yet. So much of the plan depends on that getting going. Yes. I mean, and that's why I put it there. It's so much of what they're trying to do depends on their run game getting going. That's the poll question. You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo is where it's at on social media. In addition to subscribing to us on YouTube, you can watch the show whenever you want. You can watch us on ArizonaSports.com, the Arizona Sports app, all of those good things. All right, so ASU on Saturday night beat Texas State. You sent me a link today to a story about the student section at ASU. Yes. I clicked on it and I got some sort of a memo. So explain to me why ASU fans, because I looked at it and I'm like, okay. Yes. Please explain to me how ASU fans got in for free on Saturday night. So it's part of a mandatory fee that you have to pay. There's like 5 mandatory fees. Now, I never went to college, so I don't really understand this, but if any of you do, you can help me. But the memo is the president, Michael Crow, asked that the student athletics fee continue. So they pay it's $150.
Okay.
And it's mandatory. You can't go to ASU unless you pay it, but it also gives you free access to every sporting event. You don't have to buy a ticket. You automatically get to go to, you want to go to a football game? Free. You want to go to the volleyball game, the soccer game, the baseball game. You want to go to a basketball game? It's free. If you're a student at ASU.
But it's not free because you're paying the fee.
It's
a fee you have to pay anyway.
So it's mandatory.
Okay, Lauren went to ASU. She's a proud member, graduate of the Cronkite School over there. Yes, all of this?
Yes, all of this is accurate. So you pay the mandatory fee, and then you can go to any game that you want, and then a few days before the game that you want to go to, you logged into a sports portal, and you requested tickets for that game, and then they would send them to you on your student account.
Now, give me an example. What's another? I would have no clue. I never went to college. What's another mandatory fee that a college would have?
Well,
any idea?
They're all like, we had to pay mandatory online fees to use the technology and have online classes. So we had to pay a mandatory fee through that. The comparison I would bring up is like, my sister went to UCLA. If you wanted to go to a UCLA game, you paid for an athletics package based on what sport you wanted to go to.
Yes.
So basketball and football were their own, and then you paid for a pack and you picked, I want the full season, I want half a season.
Right.
Then you pick those games and you got a wristband for that. ASU, it's just, I want to go to the football game. Okay, I log into the portal. Here's my ticket.
My daughter at U of A had that same thing. Like, you paid a certain amount of money and it gave you, but it's like you'd be in a lottery for basketball tickets. Like, you didn't get to go. You'd be in a lottery.
I'm as old as dirt, but when I went to U of A, it was the same thing for men's basketball. It was a lottery. And I remember the year I transferred from U of A and went to NAU, I won the lottery. And so I was really bummed because I only got like the first, not even the first half of the schedule. It was like the first semester. So I got the November and the December games, which was okay. But the good stuff was like going to be in January and February and March. Yeah, I didn't get any of those games because by then I had transferred. So that's how it was for me.
So the student section was packed. Like, I was it was packed. It's a sold out. Like, there's so many students at the game now. Part of it's because they're good. The other part is because you don't have to, no hassle getting a ticket as a student. Like, there's no hassle. So now, obviously, they took out 20,000 seats from what we remember. Like, before you were there, they used to, that upper bowl used to go around the whole thing. Now they got the big scoreboard. Like, they did a good job. But, like, that was a sold-out crowd for Texas State. Now, after halftime, probably half the students left, because they were winning big and they probably wanted to get on with their Saturday night. But I think that Michael Crow did a really good thing in making that a mandatory fee, because now you're a student at ASU. Let's go to a football game. You don't have to worry about getting a ticket. You don't have to buy a ticket. You don't have to go in a lottery to get a ticket. You are automatically given a ticket.
To play devil's advocate to that, it's great, except ASU basketball was really good my senior year, and you'd log on to get a ticket, and you would get a ticket, but then you'd have to stand in line with everybody else. And if you were standing in line and you were too far back, even though you had a ticket, you weren't let in because they'd oversell them.
Because there's a finite number of seats.
Exactly.
So it's like they wouldn't stop saying, it's not like they would say to you, hey, you can't get a ticket because we're sold out. Right.
Nope.
Yeah.
So then you'd stand in the line, and you just hope by the time that you got up to the front that there weren't too many people in already.
Okay. Yeah, well, football, it works out great because that place was packed and it was mostly students. They're out there having a great time, and that didn't used to be the case. That it was that mandatory fee was not always.
I don't know when that kicked in. I think it helps that ASU is.
It helps that they're
tremendously entertaining and very good. That allows the students to want to feel like they want to be there. I think that helps. But.
Yeah, and it also is very easy now to be able to get to the game.
Yeah,
because you've already paid for your ticket.
That too.
$150.
That too. Thank you for explaining the memo to me. I wasn't quite sure. Like, what is
I
this? He
wasn't
sent a
quite
memo
sure
here.
I was talking about it with Doug Tamaro at the game. Like, man, these students are great right now. And he's like, that mandatory fee thing. I'm like, what is that? I don't even know what that means. But I guess you pay $150. It gives you access to everything.
All right, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we had Jonathan Gannon on the show earlier, and he had a lot to tell us about what happened yesterday in the win and the 2-0 record. You'll hear what he had to say if you stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Number 93 sent him home with an L.
Pressure in Young space. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the that game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Alea's the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals snuck away with a 27-22 win on Sunday over the Carolina Panthers. They are now one of 8 teams that are 2-0. They are going into their matchup this weekend against division rival the San Francisco 49ers. ASU came away with a dominant win on Saturday against Texas State, 34-15. ASU linebacker Jordan Crook was named Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their series this weekend over the Minnesota Twins. The D-backs are now just 2 games back of the final wildcard spot. They start a series tonight with the team directly in front of them, the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Bryce Young in shotgun. The Cardinals rush 4. Young back to pass. Pressure in Young's face. He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell who ends the game in his first game back at State Farm Stadium, wearing all red. Calais the hero, and this game finally will come to an end.
Did you see him after the game? He looked exhausted.
He said he was.
I said, I'm as tired as bleep as he was walking out of the room. He came in. I was at the game yesterday. He came into the interview room, and he was still wearing his, the shirt that he wears under his jersey. It was drenched to the bone, man. I swear to God, he looked so tired. And afterwards, as he was walking out, that's when he said, man, I'm as tired as bleep. But it was great to see him. It was great to see him, tie Fitzgerald for the most games ever as a member of the Cardinals, right? And then the 2 sacks that he had yesterday.
And I think he passed Chandler Jones for the most sacks in the building.
I believe so,
like
yeah.
that.
I believe that's exactly what he did.
39 or 40 or something. It's just great to see. But I tell you, you watch him make those plays, and boy, it turns back the clock, doesn't it? Don't you feel like it's 2008, 9, 10, 11 all over again watching Calais play? It's one of those rare things in watching him play where it really just takes me back. It takes me back 15 years, or so. It's just crazy. Such a great Cardinal player. There's no doubt in my mind he's going to have his name, in that Ring of Honor. There's just no doubt about it.
You might as well start planning space for it now. It's going to go somewhere right there. Yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that he's coming here, so we've seen so many players come here at the end and not really have a whole lot left. We've seen it in every sport. Players come back, they don't have much left. I mean, remember when Randy Johnson came back, Dan Marley coming back. I mean, and there's been a lot of them.
Yep.
But, man, Calais coming back and still being able to play at a high level has been tremendous.
30 and a half sacks all time in the building. That does pass Chandler Jones in his 29.
Yeah.
And it's 263 games played as a member of the Cardinals. Tied Larry Fitzgerald on the all-time games played list. So congratulations to him. We had Jonathan Gannon on as we welcome you into this Big Red Monday here on the Burns and Gambo Show, 5 o'clock hour. We had Jonathan Gannon on earlier today, and I think the first soundbite from him with us that I want to play was an answer to your question about if Jonathan Gannon is thinking about making any changes along his offensive line due to his running game that has not performed the way he or we had hoped.
No, I don't right now. Will's doing a good job. He's keeps improving every week, so he's doing a good job. I think that we do have to be more efficient in the run game, and whether that be, changing some of the things that we do with the people that we have right now, or by what defenses are doing to us through the first 2 weeks. Being able to adapt and do some things that, here's what I say, like, your bread and butter is your bread and butter, right? Well, when they take away your bread and butter, do you want to stick with it or do you want to get to some different those were some conversations today. And then also making sure that all 11 are doing the right thing, because it takes all 11 guys to have a productive run play. I know that sounds asinine, but it's the 100% truth. And then, we just played a couple good interior defensive linemen.
Certainly kept the window open, potentially, for a change. I mean, he said no, but it's also one of those, we'll look at everything, we're talking about everything sort of thing.
The no wasn't like defiant, like no, like it's not that, like, but they got to clean up the penalties. That has to start there. They've got to run the ball better and more efficiently. And if they're not able to do it for some of the struggles they've had with some of these guys for 2 weeks in a row, You've got Will Hernandez waiting in the wings to come in and play if Isaiah Adams not getting the job done. Now, this was a game that they missed Tip Ryman. Like, they missed Tip Ryman's ability to lend that physicality and help with the running game a little bit.
Can I give you the counter to that? To me, was also this was a game against a defense in Carolina that had allowed 200 yards in rushing in 7 straight games. I mean, if ever there was a get-right game for your rushing attack, they broke their streak.
I forgot all about that,
They broke their streak.
Forgot all about it. The streak is broken.
I mean, Tip Ryman, and I'm not trying to minimize Tip Ryman. He's important to this equation. But Tip Ryman or no Tip Ryman, when you've got a defense that has allowed 200 yards rushing in 7 straight games dating back to, you're expecting better than what you got yesterday. And as far as Isaiah Adams goes, look, Pro Football Focus is fine as a tool. It's not the end-all, be-all. But it is interesting, at least to me, to note that Isaiah Adams has been the lowest graded player on offense for the Cardinals in 2 straight weeks. So I think this is one, in addition to that, Jonah Williams at right tackle and Kelvin Beachum has switched there too. I think this is something that bears a lot of watching over the next couple of weeks if this doesn't get better, because this is, Gannon's right, this is their bread and butter. Everything they do offensively is based off of getting this right.
And you've got to get it right. So he said, do you go away from it or do you stick with your bread and butter? You want to stick with it, but here's the thing. I was hopeful that Isaiah Adams would come in. He had a good camp. I was hopeful that he could lock down that spot because he's a lot younger than Will Hernandez.
Yes.
But by
he's a long-term solution, and Will Hernandez is not a long-term solution.
But this is about right now. And if Will Hernandez is healthy and he gives you a better option to win football games now, this is a no-brainer. You're going to play the better player. It's not like Will's 35 years old, but there's about a 5-year age difference between those guys. So it would have been nice if Adams was playing well.
The penalties. We also asked him about that. 21 penalties over the first 2 games. What did you say, 10? Over the first 2 games last year for the Cards?
I got the note here. It was 20. I'm going to double check it. It's 21 this year, and I think just 10 last year. I'm going to double check it. But that's a big difference.
Here's what Jonathan Gannon said about that.
Yeah, that it is, and that is correctable, and they happen in all different ways, and I always say this, like penalties, it falls into kind of like 3 categories, like education, which means like, are they educated on what's a foul and what's not a foul? Technique, because technique can cause penalties, so they understand what techniques they can play with when they're having their one-on-one and what techniques they can't. And then decision-making. They have to, and that's a tough one, but I put a lot of stress on those guys during practice and OTAs and training camp to make the correct decisions. We've been kind of a low flag team. Like, it's not a winning stat, but like it can hurt you in a game. Like, it can kill drives. It can obviously sustain drives. It changes field position, all things like that, which you're just making it really hard on yourself.
Some of those holding calls in the first half were just drive, not killers, but drive reducers, right? They potential touchdown drives turn into field goal drives. When Trey McBride had a hold, when Jonah Williams had a hold, when Yelda Froholt had a face mask, right? Those took potential touchdown drives and turned them into field goal drives because of that.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's the run. Like, I'll go. Did James Conner just all of a sudden hit a wall? He's had 2 games in a row where he hasn't rushed for more than like 40 yards. Like, he's had 2 games. Like, wow, James Conner. Like, I'm expecting a lot more. Trey Benson only getting 3 carries in this game. Now, part of that is they just couldn't get the ball in the second half, because Carolina was going on these incredibly long drives, so they just couldn't get the ball. But even still, like, the way for you to have those drives is to be successful running, and they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, held to less than 40 yards rushing in back-to-back games for the first time since before Jonathan Gannon arrived as coach.
Right.
That's the stat on James Conner. The injuries, he wouldn't go into detail about it. He said he'll know more on Wednesday. He wasn't prepared to say anything. He did mention that for Will Johnson, it was 2 separate injuries. When he left the game the first time he had the wind knocked out of him, he returned, and then it was the groin injury that kept him off of the field for that last drive by Carolina that ended up with the Calais Campbell sack in the end of the game. So it was the wind knocked out of him, no big deal. He was fine. It was a groin injury later that kept him out.
And Williams was the one in the end zone, right, where he collided with, was it Buddha? Like, 2 guys collided.
Oh, that was Williams who collided. Buddha and Garrett
Buddha
Williams
together.
were down. Yeah, that was on. And then in one play, I think Will Johnson was in the end zone too. and he might have collided with Buddha as well. But Buddha and Garrett Williams were both down at the same time.
That'll be a big thing going into this week, is the health status of those secondary guys.
Yeah, and I asked him, and he said yesterday that, without knowing the extent of the injuries, he said, look, we're in the solution business. If guys are hurt, we'll come up with solutions. And I asked him if his mind goes there immediately after a game. And he said, yeah, on the drive home, he immediately starts thinking about how to fix things.
Yeah, it does. And what's cool is I got about a 40-minute drive home after I get done with everything that I got to do. And those 40 minutes are allotted right to all three coordinators. And it's like, hey, guys, okay, here's what happened. Here's what and it's just kind of a recap on the game, and then moving forward, that kind of jump starts it before I even watch the tape. And then you watch the tape a couple times with everybody. And I feel good. Honestly, I feel better today than I did last night, because the solutions are it's not easy, but they're correctable. And we just got to correct them and do a better job. They just asked me about that, like who's not fault, but it's like it's everybody. It's coaching it better. It's playing better. It's making sure that we're on point with these things. It's making sure I cover these things in the team meeting. You know what I mean? It's really everybody.
I could see Rowlis man, I don't want to take this call. I want to listen to some music on the way home. Come on, man. I don't have a 40-minute drive home. I only live 20 minutes from the stadium. I'm listening to something like Led Zeppelin right now. Can you just ignore when your boss calls you on the way home?
I love my wife. I love her to death. She knows that on my drive home.
Yeah,
please.
You want
call.
peace and quiet.
I want to listen to my music. I want to unplug. I want to disconnect a little bit. And unless it's something that absolutely needs to be discussed, she's just leaving me alone for those 35 minutes I'm driving home. And I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Very, very much.
Just hit that ignore button if I'm you, Drew, when he calls.
Drew, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Send right to voicemail.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Burns and Gambo podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. So what does this win mean for the Arizona Cardinals? What do the standings look like in the NFC West? And 2-0. Yeah, we're going to give you the percentage when it comes to the playoffs next on Burns and Gambo.
Cardinals home opener W.
Never should have been that close, but this game ended exactly how it should have. Big Calais Campbell lined up over the guard, goes out, picks the offensive tackle to get the defensive end free up underneath, but he ricochets up through the B gap and makes the big sack to clinch the game for the Cardinals.
How do you feel about the win, Bird Gang? Our reaction is coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The Los Angeles Dodgers return to Chase Field September 23rd for a 3-game weekday series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Well, as promised, we were joking on Thursday or Friday or maybe both that we've been doing this for so long now here on the Burns and Gambo Show, we almost know these numbers by heart. We were a little off, but only because the numbers are slightly different. And what I mean by that is they expanded the playoffs 5 years ago to 14 teams, okay? In the 5 seasons of the expanded 14-team NFL playoff, when you start 2-0, you make the playoffs about 79% of the time.
And this goes back to when?
This goes back to 5 seasons, so okay. 2020.
So this is since the expansion to 17.
Since the expansion of the playoffs 78%. To 14 teams. 78%
okay, so this still
have made the playoffs.
Roughly 20. Yeah. You know, 1 out of 5 chance you're not going to make it.
I think before the expansion, it was like you start 2-0, and I think it was like 88%. 88, 89%. If you start 2-0, you make the playoffs. But because they've expanded it now,
changes a little bit.
It changes the equation a little bit. When you're 0-2, since they expanded the playoffs to 14 teams, 12%.
Yeah.
5 of the 41 teams that started 0-2 made the playoffs.
That's not too good for the Giants and the Bears, Lauren.
No, it's
not too good for. Now, the interesting thing here is going to be the Chiefs. They're going to be the interesting one.
Yes.
They're 0-2. They've got the Giants this week.
And then the Ravens after that.
And then the Ravens after that.
And then the Ravens after that.
Okay, even like if they split that and they're 1-3, that's you get to 25% of the season is over. About a quarter of the season is over after that Ravens game. You start 1-3, you dig yourself a big hole.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, and we'll probably afford ourselves a little more of an opportunity to talk about the Chiefs tomorrow, but offensively, I mean, defensively, I thought they did a great job on the Eagles yesterday, but offensively, the Travis Kelce.
The bobble. What are you doing?
Oh, no.
It didn't even look like he got foot to get back into the play there
after that. Taylor will probably write a song about it, and she'll probably make $1 gazillion. But for now, you can't be doing that, Travis. Come on.
What would that be called? I bobbled the ball and lost the game.
Bobble. It'll just be called Bobble.
Because I'm marrying a girl with a lot of fame.
It'll be the name of the song.
Got no shame.
So, look, by no means was yesterday a must-win game for the Cardinals, and by no means was yesterday like, okay, start printing playoff tickets. They're 2-0. I mean, I guess you could make an argument yesterday was kind of a must-win because the schedule is so easy for them to start. But 2-0 is 2-0, and no matter how many times we can find things that need to be worked on, and they're all legit and they all have value. 2-0 matters, one, because of the schedule you're playing and the need for you to win the winnables, and the Saints and the Panthers are that. And then number two, there are two other 2-0 teams that reside in your own division. There is a little bit of a keeping up with the Joneses thing here going on because LA's 2-0, San Francisco's 2-0.
They all went on the road and won this week.
Seattle got their first win of the season yesterday and beating the Steelers, so they're 1-1 on the year. 3 of the 2-0 teams in the NFL are in the NFC West. You kind of have to keep up a little bit.
Yeah, I think so, and that's why I think that the games that you're supposed to win, the best teams in the league beat the teams they're supposed to beat. And, you're not going to go undefeated. The Cardinals aren't going to go 17-0. They're going to lose multiple games. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to put yourself in a hole and lose to Carolina or lose to New Orleans. Those are teams that you should beat. And the best teams in the league are usually traditionally really good. The Patriots are always good at it. The Patriots under Bill Belichick were always really good at it. We're going to beat the Jets every time we play them. Like you're going to win the games that you're supposed to win. And, that way, if you have a hiccup against a good team, it doesn't matter so much. Those things usually just hurt you when it comes to home field advantage. How many times did the Bills get hurt by, losing a game in home field advantage? How many times did the Indianapolis Colts lose a game with Peyton Manning that would cost them home field advantage to the Patriots? And now instead of playing indoors, you're going on the road. So the good teams understand the importance of those. But what you can't do is you just can't lose to a bad team. You can't lose to bad teams if you want to win a division. If you want to have a home field playoff game in your building, you can't lose to bad teams.
No, you can't. And San Francisco yesterday on the road didn't lose a game to a bad team in the Saints, although it was close right up until the end. And Spencer Rattler, again, had opportunities in that game.
They played well.
They did play well. And the 49ers, and we'll get into this probably tomorrow too, suffered a couple of more injuries in that game. Kyle Juszczyk had to leave the game. Their left guard or their right guard, I can't remember which one, had to leave the game and is probably not going to play this week against the Cardinals. So they're all beat up. The Rams, again, bad team. They beat the Titans. Matthew Stafford had a nice touch with the deep ball, got Devontae Adams involved a little bit, and he and Puka Nacua looked like a real dangerous 1-2 punch at wide receiver. Was Stafford able to deliver the ball?
The question is just how long can he hold up?
That's the question. And then,
okay, 2 games in, he's still upright.
And then I'll tell you the thing about the Seahawks, and this does not bode well a week and a half from now when you play them on Thursday Night Football. Their run defense looks exemplary. I mean, they shut the Steelers down yesterday. They couldn't run the ball to save their lives in that game.
No, and all 3 of those teams won on the road, right? Seattle won on the road. San Francisco won on the road. The Rams won at Tennessee. San Francisco at New Orleans. Seattle at Pittsburgh. So all those teams went on the road and won a football game while you were at home. Look, I think it's I think barring like a major injury to Stafford, I do think that it's going to be really close. Like in the division, right down to the end. Like I look at San Francisco and I look at the Purdy injury. It hurts, but I don't know how much that's going to hurt. Shanahan does a good job. He's had a lot of different quarterbacks win games for him. A lot of different quarterbacks have won games for him. So I'm looking at that situation. They've got a good backup quarterback. They'll be able to be competitive. This game against the Cardinals this week's going to be huge.
Mac Jones went 26 of 39 for
279
yards.
Yep.
Wow. So Ben Barch, their left guard, who was already dealing with elbow and knee injuries, he left the game in the first quarter with an ankle issue. He did not return. He was replaced by a rookie. Kyle Juszczyk sustained a first-half concussion. He missed the rest of the contest. I think I read where Shanahan already ruled out Ben Barch for the game against the Cardinals. I think they've already said he's not going to play in that one. So
yeah, they've had a lot of injury woes, the 49ers, a lot.
Yes, a ton. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Cardinals in the pass game, the Cardinals in the rush game, it can get better. How important is it for each of those to get better? We'll talk about next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded for Wallner. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and hit in the air to deep right center. Carroll is there. He will make the catch, And the Diamondbacks hang on and win by a final score of 6-4. They win the series, and they remain 2 games out of the third and final wild card spot.
D-backs take the series in the Twin Cities. Now welcome the Giants to Chase Field for Game 1 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, plumbing, and electric. And if it is time to get yourself a new AC unit or even just have yours repaired, let's not wait. Let's not hesitate. You still are going to have that AC unit on for the next couple of months here in Arizona. Christian Brothers is ready to help you. That's right. A simple repair can get you through the rest of the summer. Or if you are at the point where you need a new AC unit, they've got 18 months of interest-free financing, and they carry a lot of the major brands, including Trane and Goodman and Bryant, and they have that all available to you at Christian Brothers. Their goal is to repair your AC unit, and if you need that repair, and hey, my AC's acting up a little bit, I hear a lot of loud noises, I got certain areas in the house that aren't cooling down, let's have Christian Brothers come out, give you an estimate, tell you what they could do to repair that AC unit of yours. And again, if you need a new AC unit, take advantage of 18 months of interest-free financing. Get that new AC unit right now. Call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.75% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 2.99% 48-month financing on a new Tacoma SR or SR5. To check out great deals on your favorite Toyota, visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals snuck away with a 27-22 win on Sunday over the Carolina Panthers. They are now one of 8 teams that are 2-0. They are going into their matchup this weekend against division rival the San Francisco 49ers. ASU came away with a dominant win on Saturday against Texas State, 34-15. ASU linebacker Jordan Crook was named Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their series this weekend over the Minnesota Twins. The D-backs are now just 2 games back of the final wildcard spot. They start a series tonight with the team directly in front of them, the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? Games that we're going to watch this evening, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Monday Night Football, doubleheaders on tonight. They're at the half in Game 1. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are beating the Houston Texans by a score of 14-10. Baker Mayfield, 13 of 18, 109 yards, 2 touchdowns in this game. C.J. Stroud, 8 of 13, 131 yards, and a touchdown. C.J. Stroud also leads his team in rushing with 3 carries for 21 yards so far. Good game. Good game between 2 good teams. Houston's off to an 0-1 start. Tampa looking to join the Cardinals and a few others as a 2-0 team.
Tampa may win the division, but I think anytime you have like a AFC versus NFC, you got a good team. You're hoping the Bucs lose that game, right? You're just hoping you look at a wild card scenarios down the road. Every game matters, so you hope the Bucs lose.
I am an unabashed Baker Mayfield fan.
I like Baker too.
I'm a big Baker Mayfield fan. I really do enjoy watching, and I like how
C.J. Stroud too, though.
Found his place.
Yeah,
it took him a while. Right? Like a long while. I'm very happy for him that he's found his place. I really do enjoy watching him
Finally stopped doing all those crazy commercials.
Those commercials were
right.
funny. They were really funny.
They were funny.
Equally as funny are the backup quarterback commercials they still have going.
There's
the ones with Tommy
now.
DeVito.
Right.
You know?
Come in and take a picture as my kid.
Okay, boys, on me. And then he sticks his leg out in the face. It's very funny. And then the second game of the Monday Night Doubleheader is the Chargers versus the Raiders. A renewal of the Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll. Hey man, what's your deal? Remember that? They weren't the biggest fans of each other. Seattle and San Francisco. The winner of that will also be 2-0. And of course, Diamondbacks baseball is on tonight. And if you're still looking for something to do, $15 tickets for tonight's game. $15 tickets
D-backs.
get you into the bleachers or the bullpen seats or in the upper deck if you want. Just $15 is all it takes to get you in to the building tonight because they want a big crowd for this series again. And not just tonight, for the rest of the series.
Yep, and you can do it online at dbacks.com/tickets.
Pennant Chase Fever. $15 tickets, all in, including the fees for $15. We'll get you in lower level bleacher, bullpen tickets, as well as upper level tickets for the series against the Giants. Get in on that. That's what's on tonight. We'll preview the Giants game coming up in a few minutes. In the meantime, we've been on the air since 2. We've expressed a great deal of concern about the run game, about that, bread and butter. You need to get that right because so much of what you're trying to do offensively, just about everything you're trying to do offensively is based off of a dominant run game. They were second in the NFL last year in yards per carry, and they're really struggling with it so far this year. Jonathan Gannon wouldn't say personnel changes. I mean, it made it sound like it's nothing they're considering right now or it's nothing that's imminent, but certainly watching Isaiah Adams and certainly watching Jonah Williams, you do wonder what the time frame is if they would make a move there to either Kelvin Beachum or Will Hernandez to get this run game going, because clearly they have to get this run game going.
Yeah. I mean, we asked Gannon about it. He said no, but obviously he's going to look at it. Once Will's ready to play, they'll have some decisions to make. You want to run the football. They haven't been able to do it. They got Connor and they got Benson. I mean, yesterday was just a thing of a lot of yesterday was just they just didn't have the ball in the second half.
Yeah.
They just never had the ball. They had a big lead. And with a big lead, you would expect that you will run the football. But an interception by Murray, Kyler touchdown. Carolina touchdown, excuse me. Then a 3-and-out Carolina touchdown. So they just never were able to get the ball going. But usually when you get up the way the Cardinals were able to get up, you want to pound the ball, you want to kill the clock, you want to wear them out. They just never got into that rhythm. The turnover and then the quick 3 and out really hurt them.
And then the passing game, and this continues to be something that we really document and look at. Marvin Harrison Jr. had 5 targets, only 2 catches. I saw where Jonathan Gannon said today during his press conference right before he came on with us, he's like, look, the ball's going to go where the ball's going to go, but we know we have to get him more involved with that. We know he needs to have more touches than that because he is a player who can change games. They just haven't figured out a way to consistently do it yet. This, not even counting the conversation about the secondary wide receivers that to me is way on the back burner at this point.
I just don't think that that's going to be a factor for them.
The second wide receiver thing? I don't think so either. No, I don't think it is.
Okay, Michael Wilson is on pace for 17 catches this year. He had 1 catch in the first game, 1 catch in the second game. Now, maybe the touchdown yesterday helps him a little bit, but I don't think that, the day that a secondary wide receiver has 4 or 5 catches, I mean, it's hard to get Marvin Harrison Jr. 5 catches right now.
To the point where I think we need to stop obsessing about it a little bit. Not to be like self-critical of, but like I just don't think it's that big of a deal. It's McBride.
It's the other tight ends. It's Higgins.
It's the running game. And it's Marvin Harrison Jr.
And that's it.
That's it. And everything else is gravy. Everything else is extra. Everything else is which is why Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't gravy. And isn't extra. I'll give you that Michael Wilson is. I'll give you that Zay Jones and Greg Dortch is. Marvin Harrison Jr. needs to be a staple of your passing attack. 5 targets and 2 catches isn't good enough. I don't care how much of a run-first offense you are. I don't care how much of a tight end forward offense you are. You've got to get number 18 involved. Otherwise, you wasted a draft pick by taking him number 4 overall.
Yeah, I know we're going to have a good topic on this tomorrow with Marvin Harrison Jr., and I'll save it for tomorrow. But obviously, it's something with the 2 catches and the lack of targets. And you felt like last week you felt like it was fine. It was fine. But you don't want to have these drops, these drops back. Again, I want Marvin Harrison Jr.
I thought last week was better than fine, if you don't mind me cutting you off. I thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was, okay, there it is. That's it, right? And it wasn't spectacular. It wasn't like, he had 8 catches for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. I mean, if that's what we're waiting for, and it might be a while, but I thought last week was an example of when things are going well, it can look like that and it can function well in this offense.
Yeah, he had the big 45-yard play. We all got excited about that. But, 5 catches on only 6 targets. I thought that was big, right? 6 targets. So there's only 1 missed target there. 71 yards, so it's still like, you're not having the big games by Marvin Harrison Jr., but I thought last week was good. This week wasn't so good.
In the context of the offense, I thought last week was good. This week, no. And yes, the 38-yard pass interference that he drew was great, and I liked Kyler's decision-making on that one. Hey, it's not a great window for me to get the ball to Marv too, but if I throw it down there, something good might happen, and something good did happen. It led to a field goal, not a touchdown, but something good happened there. He had a ball go right through his hands. And not I'm not an NFL wide receiver, but not a tremendously difficult catch for an NFL wide receiver to make. Went right through his hands, and so it's still just kind of awkward, and everyone's still trying to figure it out. Everyone's still trying to figure out the play and how to get it working. It is something we'll be talking more about. In the meantime, it's time for our final thoughts on the Cardinals game. It is time for the 2-minute warning.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the Burns and Gambo 2-minute warning. Final thoughts on yesterday's Cardinals game. Brought to you by Arrowhead Honda. Looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan? Head down to Arrowhead Honda and score big. Tell them Michael Wilson sent you.
Final thoughts on the game. Maybe it's something we've said already. Maybe it's something we haven't gotten to yet. I'll go first in the 2-minute warning, and I'm going to start with a tip of the cap to 2 Arizona Cardinals corners who had to come in difficult circumstances yesterday, and I thought they both did very, very well. Keitrell Clark and Denzel Burke had to step up in a high-leverage situation with high-leverage throws, with no Garrett Williams, with no Will Johnson, with no Max Melton, a thinned-out cornerback room already because of Sean Murphy bunting and Star Thomas, and I thought those 2 guys, for the most part, did very, very well in the immediacy of the moment, hanging in there. Now, obviously, future of the Cardinals are going to depend on those guys being healthy and getting back. And while we await the news, hopefully it's not bad. But in the moment, I think not enough attention has been given to Clark and Denzel Burke for the way they stepped up and made some plays when they had to. Burke had 3 pass breakups. Clark had 1. As a team, they had 9 again yesterday in the game. I thought the secondary did very well. Cambo?
I'm going to go with the penalty problem that the Arizona Cardinals have right now. They've got 21 penalties through 2 games. Last year, through 2 games, they only had 10. At the end of the game, we could all complain, Josh Sweat, that was not roughing the passer. Stop, that wasn't. But that wasn't the only. There was encroachment by Baron Browning. There was a defensive holding by Denzel Burke on what would have been a turnover. There was a defensive offsides by Dante Stills. The Cardinals have to cut down these penalties. Obviously, it goes without saying, you'll get burned when you play a good team if you continue to have this many penalties. You got away with it in this game, and you got away with it in New Orleans, but you're going to have to cut down on the amount of penalties. 21 penalties through 2 games is just way too much.
That's our 2-minute warning. Catch every headline. Visit the watch page on ArizonaSports.com for the latest on the Cardinals' hot starts, the D-backs wildcard push, or join us live and watch along. When we come back, well. Diamondbacks find themselves back in the fight. So we're going to preview Game 1 between the D-backs and the Giants in this huge series coming up next on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
Happy to be 2-0, but ... and there's a lot of words following the ...
Yeah.
for the Arizona Cardinals.
People are having a hard time reconciling this. Was this a success or was this a failure? The answer is both. Sometimes success and failure are as close as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That the success is the peanut butter and the failure is the jelly, and it's all smushed together. And you can't pull one apart from the other. And in the case of yesterday, that's okay, because they ended up with the victory.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 19th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Zoom over to Chase Field on September 24th when the D-backs face the Los Angeles Dodgers. The first 15,000 fans will receive a co-branded rally towel courtesy of NASCAR and Phoenix Raceway. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee. Only at 72sold.com.
Society says, pay $7 for a fancy coffee. Sonic says, nah, how about $2.99 salted caramel toffee iced coffee with cold foam, salted caramel drizzle, and crunchy toffee pieces? That's Pinkies Up fancy, fine china fancy, and grand piano in your living room fancy for just $2.99. Sonic salted caramel toffee iced coffee for just $2.99. It's the fancy without the pricey.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply for a limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, people are always talking about the easy experience at Liberty. What makes it different?
Glad you asked, Dave. We respect your time. That's why buying and servicing are quick and hassle-free. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back driving the next morning. Plus, get free wiper blades with every oil change.
And to celebrate football season, lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for $289 a month for 39 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
D-backs baseball in a huge 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants from Chase Field, beginning in less than an hour here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is D-backs on deck, our preview of the game for you tonight. And tonight's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Gambo for the Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen is getting the start. The right-hander is 11-14 with a 4.84 ERA, coming off a start in which he gave up 5 earned runs to these Giants last week in 6 2/3. Kai-Wei Tang gets the start for the Giants. He is 2-4 with a 7.54 ERA.
Yeah, he's 26-year-old right-hander who's really struggled. He has struck out 28 batters and only allowed the 1 home run in his 6 games. So think about that. 28 strikeouts in the 6 games and the 1 home run allowed. But he's walked 14 and he's given up 26 hits. So he's put 40 guys on base. So that's probably the big issues with him is he walks a lot of batters. He gives up a lot of soft contact and hits. So that'll be something. I mean, he's got a great sweeper. He's got a mid-90s 4-seam fastball. He throws a curveball. He throws a sinker. He throws a changeup, but again, the control has been an issue for him.
That is 40 base runners allowed in 22 2/3 innings.
Yep,
that is a lot of traffic, man.
That's why the ERA is so high.
That is a lot of traffic. As for Gallen, his last start obviously wasn't great against San Francisco. If you remember right, that was the start in San Francisco where he was not happy with a strike call he did not get in the first inning, led to a 3-run homer. He kind of rebounded after that, but it was not what we've come to expect from Zach Gallen, who's been fantastic as of late. He'll look to get back to form tonight with his start for sure.
Yeah, Gallen is one of those guys who's really come on and pitched a lot better, and been very impressed with him, being able to get his career turned around. He did have that streak of effective starts snapped by the Giants last week when he gave up the 5 runs in 6 2/3. But he's got a 4-2 record and a 2.83 ERA in the post-trade deadline start. So since the trade deadline ended, he's got an ERA of 2.83. Very impressive.
Troy Lovello has gotten everything he wants.
I've been saying all along, all I wanted to do was play meaningful games in September, and we have been. And these guys have been just continuing to respond. It means the world to me. It means the world to me that they had a chance to choose one road or the other, and they stayed on the road they only know, and that's to go out and play engaged baseball, have fun, and expect to win baseball games. So we are in a good spot, but we're not at our final destination. We got to keep playing good baseball. We know there's 12 games remaining. The Giants are in town. It's going to be an unbelievable series that we're looking forward to. I want them to embrace it. I want them to appreciate the crowd. Hopefully, we were hearing there's going to be a lot of crowd support. And I want them to understand that they've built this and they deserve this moment to go out there and shine as bright as they possibly can.
I never would have imagined. Again, they won 89 baseball games last year. They were 89 and 73 on the season. 16 games over 500. And now they're a 500 team. Last year, there were 16 games over 500. They didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right now, they're a 500 baseball team. They're 2 games out of 500.
Yeah,
Crazy.
And it's the how is obviously not only the way the Diamondbacks have played, but the way the Mets have collapsed, and they ended an 8-game losing streak with a win yesterday. The Mets aren't playing tonight, so the Mets are clearly holding the door open for them, and this wouldn't be possible without that. But how you got here, I don't think is as important anymore as what you're going to do now that you are here. Okay, yes, we know what the Mets have done. You're here now. You're 2 games back with 12 to play. And you're about to play 3 games against the team that's right in front of you in the San Francisco Giants. What are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that opportunity? How are you going to deal with that?
You win. Listen, you win 2 out of 3. Right, the Mets are not playing today.
They're not playing tonight. No,
so you can't gain anything in the loss column, but you can lose a game in the loss column. You got to win 2 out of 3 and make sure you take care of the tiebreaker against the Giants.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. There was one roster move before the game today. Gambo reported it earlier in the afternoon. Juan Murillo has been recalled from AAA Reno. Anthony DeSclafani has been DFA'd, so they add a hard-throwing right-hander to their bullpen to give him another option. His control issues obviously are
he throws it hard.
They're issues.
Doesn't know where it's going.
And then the other injury news is great news for the Diamondbacks. Blaze Alexander is in the lineup tonight, playing third base, batting 5th for the Diamondbacks.
Listen, Blaze toughing it out. I respect that. Geraldo Perdomo has been hurt for a while, and he keeps going out there and playing every day. So credit to Perdomo. You've seen Corbin Carroll gut it out and play, with I think it's like a broken hand. He's had some struggles. So they got a lot of guys that have been banged up that are trying to tough it out and play right now.
I will tell you, Jordan Lawler is not in the lineup tonight. He has got the yips defensively right now, and it was painful to watch yesterday against the Twins. Two errors in the early portion of that game that led to runs, and it was a real struggle. He is not in there. I don't know when we're going to see him. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. The standings are such. The New York Mets right now have the 3rd wild card spot in the National League. San Francisco Giants are 75 and 74. They're a game and a half behind them. The Arizona Diamondbacks are 2 games back of the New York Mets for the final wild card spot. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Mets are off tonight. They got a series against the San Diego Padres starting tomorrow. The Reds are playing tonight. They're kind of in the mix in this too. Not more than kind of. They are in the mix. Through 5, the Cincinnati Reds are beating the St. Louis Cardinals right now by a score of 3-1. I didn't mention them in the standings. The Reds are 2.5 back of the Mets, a half game back of the Diamondbacks. The Cardinals are 4 back of the Mets, 2 games behind the Arizona Diamondbacks. So that game matters too. That is the standings. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
I was looking at some numbers that one Diamondbacks player has against the Giants, and they just popped to me. And you would be shocked who this